the math that they're using, like the orthographic side view and the calculators, it's flawed. It's not accounting for reality and then using this orthographic side view to then reify the globe into existence. When actually in the orthographic side view, nothing gets smaller with distance. But then they compare it to pictures where things actually get smaller with distance. And so what they kind of did was convert the perspective into Earth curve in the math. But so their premises aren't actually based in reality. This whole globe is just calculated into existence when it doesn't actually, it's not based on anything real.
Well, and again, furthering the point that we need the right books with the right mathematics and the right science in it to teach the new peoples.
I agree.
They're sold on the size, the dimensions. They're sold on it. There is no going back from that. So whenever something in reality doesn't match it, they will make an excuse, and then they'll have mathematics for that. Even though they can't demonstrate that in reality either, they just declare that it's happening, aka, in this case, refraction.
Sorry to butt in, but can I ask a question?
How dare you?
Yeah, you can ask a question very quickly.
Well, you can correct me, obviously, if I'm wrong, but I'm not too keyed up on the fact of it. But I remember reading somewhere that, like, when they're using artillery in war and firing from far distances, that they calculate the spin in the artillery, like in the shell itself. Is that all bollocks, or?
Well, yeah, because we could point to any other type of artillery or munition that doesn't take into account the rotation or the curvature of the Earth. So you see, the thing is, with this little bit of trickery, everybody thinks they're living on a spinning ball, so let's put some math into a book that would necessarily have to take into account the spinning ball. It just helps them kind of validate their assertion or validate their belief. But ultimately, when you look out into reality, you would understand that if the Earth was spinning, then everything in the air would appear to deviate, and you would have shorter flight times from east to west and west to east, because the Earth would be spinning underneath everything. If it's spinning underneath munitions and artillery, that will be everything else. Bumblebees, aeroplanes, clouds, you when you jump. So being as we don't observe this in reality, it's quite easy to understand that this is bullshit. Because if we did have to take it into account, we would have to take it into account every single day, all the fucking time. And we don't.
Just think about this for a second. If you take a ball and you throw it up straight into the air, it falls back down into your hand. If you go on a merry-go-round and you do the same thing, the ball will fall back down in a different place. That's because the merry-go-round moved you. That's what they're saying the Earth is doing underneath the ammunition in this case. However, that doesn't actually happen in real life. And this actually dovetails nicely into flat earthers were the ones who discovered the Coriolis effect, or that the Coriolis effect both exists within rotated reference frames and that it doesn't exist on Earth itself. So Coriolis debunks the globe.
To answer your question, mate.
Do you have any other questions?
Did that answer? Yeah. No.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. Cheers.
Cool. Awesome. So, would you mind, dude? Are you still there? You still with us, my friend?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, just a moment ago, you were talking about having the right science in the textbooks. It's interesting, my friends, because we do actually have the right science in the textbooks. We just don't believe it sometimes. So, let's talk about the necessary antecedent for gas pressure, or the second law of thermodynamics. That's a good one, because that's a law of nature, something that happens all the time. We understand what entropy is. We understand what happens when you burst a tire or pop a balloon, that the high pressure always disperses into the lower pressure environment. Now, this is a law of nature that you can find in all textbooks. But we will forget about this law of nature, something that applies always, when we believe that we're living in an uncontained system within a vacuum with gas pressure with nothing to press upon. See, the interesting thing is the science is right there in front of you. The natural laws are right there in front of you. But if you believe that you're living on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, then you will forget about this. You won't take it into account, or you'll come up with some bullshit which isn't mentioned in the second law of thermodynamics or any gas law, and you start badgering on about gravity. But the point is that true science is actually there. The laws of nature are spoken about. People just don't add the two together. It's our job here to point out that you cannot have gas pressure without a container, and if you don't have a container in a vacuous system, the gas is going to fuck off. It's pretty simple stuff. It's there for everybody to read, but they jump over it and they miss it because they believe that they're living on a spinning ball. So the science is there, mate, for everybody to read. Do you understand that?
Well, again, I'm concerned about the new crop of students coming up, the new architects and engineers. Do they understand it, and is it being taught the right way, or are they going to come out and still believe the wrong stuff?
Everybody's getting taught at school and at university that Earth is a spinning ball. All right.
My point, we need new books to show differently, to show the different science, the correct science.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I could literally just say, we shouldn't be being lied to now, should we? But we are.
You gotta also understand that education is compartmentalized. When you study to be an engineer and stuff like that, you're mostly learning about Newtonian physics and Newtonian mechanics, even though that was superseded and debunked by Einstein technically. And so if you go and learn to be an astrophysicist, you learn all about Einstein, and you learn that Newton was debunked and thrown in the trash. And so when you get people from these different fields together, sometimes they just argue like cats and dogs. That's the current system we have. I would personally try to take the globe out of early schooling, because that's kind of what messes everything up. When you have preconceived ideas, you're bound to try to paint everything in that light. I wouldn't want to replace it with a new idea for them to believe in. Like most of the mechanics are sound, even if the assumed causes aren't always correct. The calculations work fine as approximations, and we use them as such.
I'm still confused. I'm just going to listen for a little while longer.
I don't understand how you're confused when your basic statement is we should be taught the truth. I mean, we agree with you. You definitely should be taught the truth. We've been lied to.
Right. So the textbook should be corrected with the correct math, the correct science, so everyone learns the right stuff.
By who? No, sorry, Helio. Sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize to me. I've listened to what you were saying to him and he was saying to you, and I'm like, listen, bro, this is like, what I think your basic question is, what are we going to do about this? There's almost nothing we can do about this, except for have these discussions. People that are interested are going to find their way here. I mean,
it's not.
Are you going to friggin' storm the school and say, teach it this way? You're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's not about science. At best, what I would ask for is for them to remove the incorrect bullshit from the school, and then maybe reintroduce logic again into the schooling system, because they removed that. That's all I would ask. I wouldn't ask them to do anything else.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go to like community meetings. You're gonna be active in your community, and it's like, I don't want your teachers to teach my kids this bullshit. Or you could just be like, I'm a homeschooler. I'm not gonna put my kids in your school. I'm just gonna homeschool my kids. And
Their math is based on the assumption of the world being a ball, though. When you take away the ball, what are you supposed to replace that with?
Well, the math is all about the results. The math is made to match the effect they see, and then they assume a cause of that math in the math. When all we really needed was just the something that approximates the effect, and that's what we use them for.
it's just like, let's get rid of the magic. Earth looks flat, right? So, but it must not be flat. It's like, well, it could be something else. Well, it's definitely something else, but you know what it is? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's as much as I know. But it's definitely not the stupid globe they've been trying to teach us. I know a lot about Earth, but as far as what it is and where it came from, everyone has different opinions about that, and but this globe idea, it doesn't work out mathematically. With the numbers they were talking about, that we ought to always talk about, and it's just impossible. So, I mean, it's that simple. It's that simple. Go ahead.
We're not a replacement cosmology. That's why we're not going to give books to give to children to try to indoctrinate them into a new religion. I just want them to take this old religion out of the schools. Is that too much to ask for, DOD?
Well, but then again, you got to replace it with something, because there's engineers.
Nope. Well, I said logic. You don't need to replace it with a new cosmology. That's nonsense. People all experience the world as it is, locally flat and stationary. What you need to reintroduce is logic, so that people don't get fooled into some nonsense religious cult again.
Yeah, why do we have to replace the debunked crap? Why can't we just remove it?
It's just like, and I've heard that before. People like, what are we going to replace it with? So everybody believes the Earth is a globe. Now we're going to have to replace it with flat Earth. No, flat Earth is what you experience, what you see. You don't have to replace flat Earth with anything. It's just our level stationary plane that we live on. It's our creation. You enjoy it and perceive it and experience it the way that you do. I mean, and you don't have to indoctrinate anybody into a religion or anything like that.
Yeah, it was there all along. Everybody's experience was of locally flat, stationary. Even the globers, once you get down to it, most of them can agree that that's how they experience the world. You don't need a religion or a new cosmology. You can just not know these things.
Hey, well, cosmology's not bad either. Even like with the zodiac, that's actually beneficial. Like in a spiritual sense, because we're spiritual. I'm spiritual. I'm not going to say you're spiritual or anybody. I think you are, Dress, but whatever. I mean, you can follow the zodiac, and it repeats the same pattern over and over every time, and that's where we have our calendars are derived from. But it has nothing to do with the globe, Earth being a globe at all. Because you couldn't even make a calendar from outer space. That's all pretend.
Hey, Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
Hope all is well. Well, I'll start off by saying, hope all's well with you, man. And
I'm
two,
fine.
isn't it kind of funny that astronomy is filled with a bunch of hypothetical or theoretical bullshit, and astrology actually has real historical truth to it?
Yeah,
That's
it's
kind of
right,
weird.
it's right in front of your face, bro.
It's real weird.
It's like
that's because
they
the flat
want to
Earth.
Like
believe.
you're Go ahead, Dre.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dre.
I was just going to say that's because the flat earthers were the ones who mapped the sky. They created the Saros cycle. They created astrology. They created all of this stuff. And now we got Globers trying to back engineer it, and then just it's not working.
Yeah.
It's trying to reverse engineer a globe story on how they came up with this stuff, even though everything that was ever invented was invented utilizing a flat and stationary
By
plane.
flat-
There is no
by
such thing as
flat
globe Earth
earthers.
technology.
They didn't pretend that they were the third rock from the sun to make all this shit happen.
Nope, didn't have to
That-
imaginate.
And they call us dumb. They say, well, we've got smarter and smarter and smarter. And look what they're trying to pretend that they live at third rock from the sun in the Milky Way galaxy. God damn.
They got
This is the dumbest shit I ever heard.
they got better at playing make believe.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, they make believe so hard that they're the other gender now.
Yeah, now
Yeah,
they're trying to. They're
anything.
getting,
Holy
you
shit.
can't even know if you're a man or a woman.
That is true. Well, you can make believe you're a woman and you're a woman. You make believe you're a man if you want to be. It's funny, little boys make believe in their men walking around.
Dude, you know how
You know.
long that
They might
culture's
look like
gonna-
one, but
Yeah, you know how long that culture's going to
Yeah.
last? Not very long.
oh god, no, it won't. It can't. It's counterproductive to procreation.
So
100%.
D-O-O-D, do you kind of understand why we don't have any books to give to schools to try to force them to teach to children now, or do you have any other questions?
No, I don't understand that. To me, it kind of sounds like let's say we want to change the official language. Actually, America doesn't have an official language. Well, let's say we didn't want to teach English
Yeah,
anymore.
that's interesting.
We want to speak French, but we don't sit there and teach them French. We just say we're not going to replace it with anything.
That's true.
We're just going to stop teaching English.
Well, no, that's a
See-
complete. That's not even. That's a
But-
false analogy. That's not even closely related. In this, you don't need a new religion. You don't need to replace the old religion. You just need to remove that, and then you can actually teach them logic with all that free time you have now, and then they can actually discern what is true from all these new stories that people try to lie to them with, and suddenly you don't get any more of these lies, and people all end up at the same conclusion because they're all logical.
There's only one real truth in this world.
What do
Everything
the
else
new
is just perspective.
architects and engineers use to build bridges and buildings? I mean, they need the
Flat
formulas.
Earth technology.
No, sorry. They don't use the globe at all. Doing that, all those formulas, all the because all that stuff
Yep.
still all works. Has no relation to the globe.
Okay, well then the stuff that you're saying is wrong.
Yeah, all of that is not something. No one in real life uses that stuff. It's all just for your mind to imagine and masturbate with. It has no relation to reality.
It serves no practical purpose.
Yeah, they don't
So
take the
engineers-
curvature or rotation or any of that into account when building a bridge or anything. So it's not like there's anything for us to replace. We're already using the correct math.
Yep.
Kind of like when they design aircraft and stuff like that, they assume the Earth is flat, stationary. When the military is shooting electromagnetic waves over the Earth, they assume it's flat and stationary. Like all of it only functions on the Earth as it is, not on some imaginary spinning space testicle.
Unless you can give us an example of an architect or engineer who does something because of a spinning ball. Could you give us an example of that?
Ooh, me? No, I'm not up to any of the math or science for this, which is kind of why I was asking about books so that it could be learned. I'm not getting anywhere. I'm sorry. I'm just going to listen.
Like I told you, it's already in the books. So, what are you talking about? What do you specifically need to learn? What do you need to have in the books that's not there?
Well, I heard a couple times that this math was wrong, or that calculation is wrong, or something.
Well,
it's those formulas that I'm talking about.
I think
they're not related to reality, so why would you teach children something unrelated to reality? Why would you teach them a fantasy that they're never going to use in real life? And why would you want to replace it with a different fantasy?
Yeah, same with Christmas and Easter.
Sure, well, that's a different fantasy. Well, it's Speculation Sunday. We can go on and all that. Yeah, it's just like you can pretend the Earth is a globe if you want to, but nobody ever experiences that except for on television. It's like, well, but I trust the astronauts. They went there, didn't they? Well, when Buzz Aldrin claims to have walked on the moon, but when someone asked him about it, he punched him in the fucking face.
Yeah, he was angry about it. I saw that.
Yeah.
Why was it so? So he has something to hide, to be angry about. My speculation is that he had to sign something of an NDA contract to not disclose anything he saw that says otherwise. Otherwise, he wouldn't react like this.
We were just passengers on a flight, man. We were just passengers going on a ride.
Yeah.
I mean, wait a minute. We've got to be fair. He might have reacted like that. Don't forget, he's from that generation, right? If somebody comes up in your face from that generation, you usually got a smack in the nose. That's how they work.
Yeah, but you saw when they came back from the moon, you saw that press conference. Look at
of course. I don't believe. Yeah, that's the best evidence there is. Go look at their body language. It's terrible.
Yeah. Mm.
But don't
his
just
interviews.
Right.
See,
don't just
their
take
body
up what
language should have been like on Truman Show. He's like, "We went to the moon." Yes, and everybody in the diner or whatever, he's just like, "Oh, I didn't know he went to the moon." Truman Show, if you know the movie, it's just like he didn't know, and he's just like, "God dang it, we went to the moon." And this is the way people act in here. And it's like, we've been to space, we know. It's like, are you we? Are you we?
Just watch the video of him talking to this little girl about it. He wants to know why they didn't go, but he thinks he knows.
I know what he's.
I have a bad memory. Maybe I was there.
Me.
No. Drace just posted that video. She's like, "Why didn't we go back?"
The Oxford Union one. I think that's the best one. And whatever it is.
Right.
Yeah, that's the other one. Both of those are really telling because in both of those, he basically just contradicts the people who are assuming that he went, and then tells them that he didn't.
At one point, he punched a guy in the face for asking him a question. Then he's talking to an 8-year-old girl, and he's like, "Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened."
That's the way it happened.
No, he didn't say that. You're just interpreting it wrong. You're a flat earther. You can't clearly understand English. So, as a Globe Earth representative, I will translate from English into English so that you understand what he really meant.
Help me understand this, CB. Help me understand this guy.
So, when he says that we didn't go there, he meant that we did go there.
But we haven't.
That's the way it happened.
That's the way it happened. We didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. But what he meant is that I've heard the Globers try to protect his craziness there.
Well, you're just he was being earther, and you clearly don't understand.
How can you lie to a little girl?
So
he couldn't lie to this little girl. He was like, okay. She was like, well, how come we didn't go back to the moon? You guys gotta watch it, man.
Well, what if she'd asked him, "Is Santa Claus real?" I wonder if he'd caved then.
I'd be like,
You would have said, "Bring me a costume and I'll show you."
Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream, make it the best that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I wrote this down in July of last year. But a globe whisperer, the one who interprets for the experts.
Whisperer, there you go.
Okay, so like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying you can't see the curve, Buzz Aldrin saying we didn't go to the moon. A globe whisperer is the type of person who are the only ones able to interpret what is being said, because the experts meant something other than what they actually said.
You know what's really trippy about that is we've talked to the experts like Mick West. They have their pages. We haven't talked to Neil deGrasse Tyson, but we've talked to Mick West, and that was a total shit show. It wasn't a shit show. It was actually we exposed that motherfucker. And congratulations and claps all around for when Mick West came in here. It was right time, right season. Good stuff. I have a record of that.
Yeah, well, I want to go to back to the dude who said what problems he had in terms of understanding, believing either in globe or flat Earth. What is a root cause for you to start believing that the Earth is flat?
I think that's for you, SN double OD, double D.
For me, it was Flat Earth Clues.
Oh, yeah. One of the first things I watched was Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs, and then Mark Sargent's.
Okay, you went with the beginning of Mark Sargent. So he was also in his early days when you watched, in terms of understanding, he was very new to this. And I guess we can add further instruction in terms of understanding to this. So what do you need to know in terms what you have listened to him?
I'm not sure. I think right now it's just a comfort thing. I mean, again, I'm 66 years old, and
whoa,
he's believed in books, and that's where I got a lot of my information. I used to, when I was younger, I used to go to the library, just pick an aisle, pick a shelf, pick a book, read a couple pages, read a couple chapters. Hardly ever read a whole book, but I have always thought books were important.
I mean, they are, but depending on the source in terms of truth, what you can relate to in your lifetime, you know. It's like you have read specific books that you could relate to in terms of truths they provided to you. So, since this topic is new to you, what do you think has changed in terms of this? Because you're curious, otherwise you wouldn't be here.
Well, like I said, it's just in 66 years has never come up. Like I said, we never sat around the kitchen table, globe, flat. I mean, just never happened. And as far as references, like I said, you hear about 80 days around the earth and digging down to China, and you just go, yeah, okay, whatever. And then I got sucked down a rabbit hole a few months ago and found, like I said, Eric Dubé and Mark Sargent. And at first I was just fascinated with the fact that there is a discussion. I mean, what? Okay, whatever. And now, again, like I said, my real concern is if all this is wrong that we're being taught, we need to teach the new crop of students coming up the right stuff.
Yeah.
Homeschool?
Again, we would agree with you. We would agree with you. I will make a point.
In terms of digging down into the earth, what I have researched is that you cannot dig further than 7 miles, basically.
No, that's
not what he's
just an
saying.
old expression, an old joke, digging down to China.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I know, but in terms of the actual, how far can you dig until you reach your limit of terms of your equipment, right? It's about 7 to 8 miles.
Hang on, does the new guy know about the Cobra Deep borehole that goes 7 miles?
That's literally what's just been explained.
Yeah.
I can't believe people actually can't follow a conversation in a certain way. You
I
primarily
know,
just have
me
to
and
fucking
Jedi over
listen.
here like, come on, guys.
No, the new guy
Guys,
doesn't know. That's what I'm. The new guy doesn't know. That's what I'm saying. He thought I
This
would
is going over everybody's heads.
Seriously.
No, I've heard of that, and I can't remember why someone dug down that far, but I remember hearing about that, about 8 miles or something.
Yeah, it was
yeah.
the Russians. The Russians dig down to this, and their equipment failed, and they stopped doing this after they reached down a recording device that was very disturbing. What they then heard from. I mean, if you're reading the Bible, then you may know what it's talking about. Digging into Sheol, where the dead live.
It's my favorite music right there.
So aliens then? Aliens?
Anticlimactic.
We don't have to get into that. I think Jedi, did you want to carry on with something or?
It's okay. It's
I
fine.
know
It's
the
just people
point
not
might have got lost.
answer that question. Yeah.
So this guy became a flat earther just within a few months ago? Is that right?
No.
Who, me? No, I just discovered it a few months ago. I'm, like I said, still kind of on the fence, still trying to figure this out.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, what would you
And
like
like
us
I
to
said-
do for you? Oh, hold on.
I'm
What would you
sorry.
like us to do for you? No, you're fine, dude. You're fine. I understand when you say that, hey, if we're being taught the wrong thing, then we should be taught the right thing. Yeah, I understand that completely.
Oh yeah, thanks for getting
But-
us back on track.
No, you're fine. But what would you like us to do for you? Would you like us to prove that the Earth is indeed level and stationary and not what you've been told? Would you like to be able to prove this to yourself? Because that's the main thing that's in contention, right? They say the Earth is a ball. We don't agree with that. Now, we don't agree with that because of direct observation, direct measurement, and practical use of the Earth. So again, I'd ask you, what would you like us to do for you? Would you like us to prove that the Earth is flat, for example?
Well, not really. Like I said, I just kind of got into this. It has, for 66 years, not been an issue. I still had to go to work, take care of the kids. Right now, I've got a grandkid and a great-grandkid, and we go out for walks and we play. And
He's on the
shape of
fence.
Earth has no bearing on anything we do. So, and like I said, I'm on the fence, but I'm ready to go. If there's a flat earth and there's a dome and there's a God, my 66-year-long struggle is over.
Well, this is one of the main reasons that we are here. So yeah, the Earth is flat and we obviously are within a enclosed system because we have gas pressure. And one of the reasons why they lie to us, giving us the Earth in a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, is because they get to give us a new creation story devoid of God. You know, the Big Bang. Nothing explodes into everything. So if you want the flat Earth with a dome and God, yeah, that's literally what we are telling you. The Earth is observably, measurably, and practically level. We've got gas pressure. You couldn't be having gas pressure in an open system, so that's devoid of anything. But ultimately, they have lied, and they are lying for many reasons, but one is to hide the Creator, because they have hidden the creation. That makes sense?
Kinda. It's my understanding that something like 70% of the Earth's population believes in a god of some sort, so they're not doing a really good job.
But where is he, though?
A god of some sort, or some kind of man-made idea of what God is based on a religious idea. And if we're talking about Christianity, there's over 6,000 denominations of Christians in the world. What we have is a very, very confused religious idea. And then we have atheists as well. And then we've got people who can believe in whatever the fuck they want to believe. In actual fact, they can think of themselves as God, right? So we live within a very confused world. Now, when people understood that the Earth was flat and stationary, they still believed in other gods, not the one that created everything. The one they worshipped the creation itself, trees and the sun and the moon and what the fuck ever. We've always made up our own religious ideas with regards to God, but this heliocentric idea gives us a new creation with a new creation story that they couldn't give us with the Earth still being flat and stationary. What they've done is removed God by an extra few squares. You can now debate all day long, if you want to, whether God exists. In actual fact, if the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, that makes God out to be a liar in the very first few things he said to us in the Bible about the very thing that he said he created for us. A flat, immovable Earth. So being living on a spinning fucking ball, God's a liar then, isn't he? And we can look at the Bible in whichever fucking way that we want to. We can talk about it in allegory. We don't have to take it literally, because those people a long time ago were stupid to think that the Earth was flat and were just making books up based on their own ideas. Do you understand the picture I'm painting for you?
Well, yes, I think. But again, none of it affects the way I play with the grandkids or go for a walk or...
Of course not.
Okay,
Of course not.
then let's go for the observational.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. Thanks. It doesn't affect many things that you would do day to day, my friend. You sound like a perfectly reasonable, intelligent, grown man who would love his grandchildren in the same way no matter what fucking happens, right? But this might not necessarily be for you. It might not change everything about your life. It will just give you a more concrete understanding that you live within a created environment and there is a creator at the end of the door for you. You have been lied to monumentally. You've had your cognitive thought taken away from you, your critical thinking are taken away from you, and all the big questions in the world have been answered for you. So maybe when you sit back and think about it a little bit, you realise that, you got to still get up and go to work in the morning, and you're still going to treat your grandkids in the same way, but your soul and your spirit might change. Because understanding lies is the first way to truth. And when you understand that you have been lied to, well, it's up to you what you do with that, mate. You can either live the lie or live in truth, and the truth will only set you free.
I also understand fully that the government is lying to us, that the media is lying to us. I get that all the way.
Good. So you understand that we are being lied to, and religion is lying to us as well. Right? Now, the necessary requirement for an intelligent creator is the obvious answer to a creation. Now, ultimately, there are many different religions in the world. Of course there are, because men like to make shit up and, worship themselves or whatever they bloody want to. Yeah, we all get that we've been lied to. You just have to understand how much and how deep the lie goes. Because if you believe in a God and you understand the Bible, then ultimately within the Bible, it tells you exactly who are lying to you.
Right.
Full circle, mate.
So let's start anew. Would you like us to have examples made to you by terms of observation, what you can observe with your eyes to understand in terms of the Earth is flat.
Well, like I said, I get all that. I've been listening to these debates now for three, I think I'm on my fourth week. But again, since none of this really has any effect on me, my only concern was, again, it sounds like everyone's saying, well, they're teaching us this wrong, so why don't we teach the right stuff? That's my only concern, is if this is wrong, and how do we get the right stuff? Because you're not going to change many minds here. You got to get into the schools with the correct textbook and the correct science.
Look,
I mean, I came to the truth by observing the word of Yah or God or the Bible in general, and also him getting me understanding in terms of how the world works. It doesn't came from science or the school or the university I went to previously, so therefore I can make up my own mind about this in terms of righteous understanding. So I would say you would be wrong if you need books from other people, you know. It depends on the observation. Scientists are not wrong, but when they make some theories, they are observation in terms of righteousness, and this is the thing you have to observe, and no other way is right. Yeah, the more than often you listen to this, the more you likely think that this is true, and this is why we have been mostly deceived previously.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, there's no right way to present Santa Claus. In the post that I made at 4 minutes past the hour, I talked about a Sanskrit expression that means, it's called neti neti, neither this, not that. And in it, I talk about a Santa 2.0. And so when I hear you say, like, well, we need to come up with a right way, I think of this Santa 2.0. There's no need to create another version of Santa Claus. It's just simply not true. And so that's what we're doing. We're addressing the claim that's on the table that this is what the Earth is. We're saying that is simply not true. And if Jemsy were here, he would talk about how even the word like flat Earth is those are just two words. It's not what the Earth is. So we have to remove people's ideas about the Earth and not give them ideas about it. I've used the analogy of a say you find an old car, you know, so you live next to some old guy and he wants to sell you his old Porsche that's been collecting dust since the 50s, and the windshield's crusted up. You know, it's good shape, but it's just dusty and old. There's nothing you need to add to that windshield. You need to remove the dirt, the grime, the things that are blocking you from seeing clearly. And so that's the same attitude I bring to this conversation. I'm not going to give somebody something. So I don't need to give them anything. I need to remove off the grime of their mind and allow them to finally see clearly. So that's the attitude. I don't feel like I need a textbook or a brochure or a playlist of videos. I'm going to just try to work with this person and remove, this piece of grime, let's take that away. One at a time type of thing. So
yeah, and we try to do it gently, you know. We are no extremists or something like this.
It takes time. Yeah, I agree. It takes time. I see some people have joined the panel. We got a Cup in the panel. I don't think we spoke on the fence. Welcome, Kel's here with us.
CB, I beg you to shut the fuck up.
Who was that?
I beg. Please to shut up. And you fucking record. You're both fucking stupid. The Earth's not flat. It's round. Yeah, it's round. The Earth is round.
You guys got to boost the vocab. I mean, have you heard the word spherical before? Because there's things that can be round that aren't spherical at all.
It's not flat.
Even like a tree trunk.
The world
Well, it's
isn't
just not flat the way you say.
This
Yeah,
guy-
of course, it's just not flat the way you're
So,
talking about.
Luke, do you have anything
Hold
other
on.
than insults?
Wait, but this is fine. It's fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
Wait,
No,
he's
but-
right though.
Why
He's
are you
right.
being
It's
like
not flat the way you're talking about. You're correct.
So why are you trying to say the Earth is flat?
It's just not the way you're thinking.
Because hold on. It's because it's observed to be level.
Chris.
Hold on, I haven't finished.
No,
I haven't finished the answer yet.
Christus, please listen
I
to
haven't
me.
finished your answer. No. You've asked a question. I'll answer it. Why the fuck would you interrupt me whilst I'm answering your question? You idiot.
CB, come on.
You've asked a
carry on.
question. But I'll answer it. Right. So the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a level plane. It's observed, measured, and used. So that's why we say the Earth is flat. It's not observed, measured, or used as a ball, mate. We don't observe curvature. We don't measure curvature over any distance of water. And we don't have to take account for the curvature when we're sailing and navigating and shooting things and blowing things up and using radars and stuff like that. So practically the Earth is flat, mate. That's why we're here. Now, what do you have to say about that? What's stupid about observation and measurement and practical use of a flat surface?
Can I speak now?
I mean,
Are you going to answer my question?
Oh my god, I can wait, who was speaking? Was it Chris?
Yes, are you
Chris,
going to answer my question?
Chris, I got a question for you.
Before you get to that, would you like to answer Chris's question?
No, I wasn't. I had him
Just
muted.
so we don't have double standards or anything.
I had Chris
Oh, okay.
muted.
Well, we don't want to have you muted. So,
See ya.
do you want to have him
Bye.
repeat what he said or something?
So fuck Chris. CB.
Okay. All right. Well,
Bye.
that's
See
not
ya.
going to happen.
See ya.
So, do you want to have him restate the question, or?
I want yeah. But I want to ask something first.
Well, before you do that,
right.
because
Okay.
we you don't want to have double standards, right? So.
No.
All right. Cool. So,
Go on.
Chris, do you want to have him ask the question again? Or? Because you said that it's not flat, and I would agree it's not flat the way you're talking about. But Chris described what flat really means. And we're talking about measurements and things like that. So,
Look. If the guy asks a question and then isn't going to listen to the answer, then he's a fucking cunt and he shouldn't be here. How about that?
Chris,
yeah, no, you don't get answers to your question if you're going to just mute people during their questions. So that's not going to fly.
Chris, I'll fucking right. Listen,
No, you
Chris,
wouldn't. You would. You just wouldn't. You just
Find
wouldn't.
the handrail first, Luke.
You would.
What?
Yeah.
Chris, I bet you're a
You just
furry, aren't you?
You just.
Whoa, bro.
You just.
You'll do
You
nothing.
just wouldn't.
What?
Luke, you shall do nothing except
Yeah.
create ad hom strawman arguments inside of your pea brain. And that's all you'll do is just talk out of your mouth because there's nothing inside of your head but air. And you're just going to keep on
Yeah.
speaking, making sound
Show
effects.
us where
with your
the show us where the
retarded-ass brain.
flyer.
That's all you'll
touches.
do.
Go on,
You don't
look at
have
you
two
all
brain
cry.
cells to bash together. No, it's just that you're a troll. This is fun to me. It's hilarious because you're a clown. And I'm like, hey, look, a clown. Guys, look, it's a clown. It's kind of cute. It's funny. I'm patting you on the head, child. Now go back and go play with your toys.
Damn, smoked. I don't know, but why? Somebody said like, who hurt you, bro? Like, why are you coming in with all this? What's going on? You know?
I said, tell us where the flyer touched you.
To
Luke.
Like, damn, dude. Like, nothing even happened. You just rolled in all smoke with the smoke rolled out. Like, okay. All right.
Yeah, the guns blazing.
Yeah.
Hey,
firing blank.
Ace wants to talk. I don't know if we should unmute him. He's in the lobby. He doesn't have a rule. I'll mute him.
Yeah. What's up, Ace? What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, I muted him.
So what is it you guys actually believe? Like, what have you... I don't know to explain it. Well, what do you think it is?
How did you get back to belief? I already told you it's not a belief.
Oh, I'm not speaking to you fucking packy. Shush, I want to speak to CV.
Oh, see you later. Fuck me.
Chris,
God,
shush,
Trigger
I'll
City.
snap your legs.
What is... You wouldn't even have a...
Okay, spaghetti arms. Okay, spaghetti arms.
Spaghetti arms.
Jesus.
Get your words out, you bastard.
Yeah, this...
Yo, dude.
All right. Well, if you're asking me, bro, look.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I want to speak to you.
That'd be like me asking you.
Are you friends with Luke, Ace?
What? No.
Yes. Sure.
I was only saying that so I can get unmuted.
That's okay if you guys
you have to roll in with your mate, because...
No, Luke's a bit of a spastic. I've heard him before.
Well, it's okay. I mean, I know you guys need to hold hands sometimes, so it's all right if you need some support.
Yeah.
But if I ask you,
Wasn't there
like,
go to the
how
bathroom
tall do you
together, man.
believe?
I mean, the only
What would you
have you got a
say?
Stella?
Hold on, Ace.
Let's
If I asked you how
concentrate.
tall do you believe you are? What would you say back to that?
9'2".
Yeah, I didn't know they
so-
stack shit that high.
Yeah, right.
There you go. So that's the thing, Ace. That's that's the thing. Actually, that's what the Globe has said. They claim there's some crazy height as well, and we went out and checked, and it's capped, just like what you said is capped as well. So you can go out and check what people claim to be true. So that's why we know it's flat, because we went out and checked, we measured it, just like
I'm actually interested in
you
this.
can measure,
Chris,
just like you
I
can
don't know
measure your
Chris.
height. So there's no belief involved. Just like you don't need to believe how tall you are. You can go and measure that.
True.
But you believe in the globe, and you've never measured anything.
What, have
So
you measured it?
You have the belief, just so you know.
Yes.
We don't.
Yes.
I
With
didn't ask you,
measured.
Chris. Shush.
I don't
CB.
care. Hold on. Sorry, I don't care whether you
Shush.
ask me or not,
Yo,
mate.
CB.
Oh,
Sorry, Ace, you
I'll
don't
take-
get to shush people. You're a guest, so just
Shush.
take a back seat.
I'll shoot.
I think he said he wanted to be shushed.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So I
Yeah, we can help you out with that. We can help you out with that.
Well, it's just like
But
some people be like, shut the
are we-
fuck up, Helio. I mean,
Let's
I
not
get
apply a
that
bunch of
shit.
double
I get
standards
that.
all of a sudden. He's asking, what test have I done? Is that what he asked? Well, let's be
Yeah,
careful of the double
Yeah,
standards, because it's not like
No, I
you've
just
done
said,
anything.
what have you done? Like, did you test it? Did you measure
yeah,
it?
I have.
I just
yeah,
want to know.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Oh my god! Why'd you have to
spent-
speak,
I've
Chris? I'm
spent-
speaking to CB.
I spent.
That wasn't me, you illiterate fucking idiot. That was someone else.
All of September
Yeah,
of
like-
2021, I spent in San Diego doing long distance observations at the beach.
Oh,
So I can
where
say
was
I've gone
mine,
on
boy?
actually done. I can actually say I've gone on done something involved in this conversation. So what have you done?
Yeah, what have you done?
Well, I smoked
It's
a bit
okay
of
if you
ganja,
haven't-
went up
it's
in
okay
the
if you
air.
haven't
It
done
looked like it was a circle, but
Wait, it's okay if you haven't done anything, but have you done anything to test what you believe in?
no, it's just things I've seen. But obviously, I haven't really been in touch with this stuff, so I don't know much. But
Fair enough.
that's why I joined this, and that's why I like to speak to you because
So
you actually tell
you
me.
came here because you're interested in what we're talking about. How
Yes.
much you just like ass interested? All right,
Hold on.
shut up,
So-
Helio. I'm done with that.
Do you feel like Ace? Do you feel like you or I could go out and quote unquote see curvature?
I mean, if your eyes are fucked up, then probably.
If your eyes are so your eyes have to be so. If your eyes are working properly, we're going to be seeing what?
Just straight,
Flat.
no curve.
So why is that such a crazy thing then? People, it's supposed to be such a crazy idea that people would say that or think that, but you're saying you see flat Earth. So why is that so crazy?
Well, most of the time I'm a bit high, so I don't really see straight anyway. So
That's fair enough.
that's what I
So,
mean. I'm
well-
interested in this.
The only time you see a globe or any curvature is on a screen or in your mind. It's not like you go out into reality and experience or observe any globe or curvature.
But what about Chris? He's got a globe head.
See, if you're going to have personal attacks, then your time in the server for somebody who's, I'm really interested in this shit is going to be fucking short.
Shoot it.
Wait,
Right, CB, what was you saying, sir?
Here's what's about all of. Here's the thing
I'm just
about
gonna
it.
remove
So,
him.
we all live in. Yeah, man. Stop taking. You got. Chill out, bro. Like, why are you taking shots at everybody?
Oh no, Chris was horrible to Luke, so I thought he was going to do it to everyone.
Oh, are you going to be his white knight and come and protect your fucking girlfriend?
White Knight? Isn't it meant to be Black Knight?
That's racist.
How is that racist? How is that racist?
I'm
Sorry,
joking.
hold
dude.
on. Hey,
Oh,
hold on. See,
I'm
we
holding.
will have an intellectual and good. We will have an intellectual and honest conversation with you, but we
can you
will
be
also
quick?
treat you like a
I'm
fucking...
falling. I'm so
Ace,
holding,
Ace,
but I'm
just
falling.
chill, bro. Chill.
There you
chill,
go.
chill.
No. If you're going to keep interrupting the conversation, then your time here is going to be short. I'll just stick you on mute and you can fucking listen. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, sure, go on.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Ace.
Go,
Come on.
stick
Be a good
from you.
sport.
What do you want to say?
Come on, man. Well, just chill out, bro. Like you're a guest here, so just why are you like romping around with muddy shoes and stuff like that? Just
muddy shoes.
Take your shoes off at the door, and chill out, bro.
This isn't the romper room. Like, you remember that show, the romper room back in the day, or whatever?
Helio, so let's not bubbling around.
Don't be disrespecting the panel, bro.
Ace,
2 seconds.
What do you think is the horizon? Why does the horizon exist?
Yeah, there's so much people speaking. I don't know what to say.
Okay,
Jedi, I think you're trying to hold on, Ripcord. 1 second, buddy. We're just gonna.
I just had to speak really, really quickly. That was all. I'm really, Helio, CB, I really do apologise for the English people that have come into the server over the last 5 to 10 minutes. I'm really
Chris,
sorry.
I'm sorry I was rude.
Shut up.
You seem like a nice guy.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're going to stick around...
Wow.
Yeah.
Try to say sorry.
Come on, dude. Don't play the victim, dude. Come on,
I'm not.
Jeez.
Okay, hold on. Point of parliamentary order. Ace, until you learn some basic manners of human interaction, you're going to stay muted. Until you stop being a fuckwit child, you're not going to talk.
Damn.
So here's your chance to interact with us again.
No, not anymore, because...
No,
dude, I was about to do it too. So
give him a chance. Give him a chance.
No.
I'm asking him the question.
His chances have already rolled. He took a gamble.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
over.
Come on, give him a chance. Let me ask.
It's not up to me. Indio freaking came in here and said he doesn't have any more chances.
No, listen, that's not what I said. I said he can calm down. He can relax. And when he learns some manners, he can speak again.
Yeah.
Okay? And until he assures us somehow that he has a... Like, if we VC verified him, he never would have made
any sense at all. Yeah.
Well, that's not the point. He's insulting and rude and interrupting and then talking shit. And I'm not having it. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. So you guys are telling me to shut up, and Indio saw it too. And that's the only reason I was coming in here joking around. The dude was making no sense and being a bullshitter, and it was just like a waste of everyone's time.
Yeah, he's like seeing how much we're going to take before we kick him out, and like, I'll just mute him. I'm not going to kick him out. I'm going to just talk shit about him while he has to listen.
Look, just don't take shots at the panel. Treat it like if we came to your server, just have some respect, man. That's all we're asking, all right? But if you can't control yourself, we're going to have to...
Yeah, CB tried to talk him off the ledge and gave him plenty of chances, but he just can't get control of himself. So until he calms down, takes his ADHD meds or whatever he's taking, he can just stay muted.
Hey, Chris, I share your pain, man, when we get fucking British trolls coming in. They're the worst.
I just fucking really pisses me off.
That's racist. British trolls.
Maybe
Spook, that's racist, bro.
Maybe Spook will do better.
Hey, you've been on muted,
Spook. We got one in the tank. Spook wants to come in here.
I saw you've been on muted for a while. I don't think you've chimed in, but do you want to say hello or just
sure.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Yeah,
how's you guys?
Hey, what's going on? Helium, shut up for a second.
Guys,
oh my god.
Guys, I would really love to have a definition of why the Earth is flat. You know?
Okay, sure.
Okay. Shall I run through it again?
I'm not going to be mean. I just want to be nice.
That's fine. I'll explain to it as very quickly as I can. We here on this server understand that the Earth is flat because we observe the Earth to be flat over distances of water. We measure over distances of water that.
Oh my god! It's got a victory royale in Fortnite.
See ya.
And that conversation.
I mean, dude, these are
that was really quick, wasn't it?
Champion Globe Earthers, lady. I mean, I think I just got back on the globe. I'm fucking convinced, bro. I'm gonna quit the server. Actually,
this bloody British.
This is the globe when it sends.
Yeah, they're sending their best.
That was American.
They sent their best.
I'm their fucking best. What are you talking about?
All right,
what the fuck was that?
Dude, this is what's so funny, dude. This is I've never met a flat earther that's had to resort to this type of stuff. Like, hey, what's the proof of the flat earth? Oh shit, a triple! Like I've never in my life ever done that ever.
Well, see, me, you've only been here for like 2 years. We've experienced that's crazy.
You're making us flat earthers look even better.
But they're kids. If you
We're
can
trying to
handle
make
that-
sense of all this shit, and everybody comes in here and just fucks with us all the time. It's weird.
It's not even effective, though. It's just
They're kids, but if Jedi can, if Jedi can tell them the Lula B, that one about reality and the sea level, that would be nice. And then, if they can listen, and then that will be for their future. Lula B for every day. That means that water reality will never curve. They will live with that reality. They will cross the ocean with the aeroplanes or whatever. They will look in that ocean, and that ocean will never ever curve in their life.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, Sasha. Man. Couldn't have said it better.
yeah. But Luke, Spook, and Ace, they all think water forms into hills for boats to go over. And what are you going to do with people like that? I mean, look, flat earthers, we just don't think water forms into hills, and you guys think it forms into hills. So I mean, I don't know how to help you.
We cannot help them. They need to deal with nature and tell nature, can you please change for us because we believe that water is curving.
I mean, guys,
that would be like asking God to make the Earth a globe when He didn't make it that way originally. You know,
something like that.
Hey, I'm gonna unmute Ace again. Ace, if you say one stupid thing, I'm banning you immediately.
Right,
You're not even gonna get a third word out of your fucking face. Okay, I'm telling you. You can be number 14,000 on the ban list. It don't matter to me.
or you can hang. This is a place where everyone's welcome. You don't have to be a flat earther to be here. There's a lot of people that roll in that are not flat earthers, that ask questions, come and go. They don't get muted. They don't get banned. It's probably not what you're thinking. So just chill
So
out.
can I just
if you want to
mute my
bring the
mic
smoke,
instead of
you're gonna
being
get the
server
smoke
muted?
back. But just chill out, bro. What's up?
Can I just mute my mic instead of being server muted?
Yeah,
you can listen, but just be cordial. If you're following the conversation, if you're going to post in the live stream voice text, just post in there, ask questions. We'll respond. And if you don't want to talk, that's okay. You can listen, even listen to the live chat.
No, what we're gonna do is we're gonna lead the dance, okay? All right. So this is Dancing with the Stars. So you're the D-list actor. We're the trained dancer.
Wow.
We're gonna show you how to do the 1-2. All right. That's how this goes.
The 1-2.
The 2-step.
Well, I mean, do you even know how to rock side? We're not even sure if you know how to rock side to side yet. All right. So we haven't even made it to that stage. We've already entered this server, started spiraling. So maybe we can start over. Well, shit, we're about to take 2 steps to the left and see what's up.
I ain't gonna lie though. Check this out. If you don't know shit about flat Earth, come in and thank you. That's what globalists think. They're gonna come in here on.
Just know it's not what you're thinking.
Everybody knows that the Earth is a globe, and nobody's. It's just like I don't even have to know anything about science or anything because everybody knows.
Let's go.
Oh, shut up.
Nice and simple.
So the flat Earth that you've made up in your head that you think we believe, we don't believe in that flat Earth either.
Hell no.
So, like, you have this idea of what flat Earthers believe. It's wrong.
Yep.
We don't think
So when
Earth
you
is
say-
a disc in space. We don't think it's a space pizza. We don't think any of that.
When you say it's not flat, you're right. It's not flat like that.
Why does it look? What kind of shape is it?
You only get the view
That's a good question.
when you go outside. That's the only thing you have. You'll never get this view where you're gonna quote unquote see the whole Earth. Okay? There's no place you can go to take a selfie and turn back.
Yeah, correct. He said, well, what shape is it? Earth is not a
Yeah.
shape. Earth is
Well-
where we live. It's our place.
What about the planet? Is it?
Earth isn't a planet. So, if I asked you what shape is a rock, what shape would that be?
Different forms. It depends what rock.
There you go.
Yeah, but it doesn't have like an idealized shape. It's not a square. It's not a cube. It's not a pyramid. It's not a sphere.
And is it
It has
somewhere?
no shape that we could say.
Somewhere?
Helio.
It has no shape where we could say a rock is shape X. The Earth is the same thing. It doesn't have a idealized abstract shape.
Oh, what? So is it just like a shape that nobody really knows? It's just a thing.
It's the Earth.
Oh
It's
yeah.
the Earth. It's not an object that you can like hold in your hand. It's all of existence.
There you go.
But what we will say to you is that the waters of the Earth, they're flat. Now you have to understand that flat is a description of a surface and not a shape itself. So what Indio is trying to explain to you is, hey, look, the Earth is Earth shape. It's not a square. It's not a circle. We couldn't actually tell you what the shape of the Earth was. But what we can tell you is when we measure the surface of the Earth, the water bit, that's level and flat, my friend. There is no curvature over any distance of water.
Oh. Yeah, that just confused me.
Well, the surface of the Earth is supposed to be like 70% water, right?
Yeah.
So if the water's not curving, then the Earth can't be a ball. It's pretty simple. Because to claim Earth's a ball is like a geometric claim, but the water has to be curving all over the place at a certain rate. But if we go out and we measure the surface of water and it's not curving, then it can't be a ball. We can eliminate the ball. Now, flat could be a whole bunch of different shapes. There's a bunch of different shapes that have flat sides. Yeah, it could be any one of those, but we know what it's not. We know it's not a ball. There's no curve, there's no ball.
No, I get what you mean.
Yeah, the center, what global Earth people believe is the center of the Earth is basically the gravitational force that holds the water on surface, which is wrong from our observation, since regardless of what, if you go to the level of water, then regardless of distance, it takes the same shape of level. So there's no curvature, there's no going down. The further you go in terms of temperature from 18 degrees Celsius, and plus everything decreases in shape. So therefore the stationary object you're focusing on takes more distance the hotter it gets. The colder it gets from 18 degrees downward, the more magnified it gets. So therefore, you have the feeling it comes.
Let's keep it simple for the guys. It seems pretty new, but
yeah,
I would just say, like, if you're trying to imagine the whole entirety of the Earth, start thinking about how you would imagine the whole entirety of outer space. What shape would that be? Do you know?
I mean, you couldn't. You have to reach it. You have to reach.
Hold on, Rip. Hold on.
Okay.
What do you think, Ace?
What? Can you repeat that, please? I have to turn you.
So if I were to be like, if you ask me, like, what shape is the Earth? What shape is flat Earth? And I go, well, I don't know. And I turn to you and say, well, what shape is outer space? What would you say to that?
Well, you don't know.
There you go.
What if I asked you? What if I asked you?
The reason why you don't know is because outer space isn't some object. There's not like an object in your room that you can pick up and go, well, yeah, this would represent outer space pretty well. It's not an object. It's basically like the embed of what you would think reality is. So for us, we don't think there's an outer space. I think that's a fictional setting for books and movies and video games. So I think Earth is the embed of reality. So it's not some object. There's not an object in your room that you can pick up and go, yep, this represents the Earth. Not a CD, not a book, not a magic carpet, not a freaking frisbee. None of these things represent the Earth.
Magic carpet? Where'd you get that?
I put a little spin on that because people will be like, well, here's the thing. People, when they think of flat Earth, what they do is they try to, it's like trying to put Halo in a PlayStation. They are not compatible. So what they do is they imagine outer space and all the planets, and then they try to swap out the globe and put in something flat, whether it be a disc, a magic carpet, freaking, you name it, a piece of paper, whatever, something flat in their mind. They just swap it in for a globe and they go, well, and they start asking questions about that. Well, why don't I jump off the edge? And why isn't it the only flat planet? And why isn't it daylight all the time? They don't understand that we're not talking about some type of flat floating pizza in outer space. We don't think, or outer space is even real. So
While other planets don't take the shape either.
Hey, so you're looking at the
It's
voice
just
text
the Earth.
connected to this channel.
Huh?
Want to hear?
Are you looking in the text channel?
Yeah, everyone keeps asking me to tell CB to unmute. I can't. That's not my. That's up to them, not me.
You are unmuted.
Okay, so it's asking if you're looking in the text channel that's connected to this voice chat. Because there's some infographics and stuff that's posted there to help along with the conversation.
Won't be able to because I don't have any roles.
Oh, no, I can't see it.
Oh, let me help you out. There we go.
All right, 2 seconds, guys. Sorry, let me see if I can try this one. Ace, did you notice that we kept saying that space doesn't exist?
I mean, I don't believe in space anyway.
Why don't you believe in space, mate?
There's no actual evidence of him being there.
From our understanding, we know what space means.
Hold on, Ripcord.
Gonna lose my shit with you in a minute, Ripcord. Really am. Alright, so why don't you think space exists, mate? Ace.
Well, I haven't really seen any hard evidence it's a thing, really. What, people went into the sky and said they're in space? Okay. I mean...
What are we told space is? We're told it's a vacuum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you understand what a football is, don't you? Kick it around in the playground. You know what a tyre is,
Not
don't
a playground, I'm not a pedophile or anything.
Well, you didn't have to say that, mate. So now I've lost a little bit of respect for you. You didn't have
No, I'm
to
just
say
saying,
that.
because I'm not like... It's the way you said playground, like, I'm not...
Do you know what? I play football in a fucking playground. I don't have to go to school to use the playground. It's called a mugger, multi-use games area. Bit of concrete, goals at either side. You can have basketball courts as well. Don't have to be a paedophile to go there.
You mean the park?
Anyway. Yeah. You know what a football is, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what football is, right? You understand that the gas that you've pumped into the football is under pressure because it can't escape the football, right? You understand that? Awesome. What happens when you burst that football? What happens to the gas inside?
It gets let out.
Yeah, exactly. Now, it might sound a really simple demonstration, but this is what we call a law of nature. This happens in this way always. So when you uncontain high pressure gas, it disperses into the lower pressure environment. Like when you pop a balloon or a football or a tyre. Now, you have to understand that when that gas is contained, it has gas pressure. The force that gas is exerting on the walls of its container. Now, the problem with this is we are told that the Earth is an uncontained pressure system. The point is that means that there is no physical barrier around the Earth for the to press upon for the gas to have gas pressure. In actual fact, there's no physical barrier. Now there's a vacuum, which would mean that me and you shouldn't be breathing at all because the gas would piss off into that vacuous space, like when you pop a balloon or a tyre. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but so how do we breathe then?
Well, we breathe because we have gas pressure, and we have that pressure because the Earth is a enclosed system. It would be impossible for us to breathe if out there was a vacuum and we didn't have a physical barrier keeping the gas here. So logically, the Earth's a contained system. Has to be for us to have gas pressure.
Oh.
Do you understand that?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Good. So when they turn around to us and say, you know, Jupiter, that's a giant ball of gas that's uncontained within a vacuum. Me and you and everybody else understands that that can't be fucking true. You can't have uncontained gas pressure in vacuums. So this is how we remove the entire medium of space and every single piece of evidence that they tell us that the Earth is a spinning ball from. Because space, the vacuum, goes against laws of nature. You understand that?
Yeah.
Awesome. Have you got any questions on that?
Well, there's not really much questions, so she just pointed out pretty much the whole thing.
I mean, it's simple, isn't it? It's really easy to understand, right? Yeah. And that's
keep
basically
getting
the
messages
whole
from
of the
that Jackal
flat.
person to tell me to tell you guys to unmute him, but I don't know who he is. I'm sick of the
That's
DMs.
not a problem. We will get. That's fine. Just tell him not to DM you. And if you're listening, this man, we will get round and unmute you in a minute. Not a problem. I just want to make sure that Ace understands what we're saying. It's not complicated. It's kind of really easy. This is why I get frustrated sometimes, because it's so fucking simple. A child could understand it. So the medium of the vacuum of space can't be real because it goes against laws of nature. Have you got any other questions, mate?
No, not really. I think you just told me pretty much everything I need to know from now.
Okay.
I'm gonna just quickly go grab a cornetto. I'm starving.
Yeah, you go and sort yourself out, my friend. We're going to speak to someone else. Stick yourself on mute. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to add something to this. So where do you think is the end of certain pressure in terms of gases?
Who are you talking to, mate?
To Ace.
Oh, he just said that he was going to get an ice cream because he was hungry.
Okay, yeah,
I'm glad you
I
cleared that up,
went
'cause I thought you
with
said
my
something else.
question then. Yeah, okay.
I can't answer where the end of the pressure is, but I can answer where the beginning is. Earth.
CB, help.
Yeah, but we're told that gravity holds the atmosphere. That's what I'm told.
Gravity, yeah. Yep, gravity holds the gases in.
Yeah, I mean, gravity doesn't exist, especially because every element has its law, and by definition and observing the elements in and of itself, which has been done already, they do abide by law, and therefore there's only one element that reaches the top, and that is helium-3. So by talking in terms of elements and water pressure from leveling, you have the oxygen, which is the air we're breathing, then argon comes next, fluorine, carbon monoxide, nitrogen, neon, tritium, deuterium, hydrogen, helium-4 and helium-3. And then the boundary ends. So why do you think the NASA astronauts using a bodysuit to breathe, because they cannot breathe helium? There's no nutrition for your body anyway, regardless of what state you're in.
I understand it. Everybody that's listening understands everything you just said. Where did those gases come from? Outer space or Earth?
No, they exist within a boundary that was being set. When I'm talking about this, I'm talking about a creator.
Yes, we're talking about the. Yes, we're talking about Earth. We're talking about. Did you come here to talk about Earth, or are we not in the same?
I mean,
where do you think those gases? Yes, they're layering out. We know the layers of the atmosphere. Yes, in the stratosphere, mesosphere, and all that kind of shit. Where do the gases originate? In your opinion, where do they originate? From Earth or outer space?
From Earth, of course.
Yeah, well, then, all right. Continue, gentlemen.
Well, I was just going to ask us, like, are you suggesting that the air is layered into different gases? That's actually not the case.
It's
right?
homogeneous.
Yeah, those gases make up the pressure.
Yeah, but it's not like you were saying it, and it kind of sounded like you were saying that there's a layer of oxygen, and then there's a layer of this and a layer of that. You know that's not the case, right?
Yeah, I mean each layer makes up.
First.
Yeah, there's a mixture of gases. Depends on. Hey, and we talk about density. Like, yeah, there's layers of gases, but they all originate from Earth. Nothing comes from outer space, which is a cartoon fantasy.
Yeah, because they think that magnetic forces hold up our atmosphere, which is bogus. There has to be a a solid structure to hold everything in. Even the helium, even helium wouldn't surpass the so-called space because it would sucked in like every other element, like oxygen and such, would also be sucked into the space. It would be.
I think Ripcore's starting to get it now. I think he's getting it. You see, you can just hear it happen.
I knew it from the beginning. I didn't get it, but
it's just like, but you haven't talked to a lot of people like us before, so that's cool, man. I like you, Ripcore, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, continue, guys. I know I'm like shut up Helio mode or talking forever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm basically done. I mean, I'm basically.
No, man, that's pretty much the end. That's the answer.
Honestly,
I mean, it's just like gases don't come from outer space; they come from Earth, and there's no such thing as Earth in outer space. That's a story that everyone's been told. And that's the answer.
Honestly, dude, we're getting like pseudo smoke from friggin' Gen Zs at this point. I mean, what do we have to worry about? You know, it's like
pseudo smoke.
What do you mean?
Pseudo smoke.
Fucking screaming shit over the mic.
No, what
I'm about to smoke some tobacco in a minute, and I might be back and talk to you guys again. But that's the bottom line. It's like, do gases come to Earth from outer space? No, they don't. All the gases we experience are right here on Earth. The only place that we ever know as humans, you know, since we're conscious persons, it's like that's the end of the conversation. It's like, oh, now we figured it out. Boom. End of the conversation.
I mean, if we would,
a lot of people think that Earth created itself.
You need that smoke break, bro.
That's bullshit. Like, you know, with the Big Bang, and there's a lot of discussion about that, but it's just like, how could Earth create itself? That's fucking stupid.
It can't. There has to be someone who has made every element, every creature to observe its own element, basically, and abide by it.
All right, so dude said the longer I listen, the more confused I get. So let's help him out. Let's get too crazy. All right, so let's keep it simple.
Let him ask him some questions.
No. So here's the thing.
Ripcord. You got to listen to moderation, mate. Right? CB is trying to run the live stream. Please stop interrupting him. Seriously, mate. Please.
All right.
Yeah, we can appreciate the passion. For sure, but there's definitely a certain decorum around. So just definitely take some notes, and everything will be fun. But I like to look at it more, Ripcord, that we should be leading the dance, not necessarily like, well, what questions do you have for us? Like, no, I'm going to show you how to do the two-step. All right, that's how this is going to go, because these guys haven't had this conversation before. So you can't expect them to know what paths to go down. So,
I mean,
he
you
said,
don't know me. I'm sorry for interrupting right now, but you don't know me.
You're right.
I know how I do my steps in terms of asking questions and such. I mean, if it does not sound the right steps in terms of approaching people, then I might listen, you know, and I will.
Fair enough.
Good job.
But he said, the more I listen, the more confused I am. So let's just keep it real simple, right? We got 3 major points: space, spin, curve. Super simple. I'm looking for a clip that I have. But you might hear people talk about the 3 points. And we typically start with curvature. So they say the Earth is a globe or curving. Mima said, who are we talking about? So I'm directing this to our friend D00D in the chat. Dude, we spoke to you a little bit earlier. So, we're just the three pillars. Just keeping it real simple. If you get confused, if you're getting lost in this topic, you can always refer back to the 3 points. I'm so bad at multitasking. I'm trying to get you a clip. Give me 1 second. Yeah, but they say the Earth is a globe, right? So it has to be curving. They say it's spinning, so then it would be rotating, and it's in space. And so there's an argument attached to that as well. It involves gas pressure and outer space. So let me play this clip real quick. But it really isn't that complex. People say, "Oh, well, I'm not an expert. I'm not a scientist." You don't need to be a scientist to understand how big they claim the Earth to be. In the same way that if you, we asked Drace. I asked Drace Ace, how tall are you? He said, I'm 6'9" or whatever. And I just riffed off of that to tell him, well, okay, well, great. The globe has done a similar type of thing. They've made some cap-ass claim that the globe is a certain size. And you can actually go and check to see if that's true. And so, here's the 3 points clip that I have.
Yeah, 3 point space spin curve. Yeah, it's flat in a cup of water. Yeah, water doesn't curve, man. That's retarded. Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, I made this song called Push FE, and I referenced Miggy's 3 points. I just hit it backwards. Space, spin, curve. And we typically go curve, spin, and then space. But yeah, like I said, if you get confused, you can always fall back on that.
What kind of audience are you trying to attract with a ghetto flat Earth video?
No, dude, I have maybe like 9 songs that I put together for the panel, just for the live stream, for the server. Yeah. That's actually the guy who made that song in the GIF there. The original song, that's Gunna, Pushin' P. But it's just fun. You'll find that as you get into the topic, there's a lot of parallels in media. There's commercials that I've stumbled across that were like, huh, was that like a subtle like jab at like flat Earth? Like, so
as inside here in the server, I find it hilarious. Good job, dude. Honestly, actually. I find it pretty fun.
Thank
for
you.
the community.
Yeah, that's all it is for. I'm not trying to do. Somebody was like, "Oh, I don't like the voice." I'm like, "Well, dude, I don't care about that. Like, I'm doing the bars are for the community. I'm not trying to get some shine off of this stuff." So, anyway, but like I said, there's a lot of parallels in the media, so it's super easy to take a song like Pushin' P and call it like Push FE. And so, yeah, it's just really fun to play around with that. So, just to give a wholesome answer. All right, Luke, you should be in control of your own mic. So, what's up?
Oh, I was just like interested in what inspired you to make the song.
Well, dude, honestly, I was outside just working out, lifting to that song, Pushin' P. Love the beat. I've always been a big fan of instrumental hip hop music, and so I just had the beat looping on repeat. I'm like, you know what? I'm pushing feet. I push a feet. I push a feet. I just started writing my own bars to the song, and it's like I said, when you've been around the topic a lot, it's easy to put in the stuff that we talk about here into a song, and it works. It works surprisingly really well. I'll drop a link to my SoundCloud if anyone wants to check it out. I've got like 9 songs on there, mostly parodies of popular songs.
Check it out.
All right. Yeah, you're welcome to do that. I always made beats before, but when I joined the server, I heard other people had rap songs and this and that. They were very good. So I'm like, oh, well, I'll make some content, but I'm not trying to be a rapper. So, don't flame me too hard, all right? But yeah, you're more than welcome to check out the SoundCloud. I'll get a link for y'all. But yeah, no one's having more fun, folks. We've got the best memes, the best music. You know, it's just what it is. We're having a lot of fun with it at this point. So I think people just don't really. The media has gassed up everybody to think that, oh, these flat earthers, they're going to be the dumbest people you've ever spoke to, dumber than kindergartners, blah, blah, blah. No one's giving you the real rundown of like, hey, this is who they are. This is what their argument is. They're not going to tell you that. The media, you go to the media, they're like, oh yeah, they think it's a pancake in space. They're stupid. So that's what everyone thinks. That's why everyone and their mama thinks flat earth is stupid. But when you get here, someone peeks behind the curtain. They're like, oh, damn, they're talking about like gas pressure and second law of thermodynamics, radius, things that maybe I've never heard of. Like that's not what the media told me I was going to be getting into. So I'm sure that surprises people pretty often. And you end up seeing a lot of trolling, like you saw what happened earlier. So these people are sincere. Like, the media doesn't tell you who you're getting into this conversation with. A lot of us believed in the globe our whole life. Me, passionately. I used to tell people for their birthday, I'd be like, congratulations on another trip around the sun. Okay, I don't think the Earth moved.
Well, in school,
but I used to tell people... Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Well, in school, they didn't even teach us that how fast the Earth was moving. They only told us the Earth was circling the sun and spinning. They never told us any speeds.
Yeah. But regardless of that, though, when I would tell this to people, they'd be kind of surprised. Wow, I've never heard anyone say that before. I guess you're right. We are going around the sun. You know, so like I believed it a lot. And that's what I'm trying to say is that when people get into the conversation with a flat earther, they think like, oh, they must have never even heard of the globe. False. They probably believed it more than you do.
Would you believe me if I told you about a month ago I found out that the Earth was moving at the speeds that it was? I'm what, 38 years old? And about a month ago,
I would believe that because it's not like, yeah, they just kind of give you the bullet points. They're not telling you, well, here's the evidence for what we're claiming. They're just like, oh, well, it's spinning. That's about it. So then you get to like, you start talking to a flat earth and they're like, well, hey, did you know that they're claiming it's going this speed? And you're like, what? Really? So, no, I definitely would believe you.
Yeah, the speeds, the turning, the chasing, going around the sun, that and the speeds was like, wow, that sounds so unbelievable. Like, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, people. What's funny is you present that back to a globe believer and they don't even believe it. You're like, well, because they think you're just like basically a car going around a racetrack. They don't realize that the racetrack is also going around something. And then that going around something else. So you learn about things like vectors. So it's not, the Earth isn't just spinning or going around the sun. The sun's doing something. And then that galaxy is making another path. You know, and then that super galaxy is doing something else. It just gets crazier and crazier. And people, if you go and told your neighbors this, they'd be like, wow, damn, really? So, but that's what's so beautiful about the flat earth, the simplicity of it. We're simply saying we're not moving. And I've dubbed it in my own way. I talk about like houses and buildings and stuff. I asked somebody, do you think your house moves? So if Ace is there, Dude, who else? Luke, maybe Spook is back or listening on YouTube, but I ask people all the time, do you think buildings move? Do you think the building that you're in right now is moving?
It feels like it's been smoking, but I don't know really.
There you go.
I like the question where how do planes land with a rotation?
But then you're just opening the door for them to be like, well, you see, due to the Coriolis and conservation of momentum and the planes account for it, and there's technology, and they can just give you tons of quote unquote excuses or explanations that solve your question. But with what I've noticed with this like moving buildings question, the backlash is hilarious. A lot of people, well, Ace handled it like a champ. He's like, "Oh yeah, I've been smoking, so yeah, it seems like it." That's a really clever way to handle the question. Some people are like, "Well, you just don't understand relativity," or they'll say that, "Well, the building it does sway a little," and so they think that I don't understand the question that I'm asking. The question involves the house moving with the earth rotating with the ground.
Then you get a response like, the earth moves, but my house doesn't, or the other way around.
And you know what? Let me post those. I have had. That's why I love the question, because the answers are all over the place. If I took a random sample of 10 people and asked them, do you think buildings move? Do you think buildings move? Do you think buildings move? Yes, no, gravity. You just don't understand relativity. You know, let me just post some of them. What you said, obvious, is exactly what someone said. They were like, well, you see, the earth moves, but that explains why the buildings don't move. It's like, what? They said that, well, the house is built on tiles that are on top of the earth and not attached. Therefore, they don't move. Well, this is what's so beautiful about it, is that we're simply presenting back their beliefs to them. They do think buildings move, as ridiculous as that sounds. Here's the screenshot in the chat for anyone's interested in that nutter who said that they don't move, but the earth moves.
I like that approach.
Exactly. It's a mirroring type of approach. You're showing them, here's what you believe.
Floor tiles that cover the ground.
I know, dude. It's so crazy.
Buildings floating around like lily pads.
Yep. Yeah. It's honestly crazy. I've started I've made a channel where I posted I just called it Moving Buildings and Houses. And I've got screenshot after screenshot of everyone saying, yep, definitely moving. No, it's not moving. Yep, it's moving. You're an idiot for thinking that. It's like, I love the question. But all you're doing is presenting the idea that they believe in back to them. Here's what you believe. And some of them recognize, okay, well, you're right. Technically, the globe is rotating, so yes, buildings do move. And I'll give them some credit. All right, you're right. You do at least have some internal consistency in what you're claiming. But I'm now mocking you for that belief, because they typically try to say that flat earthers are crazy, you're conspiracy theorists, yada, yada. But when it comes to this position in particular, out of the two of us, I have the same position. You have the crazy position. I think the buildings are not moving, ever. Never. You think they are. So I don't care how you want to spin that. You have the crazy position. There's no way you can get out of that. I'm sorry. You can't make that seem normal. So,
yeah, I mean, there's talking about conspiracy theories on the internet. There's like so many different ones. There's like Bigfoot. There's dragons, aliens, whatever. You know, there's a bunch of them, right? And a lot of the times they're not really like censored. But then I realized, like, wow, like the flat Earth topic is like completely censored. Like it's like they don't want you knowing this.
Mm-hmm.
Like they don't even want you. They don't want you to see it, right? But everything else is perfectly fine, right? Like, and as somebody who kind of, you know, thinks a little logically, I kind of noticed that when something is heavily suppressed like that, there must be some truth to it.
Yeah, red flag should be going off if you're like, wow, why are they putting this behind closed doors? Because they're not putting Bigfoot behind, you know, a bunch of propaganda. You know, they're making like documentaries. Like, look, Bigfoot. They're not putting our arguments mainstream. You're not going to go out there and hear somebody talk about the Black Swan in a mainstream type of way. That's why we had a guy named Adam Unsalted who would kind of hang in the chat and post these memes. He would like edit like a busy block in New York's, you know, Times Square, and he would like Photoshop a big billboard and put the Black Swan. I actually really love those memes. I thought they were so funny. Because could you imagine, like, in real life, you roll up to a big billboard and you see Platform Hill House on there? That would be so funny. So it's just like, you're not going to see our arguments mainstream. You're not going to see Black Swan on a billboard somewhere. You're going to see a freaking floating pancake pizza, ice cream cone, magic carpet, flat earth in space, if it's being represented mainstream. So, yeah.
Good question.
Yep.
Thank you. I never got the argument, I don't know what it is, but I know it's not. Or we don't know what it is, but we know it's not. That just doesn't make any sense to me. When Thomas Edison was figuring out the light bulb, he supposedly went through 6,000 different materials and configurations, and not one of the 5,999 things that he tried before told him what it was. Well, I know it's not old socks. It didn't tell him what it was.
Yeah, well, this is very easy, because only pure metals can make such a conclusion, which would be gold, silver, bronze.
Ripcord.
That's not the point.
What if we got what's the point of the 6,000 materials? Like, are we talking about the Earth being flat?
Question, please, Josh.
I don't think he was done.
Ripcord.
Well,
you just told me to shush.
Ripcord.
Yes.
Why do you sound like you've got a flip flop in your mouth?
Who's this guy?
Hold on, Luke. Just.
This
Oh
is Luke.
my God,
He's
Luke, what are you doing?
Ace.
Luke's abrasive. He's like sandpaper.
Are you telling me to be quiet?
It's
Louis,
okay.
if you don't, I'll stamp on your dad's legs.
I don't listen to anybody who doesn't have a rank here.
You're actually like,
I'm
I'll
gonna turn
snap
this
your
guy's
dad's
volume
legs.
down to
Okay,
2%
hold on,
so I
guys.
can
Hold on.
talk.
Let's not
What's
burst
up,
into
Creation
chaos
Bear?
here. I'm sorry. Let's not burst into chaos.
Black,
It was okay for a little bit. Luke, you sent us off into a freaking spiral. All right, let's chill out.
All right, all I wanted to say was Timbo is not here to attack you, Luke. He just wants to speak to you, so calm down. That's it. That's all.
He was an old dude. Your grandma's probably dead. She got strung up. She got beat up. She got whipped.
Oh my God, Luke. All right, well, if you can't control yourself, we'll have to just pop you on mute, buddy.
Luke,
So.
just mute yourself.
Okay.
Just mute yourself.
Sorry,
Just
guys.
mute yourself. There we go. Sorry about that, boys. He's got autism.
That's
Thanks,
no
Dad.
excuse to be rude, man.
Anyway, where were we?
I was just saying, because I think he's sorry. I cut out there for a seckie.
Talking about the light bulb.
I know where we were. I posted something in the chat. If you wanted to go ahead, I'll give you a chance, Timbo. I know you're trying to gather some steam there, so go ahead if you figured out what you wanted to say.
Me?
No, I think Timbo. But anyway, he was saying, you know, because we talk about the idea of like falsification is independent of replacement.
Go pick cotton. Know your place.
What, bro? What?
Whoa!
What is going on, bro? How did you just?
Okay, just serve a mute, Luke.
No, don't serve a mute. You don't have permissions. You little black brick.
Okay.
Oh God!
Take care, buddy. Jeez.
Oh
you need to find better mates, man.
But
he's not
anyway.
really my mate. I just met him.
Yeah. Anyway, so the idea of falsification is independent of replacement. So he's like, no, well, we need to replace it. I've met a lot of people like this, especially recently. It seems to be gathering, you know, a little bit. It's like become a trend lately, maybe. But no, we need to give them something in the place of what they thought.
CB, shut up. You're a nigger.
Oh, here we go.
Carry on.
Jesus, bro. Anyway, so yeah, we don't need to
he's not
replace anything. Yeah, it's only half, so that's all good. You can't use the hard R. So anyway, but
I think my satellite dropped out. Who keeps on saying that stuff?
I don't even know. But
is it
they're
Zeus?
Gone. No. They're gone anyway. Don't worry, Timbo. I'm not even paying any attention. But
yeah.
This is for dude. This is messages for dude. Okay, dude was saying like we gotta give him something. All right, we gotta give him something to chew on.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, in my opinion. I think Mimas would probably agree if you're listening. I posted in the chat another screen.
I agree.
Yeah, there's another screenshot of the.
Oh my god!
And ironically, I am listening too. I 100% agree with you.
Say his name and he appears.
Well, I heard him chime in, so it's all good. So we got eyes on the chat. But anyway, neti, right? It's a Sanskrit expression, so it means not this, not that, neither this nor that. And so, it's just a really solid approach because people will be like, "Well, what is the moon?" Well, it's not a rock. Okay, so then it must be plasma. Well, maybe it's not that either. And so you don't have to give them really anything. You don't have to make a claim, bro. They've already made a claim of what it is. So you just go, well, it's not that. And I understand that it's like you seem like it seems helpful to give someone like, well, here I made a little toy model of the Earth. Like here, you can think of it this way. But I actually see that more as hurtful than helpful. But I mean that might be just a little more advanced. But I don't know.
Again, that's just the part I don't get. If you don't know what it is,
and dude, can I ask you a question? How I can know that?
Know what?
What it is.
What it is. That how I could know that.
Well, there's many different ways of.
Can you tell me one? Can you tell me one way?
Well, what are we talking about? Well,
exactly what you're talking about. Knowing what the whole Earth is.
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
What is the whole Earth?
That is the times it was said. Yeah, we don't know what it is, but it's not this. It's not this. It's not this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not getting what it is.
Yeah.
So if we made a textbook, like what picture would we make the Earth? We'd have to leave it blank. Literally the whole thing. There's like no picture you can put in there unless you just take pictures of the Earth. Go outside, take a picture. That's about all you get. You don't get this whole view of the whole Earth. So you can't even put a picture on the book that goes, well, here's what it looks like. So
let's put it like this. How I could find out?
You can't.
Which kind? No, I'm asking him which kind of research. What shall I do to find out that?
Well, many times you can just look. I mean, I've seen a couple of these videos where one guy was going, volcanoes don't exist and pandas don't exist.
Yeah, we don't do that here. We don't do that here.
I'll stop you there, man. So what we do here is we look at things that we can verify. Yeah. So they say the Earth's a globe with these dimensions. So we say, okay, let's go out and check it. We check it, and the Earth's not a globe with these dimensions. Now you're going to say, okay, how did you do that? And we'll go, okay, we did laser tests, and we see too far. So how then do you go, okay, well, I still live on a globe. You know what I mean? So what are you going to do next to check it? We've checked for drop over distance and it doesn't seem to exist. So therefore, we don't live on this globe that they're telling us. You're asking for a picture of our flat Earth that you can't, impossible to get because you need a God's eye view.
Yep.
And two-thirds of that what they are saying that it's Earth. 2/3 of that it's possible maybe to to explore, and 1/3 it's forbidden to explore.
But you can model that 1/3.
Yeah, of course.
And if you notice, they're always finding like new islands. Like they're like supposedly we have thousands of satellites in space, right, that are looking down on Earth, and yet we're always finding new islands. I mean,
yeah, but look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this point. Make a one circle of 60 degrees, and then make another circle bigger for 30 degrees, and then see how much space is that around 60 degrees, all that 90 degrees. You will find out that maybe it's even bigger than all that inside the circle. That space around. But that's what we don't know what it is.
Dude.
Where I need to start my research then, if I don't know 1/3 of the.
Well, just go on a Google search or go on a Discord, and they'll know.
Yeah, dude, you got to keep in mind.
I went there, CB, and I found out that nobody did something like a story of Captain and Cook. You know, that's his only story. You know, that he navigate like for the 60,000 miles on the Earth. You know, I don't know. That's the story. You know, but never ever after that nobody did it something similar like him. I don't know.
Problem with making a model, it's like looking at a cardboard cutout.
Well, we couldn't.
You see
anyways,
one side of it.
We can't privately and freely explore.
Right.
You know, the extremities. We can only go so high.
Well,
maybe you've heard this before, Andy. The idea of three blind men trying to describe an elephant. So you've got one guy trying to, look, the tusk, it feels like a tooth. And then some guy in the back's like, no, but the leg, it's got a knee, or whatever. They're all describing different things, and nobody knows what the whole makeup is like. So that's what we're all doing when we're all here trying to piece it all together. We're all like those blind men. We've all got our own little touch on it, but we can't describe the whole thing.
Yeah,
So-
we haven't got countless trillions of dollars in 500 years either. So
right,
yeah, broke
So,
blind men.
I could build you a model of a 1978 Camaro because I had one, right? And I could tell you, yes, that's an accurate representation because I've seen the whole car. I've owned the car. I've taken the real car apart and put it back together. I've been around all the sides of it. I've driven it places. So I know the car intimately. So if I were to buy a model of the car, I could say, this is an accurate representation to scale of the car I once owned. But you can't do that with the Earth.
Yeah.
Because no one can get that God's eye view of it.
Right. But what's funny is if they do make a little toy and say, this is what it is, we can go and check to see if what they're saying is true. And when they do that, what they're saying ain't true. Okay. So.
And if you looked at Antarctica footage, videos or whatever of the shore or whatever, that's not what are they showing 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles of shore, or how much?
Oh, not even close to that, Sasha.
Yeah.
I'd say.
That means it's missing like 50. In that, I'm only saying if it's that true story of Captain Cook that it's missing something like 55,000 miles.
Well, look, everything those ship captains published had to go through a naval committee and then through the royalty, and what they published was highly edited already by the Navy.
Yeah,
not for anything other than for security reasons, because they didn't want all their enemies to be able to see where all they had been and everything, or what they knew, so to speak. Which is sometimes why they would find maps that nobody had seen for 100 years. Because they
we
just
can
scrolled it
all
away.
be quite fair, though, that there's massive distances in the outer territories.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think that's a logical inference too, because a lot of people have done it. They've just gone and gone and gone and gone. For all I know, there is no edge that's ever been even close to ever being
like bumped into like the Truman Show. That's
like
do we
this
even
whole,
have the tech? Sorry, Mike.
like the whole ice wall thing. It's I mean, you have one battle group that kind of told you about it, and you have some scientists dotted around places but there's no way to know that that's like a ring or anything like that. For all we know, those are these extant islands, extremely far away.
Yeah, more sea, whatever. It could be fucking everything.
Bro, like that's why I keep talking about this show Attack on Titan. You said you said like, how do we know it's a ring or whatever? Okay, so the issue in the show,
you see that in Attack on Titan also, don't you? Because that's what I see. Exactly what you're about to say
is like, okay, so there's a certain area, there's rings of humanity, and the issue is that it seems like it's been infiltrated the wall. So the military, they send out to the outer edge of the final ring, and they're like, there seems to be a hole in it because we're having some type of infiltration. So we're going to send 2 camps along the wall. This camp goes that way, that camp goes this way, and you guys need to find out if there's any holes under the wall or through the wall. And when I guess I don't need to give any spoilers, but that's essentially what we would need to do if we were like a bunch of Flat Earth Navy SEALs. We would need to do something like that. Like, all right, is this a ring, or like, is there a hole in it? Can we get through? Is there more water beyond? Or whatever. So it's a fascinating thing that the show touches on that I think is a nice parallel to reality.
Yeah, when they
should definitely watch it.
Yeah, when they started that's when the show got interesting for me, was when they got out into the wilderness. It's like when like a big MMO opens up and you're first going out into the world and everybody's terrified because nobody knows what's what. Nobody knows where anything goes.
Well, that's how the story starts off. Is the main characters, when they're children, they find a book, and in the book it says that there's things outside of their little rings of land that they've always known. In the book it's like, oh, there's deserts and ice and woodlands and oceans and things like that, and they're like, wow, we need to go and see if that's true. I feel like that's us. If they were to go and tell their townspeople, hey, did you know there's like oceans outside the walls? They'd be like, what? You're crazy. This is it. Like, this is all we know.
It's because the entire civilization was self-maintained within the boundaries.
Well, basically, in the anime, the people in power just suppressed all the information and just told the people what they wanted them to know. I mean, that's what happened, right?
Yeah.
Has nobody ever like tried to just walk in a straight line and
do that?
How far they go?
You drown.
That's not realistic. Whoever just asked, just think about put your back to go outside your house, and then put your back to the door, and just pick any direction and just head straight, and tell me you're not going to run into something. There's nowhere in reality that you can go where you can now begin to just go straight. And you're not either going to run into a tree, a building, a lake where you can just walk on water.
Well,
there's a lot of these things in the way.
We can be smarter than this, right?
Steps, you're already off course, man. From straight.
I know. You know how far
that's not realistic.
Hold on a minute. Don't you think we're smart enough to be able to go in a straight line for a long distance?
No, because we can't.
Absolutely not. Okay.
Even mainstream articles have come out. I think there's videos in articles that say that humans walk in circles. Like if you were just like lost in the desert, like you're like, all right, I'm just gonna head this direction, and then like next thing you know, you're walking in a giant circle.
Now, Ryan Osiris, do you mean a straight direction or do you mean Dead Reckoning straight line?
What's the difference? Dead
Reckoning is where you set a destination and go in a straight line regardless of direction. So directions, there's only one true direction, and that's north, and everything is navigational based off of plumb and perpendicular to north, left and right, which would be east and west.
Right. Okay. So I guess walking in a straight beeline. So from north, our one true direction, you walk completely south. Right?
How do you do that?
Let's give you the absolute benefit of all the doubt and say you're in a hovercraft.
Okay.
Right? That can go over land and water and hills and keep you in a straight line.
I think we have those. They're called airplanes.
So
right,
and
I can go over land and water, right?
Right. How do planes navigate? Compass, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So they should be able to travel south.
So they're keeping north just 180 degrees behind them the whole time, right?
Right.
Okay. So who's done it?
I don't know. I was asking.
I mean, nobody's done it. So if you want to go try it, you can do it.
Okay.
Yeah, and
But nobody's done
have
it.
Have you ever heard about magnetic declination as well?
Yeah.
May I talk?
Yeah.
Go for it, my friend.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you are not looking at a compass, it's definitely possible to go in a straight line. But as soon as you look on your compass, you're seeing that your compass takes slightly different direction in the south, depending on where you are going.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible. So yeah.
So
I disagree. Because you can think that you're heading in a straight line even without a compass. So you go, okay, I'm going to go that direction. But you need something to guide off. And then once that guide is gone, then what are you going to use to guide off? If you go off direction a couple of degrees, you still think you're going to go straight. But you're not actually going straight. And then the more you get, the further you go, the more you get off course. And you think you're going in a straight line, but you're actually not.
Well, the problem lies where your course is, where your destination is headed.
Yeah, and how do you judge that? So how do you go in a perfectly straight line just by moving without any guidance?
I mean, basically by following your nose, going straight without any change of direction.
And what if you slightly change direction and you think you're going straight, but you're not because you lose concentration for a second?
That's the problem. Is straight lines only exist on paper.
Yeah,
there's another problem that I would mention. Like most of the surface of Earth is actually water, and if you have like the oceans and stuff, you're not going to very easily be able to go in a straight line without any type of navigation.
Yeah,
for a couple of reasons. Like one, you don't have any visual marker. I don't know if you've ever been like at sea before. You don't see anything. You see ocean, water everywhere. There are no landmarks, right? So maps are not going to be much use.
Yeah, so the only directional markers would be what you see with your eyes.
Yeah, but you can't follow anything. Though.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have anything to focus on.
If you would follow the stars, then you would take some.
Move.
Yeah, the stars move, and you would take slight direction in another way.
Yeah.
So how do planes take off from like JFK and then go across the Atlantic Ocean and land in like London, right?
We've gone through this, man. We've been through this. They use beacons.
Yeah,
we've done this before. Rhinoceros.
They use what? Say again.
Right. So there's an advanced radio system. Yeah, there's an advanced radio system, and they can hone in on that, and then they can switch frequencies, and it's like switching quest markers essentially.
Okay, so you can travel in a straight line over long distances, right?
You'll fly, and then the beacon will read, and it'll say you're 2 miles off course southwesterly. So you correct, and then you hit another beacon, and it'll tell you you're on course, or you have to change course slightly, and then it'll hit another beacon, and then it'll tell you whether you're going or you have to change course. That's all that happens.
So it's possible. Why were you guys trying to tell me it's impossible to?
No, it's impossible to go. Are you going to go in a 24,000 mile straight line?
I guess if you have the beacon, right, you could.
How do you get the beacons?
No, but the beacon corrects you line. Correct your flight. It doesn't make you go in a straight line because you. That's why the beacons are there, because you always get off course, no matter what.
It'd be like lanes on a when you're driving, right? It's just it'd be like the lanes kind of guiding you essentially, instead of being painted lines
on a grander
beacons
on a bigger scale. Yeah,
I understand what you're saying. I don't disagree.
You correct. They're not making you go straight. Like just like when you're driving, you're not. See, that's the thing. When people say, "Well, just go straight," you can't do that. Walking, driving, flying, swimming. It doesn't matter what you do. You ain't going straight.
Yeah,
Just on a practical and technological level, we can't do it.
Without a navigational tool, you can't do anything like that.
But even with that, I mean, just in what vehicle are you going to do it in a car?
Navigational tools will give you your bearings. They'll give you your bearings, but they're not going to tell you have gone in a perfectly straight line, because going in a straight line is not going in a straight line. It's being able to look behind you and say that is a perfectly straight line.
You're going to have to constantly correct all the time.
Always.
And I'm not disagreeing with you guys.
It's not a realistic type of thing. But people come here like, oh, just do 10,000 mile triangle in each direction. Like,
yeah, nobody's.
Yeah, that's realistic.
I would say that, like, especially in the air or over water, you're gonna have to do constant correction.
Because I was thinking compasses don't really work in the south, and I was thinking because at one time I was thinking of north-south navigation, and I was thinking, well, you could use a fiber optic gyro because it doesn't use the magnetic field, right? It uses light. So, but then, what do you think to that mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, if you have visual confirmation in terms of laser measurement.
The problem is a lot of people think that we are way more technologically advanced than we actually are. And we're just not there. It took us 400 years to develop flight.
Damn. Why does it start at so that's when they started trying at
that's when the first practical models for studying what causes birds to lift started.
Okay.
Like with Da Vinci.
By aerodynamics.
Yeah, aerodynamics. That's the birth of aerodynamics. Because before then, it was just kind of, it's just like air magic. Flap your wings and you push the air, but it's not actually. It's like flap your wings and it pushes the air and keeps you in the air. And it's like, no, that's not actually what causes flight, because a lot of times the birds, they're just hovering with their wings outstretched.
Which the Bernoulli effect is proof that gas does not go down, go boom, boom.
Right.
I love that phrase, dude. It's such a classic.
So rhinoceros.
If you were able
to go straight line,
the panel is full tonight.
If you were able to dead reckon over tens of thousands of miles, how would you do that with a descending horizon? Because you don't have a straight line to go by, and you don't have a straight line to look behind you, because you're always on a z-axis declination.
Yeah, true. But in terms of global observation, you would fly into the Earth again, basically landing.
Well, I mean, just for mathematical purposes, you can't navigate straight lines. You're actually navigating curved lines if you're on a globe. So if you're navigating straight lines, I would say that does not go well to proving that it's a ball, because you have to pull a straight line to have a straight line. And if your line is, it's like a board. There's bows and crowns, right? You can fix a bow, but a crown is pretty much, it's a dead piece. You can't really use it.
Wait, I don't understand.
You don't understand
what that means.
Okay, so if you have a ball and you try and pull a straight line from overhead, your line looks straight, right? But look at it from the side, and your line is curved with the ball. It's not a straight line. So there's no way to pull a straight line on a ball, which is why all charts are azimuthal. They're flat.
Okay. So the term is just bow and crown. I just never heard that before.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm using carpentry terms.
Okay.
But it's the same thing. A bow is where a board is bent side to side. A crown is when it has a curve that's going downward along the spine.
Okay. That makes sense.
which is we would call that a piece of trash wood. It'd get cut up and turned into like steaks and stuff. But the bows,
okay. Neat.
So, and in order to fix a crown, you have to plane it. So
I just feel like on a flat Earth, even if you try your best to travel in a straight line, even if you go off course a little bit, you'll still like mainly be traveling in the same direction, and there's no possible way you could ever come back to the same position you started at.
No, well, unless you're going in a due direction. If you're going west or east, it's just like going, say, around your block, around your neighborhood, around your house. Right. You're just making a circular path around a central point.
Think of your house. That difficult. Think of your house as north. Pull a line from your house. And if you go left or right, that's east and west. And you'll always be going around your house. So you would circumnavigate your house using your house as the center of the map.
Yeah.
But
that's
what do you mean by
turning, right?
And what
you do that on a globe?
You do that on a globe too.
Yeah.
Right.
There's circular paths either way.
Right. There's still circular paths.
But in terms of traveling, where your point has been would be different from where other points of houses that would take the same approach would take.
Let's talk north-south then. So start at your house, which is north, and then walk south. Even though you might deviate a little bit west and east, there would never be any possible way you could ever return back to your house.
Actually,
no one's done it, mate.
Yeah, and two, in your scenario, south is just 180 degrees in any direction facing away from your house. South is every direction away from north.
Correct.
You're not doing that on a globe either. So
right.
So you can't do that on a globe.
Well, not in reality. Not. They don't even say they do that in quote unquote this globe or whatever.
Right. See, here's the thing:
hypothetically, you could.
There's only one direction. There is only one magnetic direction, and that is north. There is no southern magnetic direction. Right. So every compass points north. So south is just the opposite of north. So if you're on the other side of north, then you go south. If you're on the other side of north, you go south. If you're on the left side of north, you go south. Anytime you're leaving north, you're going south, right? Now, anytime you're using north to navigate left and right from north, you're going east or west. And that puts you in a circle. And those are our lines of latitude.
And when you take the approach from biblical perspective, where there have been 4 pillars, and you being observing from above, not mentioning the centrifugal points that you were talking about, then we would apply from our point where we live to the point we want to travel, the difference of the mathematical correlation from that to that point. It would be very different.
Well, people try to make this more complicated than it needs to be, right? So they'll be like, well, you can go 2 ways. The question typically boils down to, how do I go from point A to point B? They'll be like, oh, how do I go from California to Japan? You can go 2 ways, they say. You can go over that way, over the ocean, or over towards Europe or whatever. They typically have this idea that you can pick 2 ways to go somewhere. Now, think about it in reality, though. Say you need to go to the grocery store. What are the 2 ways you go to get there? You just go. There's one way. You just head there. Okay. So people they try to make it more complicated. Go ahead.
We only go to known places.
So say you start at the tip of South America and go south 180 degrees from north.
So you're going to go down to Deception Island and the outer ring of Antarctic. Now, what do you do when you get onto the Antarctic?
Good question. What? I don't know. Can you tell me?
Okay. Diesel fuel freezes.
Okay.
So what are you going to do after that? You can't go anymore. We don't have anything that's not going to freeze.
So nobody's ever made it to the wall of Antarctica before? Due to the fact that diesel fuel freezes?
Nobody stayed there for any extended amount of time. There are scientific communities dotted around Antarctica.
Yeah, man, nobody stayed there because it's a barren fucking wasteland.
Yeah, there's hardly even any microbes alive down there.
There's can't even hit a fucking Walmart.
Yeah, there's no plant life. The animal life there isn't technically indigenous. It stays up there and then lives in the water. Even the penguins, they live in the water. Right?
Yeah. Right. But people have been there, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
that
people have been there. Yeah. I mean, nobody's denying land exists.
Okay, but nobody's ever tried to like continue walking?
I'm sure somebody has. I don't know.
Bro. But are you willing to go on a one-way trip somewhere?
Why would it have to be one way?
Would you not consider that as a potential? You're saying why not just keep heading straight somewhere where, number one, you don't know how far you're going to go. You don't know how much resources you need. You don't even know what the conditions you're going to get yourself into are. And there's a whole bunch of permissions and things and rules that you have to follow when you're there. You can't take a dump and just leave it and all these other things. You can't have dogs carry you. What are you going to bring, a tank, a plane? What if you fly in a plane and crash to a mountain?
There's another problem is I think you're greatly overestimating our abilities.
Yeah,
I really don't think I am, man.
Well, the problem is I think you are because you think we go into space and get in spacesuits and are, doing that. And so you think we are at a technological level that we are actually not.
Yeah, that we can control the environments.
So you've kind of built a fantasy idea, like we're almost Star Trek.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
right. So
he's saying if you can go out into outer space, why can't you just go places on Earth?
Yeah, why can't you just go to inhospitable places here? And they're not going to outer space.
No,
they're not. They're not flying around above us. They're not in spacesuits in zero vacuum where it's freezing. Also, they're just not doing it, and they couldn't do it, and we can't do that here either. I mean, look at all the deaths. Look at just from diving. We got a handle on diving, right? We got a handle on that. We know that down to a science, everything about it, the perfect admixture. Just breathe helium and oxygen and you can go even deeper, right? And even though you're talking like this, but it doesn't matter. We know those things. And as dangerous as that is, like, people still die a lot. It's extremely dangerous. It is extremely dangerous doing something that we know to a science.
Okay, and I'm sure going to Antarctica is dangerous too, and people might die, but you're making it sound like it's impossible.
No. Here's the issue is there are unknowns. We know a lot of things about diving, and people still die. There are a whole lot of unknowns, I would imagine, out in a place that you've never been.
Okay, so you're just saying nobody wants to do it.
How much food are you going to take with you?
Do you know what the conditions are in Antarctica?
Do I know what the conditions are in Antarctica?
Yeah.
Is that what you asked? I know it's cold.
Yeah.
What's the average temperature?
You guys keep talking over each other. I can't.
What's the average temperature?
But it's like negative 50 Celsius or something like that. I think it depends.
Yeah, that's right. That's the average temperature.
Right.
Think about it. That's the average.
Wait, but did you say nobody's willing, bro? When I asked you, would you be willing to go on a one-way trip? You weren't even willing to answer that question. Like, say it was a one-way trip, or would you be willing to go?
So you're saying I've never come back? Like I'll die, just continue?
It's a consideration, okay?
Let me just ask I want to ask him a couple questions. Let me ask you a couple questions. When you go in the desert, what do you need to bring with you?
Water, food.
So what's the average humidity in Antarctica?
It's very low. I don't know.
Like 20 to 30. It's the driest place in the world.
Right.
Where are you going to get water from?
All around you.
You have to drink 1.5 gallons a day to not die of dehydration. Where are you going to get water from?
So Antarctica is mostly ice. So
where are you going to get water from? That's the point. Where are you going to get water from?
You could boil the ice. You could dig ice.
So where are you going to get the fuel to boil the ice?
You would bring it with you.
You're not allowed.
So let me get this right. you're going to lug a bunch of fuel with you just so you can drink water.
Is it just me walking? Can I not bring a team? Can I not have like a team of people come with me and like help?
What are they going to drink? Well, they have to lug their stuff.
You think you're kind of some kind of sovereign citizen? There's rules.
So what is they like? What are they going to drink?
I don't want to sound dumb, but doesn't the fuel also freeze?
Yeah.
Right. Probably. Yeah.
He's talking about. Indio's talking about wood though, bringing like wood and whatever.
On the absolute coldest day recorded in Antarctica, diesel fuel froze.
Listen, I brought this up before. When I was a kid, like in the 80s, they had a documentary on Antarctica, and they said that if a plane lands and they shut off the engine, they can't get it started again because the pistons will freeze.
See? That's what I'm saying. One-way mission.
They've changed the story since then, but this is when I was a kid. They would fly there in a DC-10. This is back in the 80s. They'd fly there in a DC-10. They did 2 trips a year, and if they shut the plane off, it would never take off again. And they showed a picture of a plane that was sitting there that they shut the engine, stopped running, and they've never been able to get the plane to work again.
Oh yeah, there's pictures of a lot of just equipment and ice down there.
Oh yeah, I would imagine like just a shipwreck.
I think we're pointing out that there's a logical way around this. Can you have base camps and pathways, to extend out farther, and then just, like, I mean, how did they get to the top of Everest? Can't you just?
I get what you're saying, a little underground railroad, but that's what I'm saying. People have to sacrifice to get to make that happen, dude.
What's the distance to the top of Everest?
35,000 feet.
Oh, Matthew's triggered.
Yeah, but like on foot, how many miles would that be? The route they take, I don't know what the route is up the mountain.
I know this. There's a lot of bodies on Mount Everest too.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot.
I don't even think Mount Everest is even remotely comparable to Antarctica.
Hell no.
So Ryan Osiris, do compasses work in Antarctica?
Are we talking on kind of flat Earth model or globe Earth model?
At all, period, in reality.
So, yes.
No, they don't.
Why?
Because the magnetic field lines are all fucked up. So if you go on YouTube, you can go on YouTube and type in the search, does a compass work in Antarctica? We have a guy at McMurdo Station filming his compass, and the compass just sits there spinning.
Yeah, because you're sitting on a magnetic, you're sitting on one of the poles, so...
There's 2 southern poles. Did you know that?
I did not, no.
No, so if you look at a magnetic declination map, the field lines are all messed up. So you can't navigate with a compass. So, and then you can't navigate by landmarks because it's just a giant sheet of white ice. And you can't navigate by the stars because you can't go there at night because it's even colder and you'll freeze to death. So, like, how are you even going to navigate? How are you going to know what direction you're going?
I would say you could navigate at night. I mean, yes, it is colder, but I mean, we could do it. It is possible. But doesn't so why does all the magnetic field lines get fucked up around Antarctica? Why would that happen?
Good question. The so-called real South Pole is supposed to be in the middle of the Southern Ocean. Well, I think it's like 500 miles off the coast of Antarctica. And there's another pole that's inside Antarctica. Yeah, Martov just posted it.
Shout out to Martov.
But if you look at shout out to Martov. If you look at it like a top down view of like top down view of
Of what?
Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna find a map. Like an AE map of Antarctica that shows the magnetic declination. You can see that there's 2 poles.
Interesting.
I'm looking at the.
Yeah, hold on. I got one.
Whoa.
And this is that's an old one. This is a current one. So the South, they say the South Pole that's in the ocean is the actual South Pole, and then that's like some fictitious South Pole or something.
Wait, both these poles are on the actual landmass of Antarctica. Is there there's one in the ocean?
Yeah.
Where?
There's one that's in the ocean. Don't you see it off the coast of Antarctica?
Is that on this image you just posted?
Notice. This is supposed to be a top-down view of the globe, looking toward at the South Pole from above it. And these are the magnetic field lines. So if you take a compass, your compass, whatever direction these lines are pointing in, your compass is going to point in that same direction.
Right.
So it's a myth that people think that like you just take a compass and it points towards a pole, like a bar magnet. That's not how it actually works. Well, it could be actually how it works, but they say because that direction is not aligned with the celestial sphere, they say there's magnetic declination and the actual pole is somewhere else.
Oh, I see the. Oh, okay, I see the pole in the ocean. Huh, those.
Yeah. In the north, right? So you have the geographic North Pole, which is usually indicated by Polaris. But if I take a compass, it's not going to point at Polaris. It's going to be off a little bit, right? Depending on where you are, depends on how off it is. So if you look at a map, an actual a quality map, it'll have a magnetic declination for whatever that map covers.
Well, to be precise, the reason why those particles from the video that Platter posted about previously, where we see something go into a center in a way and having some kinds of flames around it, is because the ozone layer is a discharged ionized empty particle layer that is then recharged by entering the stronghold of the North Pole, therefore forming new water particles and basically refining the whole process that would then go out into all different directions again as fresh water. That is what I am observing.
Good luck proving it.
Yeah, I mean,
I couldn't. I mean, even if I would take discussion with a scientist, and then he would prove me otherwise, what can I say but my observation,
Well, it's still Sunday, so have fun speculating. It is Sunday.
It's not
right?
Sunday here.
No, it's not Sunday there. That's right. Well, we're in America.
We still got time.
It's really Sunday.
Better let loose.
Time.
So is the Ice Age also fake?
What do you mean fake? What do you mean fake?
Define Ice Age.
No, I'm just saying, like, is it something that flat earthers believe in? I don't know.
Was there a time when the do any cultures record a time when the world was covered in water and mankind was reset to living in caves?
Yes and no.
Well, hold on, Ripcord. I'm asking him. I already have the answer.
I don't know enough to answer that question.
Over 200 cultures. So, yeah, there was something. It was a cataclysm. 200 cultures record this cataclysm that happened. So you can call it the Ice Age, or I can call it the cataclysm. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and the Ice Age evidence is, the Ice Age that they claim is the closest in time to us is supposedly the mini Ice Age, right? The Ice Age that didn't exist. And then all the other ones are like periodic, every 70,000 year, Ice Ages. I don't know what the evidence is for it. I'm sure it's like, it's core samples or, who knows what.
Oh, a historical record. They used the River Thames for one.
They used the River Thames.
The River Thames, because I think the last time it froze solid was like 700 years ago.
They used to have frost fairs about 300 years ago.
Okay.
So
What?
Yeah.
Because I think what I'm thinking of is there was a year, like a year that it was frozen over, almost a year, and it just was cold like most of the year. And I'm
then there was like because there was like some middle age like cold period, and then there was a cold year in North America. They blame it on a volcano.
And then it got warm, and they were growing grapes in northern Britain.
Yeah, man.
So I mean, they're
been all the automobiles.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm waiting for that weather to return.
Must have been all the Teslas they had. Hold it down. So,
what'd you say, Obi?
I'm certainly waiting for that weather to return, man. Grape growing weather.
Yeah.
In Scotland.
Well, so is Ryan still in here?
Doesn't the Shetland Islands have? We've talked about this before a long time ago in the old server. Shetland Islands have some weird ass weather.
Where did Ryan go? He left. Damn.
Ryan,
I haven't been up there. I don't know.
He doesn't believe us, so he went to go find the edge in Antarctica or something.
Good luck.
Well, he was like, "Well, no one's willing to go." It's like, dude, you weren't even willing to answer a question about going.
Antarctica is the biggest red herring. It really is. It's just a red herring.
Yeah, it's not. It's like, well, you need to go there to prove your claim.
Oh yeah, he was a Glober. Yeah, he was a Glober.
Oh yeah,
it's like,
I know.
You gotta jump through all these hoops.
But it's like
it's the biggest red herring for Globers and flat earthers.
Yep.
And fake flat earthers.
I mean, even if they paid me millions, I wouldn't.
How could it possibly prove anything?
Well, I'm sure. I doubt it would answer
only
that
if
many
you
questions.
did a but the thing is, it wouldn't only be Antarctica, right? It would be a circumnavigation on a single meridian. That would prove something, right? But just the existence or non-existence of, Antarctica, that doesn't prove anything.
Yeah,
doesn't prove the Earth is flat, round, or anything else.
What?
Like you're saying,
we mapped the boundary, so now here's another island. Whoopie-doo, right?
What both camps want to hear is where the dome meets the Earth. That's what both camps want to hear.
No,
and I would contend that, let's say you did have a magic flying machine and you could reach that. I think, imagine you're a human and you're face to face with that. Do you think you would either retain your sanity or you would just drop dead?
Hell no.
Think about how big of a structure you would encounter, and all the fear and insanity that would just flood your body. Your heart would just stop. How could you live after seeing anything like that?
You, bump into it like Truman, and then it's just it. That's over.
I don't think flat earthers' hearts would stop because we're ready.
No, that's the thing.
I don't know.
I don't think anybody. Nobody is. Nobody in a physical form is ready.
I mean,
imagine this. Imagine if I said,
I get where you're coming from, though. Totally.
Let's say I believed wholeheartedly in Jorgamander, right? That I believed in the world serpent, the serpent that surrounds the world. Believing in it and coming face to face with it are two very different things, because the mouth would be the size of Florida. And just seeing it might just kill me.
What did they say?
Terrence McKenna.
Yeah,
Terrence McKenna has a phrase. It's called "death by astonishment."
Yes, death by. There you go. That's it. Death by astonishment. I think a human couldn't comprehend a glimpse at like the divine engines or structures. I don't think you could survive it.
I get that. I feel like that's why there's so many unknowns, and that's why, like they say, hindsight is 20/20. Like you kind of have to learn as you go. Imagine if you knew the Earth was flat and you still had to go through school. You'd be like, nah, fuck this, dude. This is lame. I don't know if I would even go to school. Type of thing. But
hold on, hold on. How much time in school are you actually spent learning about the heliocentric model, and how much of the time are you learning about?
No, but like if you knew, after the fact how much you didn't really need it, for at least in my case, and some people don't need school at all, whatever.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, the actual time in class in that scenario when you'd actually spend rolling your eyes, it'd be like 10% or less. So that's my point.
It's not even particularly just about the heliocentric model. It's like all the things attached to that. It's like, oh, well, this is stupid. Why am I even in this institution to begin with? I'm going to just leave now and go do my own thing immediately.
Yeah,
I'd probably just
why
start.
would you trust that institution? I understand what you're saying. Like, what if you went to school and in history class they taught Lord of the Rings as a history novel? Right?
That'd be badass.
Well, it'd be cool, but you wouldn't take that school seriously. You know what
sure
I mean?
I would. Why not? Indoctrination is indoctrination. Shit.
This ain't Comic-Con. Like, relax.
India, who you're
well,
talking to, right?
I was assuming that you were basing that on if that's the premise, if that's the going history, that it's Lord of the Rings. Let's do it.
Let's
if
not do Lord of the Rings.
If they're going and talking about that they're teaching Lord of the Rings, but on the outside there's a whole new different world of information, then yeah, of course they're not going to match up. But if it matches up, then hell yeah.
Let's not say Lord of the Rings. Let's talk about a pale version of it and just say it's a Song of Fire and Ice. Or a Song of Ice and Fire. So it's George R.R. Martin. So they're cheating you out of the truth of Tolkien.
But CB's premise was that if you knew the Earth was flat before going to school to get taught the heliocentric model, you wouldn't take it seriously. And the same thing with Lord of the Rings. If you knew that was a work of fiction, and then you'd happen to go to some school and you're teaching it in history class, you couldn't take that school seriously.
You'd be like, yeah, this is stupid. You'd go and find something more, something else to do with your time than that.
Yeah, but not when they're teaching you how to spell words, right?
Well, you could learn that. It's not like, you don't need, we've learned now that we don't need to lean on these institutions as much as we thought we did. So it's like, these are things you can learn without them. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's things that have been beneficial that you learned from.
Yeah, a lot of people can read before they're ever in school.
I'm not saying like you want to be a doctor, like dude, you don't need to go to school. But that's not what I'm saying. But for some people, that's not what they need. Yeah, maybe. Right.
You could be a witch doctor without going to school.
Which kind of doctor?
Quote unquote doctor. Hey, what is it?
Dr. Do very
service.
Dr. Doolittle? What?
I said Dr. Do very little.
Very little. Jesus,
that's pretty funny. Well, what's my issue with them is just for a little tangent is they treat you like a subscription service. Like a good doctor is supposed to turn away his patients, heal you, and be gone. But what they want you to return back.
It's called a physician. The doctor wants you as a customer.
Yeah.
The physician wants to heal you.
There we go.
Whatever happened to the psychos that were in here? Was it Spooky and Ace and some other one?
They spiraled out. They hit the end button. The end bomb.
They hit the edge.
They hit the end bomb. They did the triple N.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, they were end bombing.
So did they do it all at the same time? Because they kept trying. I knew they were trying to do something. So they kept trying to be all unmuted at the same time.
Here's what I saw. Ace was taking in a few bits passively, I think, and he'd calmed down, was ready to at least listen, and Luke noticed that his mate was getting sucked in, so he had to fucking, rile him back up, and then it just started trolling again.
It was like that. It sounded like that gangster rap album, the Glockumentary.
Documentary. Somebody said I mentioned the 3 points to Ace, and they're like, "Who?" I forget what he said. He's like, "Oh, you're introducing this ghetto stuff to people." I'm like, "Damn, dude." All right, but yeah, the Glockumentary. I've actually never heard of that.
Oh, you haven't?
No,
I had said that. I had said that.
no, that was funny. That was funny. I'm not hating. I thought that was actually pretty funny.
It's called gangster rap.
Yeah, there's just so many ways to express yourself through music. But anyway, I see Maggie in the panel. We got a thick panel tonight. We've been 30 plus for like over maybe 30 plus minutes. We've got Gemsy, I heard him chime in. A person just popped in. Oh, obviously B, Mayhem, Nemus. You know.
Oh, so who hasn't heard about refracted chin?
Oh my god!
Say again.
Dog guy.
A refracted chin, dude. Have you guys heard the refracted chin?
Refracting chin.
Chin, like chin, dude, underneath your mouth, chin,
like a weak chin.
Okay,
elaborate on that.
Oh, you guys want to hear the refracted chin from a psychopath?
Yes.
Oh, dude. Tell him about the refracted chin.
The refracted chin nuts. Hold on, I gotta find it. Just take a second. Oh man, this is psycho behavior.
What was the name of the guy? Dog something.
Dogs
Hold
are
on to your seat,
dogs are gods. That was his name. Dogs are gods.
Yeah, it's dogs are gods.
We don't want anyone to fall out of your seat, so buckle up.
Yeah, it's not the only dumb thing he said. I have to just keep since CB said we got a good panel in here. I want to make sure everybody hears this. Miggy's going to get a real kick out of this, dude.
Well, everything he said was dumb.
Meme is going to pray for humanity after he hears this. Pray for the end.
It'll make me.
Send the meteor.
The edge into misanthropy
is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
But does your chin refract?
Yes, when you look at your chin, every single time you, as an individual, sees your own chin, you're going to see it through something that has distorted it.
So if I look at someone's chin who's across the room, if I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there? It's refracted?
It will be refracted, but it will still exist, won't it? You can walk up and touch it, and it's still there.
So if I can touch it, then it is there, it's physical.
Yeah, you lost me.
So not like the geometric horizon that you're talking about, which you said isn't physical. You can't see it, it's apparent.
The geometric horizon is physical. We only have apparent access to it optically. Or apparent, yes.
Is your chin geometric or apparent?
My chin is geometric. That's why I can touch it.
So it's not like the horizon then, which is apparent.
It seems to be apparent because I can only ever see it through a distorted mirror or a distorted photo.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none.
Would you be able to measure someone's chin?
Yes.
So it's not like the geometric horizon that you're claiming then?
No, we have measured it. Again,
measured what? The geometric horizon?
The radius of the Earth gives you a geometric horizon based on the height of the observer, yes.
Could I see your measurement for a geometric horizon?
It is based on the radius that we have measured.
Who measured a radius? A radius of what?
Do you want names?
Fucking Wolfgang desperately trying not to fall out of his chair, man.
He's so good at getting stuff out of people.
Wolfgang is amazing.
I love living in this time.
Hold on, I actually got another one. That's just as batshit crazy. Same guy.
That's the same level as Pagus, man.
The asteroid now.
So yeah, send the asteroid. I love that meme.
Pagus? Oh my god, yes, he's done.
I was gonna say,
Timbo, you need to get your family out of Australia. We're going to send some nukes over there.
Yeah, I know, man. That's embarrassing, mate, that people exist like that.
Hey, since the dawn of the debate, Timbo, since the dawn of the debate, the Australians have been the absolute biggest fighters. I don't know if that's an insult or not, but they will say the craziest shit.
They're fucking lunatics, mate.
Okay, so I'm gonna play another one. This one's a little bit shorter, but it's just as crazy.
No, I've gone through this again and again and again. What I see is not flat.
You know, it's interesting. You can think in 3D, but you're living in 2D.
So you don't see. So you see a curved horizon left to right.
Yeah, I've got an image of it. Yeah, but that's not how I came to be a globe. I didn't.
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
But okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you don't see it as flat or curved
with timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you just
I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved?
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Yeah. No, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But
so do you? In the same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped?
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not understand
look
this?
Curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah.
Neither.
So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
a false dichotomy.
If you were to draw neither on a piece of paper, what would that look like?
Do I have a ruler?
Yeah, you can have a ruler if you want, but then that would lean towards flat, wouldn't it?
Exactly. If I have a ruler, it's flat. And if I take a ruler out to the horizon, as the images that I posted before show, the horizon will be curved.
No. When you take a ruler, the
something
horizon,
that's indistinguishable until you measure.
Flat. We're not talking about.
I gave images.
Photoshop, dog.
Do you have any images that show
your eyeballs?
Do you have any images that are of
No. We're talking about how you
measured with a square or
horizon in reality.
Yeah,
right? So
I've told you I experience it as indeterminate. In the same way I experience timber as indeterminate.
No. I'm asking about the horizon, not timber.
Do you think saying no, and then repeating the same thing that I've answered again is like?
No, but you haven't answered it. You haven't answered it because
I have answered it.
It can't be.
Yes, because you presented a false dichotomy. Do you know?
Dogs, I'm just going to mute you for a second because listen, I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the third option?
When there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
Of course you can.
What?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
You don't believe your senses, is that what you're saying?
Of course I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
That's a great point, because none of us...
Don't call me sir, be a big boy.
What?
We're all adults here. I'm not some, professor that you need to acknowledge with sir. Just say hi or g'day.
Bro, sorry. Pronouns, head ass.
Pronouns.
bro now.
Wow.
That dude was a psycho, bro.
I see neither.
Yeah, that's he's a fucking unit, mate.
I am the Knight Rider.
No, it is me. Just don't let approach us this way. I'm just asking, curious. Do you have any medical how shall I say
diagnosis?
Yeah, with your eyes or something, because it sounds like you see the world depending on where you are focusing on in different angles. That goes around. When you look up, it becomes round, and then it becomes something else. It's like very curious. From your description, at least.
No, ripcord. That was recorded. That was done like 2 days ago. That was a guy that was in here.
Yeah, he's not in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were just playing like his audio because he was a total psychopath. He needs a medical doctor. He needs a psychiatrist.
Oh, do you think that was me?
No,
y'all sound alike.
You have to make your own point towards us. You know, it's like you speak for yourself. I'm not making judgments.
You've lost it, man. Yeah, it's not me, mate. That was a recording of someone else.
I gotta love when that happens. It's like when people start talking back to
another
the
Australian.
You see what I'm saying? People like that are chaotic.
Hey, Ripcord.
That wasn't even the worst of it. He was in here for like 3 or 4 hours, talking like saying crazy shit like that the entire time. I don't know how like some of you guys dealt with it. Like
Hey, Ripcord, can you just click on my name to make sure you know that that's not me? Because I think you're confused that you think that's me, yeah?
No, you made your point. I know it's not you.
Okay, good.
Hey, CB,
good.
You need to get the sound clip. You need to get the sound clip of "Let's get retarded in here."
Let's get retarded in here.
Yeah, just be able to just play that one clip real fast.
I think that guy
I forgot about
knows the Earth is flat. Like,
yeah.
That's why he comes out with fucking refraction, because once you fully know it and you just can't handle the fucking truth and you want to stay on the globe, that's when you start making up this stuff, man. It's just ridiculous.
Once again, an Australian getting owned by a Brit.
Yeah, I love these guys that come in and pretend that they're builders or something like that, because you can tell straight away. He goes, "Have you ever built anything out of timber?"
Yes,
and then he goes, and then you measure it with a square, and you go, "No, mate, you don't measure with squares. Sorry."
No.
Yeah. So here's a funny thing about that guy. He said he knows the Earth is a globe because when he drives across Australia and it's flat, he sees the top of a mountain first, and eventually he sees the bottom.
Oh my god!
And then he was saying what he said about the horizon, that he can't tell if it's flat or curved because he doesn't have a ruler to measure it. So he was saying that like 30 minutes later. The guy was just saying whatever, like anything to make a counter argument up against what you were saying. It didn't matter.
That's the effects of the curvature.
Even before he said that, Indio, he said, "As I drive along the highway, things disappear from bottom up." And I go, "What? Is he driving backwards? What's this guy talking about?" This was when it was just him and Heretic. He goes,
"Bottom up?
I drive along these straight highways in Australia, very flat, and as I drive, I see things disappear from the bottom up." You go, "What the fuck?"
Well, he's in Australia.
If it's Australia, of course, the heat is basically distortion. It's like the Fata Morgana.
Yeah, it's hot, man. The roads are hot, mate. Like,
and everything disappears in the horizon. You know, it's like. But as soon as it's night, everything comes close again.
Yeah, you can see stuff disappearing sideways in Australia, no?
So Timbo, I guess what he thinks is that that's the tops of the mountains and not the whole mountain that's just really small. He thinks that it's revealing the full angular size of the mountain as he gets over the curve, as it gets closer.
Yeah, it's weird.
So he doesn't think things get smaller as you get farther away.
No,
he thinks they should retain their height. Or they just turn two-dimensional. right? And retain their size, right?
That is the fucking de facto dumbest position ever. People just deny perspective.
That's what they believe.
They don't even deny it. It doesn't even exist for them. How do you deal with a person like that?
It's frustrating because they're attaching a straw man to it. They're like, well, if it was flat, it would do blah 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 blah. That's what I hate about it.
So here's the thing: can you apply the? Does anyone know the Fibonacci sequency?
Yeah.
So therefore, it's a potency of an object that rises to its size depending on range and size.
Fibonacci? Is this, do you mean?
Yeah, in terms of viewpoint, what you're observing on, what you are focusing on. In terms of distance.
You mean angular? You mean an angular perspective?
Means if you look at a section of it, that section, like if you zoom in on a section, that section is going to take up a certain angular view. Like, so you have the spiral, right? The Fibonacci spiral.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I look at the center, like if I focus on the center, it's going to take up a certain part of my view. But if I quote unquote zoom out my eyesight and look at a larger section, that part of the spiral is also going to take up the same angle of view. And if you know what I mean, the more and more you zoom out, you're still like seeing the same amount of the Fibonacci spiral, no matter how much.
Exactly,
or how far
but
away
the Fibonacci series replies or applies to in the negative to your eyesight. So everything becomes smaller in terms of 144 and such. It's like from 144 to whatever 80 something, and then smaller, and again. The further you go. So therefore,
I didn't know that had anything to do with a Fibonacci sequence, but I don't know. I might be wrong.
No, I'm just saying that I think that's what he's getting at. I was trying to translate.
Yeah.
And if you look at a section of a Fibonacci spiral, it'll kind of look like the same size in your eyesight because of the proportions of the spiral.
Exactly.
How it gets larger as you go out along the spiral.
But it depends and changes also with temperature. The element you're looking on, which is air you're standing on or mostly breathing in. So therefore, the hotter the temperature gets, the more the Fibonacci sequence stretches out from your side before you reach the ones and zeros in terms of reaching the horizon.
Well, then the ratio would change and it wouldn't be a Fibonacci sequence.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right.
Well, I mean, linear perspective is like a mathematical approximation. That's not exactly how we see. That's like the abstract geometry.
Yeah.
That's just an approximation of our vision.
Yeah, it's just a proclamation of potency in terms of percentages you are seeing in front of you with your eyes, and also devices you use.
Yeah, because technically our eyeballs are not. It's not projected. Our eyeballs are not planes like a camera sensor or something like that. Our eyeballs are curved on the inside. So the angles aren't identical to perspective, a linear perspective drawing. They're the angles don't change identical to that. They're slightly off, and you can't notice the difference at far distances. You only notice if you're up close. Like if you take the corner of the interior of a box and you draw colors, and you take the box and the corner and you stick it close to your eye, those lines will actually look curved because the interior surface of your eye is curved. Like if you look at the corner of a room, right, where the three sides meet, and if you go really close so that the point of the corner is close to your eyeball, those lines will appear like they're curved. So you can actually do this little test just with a cardboard box. You just cut off the corner and put the corner of the cardboard box close to your eye. You can see that it's curved. It looks curved. It isn't curved.
Yeah.
But as it gets farther away, the difference between the angles of the curved surface and a flat surface are imperceptible, pretty much. I mean, I'm gonna play more audio, so don't comment. This is actually hilarious. A lot of you guys have heard this before.
Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you got home and I don't know, your wife is banging the next door neighbour. Yeah. Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, "Oh, I've got a model that explains how I didn't cheat on you"?
So technically,
yes or no?
Most likely.
Why is it whenever I ask Lopez yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't that simple.
He's about to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
It could. One possibility.
Either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, let me tell you this. My wife, let's say...
that was me.
My wife went on Amazon and she found this amazing new thing, which a sex robot.
This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish for him, though. Because he's talking about sex robot. Hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being. That is amazing. No, that's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door. Clearly, if your wife is banging the next door neighbor, she objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation. She's like, are you gonna have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like, well, technically I could, maybe, possibly, maybe I could build a model. And then she's like, fuck it, I'm gonna just sing it. Can you construct a model to explain away the fact that your wife banged the next door neighbor?
Yes.
Target quickly. Tell us what you imagine that model might be.
Yeah, so one possible model that it might be is that, she went onto Amazon and there was one dude who had invented this new sex robot who conveniently looked like the next door neighbor. It was like an exact replica. But then she buys it, she gets it, and she's having sex with the sex robot. Then I enter the door. Then I enter the room. And I see she's banging something which resembles and is in every way looking exactly like the So,
I mean, this is what they call in America the good old college try, right?
So then when I am looking at the thing, then I see, oh, she's banging something. It couldn't be the sex robot, but it could also be the next door neighbor who just walked over and is banging her. And I kind of no way. There's just difference. Like when I enter the room, both possibilities are true. But as you said, which one is more likely? Yes, more likely that my wife banged the next door neighbor. But there's still a small, very, very small possibility that it was the sex robot. But then I go over and I look at if the next door neighbor is in his house, and then I see, oh no, he's not at home. Oh, yes, this model is false. Then I have proven that model was false.
You enter that room, and what you see is your neighbor banging your wife, and you're like, holy smokes, it's my neighbor banging my wife. And then that moment goes through your mind when you're like, wait a minute, there might be an explanation for this. And you start thinking about Amazon, you start going through the price range, you start thinking, how much money does my wife have? Is that even possible? But for that initial view, you'd be thinking, well, I'm going to be going with what I see, and what I see is that my neighbor's banging my wife. So that would be the logical assumption at that point, wouldn't it? No, what? Occam's razor. It looks like your neighbor. Whether or not you think it's some high-tech sex doll from Japan, it looks like your neighbor. So you're going to be thinking, oh, that's my neighbor. And then it might come into your head, but, oh wait, my wife, she's kind of loaded, she was really looking into those sex dolls, there's a small possibility. But the most logical assumption would be what you observe directly, which is your neighbor, right?
So, you can actually just verify whether it's a sex robot. You can just go up to it and go, oh, here's a battery. Or, oh no, it's a human. So, what I am observing when I enter the room, if I start with that is not actually, I don't observe my neighbor. I observe something which looks like my neighbor. I observe something which looks like a flatter. Something that it is a robot.
When you get up to
please, like, I can't finish the whole sentence.
Sorry, does that mean that when you wake up in the morning, you see whoever you live with in your house, you go, well, that's not actually them. It looks like them, but that could be something else entirely. Is that how you think?
Technically, yes.
Really?
I just stop it. That's too much for me, man. These are the psychos I just want everyone to know. These are the Glober psychos that we deal with every day. Psychopaths. And these are the men that are going to tell us what the truth of the world is. Yeah, okay. I don't think so.
Yeah, right.
Clip that.
It gets even. It gets even worse than that. He literally says that there could be an all-powerful demon controlling all of his perception, so he cannot know anything.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, so it does say control the spirits or test the spirits in the Bible, meaning you are in your control of yourself, but the insight that comes to you spiritually has
he
to
would
be
disagree with you.
observed.
He would disagree with you. He believes that. Yeah, he would disagree with you because he believes that the demon is controlling all of his sensory input, so he has no way of knowing.
Yeah, so all sin goes to the demon that controls him, and he has no responsibility at all. I'm not in control. I don't.
Like, the whole point of this is that these are the mental gymnastics they'll go to so that the globe can't be falsified. They'll just say just nonsense and ridiculous things. They're cultists, man. They're crazy people.
Yeah. It's like they're trying to convince themselves and you at the same time because they don't even believe what they're saying.
This is why I remind people that the people you run into in here are not like the people you meet in real life.
True.
Because normies are walking around on the cusp of being awake all the time. You can have one conversation with a normie and wake them up. Or because they were already there, 90% of them just don't realize they are. They're already there, 90% of them just don't realize it. That's why I can have a conversation with a normie and I can in the subtle way that I do drop bombs and they're like, yeah, I actually agree with that. That sounds completely rational and reasonable. Because I of course don't attack directly. I do a lot of probing and questioning. And I see what they're thinking about. And almost everybody that I've ever talked to about any subject that you would have to be awake to even think about, almost all of them respond well. It is just the fanatics. The kind of person who's going to go into somebody else's house to argue with them. That's who these guys are.
Yeah, that's my experience as well. Normal people, you can generally, if you're not being abrasive, you can easily talk to them.
Yes.
It's a super egotistic narcissist who's going to chase you down the street because he wants to argue with you. Who we get.
Yeah.
Well, the indoctrination of scientism counts on ignorance that they are experiencing or basically presenting to us by talking and making their viewpoint. It's like.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of feel like I get targeted in here because sometimes I come in here and there's a cool conversation going on, and I go along with it, and all of a sudden somebody will go, "So the Earth is a globe, huh?" And
Is
we
that
weren't
Brandon?
even talking about it.
Get
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, let's target Brandon.
That's the main topic, Brandon. Usually it goes off topic when there's no Globers in here. So when you come in
Brandon,
here, you're the Glober, and you're going to get questioned about it.
We have a
Yeah,
back
it's
chat
all
called Brandon W, and every time you come in the chat, we go collude
Let's
against you.
go,
in it.
Brandon.
I want to keep talking about the off-topic stuff.
And now you're going to make it worse for yourself.
It's Speculation Sunday, so it's okay, Brandon.
Yeah, it's Sunday. It's off topic day, basically.
Yeah, tell us the craziest globe stuff. Aliens are passe, so it has to be like, black holes into white holes or something weird.
Ooh, white holes.
Oh my.
Well,
Oh my.
That sounded like a reference to Nassim Haramein.
Sounds like a reference to Family Guy, actually.
You want to explain that, Trace? I'm not familiar with that.
He's one of those guys who has an idea on cosmology. He believes it's balls all the way down and balls all the way up. And he believes we're inside a black hole that's actually like spitting like on the other side of a white hole and a black hole and a white hole. It's an infinite regress craziness.
Are you talking about me? That's what I believe?
All the neurons in your brain are microscopic black holes, and that's how you pull your information. He's insane.
That's really what the dark matter is. It's just black holes everywhere that exist simultaneously at all times, holding everything together.
That's Nassim Haramein, basically.
Well, that's so funny. When I was in 5th grade, I had this weirdo in my class that told me that outside of space, in the event horizon, everything was white. I'm like, where are you? At the time, I was like, man,
That must be why the universe is put together so well.
I heard.
I always gave people like that a fair shake back when I was younger, but now I'm looking back like that dude was the weirdest bug. Where did he even come up with that idea? Like you're just making
Brian
stuff
Cox
up.
the other day going. There was 2 black holes next to each other, and as they got closer, they sped up to almost light speed, and then spun around each other, and then spun out, and the energy that they created was more than all of the stars put together in this split second of time. And what the fuck's this guy talking about?
Whoa, though, that's so mind blowing, though. Right?
Yeah, mind blowing.
That's what I want to get my mind.
I mean, we are talking
science.
about 5th graders, it's like, whatever.
He said we observed this. Wait, what?
Yes, we did. We astral projected our mind into space. They even call it a ring down, right? And they call it a black hole ring down. They actually have a name for it, like it's ringing like a bell, dude. It's hilarious, dude. The things they name these things. I wanted to hear from Brandon, though. I want to hear Brandon. What's the craziest Glober thing that you don't believe? Like, blow our minds. We're skeptics, so we don't believe a lot of stuff. But what's so like outrageous that you don't believe it?
Did I ever say I'm smart and I will blow your mind? No, I'm a doofus on a lot of
You watch TV. Watch TV. You've seen stuff on TV that make claims about like the universe and space and.
See, the global thing that I don't believe. I don't know.
All right, well, let's put the grill on. All right, is outer space? Is there an edge or is it infinite?
Go right to the easy question.
No, because I don't think science says that it knows, unless you know something I don't.
Well, listen, it has to be an edge or it's infinite.
Nice.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the video recording that NASA made during their firing off of nuclear atom bombs at Project Dominic in the 1960s, I guess. then you see that the cloud, when it hits the dome, basically, poof, goes outside. If it were space, it would not go outside. It would just make a pure round ball of explosion and then go outside. But it's like
Listen, Rip, I don't mean to get you too off track.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We're doing a little speculation Sunday for the Globe edition at the moment. Okay,
I got something crazy.
Good.
I got something crazy. Curvature.
Yeah.
That's the craziest shit I've
No,
ever
but
heard.
let's try to get an answer here.
Crazier than a sex robot.
Because we get pressured all the time, Brandon. Oh, well, if it's flat, then it has to be an edge. And we go, well, no. And I go, well, then it's infinite then. So I'm asking you in the same type of way, in your cosmology, is there an edge?
Oh, you get pushed by other globals, not me.
I know. I'm just asking.
The thing is true that nobody of us has reached the edge that we could observe because we are prohibited by law and world and yeah.
Hold on a second. All right, I want to get an answer from Brandon, so let him answer. So the grill's on, the hot seat's on. But what do you think? Is there an edge? If you had to speculate. Are we talking edge? Is it expanding? What do you think?
It's like,
I honestly don't know.
Is it a multiverse? Is it like an extra dimensional space? Is it like when there's like brain theory?
Multiverse could be possible. I mean, I don't know why it couldn't be.
Yeah, but flat Earth is not possible, right?
You don't hear. See, that's the thing. You don't hear flat earthers going, "Oh, multi-flat theory or whatever."
Wait a minute. Did I say flat Earth isn't possible?
No. I threw that.
I was just being a wise guy.
Yeah, we threw that.
I would say this, guys. There are flat earthers out there who talk about beyond the edge, like beyond the ice wall and these other worlds. It's like a different version of the multiverse.
Yeah, the multiple ponds. The ponds. Yeah.
So it's similar,
but that's different.
Different.
That's different.
Very different.
I think that's a little bit different than how they say, like, multiverse and bubbles and. It's like,
because in that one, it's still in the same world, the same reality, the same realm.
On the ground here outside. With us.
Yeah. It's similar, but not the same.
So I want to blow Brandon's mind. So Brandon, if the universe is infinite, there has to be an infinite amount of flat planets, right?
Oh wow, that blew my mind. So you're saying that if there's an infinite universe, it has to be flat?
Well, I'm just saying, if the universe is infinite in size and infinite in like the things that are in it, then like it has to have like infinite amount of flat planets.
Well, we can't talk about that because you don't believe in space.
Well, I mean, there's probably some section of space that doesn't have space because it's infinite.
Yeah,
that's the great thing about infinity is that you can just say anything.
B-Dub, we used to believe it, at least me, a lot. Okay, but that was the last thing to go for me. Even when I heard flat Earth, I still kind of clung on to outer space for some time. So, we used to believe it, so we understand a lot of the claims. And
yeah, there's still a rock somewhere that I think is the Millennium Falcon, dude.
Believe that was a potato.
But since you believe in it, Brandon, do you also believe that it rains diamonds on Uranus?
I haven't even heard that. Where did that come from? Wow, who says that?
I love zany space news. I'll see if I can find a link for you. See, this is why it's so great, is because...
You need an OnlyFans for it to rain diamonds on Uranus.
Oh my god. Here you go. It's on Neptune.
Yeah, I went there.
Yeah, they say it's on Neptune and Uranus. I just used Uranus for fun.
Uranus is the one that smells like
diamonds. Diamonds.
Trace, think about what you just said for a second. I just used Uranus.
I know.
Well, diamonds are all pretty much carbon, right? Just arranged differently.
Don't try to rationalize it.
I thought it rained semen on Uranus.
Oh
no, shit. I'm not trying to rationalize anything. I'm saying a fact that diamonds are just carbon arranged differently.
Yes, diamonds are pure carbon under high pressure and temperature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We figured it out. All done.
So you think there's a gas planet with such high pressure that there's some carbon gas in there that squeeze the carbon and it rains the diamonds onto, I don't know, what do they say is in the center? I don't even know.
Well,
what's in the center of that Tootsie Pop?
Those kind of environments could exist. I mean,
the point is, this is like Speculation Sunday, so, we're talking about NASA's speculation. Because they have no idea what the fuck it's doing in Uranus. Neither does anybody else, and that's a good thing.
Uranus or Uranus?
Either. Both. Pick one. But what I guess the point we're trying to, at least I'm trying to impress on you, is that they say some things which are purely speculative, but they don't pass them off as speculative because they need money. And their money comes from begging for money from Congress. So they have to convince people that they're doing something actually productive, and they have intriguing discoveries, right? Because you can't have boring discoveries. What if they said, well, it just rains on Jupiter? Boring. No one cares about that. Rains on Earth. Got to say something extraordinary. Rains diamonds. Give us more money.
Listen,
you know how they say diamonds are formed on Earth? You know how they are formed on Earth? Are you talking AI? Say so.
Oh, go ahead.
So diamonds are formed on Earth from supervolcanoes. This is what they claim, that there were supervolcanoes, not regular volcanoes, supervolcanoes. And that they're superheated, giant volcanoes that existed, 2 billion years ago in the past, before there was like land masses. And now that there's continents, they're on the surface. It's called kimberlite or something like that. And the place where they mine most of the volcanoes is actually called like Kimberland. That's in like South Africa. So there's a whole story of like how diamonds were created from supervolcanoes. So how diamonds are created on a gas giant that's, gazillions of miles away from the sun, that's a whole story. It's just a story, man.
I'm not even sure if I believe it.
When you think about it, just use your common sense. I'm an astronomer, or I want to be in astronomy. How do I get paid? How do I get money to pay for it? Because it's a useful endeavor, right? I don't have any marketable product that I can sell people. So I have to sell people fantasy. Right? I can't, it's not like selling a car or a widget or a stun gun or whatever, right? I have to sell them I have to sell a story.
Well, that's kind of how everything works, isn't it?
No, you can just sell things, right? I can sell a bike and get money. I don't have to like.
Why do I need a bike? Why do I?
Or I can have goods and services. I can open like a massage parlor. Like I don't like. How do you get paid for taking a telescope and staring at the sky?
Why would I want a bike or a massage? I don't want a bike. I want a fucking massage. Why would I want one? Why?
There's no happy endings on Uranus.
That's a story. Happy endings.
Why would you want any tangible product? That's not the point. The point is that the product they're selling is intangible.
That is the point of selling products that they're useful.
Exactly, and diamonds on Uranus isn't useful. Now, diamonds could be useful, right? But diamonds where they're inaccessible and just fanciful fiction is not useful. But to that end, I will gladly sell you stock in Uranus Mining Company.
Everything that has value only has value because we put value on it.
What? That's not true.
What intrinsically has value?
Food.
Anything that's corporal, like literally, that's the meaning of intrinsic value.
Why does food have value? I don't have to eat. I can starve myself and die. If I wanted to, I could.
Okay, that's fine. But that clinically, is called a psychological disorder. If you intentionally starve yourself, you're considered biologically disordered because you're violating one of the 3 biological imperatives, right? So while you are talking, you like in the speculative sense, what you're saying doesn't have real world meaning.
Right. Value derives from the material and its properties. And what properties does what material have then? So if you're talking about gold, silver, copper, and such, it has different value because of its properties, right? So when you're talking about stones, especially diamonds has no value at all. The only value it has is being made for useful tools, from my perspective. Because if you look at the objective infrared spectrum from diamond itself, it has a black and white property. But when you look at the same at jasper, sapphire, chalcedony, emerald, sardonyx, pearls, cyrosophase, beryl, carnelian, silosolite, topaz, jacinth, and amethysts, those have, regardless of spectrum, all have rainbow properties to them. So why do you think those stones have, besides diamond, those spectrums applied to them?
So what you're actually saying is that diamonds are actually the most boring.
Yeah, exactly.
So the most boring rock is what they make so expensive that you have to buy for your fiance, or she tells you you're not worthy enough.
Yeah.
Well, diamonds are useful. You ever use a diamond saw?
Value on crap, dude. You put value on poo. That's how weird we are.
Right, but the point is there's extrinsic value, which is placed on, and intrinsic value, which is inherent.
Exactly.
Right, so for example, you might argue that a human being has intrinsic value. It doesn't require another human to value it for it to be valuable. It's valuable in and of itself.
Yeah.
Or you could be one of those psychopaths that say humans only have extrinsic value. To which that case I would say, let's just exterminate your entire family, and then you'd realize real quick how dumb that statement is.
Yeah, that's why most people are corruptible.
It's not value because I don't want you to kill me. I don't want you to kill me because I don't want to die. It's not.
No, you're only speaking about yourself. I'm talking about anyone in general.
Okay. They don't want to die either.
So? Why should I care?
I don't know. Why should you kill?
Yeah, when you can answer that question, you'll have ranked up in life.
And this was not to mock you. This was serious.
I know. Yeah, man, people have value to other people. That's all I say.
Well, value has more than one component. There's the intrinsic value, which is its utility. And then there's what that value actually is. It's collectively based upon its scarcity. Right. So, and then you can give it an extrinsic value, right? Dollars, yuan, rubles, right? Some secondary, but some extrinsic valuation, where it's valued based upon the value of something else. Right, but its fundamental intrinsic value is its utility to serve some useful purpose. Right, so if you're at the bottom of the ocean, fucking shovel has no value, has no utility. A scuba gear might help, might want that, but scuba gear doesn't help you if you're in the middle of the desert. So it has no utility. It has to. Its intrinsic value is the utility, but the utility is specific to, like, you know, whether it's useful for whatever you need it. Yeah, situationally useful.
That's why you're unlikely to find scuba gear while you're traveling in the middle of the Sahara.
That would be weird.
It could be kind of useful. I guess it could kind of be useful if you could puncture the oxygen tank. You can make a still for water collection.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Get to take off the tubes from the old stuff. Make a water still.
What do you need water for, though?
Exactly. You don't need.
It's not useful. It has no intrinsic value.
Well, you know, there's food, but we need it to survive, so technically it is, but it isn't.
What? How could it be both is and isn't?
On its own, without humans, it wouldn't be important.
No, food is a category, right?
Okay, Brandon. We have to break this down even farther. We have to break Brandon down even farther. Is the existence of life important? Generally. No particular life form. I'm not getting specific. Life itself.
Does the
life
universe
versus not life.
That we're alive? I don't think so. I don't think the universe kills if we're alive.
There's no further discussion necessary.
What do you think the universe cares about?
I don't think the universe cares about anything.
Why did you
whether it's a globe or not, Markov?
So
it cares about whether it's a globe.
Why did you say what it didn't care about? That means you're implying that it cares about anything.
Well, he's still in the old paradigm because he's not up to speed on modern physics. So he thinks that the universe is a cold, dead, inanimate superstructure, right, of spontaneity. It has no caring. You know, it's no different than throwing a bunch of sand in the air and it just falls where it falls. It doesn't have a plan or a purpose. But that's the old secular materialist philosophy. The new hotness is subjective idealism. It means that the universe, derivative of consciousness. So the overarching foundation of reality is conscious entity. So therefore it does care. And now that's not me speaking, by the way. That's modern, globe-believing, evolution-believing, religitard zealots.
Well, here's my view. I don't think anything really matters, but I don't go down the nihilist path that everybody should just kill themselves and blah, blah, blah. I think nothing matters, but I don't go too far down the dark road with that thought.
Good. You should, because nothing matters apparently to you, except for being a nihilist. Not to be that.
No, I think he lost his thought while he was talking. I think he wanted to say something else additionally, but he kind of muzzled it.
to say nothing isn't matters and then say but you're not a nihilist is like, yeah, you are.
No, I didn't. Well, I mean, it's
You are. You're just denying it, which means you're actually not a nihilist. Because listen, you're not actually a nihilist.
He's
You
a
actually do think
he's a
things matter.
denihilist.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be in here having a conversation with us.
No, I think he has not the right words to put his thoughts into speech.
Yeah,
articulation is a big problem.
Seems to be a trend.
Well, listen, if you have an assertion of a non-hierarchical value structure, but you create a categorical distinction between two things is better than the other, you've defeated your own position. So in other words, your worldview is incoherent and oddly false. Cannot possibly be true unless you deny logic.
Well, I can't see why I right now can add to you because we fundamentally disagree. What utility do I have to you?
I mean, it's not about utility; it's about your
to have utility
character.
To me.
Yeah.
Well, what value do I have to you? We can't get anywhere except for talking.
What value do you have to me? Okay, see, this is the thing. Is okay, if I answer none, does that mean you have no value? Of course not. So you could have no value to me, but still be valuable.
Yeah.
I mean, you're still listening to us, therefore you are still valuable in terms of learning potential. So therefore we are not putting you aside or something.
Your value is not based upon the subjective opinion of other people.
Yeah.
It's independent of that. You have an objective value. I can prove you have an objective value because when you die, you're going to decompose and something's going to eat you. So, yeah, so you do have an objective value to something.
So, yeah, I'm going to go back into the food chain eventually.
Yeah, so you do have some value. Even if everybody on Earth thought you have no value at all, they'd be wrong. At some level, you have value. Now, you can augment that value, obviously. You can do other things other than be food for worms, right? See, you are valuable here. You're valuable in this conversation. Even though we're probably harsh to you and many Glovers, I wouldn't call it harsh. We're just like really stern. We're like the freaking, the stern dad. We're gonna make sure you keep on you're on your P's and Q's. We're not gonna let crafty little kid games get by us. I'm not saying you play them. I'm just saying generally, people come in here and they play little kid games, and we're just not gonna let that stuff fly.
Yeah, I just don't want to be treated like I don't know. I don't want you to project feelings.
Do we treat you any different than any other Glober?
Well, you shouldn't treat me like any other global because I'm not like any other global. That's the thing.
We don't know.
That's why we are listening to you to apply what you put in difference in terms of speech to us, in terms of learning for us from you, so that we can distinguish in terms to bring more information that you are missing or maybe asking from us to it's a contribute situation.
Look, you're just treated as to what you say. You're just held accountable for the things you say. You're just a voice coming out my speaker. I have no feelings about you one way or another. You're only just, you say things, process it in my brain, then I say things. And often the things you say are just Glober gibberish, and we're just going to call it out. Been miseducated by anti-flat earthers. It's not
But
personal.
sometimes it seems that way. It seems like we disagree, but you have to be right. I don't have to be right. I'm not that attached to the globe. I've never said that you were wrong. You said I'm wrong, though, many times.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has.
Only
this-
about
it's
I
not
always
the
tell
topic we are
people.
talking on.
Look, I
Sorry.
only tell people they're wrong about a specific fact. I've never said anybody. I don't tell people they're wrong about the globe. I only talk about their evidence, the facts that they cite, whether those facts actually exist in reality, whether they're misinterpreting the facts. Because there's contrary to what you guys believe, there's multiple globe quote unquote models, and like it depends on your level of investigation, like what your knowledge is. So a lot of times people will say, like, you know, let me think of an example. Coriolis effect or something. I don't know why I always use this one, but the Coriolis effect. Yeah, the Coriolis effect exists. Oh, what's the evidence for its existing? Oh, here, look at this website. This website says it exists. Well, what's that website source? Well, you look and it's just some other person saying the Coriolis. Like, I'm trying to get to the data that shows the Coriolis effect exists. So we talk to somebody and they're just like, yeah, the Coriolis effect exists. They don't have any further knowledge. They can't enlighten us on like what the evidence is for the Coriolis effect. So then when I say there's no evidence for the Coriolis effect, they'll go crazy and say all sorts of weird stuff. But I'm not saying the globe doesn't exist. I'm just correcting them on the fact. Coriolis does not prove rotation of the Earth because there's no evidence that there is an Earth-based Coriolis effect. If there is, please show that data. Crickets. Cricket, 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 cricket. I don't say the globe's right, the globe's wrong. I just address like what they claim is evidence, what they claim is evidence for the globe, whether that evidence is actually sufficient to prove the proposition that they propose. 99.9% of the time, it's not even close.
Well, there have been people on this show board that not necessarily you. I don't really know who because I don't look at names. I just listen to voices. There have been people on here I've said, well, we just disagree, and they've said, no, you're wrong.
Well, I mean, what did you disagree on? We can't disagree on objective reality. So how do you determine what objective reality is? Like, people do things.
It's how it's interpreted. That's the thing.
Subjective idealism, like AI was saying. You think like everything's just like an interpretation.
Well, even we have to interpret the same laws that the scientists, so-called, proclaim to us as truth. You know, and if we find it false, we try to correct them by observational viewpoints. And this does not derive from one person only, but other people who have made their observation on themselves. So therefore, they could be viewed as a scientist who made the same observation, but does not promote it as pseudoscience or scientism, basically meaning making out a religion out of it, just because he wants to be right? So we don't want to have that. We all derive and want to have the truth, and this is based on observation that we can make with our eyes, regardless of scriptures and all the other things that we can draw on.
Yep. So there's a problem there. So in the history of heliocentric model and the Big Bang expanding cosmogony, at key points, it wasn't that they were trying to be right. It's that they saw evidence that was leaning in one direction, and they did not want that direction to be right. So they chose the other direction. So they were not convinced that their position was right. They were convinced that their position was more palatable to their philosophical bias. Not that it was correct, but that they liked it better. And in their own words, they said as much by categorizing the alternative as horrifying.
Oh, you mean like the Copernican principle? That philosophical,
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, if you actually listen to like physicists and scientists talk about the idea that the Earth is the center of everything, they are horrified. it is revolting to them. Like, I don't know what it is, man. I don't know why that's so bad to them. Like, I don't understand it.
I mean, we can't look into their minds and hearts, you know. It's like, if they are afraid of this, like you mentioned, then there's a reason to it why they are afraid, but they cannot describe it to us, and they don't want to describe it to us because they don't want to confront the meaning that maybe there's an intelligence that created all of this observational evidence for us to see, you know?
It's almost like they're fighting to be irrelevant. It's really strange to me.
Could you imagine?
They're fighting to be irrelevant. I want to be a meaningless dust in space. How dare we say we're important? We're at the center.
Well, I mean, our friend earlier belied the intention. It's to have a plausible matrix of reality in which nothing has value and nothing matters. And therefore, any action that you do is only logistical in nature and not moral in nature. Because if it's only logistical, then chopping up a baby into bits while you hear it scream, while you drink a Chianti and talk casually to your friends, is just as morally relevant as kicking over a sandcastle. They're no different in the grand scheme of things because nothing matters.
Or sewing a sweater, right? Or knitting a sweater, or any other, any other activity you can do.
Or committing genocide.
Changing your socks. Genocide are equal activities for human beings.
Sounds like copium to me.
Yeah, and of course, and the people that you're genociding resisting is no different than like paint resists rust. You know, it's just a chemical process.
So baking something in the oven is morally equivalent to genocide. Oh wait, that's the same thing.
Yeah, so we do know the reason why they think this way. It's obvious. And some of them have said as much.
Yeah, it's the philosophical preference, right? So there's a lot of these, like, there's the aesthetic preference, I like balls, and then there's the philosophical preference, I want to be nothing. And, like, there's all these, like you said, philosophical choices that they made at forks in the road. They all lean in one direction because it's the same mindset or like maybe personality type that's in these positions to make these choices. Or the people that are making these choices are activists, let's put it that way. They're activists and they're trying to steer the so-called science in a particular direction. Right, just like people that want power, right? They insert themselves into positions of power, right? They become cops, they become judges, they become politicians. So if you want to steer the direction of like humanity, right? Its existential belief system, you insert your place in positions of the intelligentsia, and then steer society in those directions that you prefer.
I posted a relevant meme for y'all.
I never understood denialism, man.
Did you hear me earlier when I call it denialism?
Yeah, denialism. I think it's like there's some people that are just mad God created them. Just mad. Why do I exist? Life's not fair. I didn't ask to be born.
I should have been a nihilist like 10 times over.
I hear you.
Okay, thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
What's up, Kiwi?
No, sorry to interrupt, man. I had a Windows
You're not
update.
really. We're just like, we're shooting shit. You know?
Yeah.
I had a Windows update and it always screws up with my sound setting, so I just wanted. Sorry, I shouldn't even say anything.
Yeah, no need to apologize. Nothing matters.
Nothing matters, QE.
I beg to differ.
Go commit genocide. Nothing matters.
I'm not Pol Pot.
Use iOS instead of Windows. Yeah.
Use light mode on Discord.
Which Apple?
Dre said that it is shown that the cosmological interpretation, whoever this is, who is this? Astrophysics, whatever. It is shown, what the hell? Okay. It is shown that the cosmological interpretation, right there's a fucking problem. Why would you need an interpretation if this was actual science, you numpty dipshit?
Yeah. Why?
So,
Varshni.
Yeah, interpretations. Interpretations are for religions. Okay? You white-haired fucking moron. Cosmological interpretation of the redshift in the spectra of quasars leads to yet another paradoxical. Yeah, that was from the first paradoxical problem from the fucking beginning with your interpretation. I dealt with this fucking 12 years ago. What the hell is this? Did they just respawn?
Yes, they do.
He's pissing me off already. I just got in here.
No, we were talking about the Copernican principle and how they've come to forks in the road, and they base the direction that, you know, the body of science, whatever that is, goes based upon their philosophical interpretation, right? But there's philosophical preference, namely the Copernican principle.
What's that?
When the idea that the Earth is not in the center of the universe.
How does he know that?
Exactly. He just believed it. He just believed it, and so he cherry-picked information to try and confirm his bias.
And can he please define the universe for us, please? Not you, him.
I doubt it.
He's dead. He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead, and like it would probably be in Latin. I don't know what it is in Latin.
It wouldn't be anything. He just made the shit up.
Well, we were kind of talking to Brandon. We're trying to like enlighten him as to the fact that this shit's a religion. Because like you said, Brandon W. He was here a minute ago.
Oh, sorry.
He split up. He split.
Let's see.
He heard you and was like, "I'm out of here." Fuck.
Yeah. He's a neo-pseudo-nihilist who denies that nothing... wait a minute. What did he say? Oh, nothing matters. Nothing matters except not being a nihilist.
That's a double negative.
You're a double negative.
Yes, but if you take two negatives and you turn one 90 degrees and put it over the top of the other one, then what do you have?
A paradox? Thanks, I'll be in the area all week.
So, speaking of universe, you just made me think of something. Was universe a term of art, or was it an actual, like, construct of an explanation? Like, you know, some words are completely made up for a particular field, and somebody coins them for that field.
I want to say it was artistic.
You mean like equator?
I mean, it's the same spiritually as lies. You can form lies infinitely, but you have to be conscious of being accurate about them to repeat them over and over again to make them who listen repeat. So therefore, the space that they claim is infinite is also the same in terms of lies. It's infinite.
I don't think that's what he was asking. He said,
No.
where's the entomology of universe at? That's a good
Universe
question. I never thought about it.
just meant encompassing everything. It just means everything.
Where did it start?
Oh, here. Yeah. There's the origin. It, combined into one whole.
No.
Late Middle English.
Who first put forth? No, I'm not going.
I'm looking up the etymology. I'm looking up the etymology right now.
Yeah, Latin is our enemy.
Universe, 1580s, the whole world, cosmos. And by the way, cosmos back then did not mean space. The totality of existing things, all things, everybody, all people, the whole world, all together, all in one whole, entire, relating to all, turned into one, from unus, one. So it really does encompass all life and existence, the universe. Okay. And when it says cosmos, back then cosmos meant setting.
Setting? Like a table setting?
No, well, like the setting of the stage. That's what cosmos originally meant. So it meant to decorate your theater scene. That's the cosmos, and that's why we call it that's why we call it cosmetology.
Oh, that's perfect. So when a woman goes to a cosmetologist, she's getting her stage set on her face to make a play of what she actually looks like.
Yep.
You said the 1590? You said 1590?
1580.
1580.
Order or world. Yeah, look up the etymology, Ethergrass. I believe
kind of like the New World Order.
Cosmos.
Right, so that's actually pretty apropos to what's been going down. Like we just told homeboy Brandon that he's not up to speed on modern physics with their bent toward subjective idealism. So if you consider the universe to be all that is, right, if a God exists, he must be within the universe. He can't be external to it.
What?
Yeah, that, in the classical sense of monism.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I'm tracking with you now. Okay.
So when they refer to the universe, right, and they say God doesn't exist, they're meaning an external agent creator God doesn't exist.
Right.
Because they certainly believe in extraordinate entities that are greater in dimensional or energetic properties than a human or anything we know. They just don't believe that they're external to the universe.
Who?
Like the secular materialists that evolved into idealists.
No. You said they are external to the universe. Who?
Oh, the gods that they think of.
Gods. That's paradox.
Well, in this view, there could be one that's more powerful, but there can't be one that's all powerful because they're ultimately subordinate to the universe as their source of energy.
That's moronic.
Sure, I would agree with that sentiment.
It's moronic on many different levels. Oh, how many monists we have in chat right now?
Very good question. Whoever gets the right answer, I'll pat myself on the back.
And a special one for Buddhist monists. Shout out to Ken Wheeler.
And can you spell out monist for me real quick?
Monist, M-O-N-I-S-T-S. That's the plural version, by the way. Monist is M-O-N-I-S-T.
Okay.
Which, by the way, for your benefit, since you didn't know it previously, everything me and QE just said was massive inside double entendres, because you can't have two monists. It's antithetical to the thesis of the philosophy. Because in a monism, everything is one thing. So there's only one monist. Because me and you are the same person.
Yeah.
Here, I'm posting a detailed etymology of
Universe.
Cosmos.
Oh, Cosmos. Thanks. I like it in bold.
Dressing the hair, ornaments, decoration, to adorn, dress, to establish, to order and arrange, to dispose, prepare.
Oh man, that reminds me of that joke. Let me see. Is it silent or did I lose connection?
We still got you.
No, you're good.
No, you're fine.
Archaic
All right, so
universe in the archaic, the earth, the sphere of the world.
Cringe.
Well, it actually doesn't mean sphere as in the shape. When it says sphere of the world, world is humanity, so it's the collection of humanity is what it means.
oh yeah, yeah. In the old way of speaking, sphere always meant a
An
either
encompassing idea.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
So
influence, that type of
exactly.
like in programming language, that would be global. Means it encompasses the entire program.
Okay.
So, Meme, I want to tell you this joke. So, I first fielded this joke as a super chat on Nathan Oakley show. Here it goes. The joke goes like this: how many monists does it take to screw in a light bulb?
You can't have. How many?
One, but he's only screwing himself.
That's absolutely perfect.
That is good.
So back in the day, I sort of predicted that this whole thing would lead to idealism, but I didn't really see the monistic connection right away. But the more I think about it, if you are like a subjective idealist, monism almost follows naturally. And of course, I mean, in the monist idea, everything is God. Because you still need a God. It just becomes intrinsic to the end user experience. So if God exists and monism is true, then you are God. Which, of course, is very akin to New Age stuff. Right, and I asked the guys earlier today when we were talking about the documentaries, and they brought up Level 2 is coming out, which Level 1 was a flat Earth documentary, but heavily saturated with New Age philosophy. If I didn't know better, I would say that the flat Earth is just a
vehicle,
gateway drug to New Ageism.
It's the vehicle.
Yeah, for some of the how would I call them? Open-toed sandal, bad breath, flat earthers.
That's funny. I was thinking
Those don't exist.
Yeah.
It's like when you go to the beach, there's some people setting up shop trying to sell little trinkets and stuff. Like there are
The
people that have
idiots
set
don't-
up shop trying to sell you stuff.
They don't realize that they're guilty of the same thing that got us in this mess in the first place.
Yeah, they are.
Yep. I'm sure
How ironical.
we've all met them along the way.
Isn't it ironic?
Isn't it? That's man, I haven't heard that
I
song
think.
in a while. I think. Don't you think?
I mean, like when you were getting into flat Earth, did you not hear like, oh, well, look into Mandela effect, and there's all types of little avenues and stuff along the way.
Not
I
initially.
just think about
Every time I hear Mandela, I go, oh.
yeah.
No, that was a couple years after. I didn't get in. Of course, you had to go down those roads because the open-toed sandal bad breath idiots got into it, along with the mud flood and
the goddamn long hairs.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's like when I went to California, I went to the beach. There's all these people. They got little shops set up, and that's what these people have done as well. You said the open-toed bad breath people. There's a shop for Tartaria. There's a little shop set up for Mandela. There's a little shop set up for all types of stuff. So you got to be careful, like what you're buying along the way.
So there's a common theme among all of those things, which is they all are essentially borderline or explicitly just New Age.
Yeah.
Same garbage that always been.
Yep.
Part of the New Age philosophy is that the universe is intrinsically connected to the user, being yourself, and that you can tap into the energies of the universe either because you are an agent or the creator of the universe itself. Now, some people take the ideas of things like certain ways of looking at things that they would call or dub under the title of ether or whatever, to where there's a background matrix of energy that's controlled by the sentient mind and accessible by the mind directly, that can effectuate changes in what we would call physical reality. But you got to think about it this way: if any kind of idealistic monism is true, then tangible physical reality cannot be permanent. It's always in flux. So that means that when the aggregate overmind decides to change it, it will change. So 100 or 200 or 300 years ago, right, physical reality was this. And 200, 300, 400 years from now, it'll be something different. Whatever the mind wants it to be, once there's enough collective mind power behind that want, it effectuates itself into reality.
Yeah, repeat a lie over and over again, and people start to believing it.
Do you just float random thoughts out into conversations?
I don't know how you picked up on it so fast, Kiwi. We've been dealing with this all night.
Hey guys, I got some big job starting tomorrow, so I am going to go to bed.
We'll miss you.
Have a good night,
All right.
Capitan.
All right, have a good
I was
sleep.
being facetious.
Say what?
I was being facetious. What's a hypothesis?
It's an educated guess.
Incorrect.
I know it's incorrect. I gave you the wrong answer on purpose because I'm going to bed. I'll
Later,
see
man.
y'all
Catch
later.
you on the flip side.
Yep.
Hypothesis: if I go to bed right now, I may actually get rested.
That's even worse.
So I think we need to talk to Dude a little bit more. He claims to be on the fence, but is stuck on some idea that we need to create some school books.
Well, the flat earthers need to make school books?
Apparently.
Well, what schools are they going to go into? The flat earth schools that are just everywhere? Schools are there.
No, they would have to replace, because I keep hearing the math and the science is all wrong. So why don't we create?
What science? You don't. What is science? What is natural science? Define natural science.
Well, again, I'm not up to the science to even be talking
Then
about
why do
this,
you even
which is
comment on it then?
Well, that's kind of why I'm asking for a textbook to learn from that has formulas and graphs and charts.
Formulas don't have anything to do with natural science. That's mathematics. Yeah. I feel your frustration.
So what you're actually asking for is to be comparative to what you're thinking a science book is just a religious text or a storybook.
Well, but people say that this math is wrong.
What math is wrong? Be specific. Hyper-specificity, please. What math is wrong?
I didn't take notes, but I've heard it at least a few times.
Oh, God. You're just another one of the vague, ambiguous morons out here.
Okay, I'll try to remember. I think the formula for the distance to the horizon was wrong.
The distance to the horizon was wrong. What's the formula for the distance to the horizon?
I don't know. They were saying that the
they. Who are they?
Oh my God, you weren't here.
Yeah, that's
earlier.
right. Oh my God. Get hyper specific or shut up.
Okay, then I won't say anything. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate that. My God. You got to be a baltard.
Yeah, he's just showing that he didn't understand the earlier conversations at all.
Well, speaking of mathematics, let's move to a section of mathematics called geometry. As a baltard, how do you explain celestial navigation when celestial navigation uses elevation angles to navigate the Earth? So if they use elevation angles, which are right triangles, can you please explain to us how you can get an elevation angle from a curved baseline or a curved adjacent, please? We'll wait. And then define the definition of a triangle.
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh no, I already said I don't know enough about this to discuss it. And you said then shut up. So I'm shutting up.
All right.
No, it was a pro tip, bro. You don't have to actually be quiet. It's just good advice. If you don't know what you're talking about, just maybe don't say it.
Yeah. So for example, if somebody asks you who's they, an appropriate answer is the flat earthers that were speaking earlier about the distance of the horizon. Or you might say, who's they? Well, the globers that made the claim about the distance to the horizon. So, for example, when you have a circle of a radius, right, and you decide to have a line drawn on it, and you draw a line on it, whether it's a chord line or a diameter, or any of these different types of lines you can draw on a circle, rest assured that all of those lines you draw have formulas and math that can be applied to them. Those formulas and math are already well established in geometry, right? So they are not wrong. You yourself could do the calculations wrong. But for example, if you applied the circle segment formula to a circle, right, by drawing your chord line, getting the midpoint, and then getting the height to the apex of the arc, you'd have what's known as a sagittah, named after the archer constellation, bow and arrow, because that's what it looks like. Now that's all good math. Now if you then say to yourself, oh, look at all this good math I did, therefore the Earth's a globe, then you've done fucked it up. So when someone says the math is wrong for the distance to the horizon, there's a lot of caveats that have to be put in there for somebody to understand what you're talking about. Also, you have to define what a horizon is in the math you're talking about. You know, it's like, okay, are you talking about the distance to the apparent position where the sky appears to meet the ground? Well, that has no distance. It can't have a distance in principle because it's an apparent position in your field of view, not intangible three-dimensional space. Now, you could say the globe model, quote unquote, right? Use that term loosely since it's a term of art in their worldview, not an actual model. You could say, well, if the globe was a sphere of a certain size and you cut out a circle of it, it would be this size. Then you apply the circle segment formula. You imagine yourself as standing on top of an orthographic view, which doesn't exist in reality. You then draw a line from this imagined position to another imagined position somewhere else on the circle you just drew on a piece of paper, right? That line between point A and point B would touch the circle at a particular point. You could call that point a horizon, but rest assured it's just a dot on a circle on a piece of paper. And you could say, oh, well, this place would be 3 miles from where I'm standing if I was standing on a circle on a piece of paper in another dimension. So you see where all these things become incoherent very quickly? Then you could say in real life, oh, well, the horizon is 3 miles away. And then you could say, oh, if there was such a horizon, it would cut off the bottom of something because I couldn't see it. Because light travels in perfect straight rays from the object in question, being what I'm viewing, straight to my eye, with no interference whatsoever and absolutely no optical effects like angular resolution limitations or any atmospheric occlusion. You know, it's just ideal geometry, which exists only in my mind and on this piece of paper. And then you might say, oh, well, hold on. I don't see the bottom of that object in the distance, therefore the Earth's a globe. And then someone else will come and provide you with a picture that shows the fact that you can see the object. And then you might say, oh, I guess my math was wrong. Maybe the premise that the Earth's a globe is wrong. So it's not as simple as just saying the math is wrong and people understanding what the heck you're talking about. It's fair that you don't understand all these concepts. That's totally fair. Don't get me wrong. But a lot of people will just throw that out as homage to something on the globe side when they're trying to make arguments. They'll say, oh, well, flat earthers don't understand. They're doing the math wrong. You know, it's like doing the math on your bank account. Right? No amount of wrong math is going to change the amount that's in your account. Your account either has money in it or it doesn't. And when there's no money in your account, you can't cash those checks that your mouth is making out in public, right? So the globe is long-standing, had proponents for it that love to argue the horizon is a geometric location in free space relative to where you are on the globe. A physical spot, a geometric position. Right, but that's falsified. Because they can show it to you on a piece of paper, they can't show it to you in reality. And lo and behold, then we've got observations like the Black Swan argument, which shows the horizon in excess of 10 times where it should be, beyond the objects that it's supposed to be occluding. A completely incoherent circumstance when it comes to the idea that the horizon is a geometric location that's determined by the physical structure of the Earth, proving that it's not physical. which defeats all the geometry that was previously put forth as proof of a globe. So again, the idea that of someone saying the math is wrong has to be parsed out quite extensively and specifically before it has any value.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not even what happened. He's just making things up. I'm pretty sure we went over all of this before with him, and he's just respawned. Because we told
it was
him
a very sad indoctrination for these gloobers.
We told him
the best that they can do is appeal to your empathy. That's what they're kind of doing. Because they're just appealing and like, please explain to me a whole new world. And it's like, it's not a whole new world. If you want that, go watch a Disney movie. You
That's
came
fine,
here
but-
for objective truth and reality.
Sure, that's fine, but saying that we have objective truth and reality and categorizing Glober's fifis doesn't get to the brass tacks of what math are we talking about and where's it wrong. So if anybody's got
precisely.
this
It's
math,
a hard pressed question to ask them. Is geometry science? And will you just accept geometry if it doesn't have the title of science behind it? So that we can do a 1.225 times a 3959. But
sure.
it is, they have to comprehend that to begin with. Do you understand that you think things fall off an edge of your view? Like, that's your belief, Gloober. Gloober, you think that things are falling off the edge of your view. And you have to keep pushing that. What is their belief? What is your Gloober belief? You must defend this. You must defend that you think a boat is falling off the end of your view at 1.225. And they'll want to escape it because it's objective reality. They'll say, here's an experiment. Well, no, it's not an experiment. This is just the observation. This is just the modus tollens. This is logic. You stated something. You stated a glob of 3959. And now we're trying to look for this 3959 radius glob. And it's nowhere. We cannot find it. Even when you tell me to look at orbits, I have to take elevation angle measurements from horizontal to do orbital mechanics. So I'm simply asking, where is this globular thing ever necessary? This is what Flatzoid's been asking. All the big names, well, the big little names. So Flatzoid and Nathan Oakley, of course.
Shout out to Flatzoid.
And
That's thought to be a Glober.
And the only thing that they prove is that the Earth is flat. Every time a Glober comes to argue their Glober position, they just end up debunking and making more obvious a state of affairs that light is always bending, but then light is always straight at the same time. Or that we fly level, straight, linear, but it's a great circle. It's always constant contradictions. That's all the glob has to offer, is a lie after lie. Or, as someone argue, it's not really a lie. It's just a lot of dumb people being dumb, not comprehending what they believe in. That's 100% of everybody that comes here. And Matthew Learns, our most favorite Gloober, will concede that. Yeah, absolutely. It's just a faith-based belief.
Matthew's in the closet. He knows.
Matthew's a good guy. He's a good guy.
He's a good guy, but he knows. It's not a globe.
I know some people don't think he is, and he does what's clever.
He's just
he's
in denial, and he listens because he's just waiting for an argument that is so bulletproof. Even though there are already so many, but he's just waiting.
Somebody called me they called me Teflon Tim. It was my Instagram. I gave that Glooper an applause. I was like, that's the best diss I've ever heard, being called Teflon Tim, because I was just simply asking him for him to what was it? I was asking him to substantiate his claim that he said that geometry was subject to the scientific method. And I was like, well, obviously you don't know what the scientific method is, so please detail that. So, 100 times I'm asking him, and then he keeps talking about, the sun and all kinds of weirdo Glooper stuff. And I'll address it quickly, but it was always like, where's the substantiation that geometry is a part of the scientific method, is subject to the scientific method? And he wouldn't say it. And then he was like, finally, you're not the authority. And I was like, no, if I know more than you, then I am the authority, obviously. If I am the one that knows and you do not, then I am the authority.
Matthew knows it's not a globe.
It was hilarious, but it was
He
like,
knows.
not, am I the ultimate authority? Well, in the conversation, I was the authority. Am I the ultimate one? Well, please present me somebody who is gonna prove that geometry was science, and to where I wasn't the authority in that situation. You're right. So it's just these people they don't accept objective reality, so they can't accept logic. They can't accept objective reasoning. The best they have is appealing to my empathy, to where I'm like, hey, I want to help you, little Glooper clown. Like, I just want to help you.
Why are you on a monologue?
And then I'm going to help you along the way.
ITB.
Yes, sir.
The thing is I think a lot of them know it's not a globe. They just, I don't know what issues they have, if it's like daddy issues. I don't know what it is. Some kind of thing where they just have to cling to what they know. And they want to come and sit and listen, and they want to hang out with flat earthers 24/7 and talk about it 24/7. But they don't want the label. I don't know. It's just weird. But they know it's not a globe.
No, don't think that. Like, they full on believe it's a globe or
I don't
whatever.
the anti-flat earthers. I don't think they do actually.
There's some other aspect that they use to rationalize it to themselves, and it's like proving the premise first. It's like, well, it is a globe, 3959. So then, you special plead after that. So there's special pleading. It's really called special relativity. It's in the title. Special pleading. Relativistic feelings, right? This is purely illogical in the title of the toilet paper that Einstein wrote it on. And there is no hypothesis. There is no hypothesis test contained within this toilet paper. But they have a special pleading fallacy, and they have a relativistic feeling for that special pleading. And
I think anti-flat earthers know it's not a globe.
Well,
that's my belief. That's my belief. Just me.
If we take the history of the proposition and its formation, there were critical times, which we were just talking about earlier, where the men were faced with like a fork in the road, where they had to kind of go one way or the other, and they picked one over the other based on philosophy. But that's not to say that people now aren't going through that same journey, to where they basically just believe something their whole life, and then they're presented with a counter proposition. And that counter proposition has some plausibility to it, and they think about it, they say, wait a minute, if that's true, then here's all the implications. I don't like that, So now I have to fight against it and prove it wrong so that I can sleep good at night. So that could be another portion of those type of people. And to be fair, a lot of them aren't doing anything new. They're just rehashing or re-arguing the same tried out, heliocentric arguments, but just with a lot of zeal.
Yeah, that's sort of their conundrum, is that there is no, you cannot have objective empiricism as a relativist.
Zeal. That's incoherent zeal, you mean. Sorry for interruption. Go ahead. What did you say?
I was just saying, as a relativist, you don't even believe in objective reality or objective deductive empiricism. So when we talk about these scientific or geometric or any of these foundational evidences of objective reality, they have a very big problem with that, because luckily you accept this reality, but then if you were to big scope it, scale it, all these things dissolve and they don't mean anything. Hold on, my doggo.
Your what?
Your dog gotta go pee pee.
My doggo. He said his doggo. That's pretty funny. That's into the break, right? That's all right. We'll catch up when you get back with objective reality. I got a few statements to make about that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Who are they?
I'm privileged. You're.
I want to know, who are they that you're talking about?
Well, I just talked to a lot of individuals on Instagram and social media. I'm kicked off Facebook, but I've made a mainstay on Instagram. I just talked to a lot of just the simple run of the mill know nothings, but certain times I follow a lot of like history and physics forums.
I just asked who they were, dude. I just asked who they were, man.
Yeah, and they are the people that succumb to my superior intellect. Thanks to you, by the way.
Superior intellect. That's fucking hilarious.
But thanks to you, by the way.
Appreciate that, but that objective reality, I bet you they can't even define objective or reality.
Very true. They cannot.
I'd start there.
Oh, I do. I do.
Oh, boy.
I mean, because I accept objective reality. This happened to me 8 years ago or so, right?
Well, what's objective reality?
Waking life.
Say again?
Waking life.
Waking life? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
You know that actual experiments have disproved objective reality. I'm
like
just
what?
saying. Yeah.
Like what?
What do you mean, like what? Like objective reality or the experiments?
Well, yeah. What is disproved objective reality? That is what I've been asking for a long time.
I'd have to go searching. I don't want to speak just generally. But
like, am I not standing here right now? Is my hand isn't from my face? It's nothing like that, right? It's something better, right?
No, that's not what they're talking about.
Because that's what I say. Objective reality. I'm standing here right now, like, because obviously I'm standing.
No, that's not how objective. That's what I said. You have to define objective reality. That's an example of something. That's not the definition of objective reality, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, what is objective reality? Objective reality would be an object in your reality. Myself and myself, I'm not an object. I don't objectify myself, right? What is that definition? I could bing it, but I don't know.
I could bang it. That's good. You better know when you're questioning people on what something is. You better know what the hell it means.
I should know. I just, I like what I told you. Like objective reality is I'm just standing here. I woke up this morning.
I heard you the first time. What I'm trying to tell you is you're giving an example of something, not defining the phrase. Follow?
I do.
Okay. That's all I want. Be careful about giving examples for definitions. Examples aren't definitions.
No, I agree.
Okay.
So what would you define objective reality as?
I don't. I need not me. It's what it's actually defined as. So what I say is irrelevant.
Well, I mean, it would be a common. I wouldn't accept a definition I made up in my own head.
Right. Yep. So we got to find out what it means.
A notion that something exists independent of the mind and can be observed, measured, and tested.
Now you're getting close. Correct.
Yeah.
It's
the information argument, isn't it? It's the information. What is information?
Don't branch out. Go ahead and repeat what you just said.
Reality is the notion that something exists independent of the mind and can be observed, measured, or tested.
Yeah, that's the atheistic view. There is no objective reality beyond what the mind, beyond the mind. That's correct. So objective reality is disproven. Correct. You can't have matter without the existence of a knower. Follow? This is deep stuff, man. You stepped off into the deep end.
Yeah. The meaning of this is your observation of your spirit determines the outcome.
No, has nothing to do with observation. As long as information exists, this is classical quantum mechanics. As long as information exists, there's many experiments. I could list thousands of them. As long as there's information existing, you don't have to observe shit. As long as there's information existing of that object and can be retrievable, then you're good. But if that information does not exist, there is no objective reality. Period. End of story. Validated by experiment, without exception, thousands of times. Delayed choice quantum erasers, number 1.
But you cannot make this observation on your own. You have to have a witness that makes the same assumption.
No, I don't know where you got that from. You're just making that shit up.
No.
No. That was the information.
I mean, you're talking about quantum physics, and then I can talk about the double split experiment.
It's not the double split. It's not a banana split experiment. It's the double slit experiment.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean that either way, they both who recognize that the particles went different ways as soon as they acknowledged that the path they took.
We weren't doing the discussion of the light. We were just talking about objective reality, and then we were talking about transfer of information.
That's what we're still talking about.
Yeah, don't get off into the double slit experiment. You obviously don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I'd rather not get it.
He's just going to jack you hard. Arden, your mic is back feeding. Yeah, don't get in a double slit experiment if you don't know what you're talking about, because you're going to get exposed here. Don't even try to pretend, because you're just going to get smacked around. You better have a working fucking knowledge of it. And you ran into the wrong guy. Just your luck, I guess. Or you could think about it big picture. Like you were meant to run into me.
Yep.
Oh, don't get cocky.
That's even deep. Don't get cocky. I'm not getting cocky, man. I'm just saying there might be a bigger picture behind this picture.
Okay. Then I'm very much to listen to.
Okay.
Please.
Please what?
Yeah, please tell me about this difference about my not knowledgeable double split experiment. And
it's not a double split experiment. I just exposed you again.
Yeah, I mean, English is not my native language.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to get my best objective experience. The objective experience. Let's do the objective experience argument. Is your experience objectively true?
What? You're switching topics, man. Don't do that. It's confusing.
It's the same topic. It's the same topic. I was just carrying on from, like, I was talking about an objective reality, waking life, and then we're talking about.
You're back on waking life again. That's not what it is. You already define it again. Get out of this waking life shit. Define it again.
Yeah, the notion that something does exist independent of the mind.
That's exactly, yeah.
Yep.
So it doesn't. It's incorrect.
The definitions are incorrect, or the...
No. The definition's correct, but it doesn't exist without the mind.
True.
Yep.
Just like time, measurements, concepts.
So are you saying there's intent behind all of this observation?
Intent behind what?
The observation, in terms of how.
It doesn't have anything to do with observation. Let me tell you this again. You don't need to, in the double slit experiment, you can have thousands of people watching the double slit experiment, like in an auditorium. You're still going to get an interference pattern on the back wall. The only way you're not going to get an interference pattern is if you put a detector on one of the slits. You don't have to have both. You just have to have one slit. And there's another caveat to this. That detector better be going to a recorder that's jotting this data down permanently. That's the only way that pattern's going to change on that wall. Because if that detector is detecting and it's not gathering any information, guess what you're going to get? Interference pattern. And it doesn't matter how many eyes are observing the experiment. That's what I'm talking about. This has nothing to do with observation.
So without a mechanical observation point that is neutral in a sense, is this all illusion for us?
I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you're talking about. Mechanical observation of stuff.
Yeah, you said there should be a recording point of this experiment.
It's not.
And there would be this interference pattern.
I'm sorry. Maybe there's a language barrier. It's not making any sense to me.
Yeah, no, it would be the recorder. To have the interference pattern is to have the observation of the refract pattern that would be interpreted. So without the observation, you would have no interpreted
No.
reflected.
No. I just get done saying it has nothing to do with any observations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, if you didn't observe it, you wouldn't observe the pattern.
No. Let's.
So the pattern will because if you don't observe it,
hold on a second.
The pattern won't be there.
1 second, Arden, you got to go on mute, man. AI, go on mute. I'm gonna mute you. I can't deal with this, man. Go ahead, say it again. Into the break.
Well, if you would observe the pattern, then the pattern would be observed, and you would have the wave function collapse. But if you would not to observe it, then you would have nothing to report, and you would have no collapse of information. You wouldn't have information whatsoever.
No. You listen to what I'm telling you.
Help
You
me.
have double slit experiment, right? Let's say you got it in an auditorium. You got thousands of people watching the double slit. I'm not going to even call it an experiment at this point. You got a light. It doesn't matter whether it be light or different matter. It's irrelevant because everything acts the same way. So but let's use light. You're throwing light through this double slit. There's no detectors at the slits whatsoever. But you have many people observing this experiment. No matter what you do, without those slit detectors recording the information, you're going to get an interference pattern on that back wall. Follow?
Yeah, that is true. But I'm asked. I was asking.
I'm talking to.
Hold on. No, keep going. Yeah. The interference pattern would still, because there's an auditorium of people observing where the lights, where the pattern's being presented, though. Can we remove the auditorium of people? If we were to
that has nothing to do with it. No, you're going
into the break.
No.
It's not about the pattern on the wall. That's not what the pattern on the wall doesn't matter into the break. You can get as many people as you want watching the pattern on the wall. It doesn't matter. It's about the known path of it's about which hole the light is going through. That's why there's a detector on the slits.
QE.
What?
Please help me out.
Good.
Okay, so the people are viewing the TV broadcast.
No, don't go to an analogy. It's fucked up as it is. Stay with the topic.
Okay, so they're observing matter existing.
No.
I don't. Yeah. I'm at a loss. I mean, it's 5 years I've been trying to study this.
Yeah, it's because it's fucking difficult to even articulate. When you see an interference pattern, right, it's telling you that if there was no detector, there would be no matter. Because matter doesn't act like that. Matter acts with two columns. If you're shooting something, it's like throwing baseballs. Like you have a pitching machine and you got two slits and then you got a backstop and all the baseballs are chalked up. And when you throw, let's say they throw 2 million baseballs, this pitching machine, it's never ending. And it just continues to fire baseballs. Every once in a while, you're going to get something to go through those slits, right? But what you're going to see on that back wall, are you going to see an interference pattern? Or are you going to see, where the baseballs hit right behind that slit in two distinct columns? What are you going to see?
I would expect to see where they hit.
Yeah, you'd see two distinct columns, right? Now, switching it back, that wave interference pattern, yes, there's matter hitting the wall. However, matter doesn't act like wave because it's not waves. This is very difficult. So what it's trying to say is, we're off on a different topic. What it's trying to say, if you see an interference pattern, what it's trying to tell you is that the overall collective pattern, if there was no wall there, there would be nothing existing there.
Yeah, but this was the experiment.
Wait, what?
Wasn't
Repeat
about
that
this.
again. If there was no what? If there was
If there was no detector, what I call a catcher's mitt,
I don't know.
the wave.
I don't know about this, but
I'm going
you
to tell
could
you what,
you
man,
could be
you gotta
right.
Shut the fuck up. It's hard enough dealing with one person, and then your incoherent gibberish fucking disturbing it. We'll get to you in a second.
Yeah, like I'm talking to QE, so please just let QE speak.
Oh, he is going to, because he's on fucking mute right now. So go ahead into the break. Did you understand what I just said?
Yeah, the disconnect is hold on.
It's hard to know it because it's difficult. You have to. What is the question? That's the first thing.
I mean, well, the confusion happens when there's the coliseum of people observing something happen or not happen.
No, that's not the question. They're observing it. If you sit in an auditorium, you observe this. You're going to get an interference pattern.
Well, can you repeat what you last said before it was interrupted by the other person?
I don't know what you're talking about. You have to be more specific.
It was just about the interference pattern. So the interpreters. So this reflective mechanism is they're determining its acceptance of the pattern, the light pattern in the circumstance, and so I don't know. That was that's where I'm baffled.
My
I'm
point
sorry.
was it doesn't have anything to do with the observers in there. You're still going to get an interference pattern. The only way that interference pattern changes, the baseballs on with chalk on the backstop. The only way to change that pattern is to have something gather the information. You don't need to know it just yet, but as long as that slit detector is telling you that something's going through that slit and it's being recorded and you can retrieve that information, then on that pattern, that back wall, you're going to get two frigging columns. You're not going to get an interference pattern no matter how many people are observing it.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So there's no wave pattern.
There is no wave pattern when you know the path information, correct? Or when you, I say it, when you know the path information, hold on. When the information is available for retrievability about the path information, you will get two columns.
Wow. Yeah, and then that's why then we receive television transmissions. Okay. Yeah, the two columns, I see them. Boom. They're objectively real. Okay. Now, what is when there isn't when's the wave pattern come into play?
When there's no path information.
Well, how would there ever be no path information?
Double slit. You could do it. Everyone's done it. No, not everyone, but.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, shine light through a feather. I mean, that's
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's where it's done.
Yeah.
Or through when you see light through a tree, through the leaves or whatever.
Yes, that's diffraction.
But it's like, but then I'm looking at and I'm still observing this then wave. Or not really a wave, but
yeah, there you go. See, that's what they call it.
Yeah. When I narrow it down, oh no, this light. When I narrow it down to this specific gray on the scale, the more you narrow it down, then the more solid you find it for that light. I don't know. Please help me.
Please help me. I mean, literally, it's longer than 5 years. This has been you and Cathexis.
That was a long time ago.
You guys are some great people.
Yeah, it just depends on what question you're asking. It has to be really hyper specific. Back to the original one.
But that solves a lot of a lot of the issue, because it is a lot of confusion. Because when you see when it's established, you see the material 2 lines in the double slit, then that's because you observed, documented, and concurred it. When you don't see that,
no, not that you observed that.
Not observed. Okay, yeah, not observed. What would you? I mean, I would say that not even a person observed it. But if you were to measure something, if I were to go to sleep and have a camera, I would still be observing it.
Let me blow your mind for a second, and I put this experiment on the one of the presentations that I gave, the one with Nathan Oakley. So we're gonna have this scenario. You're in charge of a physics department. You have your own wing physics department at the university, and you said, "Okay, I heard a bunch of this double slit stuff before. I really don't believe this shit. I'm gonna do it myself." So what you do is you go over to your lab. You set up a double slit experiment. So you have 2 slits, and let's use a light, make it easy. And you have this light source, and you say, "I'm going to do this demonstration 500 times, and I'm going to see what happens." So what he does is he turns on that light, and he's throwing light through the detectors, and every single time that he has a detector on, and it's connected, the detector's connected to his computer, and it's downloading the information on when the photons go through one of 2 slits, right? You don't have to have detectors on 2 slits, just 1 slit, because if you find it's going through 1 slit, you know it's going there. But if it's not going there, you know it's going through the other slit. Do you follow that logic? It's irrelevant, but I just had to make sure that was clear. You just need 1
Very
slit.
relevant. Very relevant.
All right, you just need 1 slit detector. So he's firing. He does this experiment. It's not really an experiment. He does it 499 times in his physics department that's disconnected from his office over in the main building. Right?
Okay.
We got it thus far. So he says
he's away. Set it up
499 times. He does it every single time that the particles are detected. It's going to show him a 2-column pattern. So what he does at the 500th time, he says, "Oh, to heck with this. I'm going to take a vacation. Jamaica, man." Okay? And what he's going to do, he's going to let this apparatus for experiment, for lack of a better term, run. Okay? So he's going to put it on automatic. So what he does is he's going to run the experiment quite a number of times. But he's not going to be there. He's flying to Jamaica. So what he does is he locks the door. No one can get in. He's got the only key. Not even the janitors can get in to clean it. And this experiment has a timer on it. It runs for 3 or 4 days. Doesn't really matter. He went to Jamaica for 10 days. About the 8th day or so, he decides, well, I'm sick of this. I'm going back. I'm going to go back to work. So he gets on a plane. And on the plane, his secretary calls. He says, she tells him that the administrative building has burned down. So all that path information that was coming from his computer, that was already recorded on his computer, the whole building is destroyed. He gets off the plane. He gets over to the administrative building. The whole building, it's trashed, man. There was information on his computer about which path the photons were taken. It was there, but now it's destroyed. No one looked at it. No one looked in his lab. and no one looked on his computer. It was there, but it's not there anymore. No one's seen the information. It's gone. So he says, well, what? It's not going to make any difference, right? So he goes over to his lab, which is detached from the building. There's no damage. At least his lab was saved. And he opens up the door and looks on the pattern on the wall. What does he see?
He sees 2 columns.
No, he doesn't. He sees an interference pattern.
How? How? I don't get the disconnect. It's so documented. It's observed.
No, it wasn't. No one observed it. No one went into the lab. It was documented, but no one retrieved that information.
But
it was
no
on his
one looked.
computer.
No one had there was no intelligent mind to retrieve the information
Exactly.
that it gave.
Exactly.
And it dissolved before anybody could.
Yep. We're off the reservation here. Out here, there be monsters.
Yeah. I mean, it's a wild, wild time world.
I gave the same example when I went through the double slit and the delayed joint quantum erasure. How many times do you watch that?
At least 5-10 times over the past 5 years.
You heard this example then, haven't you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. But
You
you
say
made the
I
wrong
just
choice.
Well, that's the slit I chose.
Right, but you also made a fundamentally flawed conclusion.
Who did?
That there was no that guy that just spoke.
Me.
Prior. You said there's no mind.
Oh no, that wasn't me.
Yeah, that was you. So this is, but I'm going somewhere with this. So you would then say, well, if the creation of the information caused a change in what we would perceive to be end user reality, but we know that information requires a mind to even have coherence, then there must have been another mind involved. Or the universe just does this on its own. But the universe having information and laws on its own, again, is incoherent. So there has to be another mind involved to anchor all of these processes. So what it proves is the existence of an overmind. A mind which reality we experience is ultimately grounded in. Now, the overmind, go ahead.
I said, there's some heavy stuff, man. I mean, it takes a long time to grasp this. Some people, it's easy because they don't have any baggage along with them and they don't have any preconceived biases. It took me a while to fully grasp it. If it provides you any comfort.
Warm blanket. Warm
like
blanket.
a warm blanket, yeah.
I love it.
I did too, for a long time. I kept it to myself, actually. For many, many years.
Attention on deck. Do that. I cannot do that.
Wait a second. What?
I repeat, attention on deck.
Get your heels together.
Oh, yes, sir.
What's
going on, Kiwi?
Nothing.
Just a Sunday night. Kind of lackadaisical.
You stepped into a friggin' hornet's nest. We're discovering the mysteries of reality.
I mean, you guys are unpeeling the layers of the mysteries of God. I don't even know if this is a conversation that most of us can comprehend. Only the higher minds can, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, this is
AI was comprehending it. He was like, I get what you're putting down. But
I don't think so. I don't think it has to go that far. I mean, it's all if you boil it down, you could break all that stuff. You don't have to understand delayed choice quantum erasure or any of the experiments. You really don't. It just boils down to information. Information. The atheist idiot killer. Because you see, to be an atheist or a philosophical naturalist, which is your philosophy is philosophical naturalism. You're a methodological naturalist. So your philosophy always comes before your methods. That's what
nature created everything.
Well, yeah. Well, just relax for a second. It's easier than this. Like I said, I might even do the 100th episode. I'm almost convinced. Next Saturday, 100th episode of Ballbusters will convene, and I think it's going to be on information. And see, to be an atheist, the only thing that can whatever that is, by the way, they can't even define it. To be an atheist, only matter or energy can exist. That's it. You can't, right? You're a philosophical naturalist. The only thing that can exist is matter or energy. You got a big friggin' problem. Because information is the bedrock foundation of reality. Even their pseudoscientists tell them this. Right? So if information is the bedrock of reality, and your worldview dictates that only matter, energy exists, then you better damn well give me the formula for information. You better give me the chemical formula, structure, momentum, spin, or the Milli equivalents, milli electron volts, kcals or kilojoules of information right friggin' now. Give me the chemical formula, structure, charge, momentum, or spin, or milli electron volts, kcals or kilojoules for look out, there's a tiger behind you.
I've heard them actually try to explain this to you a couple times in this VC, and they fumble around with the kind of coherent way of putting it, because there's just no way to get the source for the prime mover. I don't know what the force that initiates all things to become what they are. I mean, they rest on what is it?
Don't go away from this. The information is neither matter nor energy. You've got so much information in one of your cells. There is so much information. What did Richard Dawkins say, that numpty dipshit? There's more than 1,000 Encyclopedia Britannicas of information in the most primitive cell. How the hell could he say that? And he's an atheist? He just torpedoed himself. Give me the chemical formula or structure, charge, momentum or spin, or milli electron volts, kcals or kilojoules, and that information you just spoke about. Just one piece of it. You can't. So how can you it's the paradox of paradoxes. Simple. That's it.
Yep. Yeah, information means nothing without an informer.
Well, information can't exist with the natural philosophical naturalist or atheist. It cannot. You can't even have it.
Right. So, if you acknowledge information, acknowledge, right, means to be self-aware of knowledge. That statement in itself proves the knower in the first instance and renders your worldview incoherent.
Yes.
I like how you put
So that being said, check this out. It gets more juicy. If you're an atheist, right, and you go under everything we just said, you're saying that there is no God or no overmind. Yet you then have to account for information. And the only way to account for it is to acknowledge a mind. You, being a sentient observer, are self-aware of your own mind, proving to yourself in the first instance that your mind necessarily exists. So check this out. If your mind necessarily exists by first order proof, because you're self-aware of it, cannot be otherwise, right? Impossible to be otherwise. And you also know that information, right, is extraordinate to derivative reality, right? The statement, I'm an atheist, is the equivalent statement to say, I am God. So, you're not an atheist, you just believe that you are God, whether you realize it or not.
Yeah, that's one thing these confused secular atheists come in here and talk about reality. They say the only thing I can be sure of is I think, therefore I am. That's it. That's the only thing they ever hold on to. That's it. So if that statement is true,
That's Descartes.
Yeah.
They're just mindlessly parroting Descartes.
Well, if they could prove to me that they truly are mindless, then I would believe their position.
I could prove that to you. It's in their worldview statement that they're mindless.
Yeah.
How ironic is that?
yeah, because they would say that they don't know anything else to be true except for that one thing, that one single thing. Everything else could still be up to speculation, and maybe they might not be sure of anything else, but that's the one thing they can be sure of.
All right, they can't even be sure of that. They don't even know what atheism is. I listened to a 9-hour stream of atheists trying to define atheism from Steve McClown of the Clan McClowns. About 6 years ago. I sat there with popcorn 9 hours, and at the end, they all fell out with each other and dropped the stream. They couldn't define it.
Wait a minute. They started hating on each other?
Yeah, they all fell out with each other. Yeah. Steve McRae. I think Steve McRae and Aaron Ra got into it. I think it's been so long ago. But they all got pissed off and stopped after 9 hours. The intellectuals of our generation, fucking numpty dipshits. I was sitting back here laughing my ass off.
Dude, so what you're telling me is that they need a religious council to settle their doctrine. We'll call it the Council of IKEA. Make it yourself.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's the all-time goof of all time. Of like I said, all time, because you can't. What you think about? Thought they have to deny all of consciousness. That means thoughts, feelings. I'm thinking of a pink elephant with purple toenails and a red tail, a chartreuse nose, gray ears, and a body with pink polka dots. What's the chemical formula?
Liberal woman.
That's not a chemical formula.
Yeah, but she identifies as a chemical formula.
Oh, that we forgot to add that in. So what if I change it? What if I change the tail to chartreuse and the nose to red? It's goof. It's the hammer in the face goof of all time.
Dude, my favorite was a guy. I can't remember if he wrote a book or he just did lectures, but he basically, I can't remember his name. It might have been Lawrence Krauss, but I think it came before him. Where the basic argument was the mind is an illusion.
Oh, brother.
The mind is an alternate view of the mind.
How can the mind be how can the mind be an illusion if you can't see the mind?
Well, an illusion in that sense means a mental state that doesn't correspond with reality.
All right.
So it begs the mind in the first instance.
Right. Ripcord, sorry for letting you on mute. We forgot about you. You're still here. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem.
Go ahead.
I mean, I join when something comes up that contributes to the conversation.
We had to put you on mute, man, because it was a complex topic, and you kept on interrupting. I don't know if you were doing that intentionally. Doesn't matter intentionally or not.
No, I wasn't.
So we have to have quiet.
I know.
I even muted AI because his mic was feedbacking. Do you follow?
Perfect.
All right. So don't take it personally.
I don't.
All right.
Hey, we got 31 people watching in the YouTube live stream. If you guys are listening and you guys want to come in here, click the link in the description. Or Nightbot has a link also that's being spammed in the text chat. Click that thing. Come on in here. Let's have a discussion. It's Sunday night. Sometimes it's might be Monday morning for some of you guys around here. But yeah, welcome and have a chat with us. Come on in.
Yeah, we got Diesel Boy just joined us, and DOOD is still on the fence and unsure of where he is.
Really? What's up, dude?
I've been muted for less, so that's
just listening.
Hey, what brings you by the server, man? Like you sound like you're undecided. Is what the council here is saying? Is that true?
Well, as I said earlier, I am 65 and I was born a liberal Democrat Catholic, so therefore my little joke is I've had a problem with the whole God thing all my life. It's been a 66-year struggle, sometimes very painful struggle. And as far as flat Earth, I mean, and like I said earlier, you know, the most I ever heard of the globe was around the world in 80 days, or down under, or digging down through to China. I mean, just other than that, never gave it a thought. And then a couple, 3-4 months ago, I saw Mark Sargent and Eric Dubay, and I was fascinated that there is even a discussion. And now I'm just trying to figure out, like I said, if the Earth was flat and there's a dome and there's a God, I'm in. I'm all the way in, because my struggle would be over.
Well, I'm going to end your struggle. I just at 43 minutes after the hour, I ended your struggle. I got scientific proofs of the Creator on my website, so you can go through that. And if you have any questions, PM me.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, live stream voice text, dude. By the way, it's where you'll find that info.
Do you see it?
Yes, I do. I'll save it and look at it later.
Okay. Yep. There you go. Yep. If you have any, just PM me, Quantum Racer. Yeah, or ask one of these gentlemen on here to get in touch with me.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I think the most fascinating part, dude, I think that you've just said it right in your statement, is that you thought it was a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe. Like, you probably learned a little bit of topical information as you were told at school, but you didn't really know anything much more about that. And so, huge gaps in what you know.
Never once did me and my friends sit around the table going, "It's a globe. No, it's flat. No, it's a globe." I mean, it just never came up.
Yeah, for sure. There was nothing. Yeah, I was gonna say there's nothing that rivals it. I mean, as far as you growing up.
Well, if you don't question something, then there's no question. Correct?
True. Which is kind of why I was asking about the textbooks to explain in great fine detail, so that, and Ardent had said that, I can't remember the words he used, but that it was very involved, and, so can we write it down and...
Can we write what
spell it
down?
out?
Can we write what down? Why don't you show what they've written down for a globe, and let's check that coherency of that first.
Well, I was a weird kid, kind of a loner, and I would go to the library a lot and pick an aisle, pick a shelf, pick a book.
I didn't ask you what your favorite color was.
Well, I've been to the library, and there are many books.
May I intervene?
Sure.
So, if you're curious about the very details, have you heard of the book of Enoch at all?
What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, dude, you got a bad problem of not being on topic, brother.
Yeah, you sidestepped to another topic.
So I'm going to retract your ability to speak, and I'm going to take the floor.
Oh, come on.
I have the prerogative. So
Enoch is cool, but
yeah, I mean, look, that's fine conversation, but we're trying to curate a topic about this right now. So when I was talking about the complications of the math, I was talking about very tongue-in-cheek, this elaborate quote-unquote pseudo model that they create on paper, and they try to reify it into reality. That's where all this math mumbo jumbo comes in. The flat earth proposition is very simple. Okay, it's common experience. Everywhere you go is flat, horizontal, level, and plumb. That's what you experience everywhere you go. Everywhere you go, you experience flat water. Everywhere you go, you experience what seems to you as a planar realm. Nothing different. Right? Up is up, down is down, horizontal is horizontal. Everywhere you go, and everywhere you've ever been, it's never been different. When you wake up in the morning and you see the sun goes above your head and it goes around. The stars move around you. That's the common experience. By the way, both sides agree to this fact. The problem is the globe side then goes in to give you elaborate explanations and mathematics of why what you experience actually isn't true. Occam's razor and base axioms apply that the Earth presents itself as what it is. And you need extraordinary evidence to the contrary. So all this elaborate math and stuff that I was explaining is all on their side with their explanations and gobbledygook. The flat Earth is very simple. Okay, if the Earth is 70% water and water's flat and level, and everywhere you go you experience it as if it's flat and level, and the Earth's flat and level, the end. That's how simple and quick the proposition carries to the conclusion.
Sounds good to me. It really is
dude.
that simple.
Oh, yeah, I've seen Dude in another server. So, Dude, you've probably experienced this, but have you noticed how the globe side seems to bring ridicule way more than it actually brings arguments?
Oh, well, I think there's jerks everywhere.
Yeah, but that's not really an answer to the question.
I haven't really noticed.
You haven't noticed?
Well, no, I've noticed that there are jerks, but most people seem to be genuine and...
Well, I don't know where you've been.
Genuine jerks?
Genuine
jerks. Can I just take that? Because I didn't ask about whether people were mean. And I didn't ask whether there were jerks on either side. Like you've not really answered my question again. The question was, have you noticed that the globe brings more ridicule than arguments? It's not about the characters of the people. I'm talking about the behaviour that you've experienced.
Well, I've only, again, seen a couple of videos, and I've only been on these, what is it called, Discords, for about 3 weeks now. First couple of weeks was on Nathan Oakley. He can be rough.
Boy, that's hardcore, man.
Well, from this point forward, your reticular activation system will make it known to you that the disparity between the two sides and how they treat each other.
I will try to take note.
You got to pay attention to the actual arguments, like Crypto was talking about. For most people, it's hard to separate the ideas from the people, but you have to take the objective claims from people, regardless of the theatrics, and evaluate them. Follow?
Yeah.
Yeah, and where are you going to go find Mark Sargent videos at now in 2023? Where you coming from, Fed? You think I don't fucking smell you, clown?
It's also easy to paint Nathan in a broad brush. When you listen to him in the beginning, when he was talking, it was only Globers being obtuse and rude. He only got a little bit tit for tat in the end when they have already shown themselves to be very.
Yeah. Hold on, Fred.
Yeah, you caught that too, AI? Did you catch that dagger?
Who just spazzed out for some reason?
Into the break. I felt like a dagger going to dude. I don't know if it was or not, but
Yeah, we literally just set up a caveat that the Globe side is perpetrating the vitriol and the attacks of the character rather than the arguments. And you thought that was the prime time to make some kind of snide jab?
No, I just genuinely want to know where he's finding out, like, just organically, where Mark Sargent's or
Okay, so friend.
No, it wasn't Mark Sargent's. It was somebody
You said
else.
Mark Sargent,
I just
Eric
genuinely
Dubay.
want to know. I just genuinely
Okay.
want to know.
No, you don't, friend. You don't. Because if you genuinely wanted to know, you wouldn't have added the caveat, do you think I can't sniff you out? And then your epithet. So now I'm going to take you to task and make a public example of you.
Okay, example me. Sorry, but
Okay,
not sorry.
Mark Sargent
Not
is
sorry.
literally the most famous name in Flat Earth. Why? Because he put his name into the public record and his address, his physical address.
Well, why are you
address?
ask this guy?
Oh,
I
dude,
asked this
chill
guy
out.
a question. Let him talk about it, dude. What you chill out?
Dude. I could be very chill, and I can also talk uninterrupted because I can logistically enforce it if I so desired. Okay, there's no harm and no foul with somebody finding these things. It's very prolific out there for reasons that are known because Mark Sargent was one of the most proliferated names in the YouTube algorithms. And not only that, many other people took his content and reposted it under different names. They're literally the two biggest names in the algorithms that are going to have segues. The idea that they're obscure and hard to find, and therefore somebody claiming that they found them is somehow nefarious, is ridiculous. There's no reason in the content which we're currently speaking of to call somebody out as if they've been doing something untoward and that you somehow divined their, bad intentions. So just pipe down and let the people who are composed continue the conversation. Thank you.
Actually, I think I did see something that was reposted by somebody else.
Yeah, so Mark Sargent's most famous video is actually making somebody that's not Mark Sargent a ton of money. Because they reposted it under the title Hiding God with the Biggest Lie Ever under a monetized channel, I believe.
Yep.
And that's actually his original Flat Earth Clues. Now, when Mark Sargent made all his content, he said in it, Creative Commons license, use it as you want to, distribute it freely. And people took him up on that offer. There's actually books written about his Flat Earth Clues in other languages that people just self-published because he gave them permission to use his content. Also, he was very involved in interviews. Why? Because in the initial stages of Flat Earth, not a lot of Flat Earthers had their public information out there, right? Or their personal information out in the public.
Okay.
Interviewers were able to call. Interviewers were
this isn't a moral referendum on Mark Sargent or Skiba. This is that this person had said brought them up, and I just find it curious. I mean, that would be great if they had found the truth through old
stop trying to
videos.
cover it up, dude.
I'm not covering it up. You're trying to cover it up.
Cover what,
And
dude?
I'm asking.
Dude, we all clearly heard you. Okay, it's annoying as crap for you to keep trying to rationalize it. Just take my advice and pipe down. I mean, good grief, dude. You're not contributing at this point.
I mean, I give him exactly the right point. You have to speak the person for themselves. Mark Sargent for itself and Rob Skiba for himself. And everyone has its point. And everyone has a right point in terms of view. But what the media makes out of them is a different point. So therefore, what you believe in should not be contribute in terms of, strife and conversation.
True. I just wanted to know what this new guy, where he got, if he did get it, the information from there. I just wanted to ask that question, and I'm curious. I think it's awesome because Mark Sargent and Skiba are my heroes.
So how about next time, ask the question without the snide jab afterwards? How about that? Fair?
Fair, and this gentleman can defend himself, and I didn't mean any disrespect. So I apologize to you, AI. I didn't mean any offense.
Excellent, great. We're all in agreement and accord. Let's move on.
Where's the
So that being said,
evidence?
Go ahead.
Where's the scientific evidence for a globe Earth?
So, dude, do you think there's any scientific evidence for a globe Earth?
Not by the margin the scientific community does. No.
Is your name Ripcord? I'm not talking to you.
The Ruskin dude, Ripcord.
Well, for instance, like I said, when I was younger, I'd go to the library a lot. And one of the books I read most of, I very rarely read a whole book, was How Computers Work. And it's all about controlling electrons. You use hardware controlled by software to control electrons. And this was all very scientifically expressed about how this happens with what a resistor is. Science says if you put this much voltage through a resistor, this much will come out. And technology says, oh, I can use that. Or
no, you got it backwards. Science, you got it backwards. Number one, you said science says that's a reification fallacy. Science doesn't say shit. Technology is the one that benefited from that.
Well, yeah, but it was physicists who came up with a transistor and came up with, and again, they go, pardon?
Physicists.
I believe that's what I read. It was
really?
A long time ago.
What? That's why I asked you. My first question right out the gate was, what was natural science?
I'm not sure what you're going for.
Do you think that resistors are natural?
No, they're man-made.
Well, if it's not natural science, then it can't be physicists. Right? Yeah.
True.
See, you run into a problem right out the gate. That's then you start stumbling. Not you as in you personally, but the royal you.
Yeah. Well, again, I read this book a long time ago, and it was
Yeah, but
so
you're
I
talking
can't
about computers. See, the question that was put to you was, is there any scientific evidence for a globe Earth? So don't go down the computer road. That has nothing to do with the question. If you started talking about chimpanzees, it would have been just as relevant. So is there any scientific evidence for a globe Earth? Now, that question is, as soon as you heard, if you knew anything about science, then you would immediately recognize that that question is malformed. There's a paradox, because natural science has nothing to do with explaining shapes. Follow? But the reason why I asked that question is, from the beginning, from the moment I stepped out here, and everyone, I'm sure everyone in this room and everyone listening to this conversation has heard this statement. How can you believe in a flat earth when science has proved that the globe exists, or something to that effect? Follow? So, the next question, obvious question, is, where's your scientific evidence for the globe Earth? Right? That would be the next obvious question. That's the question I'm asking you. Because you can't answer it. No one can, because it's malformed. It's a paradox. It's a contradiction in terms, is what I'm trying to say. So science, whatever that is, hasn't shown squat, because it's a category error. Follow?
Geometry is not subject to the scientific method. There's no cause and effect for what a triangle is.
Let him answer.
That's very true, by the way. So, natural science. Natural science is the study of the natural world. It is evaluated and explained via the scientific method. The scientific method only adjudicates natural cause and effect relationships. So whether the earth is flat or a sphere is a what is question, not a how, why, cause and effect question. So therefore, it's a category error. So all those statements in the beginning about the body of science and scientific evidence, because they just use those terms, they don't even know what the terms mean. They're just parroting from Wiki or Discovery Channel that there's scientific evidence for a globe Earth. And that if you believe in a flat Earth, then you must deny all of physics. Has anyone heard that before?
Only in the days ending in Y.
So, where's the physics is our question. And then it all goes down the tubes very quickly.
The problem is he went off on his own category error, talking about the science of computers when we want the science of the globe.
Yep. What's the scientific evidence of the globe Earth? I already said it's a paradox. You can't answer that question. So then from that point, with the wiki parroters, pretender clowns, it dissolves or devolves into name calling and vitriol. That's what it devolves into, because we got a bunch of pretender clowns, numpty dipshits that should be picking up cans alongside of the road. But they're out here pontificating from Wiki and Discovery Channel the horse shit that they've read and are just mindlessly regurgitating. And that shit stops, ends here every single time.
Better believe it.
What's up again?
Howdy.
I guess I'm just kind of distressed that there are many things we can't know.
Well, there's many things we can know.
Why are you worried about things you can't know? That's a waste of time. You know what I mean? Like, think about that. Like that's why most people are misfortunate, because they don't see the things that are right in front of them. They're worried about all the shit they don't know about.
Well, many people think that they can know because they've been telling everyone for what? At least 80 years that the Earth's a globe. If you go back to Copernicus and all that horse shit back there, well, it sounds like that they did know. So how did they know? Is it scientific evidence? We're waiting.
Yeah, so dude, can you understand the gravity of what Quantum was saying right now? And maybe your thoughts on, like, you thinking that it was scientific? That's kind of like, getting the gist of the conversation being spoken to you as the understanding that you started talking about transistors and whatnot. It's like, do you see how it doesn't equate to what he was telling you, that it's not scientific?
It doesn't matter who you are, Clown Fed. Us flat earthers will sniff you out and we will expose you. That's what we do.
Let him answer, man. Don't make me mute you.
What is wrong with this dude?
Well, as it's already been said, I'm not qualified to debate any of this. I was just...
Oh, my goodness.
Look, here's the
what
thing.
my experience was and reading in books, and that's been my experience. So that's all I can talk about and nothing else.
You shouldn't be.
Can I posit something to you? Look, real quick, just to posit something to you. Think about it. There are a couple of things people didn't think about, like when this message is out there, it's like, what shape? Spherical or is it flat? And see, that's the first test, because they just gave you two choices and only one shape. Sphere is a shape, flat's not a shape. It's like, these are the things that subtly get by people. Okay, so when you say, I wasn't really equipped to debate this, if you had to debate to figure out what reality is, you already know somewhere somebody done fucked up. This isn't debate, this is real life. And you have all the tools to open your eyes, open your mind, and just accept what is.
Well, so far it's taken...
I'm sorry, I was just
66
joking.
Sorry about that, Randon. But go ahead, dude.
I just said so far it's taken 66 years, and apparently it's going to take longer.
Hey, also, we got somebody new that just joined the chat. Marlon has just joined. I'm gonna
Welcome.
Unmute Marlon. Marlon, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by the chat, Marlon? Hello? Marlon, you there? Oh, okay. I guess we can continue. All right, Marlon, if you want to join in the chat, just go ahead and chime in, or maybe somebody else can say hello. Or you're trying to work your mic out, I don't know. But if you do, jump on and say what's up. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
I just want to say, dude, don't mistake our silence for agreement just because one guy chimes in and points a finger at you angrily. He's the outlier here. Everybody else wants to just chat with you, man.
Well, you got Tony V. Haven't seen that numpty dipshit in some years. Why not him? Where's your scientific evidence for your globetard, Tony V?
Tony V, I remember talking to you extensively. Come on in, buddy. Now you have all your greatest heroes here.
He's already here. I seen him down there. Hey, Meggie.
What's up?
Yeah, you got Tony B down there. The poster child for Baltard.
Wasn't he here when we had the arena? I think he was, wasn't he? He was one of the guys in the Gladiator.
Yeah.
I'd say he was. Yeah.
We had to put the YouTube channel down by 0.5 speed so that the audience could understand what he was saying.
Right.
I just scrolled down there. I didn't know. How long's he been in here?
He said silently in here, as far as I know, but he hasn't really said much, or at least not to this crowd.
He's not as dumb as he looks.
Yeah, Tony sits there and he just watches while he plays games.
I haven't talked to him in years. Maybe he's mule kicked him in the head or something. He's changed his attitude.
Every now and again, you get Faulkner slithering around these parts, but he just doesn't say nothing. He just sits there, and then he takes off. He's published another book, which, yeah.
I don't even care. I don't need to say it. I dispatched him in early 2016.
Well, these written books, that would be kind of interesting. It's like, did you really write it? I doubt. I want to see their writing. I'll look it up, but I'm going to start doing some book reviews. That's where I think I can do, because I don't want to be a social media influencer. I just want to review some books or do something benign like that. But it's hilarious to me, the Gloober position. Like this is why you helped me out with objective reality today. We're talking about that. I have real questions about real arguments that are made every day to real people.
Hey,
it helps.
Huey,
it helps you.
Oh,
Miggy, go ahead. You help me.
Nah, man, I don't know if you finished what you were saying, man.
No, you're good. I was just right. Like, I appreciate you guys' help. I'll probably ask you guys more questions later.
Hey, no worries, man. Did you hear the chin refraction clip that we have, Quantum?
Chin refraction.
Oh, you haven't heard it?
No.
It's a treat. Let me just play for. Well, this one and horizons are what is it? Curved and a flat horizon are in false dichotomy. They're valuable clips here.
Dude, I was almost gonna ask you to play those, but then I was like, we're honored with QE here. Just play it. It's so good.
Well, I mean,
I would like it.
We get into some numpty clips every now and again, just to see the depth of, how far. Just when I think you couldn't say anything more dumber, you go and do this and totally redeem yourself. Let's check this out, man. You got to hear this.
God.
Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
But does your chin refract?
Yes, when you look at your chin, every single time you, as an individual, sees your own chin, you're going to see it through something that has distorted it.
So if I look at someone's chin who's across the room, if I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there? It's refracted?
It will be refracted, but it will still exist, won't it? You can walk up and touch it, and it's still there.
So if I can touch it, then it is there, it's physical?
Yes.
So not like the geometric horizon that you're talking about, which you said isn't physical. You can't see it, it's apparent.
The geometric horizon is physical. We only have apparent access to it optically. Or apparent, yes.
Is your chin geometric or apparent?
My chin is geometric. That's why I can touch it.
So it's not like the horizon then, which is apparent.
It seems to be apparent because I can only ever see it through a distorted mirror or a distorted photo.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none.
Would you be able to measure someone's chin?
Yes.
So it's not like the geometric horizon that you're claiming then?
No, we have measured it again.
Measured what? The geometric horizon?
The radius of the Earth gives you a geometric horizon based on the height of the observer, yes.
Could I see your measurement for a geometric horizon?
It is based on the radius that we have measured.
Who measured a radius? A radius of what?
Do you want names?
Was that it?
Yeah, that was it.
That's pretty stupid.
Yep.
I love those ones where you make them admit that they have like their entire globe belief is just faith-based belief. When you like do the 1, 2, 3, I love those. Those are so good, Mickey.
Oh, I love them too. Trust me. I live for those moments. All right, there's another one here.
No, I've gone through this again and again and again. What I see is not flat.
You know, it's interesting. You can think in 3D, but you're living in 2D.
So you don't see see a curved horizon left to right?
Yeah, I've got an image of it, yeah. But that's not how I came to be a globe. I didn't.
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
But okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you don't see it as flat or curved
with timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you just
I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved?
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or curved?
It's the same way I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
Oh my god.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped?
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not understand
look
this?
Curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah.
Neither.
So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
a false dichotomy.
If you were to draw neither on a piece of paper, what would that look like?
Do I have a ruler?
Yeah, you can have a ruler if you want, but then that would lean towards flat, wouldn't it?
Exactly. If I have a ruler, it's flat. And if I take a ruler out to the horizon, as the images that I posted before show, the horizon will be curved.
No, when you take a ruler and you put it up to the horizon,
it's indistinguishable until you measure.
Flat. We're not talking about.
I gave images.
Photoshop, dog.
Do you have any images that show
your eyeballs?
Do you have any images that are
No. We're talking about how you experience horizon in reality, right? So
I've told you I experience it as indeterminate. In the same way I experience timber is indeterminate.
No. I'm asking about the horizon, not timber.
Do you think saying no, and then repeating the same thing that I've answered again is like?
No, but you haven't answered it. You haven't answered it because
I have answered it.
It can't be.
Yes, because you presented a false dichotomy. Do you know?
Dogs, I'm just going to mute you for a second because listen, I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality. But you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat.
I stopped it because you're probably gonna go nuts.
Yeah,
Huey.
it's fucking really stupid, man. Yeah. Thank you for stopping.
Yeah.
It's incredibly hilarious. I was just having a conversation with somebody about the same thing, about how they are just confused that a horizontal line, like you could draw a circle on a piece of paper, but that doesn't make that piece of paper a sphere at all. Like you can look at a horizontal horizon line. You could
check it
spin
out
around.
into the break. These guys are not looking to be following the truth. They just want to win the argument any way they can. They don't want to be held accountable at all. Period. Like that's accountability. Like no, at all. They don't want that. So they'll say whatever shit to make it sound like what they're saying is something that makes sense, which it doesn't, as you already heard.
Yeah, obviously they'll completely double speak in snake tongue their way. And I mean that is the. I'm like, hey Glover, like you act like I don't know what you believe in. Like I'm a sci-fi nerd. Like I watch Star Wars. I'm still looking at Star Wars is gonna make a good movie one day again, but I doubt it. But like I already know. Like I know. Like I know your Gruber arguments better than you do. I mean, that's why I know that it's science fiction.
Yeah, I just thought I'd show it to. I thought I'd show it to QE because some of the stuff that happens, usually when he's not here.
The 1-2. What is the 1-2 punch that you do them with? It's like you ask the 1-2 questions and it just makes them. Like it's like, okay, well then you have a blatantly faith-based belief in the globe.
Yes,
and it has no.
You already said that. We have a new person joining us, Ideal Rob. Maybe you want to talk to him.
I'm just commending Miggy. And I love it.
All right, we got Ideal Rob. Are you there? You got VC verified on your name. Is that right?
Oh shit! I thought this was. I'm too tired, dude. Shit, I gotta dip. I was just gonna listen. I didn't want to use the YouTube link. I'm sorry.
You can listen if you want.
What the heck? You don't have to be sorry, bro. Like
don't dip, bro. Don't dip, bro.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, bro.
How the Earth is not a globe. That's all we're talking about.
Did I say something? What did I step over some kind of boundary or?
Nah. It's just when someone comes in and they proclaim that they're just listening, usually the less composed of us decide to try to goad them into participating, and it essentially becomes a bullying situation. And if they're trying to relax and listen, constantly being activated in their mind with their name or addressing them is going to break them out of their relaxation. So why they would just leave, of course.
Yeah, in that scenario, it's better to just watch it on YouTube and listen.
Keep everyone up to date. We had Tony boot scoot rather quickly. Just wanted to let everyone know.
He went out the back door. Meanwhile, we were talking to the other guy.
Yeah.
Crept out quietly.
As I said, he's not as dumb as he looks.
Yeah. Steve is good. I'm just curious if somebody's in 2023 getting their flat earth truth from Skiba. It's just like, oh wow, that's whatever he said. Or what was it, Mark Sargent? It's like I like those guys. It just in 2023 they're not as relevant as other sources, so it's curious to me. That's why that's why I was. Tell me more, and I didn't want to offend anybody. I was just.
You're fine. Please. Into the break. Yeah, you're cool, man. We got 36 people watching right now, the YouTube live stream. Guys, if you want to come and hang out with us, just click that link. Come on in here and have a talk with us. If you think the Earth is a globe, if you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat, we love to chat with you. Just it's a lazy Sunday afternoon. Come on in.
Afternoon? Where the hell are you at?
Oh wait. No, it's 11:25. I got on my PC at about maybe 9 o'clock. So. Dude, 30 minutes. It'll be tomorrow.
Dude, 9 o'clock still doesn't qualify as stretching it to the afternoon.
Good. That's when my afternoons are. I work nights.
Oh, okay.
Stick save.
You got to juke and jive when you're in here, man.
Yes, you do.
So I'm looking forward. If you do have that presentation, QE, that you were going to do at Ballbusters, are you going to do that?
Yeah, give us a Flat Earth matinee, bro.
No, it's not going to be. It's going to be. It's going to be. It's either going to be scientific evidence for a creator or information. Those two are invariably linked, but it's going to be one of those two. I haven't made a solid decision on it just yet. It's early.
I would influence a support for information. That's a lovely one.
Like I said, it's inherently linked. All right, gentlemen, it's that time of night.
All right, QE.
Yeah, I gotta roll out. So it was.
Hey, thank you, sir. I will catch you on your next live, hopefully, or sometime soon.
It'll be Tuesday. Tuesday will be a live show, and then Ballbusters this Saturday.
Right on, sir. I will be there.
All right.
I thank you a lot for your information. I really do appreciate it. I can't even express how much I do appreciate it, sir.
Information, no pun intended. Sure. All right, guys. Catch you on the flip side.
See ya, bro.
Yep.
All right. That's where it's at. Come on.
Dude, that's crazy viewership for Sunday.
What?
35.
35 special.
On the YouTube, I went was on there a little bit. I threw a few fishing lines out, but I didn't get any reaction. Trillian has told me that she's gone to another place and she's not going to troll this place anymore. Well, what's the fun of trolling a place where you're not even trolling? Like, if you're not trolling, then it's not trolling. So, what is your point, Trillian? Come back.
Yeah, that's a good
I'm
point.
kidding.
That's like convincing people to go steal some things with you, and then you go to a food bank and steal the food.
Oh my god!
It's like, this food is free. You could just take it. Wait a minute. You're saying I'm not stealing it?
We're gonna start a real business. And then they're like, "Oh, here we got a bunch of bread loaves over here." I was like, how am I gonna sell a bunch of bread loaves? Like, you're not thinking. I'm trying to do a CNC business here with machines. I need olive oil for the mechanical operation, not for buttering bread. Come on now. Yeah. Good job. I spoke too much. I do that often. Thank you, guys.
It's actually cool now. It's actually cool now because there's no Glober in the room, and at that point, it's fine to monologue and talk about flat Earth stuff that's unrelated to the point that's being made.
Yeah, once you're here for a minute, you get to become at least some sort of spatially aware. You see new people popping in, you kind of say, hey, there's somebody new that just jumped in here, instead of monologuing over them and not allowing them to come in and say, hey, we got a new person in here. You gotta watch the chat when you're in here. That's the other thing about... We probably don't say that too much, huh? If you're new and you come in here, like learning the culture is like when you're in here, don't just keep talking. You gotta, oh, look, Heretic just joined. What's going on, Heretic? And Heretic's like, hey, what's up?
I agree, man.
You know, that sort of thing.
I
No
need to be
spatial
reminding
awareness
myself.
whatsoever will
True.
make the people that come in here leave. But they leave either way because some people don't want to talk. But that's still, you invite them with the, you know, hey, how you doing? You know. And
You're the moderator, so sometimes I may go into just diatribe, but yeah, it is.
Yeah, but that's cool when there's no
important is to bring it up, and then let's have the conversation with these people. And it's like I didn't even know Huey was here. I joined, and then Huey is teaching me. I couldn't hope it was the best opportunity for me to get some foundational questions answered for myself. Ask him some certain, maybe seeming strange questions, but it was just that they were there. They were there. So, you take advantage of the opportunities that you're given, and, and that's the most encouraging thing. Do better.
I think it's awesome when the professors show up and start teaching. They know their stuff.
Yeah, I love that we were talking about flat Earth, and then I just said objective reality, and it's like, hold up, let's talk about what that is. And
I love showing
and the mind's eye. This
I try and quiet down when the panel's loaded. Like, we got a fully loaded panel today, so I try and,
Well, I was just gonna ask Drace, who stopped by today? Because it seemed like the chat was pretty lively as of like maybe 4 hours ago. Oh, sorry, you're about to leave.
We had a bunch of people come by. Since we had a really stacked group of people here, bunch of good flat earthers, and then not many globe believers. It was mainly just dude, and then a couple of people jumped in. But it wasn't
no good sound clips today.
Yeah, no, it wasn't very great. Maybe earlier today were some good ones, but
dang, Miggy, I'm telling you, those 3 points. That's as good as the Black Swan. That is putting that they have a faith-based belief in their faith. And then it's like, and then we're gonna talk about geometry, it's a good 1-2 punch. Yeah, I love it. Like after even sitting on it and marinating, I'm done.
I'm waiting for you to finish, man. Oh, okay. If anybody has the clip, I probably already heard it, but I was wondering what the very first time that you did the 3 points. Like if we have the audio clip. Oh
God!
I know that
you'd have to go back like 2.5 years, probably. And that's probably not even on the channel that we're at now. Like the other channel that Helio Skeptic has, it's probably located. Like you'd have to go like really fish for it. But if you even catch this one rare clip, it would be worth gold. I think it's the one where QE was helping me formulate the 3 points. Like we were actually discussing it in the live stream, and he was kind of like saying, "Oh, you could probably shorten it," because the first version, the 1.0 3 points, was pretty lengthy. Yeah. And some people were saying, "Let's make it 5 points. Let's make it 2 points." Yeah, there was kind of like the formulation. and it was a participation between the like everybody on 24/7. But like QE was even a part of like kind of helping me like use less words. He would always laugh when he would say it too, but
narrowing it down to the target.
Yeah, just be to him it was like just be concise when you say it, but
it's important.
Yeah, so we kind of there was a couple of iterations of the 3 points like before we actually like put forward the one that I am using right now. But the wording was like it had to be so where the people were feeling they were going to give me the answers. But it's even today, like when I asked them, I'm like, okay, I'm going to preface this by saying that you guys are going to give me the answers. It's not a time for you to ask me questions. This is just so that I can get a good understanding of what your baseline for knowledge of the globe is. And after even I preface it with that, they will still say like, well, I just want to ask you these questions about like I know that, but you can ask them after the 3 points. And so I have to keep reminding them during, because it's like a knee-jerk reaction that they want to ask me the questions like during.
Yeah.
And not about the questions, but like they're asking me like, well, how do you know the earth is flat? Like, it's a knee-jerk. But
those questions bring up the fact that they don't know anything. And that's why I love them so much.
Yeah, the thing is about these questions, if people that don't got like they're not heavily invested into like knowing the globe lore, if they don't want to like they're not space fanboys or anything, like they're not going to really care. They'll be like, yeah, I don't know like where that information. So when they do say that, it's easy. You can move along those points. The way it's supposed to go is supposed to move along just like quickly. You're not supposed to meander within the question and just go and start creating a whole topic on the first one, because that's the wrong way. The thing you're supposed to do is hear them concede that they don't know. That's what being intellectually honest, because these things that prop up the globe, they don't have any like answers that are going to lead us to a demonstration, right? So there's no evidence for this. So the best thing they can do is just get to a point where they're like, well, I thought it was some Roman guy like 7,000 years ago, but I'm probably wrong, so I don't know. And so when they say that, then you get the concession and you move forward. And then after all the 3 points, you're going to have to wrap it up and tell them, all right, so this is what it amounts to. The earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that you have. So then when you say that, it really rings it like true to them, like, whoa, is it true that I just have a belief? Is that now that you're saying it like that? Because before, in their mind, they work it out to like it's a foregone conclusion. It's got science. It's got like all this information to back it up. But when you drop it to them, like, okay, if it was so well known and discovered and understood and demonstrated, then when you tell me, you should like the answers should just flow out of you. Like there should be no discussion or debate. Like it's the truth. But what happens is they start to like, well, it was back in like 4th grade, 3rd grade. I don't remember. It was like we learned about Christopher Columbus was think he was going to fall off the edge of the earth. And like they start to go into their mind and like try to figure out when did they learn about this? And they find out that they were never taught. They were only told. And being told something, they don't understand it. They just like, hey, you live on a globe, have a nice day. So that's why when you bring them back to that and then you at the end of the 3 points, you're like, so the earth being a globe, right? So the curvature part, axial rotation, spinning in the vacuum of space, which is the 3rd point, gas pressure needs a container. They can't demonstrate anything to you. Then they start to realize it's just a belief. And at that point, they feel, some people might feel ashamed because they're like, damn, dude, I had a belief this whole time. That's crazy. Other people, they just want to find excuses what I find most often that I see here anyway, as the mind starts to reel, it rejects the fact that it was just as a belief system. It's like, well, there's too many people that no, science is on my side. You're wrong. So it starts to go into the cognitive dissonance and reject. And it's like, no, you're wrong. And then it's like the spiral. The spiraling begins. It's a defense mechanism that the mind sets up. It's just like when you hear something that you can't possibly think is true, and it's just like, no, I'm not going to believe that. It's not possible. No.
Yeah. And that's why your 3 points are keen, because it's like, no, this is your belief, and yeah, I don't believe it either. Stupid.
Yeah, the most important thing is that you're not debating with them, and they don't have a reason to say no, you're wrong, because you're like, well, I'm really here just to listen to you tell me everything you know about what supports the globe.
That really is the main thing. Is that it's not even a debate, because debate would be two intellectual people arguing an intellectual concept. But the debate is, I said that the boats and buildings fall off the edge of my view of a horizon. And
the most simple way, I think Resolve put the way I go through the 3 points in text form. You could just copy that method and just use it that way or change it up. My current method adds a little more to it. I put, this is my personal 3 points, the ones that I made the recent version, is that I ask them for primary source, citation, demonstration. If you guys have heard me recently, that's what I've been saying, because I think that now I want to hear how they know from the original source where it began, and then they take me through the where is it being said, kind of place, so they can show me. Because then it starts to be like they're engaging more. They're not just saying they don't know. They're going to provide evidence to me that they don't know, because they're going to search it out with primary source citation.
Even ask the Bing bot. The Bing bot does well. Like, there's no question that's asked here that isn't easily just answered, and it's like, well, think about this. Think about atmosphere containing atmosphere. Just think about that for a while, and then we'll give you a reason.
Yeah, well, I don't even go into the while. Yeah, because the fact is, like, whenever we talk about like the information of like these 3 points, as far as like this, okay, it should be so simple. If they learned it back in elementary school, they should be able to just regurgitate it like on a whim, like shooting from the hip. Like, it's right here. I know what it is. But they struggle with it. You hear them in here. They're like, and then it's like you start to,
and then they realize concede they don't know,
or they have to. Really, they don't have to concede, but then they struggle with like their pride and their ego. So throughout the process, if it's something they held on to, it becomes an ego death for them. If they don't have any pride or ego or nothing invested into the globe lore, then they'll let it go right away. They'll be like, oh yeah, I don't care either way. Like, so it just depends on the person if they're invested in the globe lore. Like, if some people really, really love space, they'll fight you tooth and nail to the first question, second, and third. But they have to have the ego death. Those guys. The other guys, they don't really care. Like, they're like, yeah, so what? I don't know.
Hey, can you go over the 3 questions with me right now, just so I can write the 3 questions down? I'll be the demonstration.
Yeah, Resolve has a really nice little image there. You can just copy that. It's exactly what that image is.
Right on. It's on there.
It's right underneath the video. But like I said, I put my own personal, because like the method is there. And then once so the process, it needs to happen expeditiously. You need to take them through, and don't meander in one. Like, don't stay on the question number 1 and ask them a back and forth. Like, it's just, do you know this information or not? Because basically all you're doing is just getting their base knowledge for the information of the globe. Just like have them tell you, and they gotta give it to you as far as you can. Like, I guess the other caveat I would say that's not on this little image is asking them for the primary source, citation, and demonstration. So the thing they have to show you is like who said it, where it's been said, and how can I perform a method to tell that if this is true or not. Like, for each question. That's the other caveat that I have. I mean, you could add it to that if you want, but this, on its basic form, it's good just the way it is. So, just getting for them to tell you how they know this stuff, because like, I'll be honest, man, everyone's gonna struggle with this. The first one's always going to be either Eratosthenes. Like, these are just like the known ones. It's going to be Eratosthenes, Aristotle, Al-Biruni, and those are already, you should know them anyways. Like the ways that people talk about those guys finding out the curvature of the earth. Other ones would be something more obscure that you could be like, well, who said that? Like they'll make up like I don't know, something that they've done in their house or something. But you're like, yeah, but when we're going on the primary source, like who said it? Who's the first person to even come up with this? So that we can know, taking it from its historical origin all the way moving it forward to today, like we have to find the connection. So where did it start? And it makes more for a greater baseline for them to know, like, you know, why am I saying this? Like if I don't have any like foundation for it, you know?
True. I mean, that's what I find with everybody that I talk with. That's why I tell them, I'm like, you're appealing to my empathy because, like, yeah, I'm just laughing, having a good time, but really, you're appealing to my empathy by telling me ignorant things, like by telling me that the sun is disappearing behind a horizon line that you can't define, and telling me that the light is straight, you know. But that's why I like your questions, because it's just simple. It's like well, I don't remember offhand exactly what your 3 questions are. That's why I was asking, but I'll go look for them again. But I want to utilize them more.
Into the break. It's in the live stream. It's in the live stream voice text, and the image is right underneath the video. It's right there, and all 3 of them are right there, and basically in detail. So if you want to see them, they're right there. You just click on the live stream voice text.
Curve, rotation, and container, man.
This stuff is beautiful. What you're doing, Miggy. You are leaps and bounds. Like you are. Here's QE, and then here's you, and then everybody else who runs this forum as well. You know, so it's very good content, sir.
One thing I will say though is that it's not a debate. It doesn't enter into the realm of debate at all. Like QE's probably with me on that. Like there's no debate here whatsoever. It's a rejection of truth. The plain and simple. That's all that it amounts to be. It's people who are nonsensical because they're talking nonsense. They're not using their senses. And that's what we need when we're applying ourselves to the earth. We need to use our senses. And it's important, right? So
absolutely. It absolutely is. 100%. I mean, if you're not 100, what are you?
Yeah, that has more to do with like these guys. Yeah, these guys. If you communicate to somebody about something you're doing, you most assuredly are doing that thing, right? And if you like, we're talking people that are sober minded. I'm not talking about somebody that's telling me what they're doing while they're under the influence, right? So those sober minded people can tell me I'm sitting down in my chair typing on my computer right now.
Yeah, imagine if these people are smoking DMT trying to answer those 3 questions.
Yeah, no.
Result. I get.
Yeah, no. Apart from those questions, I get into something else called reality check, and I just dubbed it that. But it's basically just asking them about reality as we know it right now. So if I was to tell you into the break, what are you doing? You could say, I'm sitting down, laying down, standing up, whatever it is that you're doing right now, right? Like you could tell me.
Yes, sir. This is what we were just talking about.
And then, you know, it's as redundant as it sounds. I could follow up and say, are you 100% sure that you're standing up right now or sitting down? And then if you say things like, you know, well, I don't think so, because I could be flying a plane, swimming in an ocean. I don't know. It could be a brain sitting in a jar on top of a shelf somewhere. And that mind that you just said that you're not sure, then it leaves it up to like whatever anybody else interpretation. Like your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth, and nobody knows any truth. You know what I mean? You just really
absolutely
you just bombed all truth as in knowing. You can't know anything.
Yeah, it's the mind in a vat clowns that come up in here and say,
but then if that's the case,
how can you know anything? Well,
yeah, if that's the case, you can't even say that you know about they do say that. They're like, Well, I'm only 99.99999% sure that the Earth is a globe.
Hey,
That's what they say.
I'm struggling. Can you help me? I am trying to find your 3 questions and the link in any. Is it in a extraneous link or is it in
No,
the live stream voice text?
Yeah, live stream voice text, man.
Live stream voice text. Okay. Okay, Miggy triangle. Miggy's 3 points takedown. Okay, I found it, bro. Boom! We only win, dude.
Well, you could just copy that. Like, you really, it's just like once you do, you'll see the questions, and they're already formed there. So you can actually verbatim speak exactly the way they're put there. But like I said, you have to preface the discussion with someone about when you do have it. Just say, look, if you're intellectually honest, if you're going to be telling me the truth, that's all I really care about. And, and then just ask them those questions. And like I said, they're not really meant to have a debate or a discussion. It's just so that they can tell you all the information about what their knowledge base is on those questions.
For this, but it's how sometimes you have to say things out loud and then you find what you're looking for, or maybe what you're not. But that's precisely. I just was asking. I was like looking all through 24/7 on all the different chat rooms and stuff, and then I was like, oh yeah, it's just on where I'm used to going. I shouldn't have looked anywhere else.
Here's the scoop behind those 3 questions, and I'll tell you the secret. There isn't any answer to them. Oops, cheat code. Yeah, there isn't any answer. So like, it's not like they're not leading. They're not leading questions.
Or the answer.
Because there isn't any answer at all. Like the what's going to lead people to actually realize is that there is no answer. Like, they could search for a ghost in the dark. They're never going to find it. Like, just like these questions don't have an answer. So they're basically just out there for people to realize. That's all it is. They're there for people to understand that there isn't any answer to these questions. Like, the ones they'll give you, they'll think they'll be sufficient. Once you go over the explanations, that they might think, oh, I got the answer for that. I know the exact thing I'm going to say when I come in there. And they try to go over the information and they don't know it correctly. They're like, I think it was a Greek guy. Like,
if we were to give the questions to them preemptively, it would kind of defeat the point of the questions, because that's an organic thing whenever you present it and then you walk them through how they have no clue for every single one of them, and then they must concede. I mean, after the third one, they conceded. I concede 1, I concede 2, I concede 3, and then you must concede 4 that you don't have a clue what you believe in, why you believe in it. You just have a faith-based belief in it. That's what's exactly wonderful about the question. Yeah.
So behold the wig snatch.
That is the ultimate wig snatch. Like, when you leave them. So here's my thing. I'm handing out the legendary wig snatching tag to those who have snatched the wigs and made people speechless. You have to make somebody speechless. That's the only way that you get this tag. And it's very, very difficult to do if you don't know how to do it correctly. But for those people that, if you even use this method on someone to give an answer to these questions, and when they don't have a rebuttal and they're like, oh, I don't know, that's a wig snatch. But, what I would say is, and I'm actually going to start, because I'm creating more content on my channel. I've been real busy at work, so I haven't had enough time to sit down and really just get at work at my channel. But I want to make the wig snatch.
Bro, this is your channel. This is your channel, brother. Dude.
Yeah, let me show it to you.
I don't even post your actual channel so I can actually follow it. Because, dude, Brian's Logic and Oakley and QE and this channel, and then a bunch of true crime channels is what I do.
Yeah, I
That's what I
got
do.
like 86 subscribers
And then I
so
live
far
life.
from everybody.
Dude, well, I'll give you 87, bro. And then somebody
That'd
else
be
will
great.
give you 88. Dude, imagine you're on 88. That'll be sick, dude.
So I've
Post
set
it.
up.
I'll follow it.
Yeah, it's in the live stream voice text right now. But I also what I'm doing a like a nice video channel that I'm gonna host the videos of people wig snatching. So right now, Heretic is the first one that I put up there, and I gave him the tag Legendary Wig Snatcher, but because he freaking earned it on that clip. If you go to videos, it's called the Wig Shop. Like the videos.
I've been doing this for 7-8 years now. I mean, probably 2015 as well. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm on Flat Earther's side, obviously. But it was like when I came to that conclusion in 2015, it was because I did all the work to get me to that point.
Hey,
And so
Resolve,
then
that's
when
the
that
first time
point happened, let's do it. I'm just boom.
Resolve, that's the first time I've seen that GIF. I'm gonna save that. That's a nice wig snatch right there. The guy took his scalp off. Freaking. Yeah, but I'll listen. If you do, and I've said this already, if you do a wig snatch, and you catch a clip of it, send it to me in my DMs. And what I'm gonna do is I'm starting to feature the 24/7 group on here. So if they're individually, if you do a wig snatch that you leave somebody speechless in a debate, you're gonna get the legendary wig snatcher tag.
McToon getting real upset that I said Cartesian coordinates.
Well, it's got to happen in here though. It's only it's privy to only the 24/7. So the content. What I'm doing.
Dude, I'm on Instagram. I am trying to get all the Instagram clowns. The clowns that just come in, and they're a lot of the kind of funny clowns, and then also just the regular old Blojo clown that's following clowns.
So
I'm trying to get them all.
Into the break. Let me jump in here real quick. So like when I come with the legendary wig snatcher tag, those who I've tagged with the legendary wig snatcher tag, I'm gonna put their names up on the channel as I'm live streaming. So those wig snatchers are gonna be named already, like on my like in the background where you see, because you can see me in the live videos, but those guys who have already done it, their names will be like legendary up there. And in the future, like I plan to do like some clothes, so like t-shirts and like merch, and then the Wig Snatcher Club, because it's called the Wig Snatcher Club for a reason. So the Wig Snatcher Club is going to be a thing where I'm going to have like merch and like inviting people to the thing where it's just like a club.
Dude, I'm trying to join it. I'm trying to earn it. I want that free t-shirt.
Yeah, it's got to be completely organic. Yeah, it's gonna be a jacket. Listen,
bro.
Listen, it's a jacket.
I will bring McToon, bro. I'm getting that green jacket. Believe me, Miggy. Like you're talking about like the what is it where they get the green jacket? The Masters.
That's golf.
You're talking about the Masters.
Yeah, but what I'm saying here though, it's like what I'm looking for, right? Probably, and I was going a couple of directions. Like I'm looking at either a Letterman jacket or like a really nice blue jean jacket with like here's what I envisioned, right? Because I had two styles that I was thinking of. I was thinking of like the 90s. Yeah, like listen, like so I was thinking of a 1980s like street rock kind of street punk kind of gang, like the street gangs used to wear in the 80s with the cutoff jean jacket, like and then it just like have something really cool, like maybe even spray tags on the jacket, like the Wig Snatcher Club or something, and then have like your name on it. Like I was thinking about doing a lot that would involve like personalized merch, but this is where I'm going in the future with it, forward with it. But my plans are like, because it's going to be a Wig Snatcher Club, that people that are in the club are going to have like benefits. So I plan on doing something to where like there's a channel in here dedicated to only the Wig Snatchers. Like we have like, so just hear me on this, right? We'll go to a channel and everybody who has that tag, because there's people that do have the tag right now. The ones who have the tag are the ones that can speak in this channel. No one else. So when new people, or not new, but like Globers come in here and they want to have a discussion, they'll be amongst all the wig snatchers, and then like that's separate from just everyone. You know what I mean? This is just catered to only those who can actually perform a wig snatch, and which is like I said before, the requirement is organically have somebody in a discussion and have them speechless, like where they can't rebut you back because there's nothing else to say, like they don't know what to say.
Hey, in order to get in, just separate. Do you have Instagram?
Not yet. That's a social media that I haven't.
You don't have it?
Just
because I would be in this club. If
it exists. It exists kind of like in 24/7 at the moment. So in here,
I want it to be. I wish. I mean, you guys are better than I am, and I'm the best there is on Instagram. And you guys are way better than me. And so it's like...
No, here's the thing, though. Like, everybody has their moment. Everybody has their moment to shine in here. So, like, if you wanted to, like, grab the mic and let's see what you can do when somebody comes in here. If you're able to perform that wig snatch, and, like, everybody has to hear the person not able to rebut you back. And when that golden moment happens, you got to remember to get that clip from Helio. You'll pretty much give it to you, or just get it from the live.
Well, I got some screenshots of McToon sliding them into my DMs, talking about Cartesian coordinates, and then I had to ask him, like, if I took the cartoon away from the Cartesian coordinate, is it then a Cartesian coordinate? And he's super upset or whatever. Yeah. But
what I'm saying,
I got that.
Yeah, into the break. What I'm saying.
I don't have as much as you guys.
Yeah, no. I'm saying it's got to happen on here and on voice, because I'm gonna get the clip clipped out, and then I'm gonna make a video of it, and it's gonna go to the wig shop. The wig shop is gonna be a series of videos that are gonna host all the wig snatchers.
I love it. I'll just keep being a chat game. The only reason I talk to you is because you guys are my heroes, and it's a wonderful opportunity to be able to speak to your heroes. So I appreciate the opportunity. Well, this is what's different about, like, the NFL or the NBA. I'm just the chat skank, and I'll just destroy you in chat, but also...
Well, here's the thing, man. I think this thing here, it should be open to everybody to aspire to be at the level where you're not afraid to engage anybody with these conversations. I think what we're doing is we're fostering that sort of environment to let the person who wants to actually step up to the mic and say, "All right, let me have a go at this. I want next person comes in or whatever. Let me see if I can talk to the person." And then when you do, you'll find out that you do have the stuff, like it doesn't mean like just because it's like me or AI or Elijah or somebody that you're not going to be able to, say anything to these guys. So long as because we're mostly, the moderators are mostly wig snatchers.
Well, that was why AI, me and AI had a little tiff for a second, but it was like, no, there's no animosity here. Bringing attention to something. I said objective reality, and QE was here, and then we got to actually discuss something that, I really love to talk about, the nature of reality and what light is. And, you should be very honored to have somebody who knows what they're talking about speak to you. And you should be thankful for that. And I appreciate the opportunity, really. I'm just looking at this live feed. Like, this is me. Like, oh shit, you holding me down? Dude. Yeah, my bad. I'm not trying to be too out there.
Let me see if we got our... We're gonna see if there's anybody... Is anybody else in here right now? Do we got Timbo in here? How about Mary Gillette? How about Gemsy?
Come save
AI,
me,
still with us, bro?
Please.
I want to see if anybody else is in here. It's just us. Might be. Sheepdog, if you can't...
talking kind of open-ended. You know what I'm saying,
Sorry.
Miggy?
I'm just...
Yeah, bro, I hear you.
I'm just listening also.
Hey, Sheepdog, did the people that wanted to come in here and talk to me about the 3 points, did they say, like, yeah, I'll go in there? Or they're just like, I don't know. I mean...
So one of them... answered earlier said that they like joined the server, but I don't know what their name was, and they said they would come back when they had more information to discuss. But I specifically mentioned your name. I said, if you want to talk to anybody, go talk to Mayhem. Tell them Sheepdog Legend sent you. Tell them you'd like to discuss the 3 points.
That'll work, man.
So
really
if
simple
you
like
get
that.
you'll know it's from me, because I'm literally like, basically I'm like shallow trolling the Twitter sphere, but trying to rile people up and just say, hey, look, if you want to talk to real flat earthers, come in here. This is where we're at.
How do you shadow troll when you're robot all the time?
I know, right?
Timbo, what's up,
man? Yeah, he just finished work, so
Awesome.
just kicking it.
Yeah.
Gonna go and do some other things.
Yeah,
I haven't really
big words.
You're gonna pull up a chair
big
and
words.
go to work on this chat or what?
I've got to do a couple of other things, but I'm listening and I'm going to jump in because I'm going to be in the car for a bit. So
cool.
I was gonna pick on you, Timbo, and said, "Oh, those are some tough words for a man who walks upside down."
In Canada.
Shut up, kid.
Yeah, we already made we gave out the warning sirens, so Timbo's gonna clear out with his kin, and we're sending 4 nukes over there, and we're sending one more for posterity to get rid of everybody over there. Hey, come on, man! How can it be saying those? How can it be saying those things, Timbo? Like you got some loose cannons over there, countrymen.
Don't even joke because it's too serious.
They wouldn't talk like that on the street, man. Look, it's
what I'm saying, bro.
If they're out here, like it's a pretty like if you say something stupid to someone here, they just go, "What the fuck are you talking about, man?"
Right?
I would imagine you guys you're pretty frank. I think, right? You guys.
Yeah,
you go to a campus, a college campus,
you're a loony or
and
something,
then it's very specific circumstances. Like if I go to a college campus, and then I'm going to hear all the internet stuff, right? But if I'm just out in normal everyday life, like I'm not hearing any of that.
You know what's
stuff.
weird though? It's because it's like I don't know. Maybe it's the culture, Timbo. When the people hear you like speaking as an Aussie, they're like, "What are you doing, man?" Like your countrymen are coming in and saying that.
So true,
dude. Everybody thinks you're upside down, underground from us. Like they're like, "Hey, what is this? What is this guy that's upside down like talking to flat earthers for?"
No, they're like,
I need to have the Australian accent to make people think I'm upside down.
Into the break. Yeah, no, see, in the whole point is that the southern hemisphere is the proof that there's a globe. So when an Aussie comes in here and says that it's flat, it's like, whoa, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'll tell you something though. I get personal messages all the time saying, how dare you? You're Australian.
How dare you?
And you say the Earth is flat.
You're a heathen. Really? They send you PMs saying like you're.
No matter what country I come from, you know.
And I think Mary's trying to come in here. Mary, did you have some?
Go for it.
I was just amazed.
Hold on into the break. 1 second. Go ahead, Mary.
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Yep.
Oh, awesome. I'm just trying my computer for the first time so I'm not on my phone all the time.
Yeah, it eats the battery up pretty good.
Sorry, I'll put myself on mute.
No, you just like unmuted, so I was like, I thought you were mentioning something, but yeah, if you were, I didn't hear you because all the guys are talking.
Batteries, MagSafe batteries.
But the reason I was saying that, Timbo, is because like for some reason, man, like ever since like who said it? Was it here earlier? I think it was Mimas. He's like, the Australians have always been that way. Like since we started, like there's always been some kind of angst against like flat Earth, and for some reason or another, they're just like, that's pretty stupid, you know. Like, and then to hear an Aussie flat Earth, and a couple of them too, smart people too, Systems, T-Dub, T-Wad, T-Dub, T-Wad, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's T-Dub now, but yeah.
And you guys are like the front line for that shit. Flying High, he's
Batman
amazing guy.
too.
That guy's Batman's amazing too. Batman, I'm sorry, bro. I keep forgetting about you. You're mostly silent.
Dude, Batman is down under?
Yeah, he's down under.
I'm psyched, man. Like, I appreciate every single one of you.
Kotsura, who's in here now, he's an Aussie too.
Well, yeah, you guys have your group, but like for some reason nobody comes to us in America and is like, dude, you're American. What are you doing? Like they don't say that over here. They tell you that.
Bong's below the equator too, isn't he?
No, because Timbo sounds like Timbo is like Australia birthed him. Like his voice and everything. Like you're so Aussie. You just can't be more Aussie than Timbo.
He's Canadian Aussie.
He's Canadian Aussie, bro. Like he's. But anyway,
any of you guys come into Atlanta area?
Well, it's very you know, like it's a very masculine industry. You know, you gotta know how to speak to people and how to stick up for yourself, and you know, not get pushed around. So you end up with this kind of you know, you can speak calmly to people, but assertive. You know, being very assertive, and you can pick your times when you get angry. I went off I think it was last night when I was hearing that guy who was being a moron. You know? But I think
oh, dude,
I can't remember what I was going to say, but
and you don't even do that quite often either.
The sun.
No, I don't do it a lot.
There's nothing new under the sun.
Most people don't even know what they're talking about. So.
Yeah,
indeed,
Timbo, you're really peaceful and chill when you try and talk to people. So if somebody gives you disrespect, that honestly pisses me off because I know who you are. So that triggers me, like, straight up.
Yeah, it can be annoying, but a lot of people, I try and like if they seem like they could be a good person and they're just having a bit of a meltdown, then I'll try and stay calm. But if it's just someone who's just being an absolute dick, and you just go, mate,
like that one guy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that one dude from the other night.
This is just the common.
Yeah.
Who are you speaking of, Ethergrass? Like, is there somebody specific that
the same guy Timbo was talking about from yesterday? He was like, he wouldn't even let Timbo.
Dogs are gods.
And
different guy. He was black pilled bad.
Oh, I don't like black pillars.
Oh,
you know the way I am, Timbo. Dude, we're gonna all die by the EMP. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when they come in here, but you know that the EMP is gonna end us all. Like, and they're like, "Are you gathering food right now?" I'm like, okay, bro. Like, I mean,
it's so negative.
Yeah, it's just everything's doom and gloom. Yeah. Like, we already know this, man. Like, the earth is filled with doom and gloom. Like, where is
the black pill?
No. We're talking about different people coming in here
because that stuff comes on here. Because remember the person that like was threatening Timbo, and then we have the black pill person, and then there's
I think that was Gods, man.
We should. It's probably the same person.
Yeah, I think he came in on an alternative account. Remember,
and he was sounding a little, but I'm thinking that sound like the same person. And then
hang on into. I think Timbo's trying to say something. Go ahead, Tim.
I think that guy. Dogs Are Gods maybe came in on an alternative account. Remember that guy that said, "Oh, where do you live? Where do you live?" I think that was. I'm pretty sure that was him.
Well, that other guy sounded weird though, man. He sounded like. I want to say he sounded like a little feminine dude, like
weird. And that's like what I'm saying. We should do the black pills clip for all these depraved scumbags,
dude. Yeah,
like, here. Just
what's
the people, like how mad they are, how mad and wretched, and like this is NASA.
Yeah, I was just
Take
gonna
the
say,
take the
I
NASA pill.
yeah, hold on, break. I recognized it at the time too. I called it out in the chat. That was Dogs for sure. Because I've seen him in other servers. I recognized his voice. That was him on an alt.
There you go.
So,
that guy's
we
got
have
it
those-
in for you or something.
Yeah, we need the black pilled little.
Hey, hold on, break.
We have those guys in Australia, that sound like that. They sound angry all the time. Like they've got a chip on their shoulder. I don't know, maybe the kid was picked on at school or something like that. But he gets on the internet and all of a sudden he's a tough guy. You know what I mean? And he has this inflection in his voice, like everything's like an angry statement. You know what I mean? It's just weird. But there's so many of them. They're just angry at something, you know.
Yeah, there's even flat earthers like that, bro. There's even flat earthers like that, which is kind of like the other thing too. It's like you got to handle each conversation as a case by case. Like obviously, we can't take a club to every single glober that comes in here. Although it seems like sometimes it's appropriate, but like the majority of times. But I would say like you really got to play it by ear until it be as best you can civil until it's time to be not civil anymore. Like there's certain moments that it calls for you to kind of like bring it to their mind, like, hey, wait a minute, you don't know what you're talking about. And other times it's like, like we can just have a conversation. But it just all depends. You can't know until later on. So you know what I mean.
And
there's
even
discernment.
with black pills as well, like black pills people. I'm sure we were all there at one stage as well. Maybe not that bad, but I know I was like, oh shit, man, what's going on in the world? And then I was like, and then I started going, wait a minute, I got no control over any of this. Why am I worrying about this and letting it get to me? But it didn't take me long to do that. Some of these people have been black pilled for years.
Yeah, but it's almost like this old saying, Timbo. This old saying that I heard on one of the Tupac songs: "A coward dies 1,000 deaths. A soldier lives but once." So it's like if you live in a state of fear for your whole life, you're never gonna live ever. You have to understand that.
Scared of everything.
Yeah, you because like you can be black pilled until the cows come home, and that's like one thing to the next, right? Like next thing you know, it's current events. The next thing you know, it's an overarching agenda that the elites are trying to control. Like backwards manipulation of like songs, and like just different shit, right? And so you can go into all that stuff.
You end up black pilled about stuff that doesn't even exist.
Yeah,
like that's what I was saying. Just like how it's cool. Like we were talking about, like, hey, it's just funny that you would be south of as far as we could see the North Star. Then these other people come up with these objective reasons to think, hey, I'm so cool. This proves that the Earth is a globe, and you break. Sort of logic at that point. And
what
so
it is
it's
just
like,
don't be a dummy like when it comes to things, because I think that's what happens.
Yeah.
If you know about your food, if you know about your food, like what's good for you, right? You start to, because like people in here are bouncing ideas off of like what we think is good food and stuff, and everybody's like, well, let's look into it, right? Let's see what are whole foods, what are the chemicals that we're eating now, like. We start talking about stuff like that, so you don't have to be so black pilled, like, oh, the government's out to kill you. Like, you're just like, well, what's good? Eat that. That's it.
Yeah.
Stay with the good stuff.
And basically, not about black pilled food, but about that, like black pilled that you're standing upright the same as I am on the same level, or maybe you're a little bit above elevation, like all on relative level. So objective relative reality? I don't know.
We got Just Bill that just entered the chat.
Some help.
Just Bill, are you there?
Yeah. Hey. What's up, man?
You know who that is.
Fat Albert.
Why'd you change your name again?
It's either Matt Willis or Just Bill.
Hey, why don't you just accept objective reality? Why don't you just accept it?
Yeah, the physical and natural world. I accept that. We got to deal with it.
All right.
Resolve,
so
thank you for that information.
My name is George McAllister. Nice to meet you.
Right back at you, Jordan McAllister. Are you French?
I'm Middle Eastern. Thank you for asking, though.
Oh, it'd be a lot cooler if you was.
No.
I wish I was funny.
What do you? What do you think?
Yeah. Hang on.
What do
Into the
you
break.
think about
Hang
there
on,
being
buddy.
no?
Yeah, into the break.
measures
Into the break. Hang on.
per level?
So we got 32 people watching the YouTube live stream right now. If you guys are out there listening and you think the Earth is a globe, come on in here right now. We'll have a discussion about it. Click the link in the description, or Nightbot is spamming that link also in the text chat. You can join us and have a talk with us. You could talk to somebody from Australia right now, because it does exist, and there's one person in here that's talking about the Earth being flat. So come on in. Maybe
I'm
we can have a
hanging
talk about it.
upside down, eh?
Jordan McAllister's here, man. Jordan McAllister's here also. Is that his name? Hey, Timbo, what's up, buddy?
Autograph later.
How are you, buddy?
Good to see you. My man.
Yeah, you too, man.
Oh, shit. Is there a moon out tonight?
I know it's still daytime here, so and it's cloudy.
I can't see the
It'd be
moon.
daytime if it's dark over here. It's a flat Earth.
On a
That
flat
is
Earth,
crazy.
it would be doing this.
On a flat Earth,
No,
there'd be
it's
light
doing
everywhere.
what it's
None of this. That's not how any of this works.
I wouldn't see 15 people in a room with me right now, and no one's standing in here if it wasn't a globe.
Exactly. Science. I wish I was
And-
funny, guys.
Mary, did you see the information that Resolve put? I see that you responded to that. Yeah, that's one of the topics that we're talking about. It's obvious things. This isn't like health advice or anything. It's just basic information. That's all it is.
I didn't watch it, but I just learned recently about the omega-6s, which is like palm oil, sunflower oil, are making people's bodies inflamed and keeping them sick. And it's literally in everything, dude.
It's in everything. Like,
It seems to be anything to do with grains, really, if you think about it. If you look a bit further into it, it's that even husks on grains and things like that, they cause inflammation in the body. So there's I don't know how far you want to go into it, Mary, but there's a lot of information out there.
Well, the majority of people on 24/7, we really got that. Like, we share this information. And so what it is just us sharing information. But it's like some people want to have so much like, well, we can't say it's health because the algorithm picks up like if it starts to become health advice, like they'll say, well, you guys
it's organic conversation.
I had a holistic doctor tell me about it.
Yeah.
I want to say something about canola oil because this is not health advice, but I hear it's really good for you.
What is it?
I'm teasing. That was tongue in cheek, Timbo.
I'm about to say.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah.
He was advocating for canola oil.
Oh,
don't do that. Do not. It's okay. Canola oil is good as lubricant for machines.
Yeah, I know.
Health advice.
I was going to say, you might as well be a Glober if you say that. Gee whiz.
That canola oil keeps the world spinning around, mate.
Oh,
that's probably only good for that. Nothing else.
Gotta keep it lubricated so it can spin.
Yeah, like that song. Gotta keep it lubricated. Hey.
Canola oil. This is how we spin around.
Hey.
What do you mean? So you're saying there's no Globies at 12:24 a.m. in the morning on Sunday or Monday morning?
None that want to play. They've already been defeated. There is no Globies left. Like, I'm surprised.
33 people are watching right now, contemplating if they're going to come in and talk about their globe right now.
They're all flat earthers. Every
Had to
single
be that
one
number,
is a
didn't it?
flat earther.
Illuminati confirmed. Black pill.
Should we speculate the globe?
What's that, Sheeto?
Should we speculate the globe? It's Speculation Sunday.
No, it's a speculation.
Oh yeah,
Sunday ended.
okay. It's a bigger globe. It's a bigger globe. I win.
No, that ended like 30 minutes ago.
It's a bigger.
You missed the mark, Sheepdog, by 30 minutes.
It's Sunday somewhere.
It would have been good to talk about 30 minutes ago.
Right.
But no, it's just like, they want to say that it's a bigger well, it's a bigger ball. You know, they might not have got the measurements right because it's probably too big to measure. And you're like, well, then how do they know how big it is? Because they give us these measurements already.
And gravity is still Newtonian.
They are.
It's Oblate. It's Oblate. Give us 30 more miles. Like maybe that'll help.
You guys, it's like taking candy from a baby, right? Like it's so easy these days. Like they're just like, well, it's mass attracts mass. And you're like, dude,
what is that? I have a balloon in my hand. I have a cloud in the air. What is mass?
I can define it. It's Massachusetts.
There is some big booty white women in Massachusetts, so I might agree.
Can you? That's I wish I was funny. My bad.
I wish it wasn't.
Yeah, that doesn't kill at the Chuckle Hut, man. You can't use that.
Yeah, some of your other good jokes are funny.
I'm working on it.
He's like, is this thing on?
I'm working on it.
So I flew in from Chicago, and boy, are my arms tired. Tough crowd.
Tough crowd. Well, no one else can define mass, right? Can you define mass? I hear it's undefinable.
Sheepdog, I do often say that. That's my bike, punk. He's like, hey, no, it's over here. The bike's right over here. Knocks him out.
Yeah,
That's my bike, punk.
It can be both our globes. We'll just keep it at my house.
Oh, you talking about a globe model? Are you talking about a model, Sheepdog?
No,
your paper mache, like paper mache bikes. It was just a paper mache bike. You just rode off on my paper mache bike, like it was just a reification policy. It was a model.
I must say,
logical interpretation of a model.
That was one of the hard things for me, like taking the globe away and not being able to replace it with anything. That was really difficult. Like I wanted to know, like, okay, if it's not a globe, then what is it? What are we looking at? You know, what is this place where I live? And then it took me ages to come to terms that we may never know. You know. And now I'm happy with that. I'm fine with that.
I think that's the best place to be. Everything is more beautiful that way. When you don't understand every facet of like what makes everything tick, you just see everything.
You don't need to.
Well, I mean, people, what they do is they run certain discussions into the ground, but so like I heard this guy saying it one time. He's like, he wants to give it, and like people might take offense to this, so I really don't care. But like they would say like the gravity question gets explained with buoyancy and density, and I'm like, no, it doesn't. If you guys have heard me in here, how I talk about it, because so let me break it down real quick. It's the big G, which is the theory of gravity, right? That's the theory of what makes the things give the propensity to move up and down, right? We already know this. And so buoyancy and density. Yeah, no, but like the theory of gravity, the general relativity, the things that the reason why things warp space and time is because their mass is so great, like the size of the Earth. It's so great that it's warping and bending the fabric of space-time, right? So they would say that that's the reason why things are going towards the center of mass. Because the mass is so big that it's bending and warping space and time, the fabric of space-time. So now the idea that buoyancy and density is the answer from flat earthers to say like, well, it's buoyancy and density, buoyancy and density, buoyancy. I understand what you're saying. That's the object and medium relationship. They can explain it too in their way, but they're not going to say that that's the thing that causes the gravity. Because they don't say that, right? Neither should we. But that's what flat earthers start going into. They're like, they say it's the effect and it's also the causation. And it's like, that's not the causation. The causation is what gives things the right to move up and down, the law as to why it moves up and down, not the actual object and medium relationship in which you can quantify. I've said this before. You can quantify an object and medium relationship. You can actually change the medium. You're like, if you stick an egg in fresh water and you add some salt to it, and then it starts to go up because you added salt to it. You can manipulate the variable of the medium that the object is in, right? In this case, the egg. So when you do that, then you show that the effect is that it starts to rise. But the propensity for it to go up when you add the salt, that's what cannot be explained. And so it can't be explained either for the ball Earth. And so they go into a theory. Their theory is that because an object's mass is so great, it causes a warping and bending of space and time, causing for things to go to the center of gravity or the center of the mass. So that's the theory.
We're spinning now on.
So like let me just finish. Let me just finish.
Okay, keep going. I'm just telling you, I'm dizzy.
No, he's not here.
Because I'm busy, but keep going. But I'm just affirming that yes, this is what these
so I'm gonna have to
believe in.
Sorry.
Keep going, Miggy. You're explaining it correctly. You're doing good. Thank you, sir.
All right, so let me finish here.
You are trained for this.
All right, so when they go into that explanation, the big G. So we start to rebut them with buoyancy and density. But so like I said, once again, we have cause and effect, right? The effect is this thing that's quantifiable, right? Because like in their understanding, you can drop a pin and you can calculate the rate of fall and you can get a mean average. But actually, they come up with a constant, which is not a constant. It's actually an average, right? Because different materials, different elements. Different elements fall at different rates, right? That's what we do know for sure. They would claim that everything falls at the same rate, and it does not. It's not applicable to every element. So we already know this, right? So there's the effect, and then there's a causation. But like what I said, when flat earthers challenge them and say we have the answer, it's buoyancy and density. I'm always of the mind to tell the flat earther that's not correct. Because we're only telling them the object and medium relationship and how that can be manipulated with the variable of the medium, right? Like you can change the medium and the object will respond differently to that medium. And so when we say that, we have to understand we're only talking about the effect, which is quantifiable. You can actually mess with the variables there. And then, well, the flat earther will say, well, that's good enough to say that we have now manipulated the variable, which is the medium. And we always say, or we should be saying, right, if you're a flat earther, is that's not the cause. The cause is the law. The thing that happens always, which is when a object and medium relationship are like, let's say you're dropping a rock in the medium of air, the object, which is the rock, will fall through the air, right?
You are the force.
But yeah, no, what I'm saying, yeah, but what I'm telling you, we all understand this into the break. So what I'm saying though is the fact,
making it clear.
It's the fact that when it travels through the air, when it's traveling down through the air, the propensity to make it travel down through the air is the thing that's unexplained. Nobody can talk about what's giving that rock the propensity to move down. Like we're only talking about
it'll go up like if I was dropping the rock and it was pumice stone.
Yeah. Okay.
And I was at the.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Into the break. I don't mean to mute you, man, but I really do. I have to finish this. Okay. So here's what happens, right? In the argumentation back and forth from the Glober to the flat earther, like when we start to do this, like we're having these debates and we're getting into gravity. And we're saying we have the answer. It is buoyancy and density. And they're like, no, it's not, because I have buoyancy and density too on my side. And it's Archimedes' principle and all that. So we are looking at a discussion between what is the causation that gives things the propensity to move up and down. Like we go into the unexplained or the law. And so that's philosophy. So that's why when we talk about these things like gravity, and then the flat earther says, but we got the answer. We don't have the answer to that question. What we do have is a solid foundation for us to say we understand buoyancy and density, not needing a ball Earth. We can detach the physics from the idea that you need a globe. That's what we're saying. That's the difference, right? So we're not saying that we know the law, as in we understand the law from the perspective of saying we know what gives things the propensity to move up and down. We're saying that we can use physics on this Earth without needing the globe. So that's how we should explain it versus it being like, no, buoyancy and density is just the answer. Just agree with me. And that's where it usually fails, because we're trying to explain something in a way where we're like, physics work, we don't need a globe, but at the same time, we're not telling you that it's the answer to what gives things the propensity to move up and down. So hopefully, once I made that clear, it's like people should start getting into the rhythm of saying, I get it now. Like things that are quantifiable, we can work with those things. And so can they, like on the globe side. But the difference is they need a globe in order for this physics to work on a globe. Because their explanation teeters on like the idea of messing with concepts like space and time. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and stop there, but I'll unmute into the break.
Some of your questions seems like it's philosophical, and some of it seems like I would disagree with the flat earther for a different reason. That reason being, I would say that buoyancy you don't even need buoyancy, but you will be manipulating the medium.
Yeah,
so relative.
I wouldn't feel like it's. Yeah, go on, Just Bill. Finish what you were saying.
Nah, bro, it's cool.
I would say that thermodynamics and density is all you need. Buoyancy is actually a reaction to the effects of those things.
Yeah, they have the worked out information as to like Archimedes' principle on their side, although it uses a globe to get them through it, but they understand the object and medium relationship as well as we do. So coming from that stance, there is no like we got the answer to say that is the causation. That's the only thing I'm really trying to bring to light here, because there's a lot of times we're saying no, it's good enough. Like I argued with this one guy, Timbo, remember in the morning? It was me, you, T-Wad, T-Dub, I don't know, he's calling himself T-Dub, and that guy. And we're talking, and he was really hung up on saying buoyancy and density. That's the answer. And I'm like, no, it's not, bro. Can you guys see where I'm going with that? Like, or
yeah, we would agree with you. We agree with you that is not the answer.
Right. This guy was actually like so stuck on saying that, well, buoyancy and density explain it. I'm like, I know it explains it on their side too. They got the same. They work with the same information we do. But they're using the globe.
Well, you silenced me when I was trying to talk to you about, like, here I have a pumice stone at the bottom of the ocean, and the pumice stone is not falling down. Here I have a balloon, and it's not falling down. Here I have I'm breathing a gas temperature, and it's not falling down. So there's obviously got to be another explanation. Okay? You see, it's not the balloon, the Archimedes principle, false equivocation of the fluid of water is air so that a balloon flies. This is absurd. Because if mass attracts mass, right? That mass is mass. The juicier it is, because the almighty juiciness of the earth.
Sorry, into the break. I have to do it, bro. Like you're going off into a weird tangent. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, this is moderation. All right. So long as I guess we're moving together at the same conclusion, because it's hard for a flat earther to stay in a conversation with somebody about gravity and then they go off into like the buoyancy and density argument. It's like they're already saying this, so we shouldn't be like saying that's the answer to what we're saying gravity is, because that's not big G. That's just the effect.
Right. An effect. Okay, so you're talking about an effect. I don't know, bro. Because this kind of gets into philosophy, right? If I was to answer this question simply, I want to say, down is down because heaven is up. Heaven establishes a down. In other words, like that'd be a philosophical kind of like answer.
Well,
right?
in this instance, it doesn't really matter because no one has the answer. So you could philosophize on the answer. It doesn't really matter. So, like, what I'm saying is,
on the other hand, I would also answer, I disagree with the buoyancy and density because you don't even need buoyancy, bro. Because you don't need buoyancy. Buoyancy is just a word.
Here's my philosophy on buoyancy. Everything is at its resting point until it's moved, until energy is put into it, and then the position is changed, and then it has to return to its natural buoyancy. That's my philosophy on it. It's natural medium, it's natural 0 point.
It sounds like
but that's just me. Other people have their own philosophy on what buoyancy is, but that's just my philosophy on it. And but I appreciate Miggy's argument because, if you look into the science of things, you can manipulate a downward vector, but it's not gravity. There's something else going on. If you start looking into all that.
Yeah, we talk about the importance of like doing a demonstration, right? That's what's most important, right? So when you're manipulating the medium that the object is in, then you start to realize that you can manipulate the medium, and there's going to be a change in vectors when you do so, right? Just like the egg in fresh water, it will sink to the bottom. When you just add some salt to it, and then it starts to float upwards. But then when it changes directions, the direction or why it changes, that's probably the way why does it change directions when you add that salt in there? Well, you're changing the medium. But the thing that gives it the propensity to move up is what's in question. Like, why does it move up? We see that the object and medium relationship can be changed. You can change the variables, you can do something to the medium, and then all of a sudden the object responds differently. But then you're like, well, that's the answer. But it's like, it's not, because the underlying directionality that was moved in whatever direction it was moved for there's like these laws to the universe, right? And I say universe in the understanding that we're not talking about an ever-expanding cosmos. We're talking about everything that's known to man right now.
Right.
So in this universe,
natural observations.
So natural universe. That's good.
When you observe everything in nature, right? Everything has a law that it abides by. Entropy, you know what I mean, like energy and all that. Like we understand these things to be as the way reality is woven, the fabric of reality. Like these things are pretty concrete, or else they wouldn't be laws. So high pressure moves to low pressure, hot moves to cold, so on and so forth. Like, these are the laws. And so when we see them operating, we don't know why these laws are the way they are. They just are. So we don't have an answer to the laws as to like dissecting them and understanding the reasons why they happen. We just see them happen, the effects, right? So this is the only thing we can tell from the object and medium relationship on the stance of saying buoyancy and density is being seen and observed, measured, manipulated. And when we start to get into the realm of saying, oh, I know why, then you're playing God. Like, then you must know God's mind, because he's the one that created the reasons why they go in the direction they go with the specific object and medium relationship. Can you guys see now, or is it?
No, I agree. What I'm saying in my philosophy is that I'm observing something, but what's actually causing it, I don't know. You're right.
You can quantify it, though. That's the only thing.
Yeah. When you're talking about the laws, or where the laws of the universe come from, that's philosophy, right? You're gonna have to. So it's like you're talking about buoyancy, right? And see, because you're talking about up and down. You're talking about up and down and vectors and buoyancy and density. And I think, Megan, when you talk about buoyancy, do you think of up Like when you say buoyancy, do you mean up? And then when you say density, do you mean down?
Density and buoyancy happen to be the response that an object and medium relationship have between each other. So you can observe these things in the colloquial buoyancy and density as to how they're defined. So if you look up the definition and then they're applicable to like manipulating variables, then you'll start to see that they can apply to a quantifiable vector. So you can say, well, I know why something goes down through the medium of air because it's more dense than the air, right? They're quantifiable ways that we can talk about how things actually operate in this reality that we are in. The reality is made up of things that we can talk about that are quantifiable and also things that aren't. So the things that aren't are laws. They happen always. They just do. Like we can try to say that we don't live in this reality, but that's just the way things are. I mean, you're always going to get hot moves to cold, always, in this reality.
Right.
You know what I mean? So those are the laws.
And I want to say this real quick. Density should not, don't restrict that to just down or up, because the medium could be more dense than the object, or the object could be more dense than the medium. They're interchangeable.
They're interchangeable, of course. That's what I was saying. Like,
relationship.
Either the relationship depends on the relationship, then you're going to have the object and medium response, differently.
Mm-hmm.
Always, and either one of those you can manipulate and then change. You know what I'm saying? Like,
buoyancy is kind of like equilibrium, right?
Yeah. So in the case of the balloon with helium, it could lose its the helium could actually start escaping out of the balloon. Then it'll start to like really settle. Then it doesn't go up anymore. It just like stays static like for a while until it starts losing the helium. But the moment that you manipulate that helium in that balloon, like you put some what do you call it, a hairdryer, you start to heat it up more. You start the helium to create work in there. It starts to rise back up. So you're manipulating the balloon, which has helium inside, and then the outside it starts to become lighter than the air and float upwards, right? So, but before that, when you didn't do any work in it, you weren't applying any heat, then it was just settling to an equilibrium, and then possibly even becoming more dense. So, because the weight of the actual balloon started to weigh down was heavier than the air.
Yeah, this time temperature does play a huge role in this.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables, Ripcord. So we're looking at the quantifiable object and medium relationship as for how we describe the buoyancy and density without the globe. So the physics can work without using a globe inferred. And I think that's what we want to separate the conversation from us saying we know the causation, the up and down causation. We know the effects that can happen on Earth that doesn't need to be a globe with the bending and warping of space and time. That's how we should start explaining it to them. If we're going to go into gravity, that is, right? If we're going to go into gravity, that's the way we should go. Because there's a lot to unpack when we're talking about this. Like, we can even talk about, like, Einsteinian, Newtonian, like, describing, like, what they were proposing and go into that. But, like, I think the most important thing here is that we're saying this physics can happen without the globe ever being introduced. Like, you don't need a globe. So as long as physics can work the way they do, you don't need a globe, then we can have a better conversation. But when they think you need a globe for this physics to work, the causation, then that's a problem. But if you guys who are listening right now want to come in here and talk about it, go ahead. Click the link on the description, or Nightbot has it spamming in the text chat. Come on in here.
I think you just got a legendary 3-point wig snatch for making everybody like pause.
Not say anything. Not say anything. I'll just snatch everybody's wig on the YouTube live. No, but because it's true, Sheepdog, we're talking past each other in the conversation of gravity. When the Glober comes in here, we're like talking past them. They're talking past us. We're not saying that we don't quantify these effects, object and medium relationship, because they can do it. We can do it too. They're using the globe. We don't need the globe. But the thing is, when we get into it, we have to make the distinction of what we're saying, because it gets into so what, you guys don't believe in gravity? Like, you know what I mean? That's the kind of conversation that's taking place here. You guys don't believe in gravity? And then the flat earthers like, yeah, we don't believe in gravity. We believe in buoyancy and density. It's like, dudes, you're missing out on the information. Because, you can use the word gravity. I don't see any issue with that. I think what it has is a bad connotation that's tied into the globe. That's what it has. You have to make the distinction. Gravity, little g, the effect does occur. That's quantifiable. You can do all kinds of, you can do math with it. You can, it's useful. Why wouldn't it be? But the thing is, it doesn't need, the physics don't need to happen on a globe. That's the distinction.
Yeah, you could make the same terminology about the feather and a hot rock stone. So,
are you talking about the center of an axis?
No, I'm talking about heating up the surroundings that are being hit by oxygen when I'm talking about the hot stone. So when you have a glowing hot stone and let it fall, it turns down in percentage, and also you basically have to make every percentage that it falls down by every centimeter or meter or inch that it falls. I don't know in certain measurements right now, but the heated air that would then correlate to the rock, that would uplift the rock, would make a small margin of lifting him up and creating a smaller fall down before it reaches his normal temperature again, which would be a few hundred meters or so, because it was hit by so much oxygen that it would cool down responsibly to correlation to what it was needed to cool down in terms of heat that was induced in that rock. And talking about the feather would make no distinction. It would either burst in flames. Of course, we know if we would heat it up, it would burst in flames because it makes up keratin, and keratin would basically burst up. So yeah, either way, it doesn't make any change in terms of falling through any gases or into oxygen. It would make the same difference as the rock.
Yeah, we use the term object and medium relationship. We always use that in here because it makes no distinction what, if you want to take a globe, a flat earth, a concave, like we're trying for people to understand, like, this specific discussion happens to deal with just physics. Like, it doesn't have anything to deal with, like, we can get into like the causation side of it, and then we'll all agree that no one has an answer, or at least we should get to that point. But I've heard it, like, two things that I said before that gets people talk past each other. They don't understand that they're talking about the object and medium relationship, and then they also misunderstand about, like, the globe side is also dealing with buoyancy and density and Archimedes' principle. They're already dealing with that stuff. They just accept that it's working on a globe. That's what they're doing. So when we start getting into this discussion, we have to lay out, like, we have to unpack the foundation. Like, okay, so before we start talking past each other, we have to agree that we understand what we're saying here. That we both agree that the 9.8 meters per second, like, that's what we're going to be discussing. That happens even if you have a globe or flat. Like, you're discussing that it's not going to change that fact. Or that it's quantifiable, right? There's a few little nuances, like you think it's constant, it's not constant, it's an average, but other than that, it's going to be more of like us understanding how is it possible that that's taking place on a globe, like, and then, or if the globe even exists, because we're operating off a derivative topic. Derivative meaning that you have to superimpose the globe over this Earth before you start to understand that it is a globe working with the physics like it is. You'd have to first agree that you have to start at a point where you're given the globe or given the flat Earth, because that's how it has. The only way that two people can start talking about that in their You know what I mean? In their idea of a derivative topic. Because other than that, like if you take them to curvature right away, straight away, they don't then. If they can't find out how the Earth is curving, then you can't give them the globe. And you're like, well, I'm sorry, but you can't have a globe with gravity working on that globe unless you provide evidence of, drop over distance. At which point, how can you describe gravity working on a globe when you can't even understand that if it's a globe or not?
The hardest part, Miggy, is probably when you're trying to have that mutual conversation, like we both mutually agree on these things, and then they always try to drag you off into the weeds and try to like, well, what about this? And they jump into like 15 different directions before you know it. And you're just like, dude, can we go back to talking about like density and buoyancy and gravity or whatever we were talking about just a minute ago? Like now you're talking about like Jupiter and you're talking about like Eon 56 off in the Calypso galaxy.
Yeah, were you here when the guy dude was in here just a while ago?
No.
Yeah, he's an older gentleman, but Huey was talking to him about like if he understands how the Earth is in a globe, and he's like, yeah, I used to go to the library and check out some books because I used to like reading on this stuff. Mm-hmm. And he started talking about transistors and like, how science needs that technology to work and all that stuff. And it's like, that has nothing to do with the naturally observed, Earth that we're on, like from this vantage point. So, but that's how people's minds are filled with like this idea that we're talking about science, and it has nothing to do. The what is question of the Earth has nothing to do with science. It's measurement.
Yep.
Yeah. You know what I mean? That's kind of like, and the guy was, he's 65. He said how old he was, but they have these preconceived notions that they have understanding from like a science perspective about the Earth being a planet. And it's like, you can have all that perspective you want. It doesn't mean anything if it's not coherent in the way we understand things to be. Like, what is science? Does it have anything to do with the shape of the Earth? Or is that something that you've been hearing? It's like he was saying, it's a category error.
Well, that's going to be really hard to let go of the globe after the age of 45. Like, I'm very lucky I started at 39. Because, old habits die hard,
Yeah, I was about that. 37, something like that. 35, 37. That was a long time ago, man.
But no, like, you're right. The hardest thing to talk about with someone who believes in the globe is the difference between math and science. And they think that math is science, or math is a requirement of science. And even though you might do some math in certain aspects of a scientific method, it's not science.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, you can alter mathematics to your theory. This is a trick. And that most of the scientific community is using to their advantage, basically.
Well, we call it mathematical jazz hands. When people use constructs of math to then explain the idea that the Earth has a radius, diameter, and circumference, and insert that into formulas such as terrestrial refraction. And so when you start to play around with these formulas and the math checks out, well, of course it does. It can check out in a construct. There's not a problem with that. But what it doesn't do is be applicable to reality when you go out into the field. How does that work? Because when you're trying to filter out a drop over distance, so to speak, over like, let's say you're trying to work it out over the black swan, and the black swan should be, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And then you're trying to figure out how is this terrestrial refraction working over this globe. It doesn't check out. You will never find out the distance to the horizon because that's not how it works in the first place. It's just so many things wrong with it. So many things. First of all, it's not even applicable because you're seeing farther than you're supposed to. Whereas the Earth curvature should have cut you off, a lot sooner than what you see it, like at 3 miles. That's your furthest distance you should be able to see. And then the formula is not going to apply to it then because you're seeing farther and through more of the air that's causing more of the distortion. It gets wacky. So you can't get an actual understanding of like the distance variable to like what you should see. It's all over the place. Because a static understanding should be, okay, I know exactly from where I'm standing on the beach to 3 miles away, that's the Earth's curvature. And anything beyond that, I can't see anything. You know what I mean? And so
or it starts to get blocked depending on how high.
I mean, it should be static. It should be static. But then the reason that it's not, well, that's, you know what I mean? Like, then it throws the math off. So then your math's not going to be correct.
Right.
Math would describe something in a language to tell you that it's something that is quantifiable and it's able to be in a position where you can figure out some math to exact what you're talking about, right? So if I'm putting something down in a formula and saying, look, this is how far away you should see this thing, and it works out that this math is going to show you exactly where we should be able to see this thing. But then if it's like, well, you didn't account for that the day you went to go do it, that you could see more or less of the horizon. And so that's going to throw your numbers off, and then you're going to have to change the math to account for other variables, and like you don't know, like, because it's so in fluctuation. It's so in fluctuation that you're never able to get like a static understanding of like the actual distance away. You know what I mean? It's just it fluctuates too much. Look at Skunk Bay. That's a prime example right there. Throughout the whole day, look how much the image was undulating, like in the far distance, like the peninsula that was sticking out.
Right. No, and then somebody else will go there, and like we've since learned that like depending on what day you go out there, the horizon appears to shift or move in certain situations. But it's like it's not just that one location. Like you can go anywhere in the world and make the same observation. People do it all over the world.
That's why I think they can never win with false information, because unless you destroy reality itself, look, that's the only way you could win. Other than that, anybody can go outside and into the field and find out that it's incorrect. You're like, nope, it's wrong. It doesn't work out. This math that you're showing me, this globe math, doesn't check out. It just doesn't work. I'm not going to find the curvature of the Earth like where you tell me it's supposed to be. It's not going to be there. And here come the sophists and the excuses, and here come all that, right? Well, we didn't say it was that far away. It's optical and physical. We can have your cake and eat it. Like, come on, dudes. Get real. Like, that, these guys are making so many, you hear them, dude. Like, they're making so many excuses for the globe. I don't know. Like, is there somebody they think is going to, one day be like, call them up, dudes. You guys were holding it down in the Flat Earth chat. I heard you. You're the best globe representatives we got. I'm about to send you some money because you guys are just doing a bang up job. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nobody's doing that. Nobody cares. So if you don't know something, it's best just to say, shit, I don't know. I don't know. Yet they come in here fighting tooth and nail like they're fighting for a cause. Like, what are you guys fighting for, man?
Yeah, you have to have the same mentality in terms of observation. You have to make the same observation in terms of the what is it called? Result. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to have a strict and observable conversation in general.
But they're telling us, Ripcord, that math is the only way to look at this. And then we tell them, okay, so we're going to take the math, apply it into the field, and go out there and see if we can't get the same results every time. Because
punch the numbers in.
Yeah, according to you said the math is explaining reality. Okay. Let's use that math to see if that doesn't check out. And when we go find out that it doesn't, and we come back and tell you, you can't be upset. You're gonna have to just take that as the truth because you said this explains reality. Isn't that what they say? Oh, there's the math. Can't you see the math? It's all there. Well, yeah, that's great. But you never went to go see if it's actually what the math says. You just, with this mathematical construct, you just, oh, look, it checks out. Radius, diameter, circumference, we're good. No, we're not good.
This only works with people who make the same observation. Otherwise, it would be turned to chaos like it usually does.
Yeah. But see, that's where we're at right now. We're at the point where the person realizes that it's chaos. But just like any other truth, when the person is confronted with it, what do? Reject it. That's the cognitive dissonance kicking in, and they're just like, nope, you're wrong. The math checks out. Nope, it's radius, diameter, circumference. It's all right there. You guys just are not doing something correctly. Let me see what you're doing, and we show them like the black swan or something. No, that's the wrong globe math. That's just totally wrong. Let me do the math in my head. Nope, that's wrong. Like we had this guy do this one time. I'm serious. He came into the chat. His name was Be Vigilant, and he's like, I did the math in my head, and it's wrong. And we were like, go ahead and tell us how you figured it out. And I have an image because I saved this conversation in my brain about like what we're talking about.
Yeah, before this comes all indoctrination, and without it, they are relying on ignorance afterwards. That is usually the defense point.
I wouldn't even say they're relying on ignorance. It's just they're choosing to be ignorant. It's not about relying on it.
They're choosing it. Yeah, look at the image I put up right now in live stream voice text. This is what he drew, akin to like a second or third grade person scribbling on a piece of paper. And what I see here is I don't even see something that's coherent. I see something that's like a frantic straw, like last straw grasping. You know, he's just trying to grasp at the last ditch effort. You know, like he's trying to just do whatever he can to rescue the globe that we're destroying. And that was his rebuttal to it. It's so redundant. Look at the scribblings. It's like, how can you make sense of that to any logically thinking person? It doesn't have anything there. And so with his, like, even putting assumed horizon, think about this, guys. He put assumed horizon, not even actual horizon or the horizon. It's assumed. On the sheet of paper, he wrote that because he doesn't know the distance to the horizon. So how can he figure out any measurements to like what he's going to be talking about? It just further destroys his point. So that's what we got with these guys. They just want to come in here, post things, and then feel great that they put something up. It's like they didn't do anything.
I mean, when those people are listening to people's like Ichiro Ikaku, for example, and he says himself that we are in the margin of 100 and millions of comma behind actual science, basically. It's like, okay, you just confirmed to me that you are telling us bogus all along, but you're still taking a point in this and trying to defend it. It's like, dude, make your mind up.
Well, that's the thing with these guys. He says, this what we do is like flying by the seat of our pants. Out of his words, out of his mouth, and his words, not mine. He says, it's leaps of logic, he says. You can't even find the clip on YouTube, man. He says this. I mean, he flat out says this, man. It's flying by the seat of our pants. Like, and so, I mean, why wouldn't the guys that come in here defending the globe be any different? Like, they're the same. Is that the clip, Resolve? Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
Like, we don't even use a scientific method.
I'm downloading that. I'm going to play that. Yeah, there we go. I'm actually going to play that because I think it's that good. I'll put it in the stream here. Let me put it into the bot.
I got one to play after for you too.
I Oh yeah, great.
Here comes this one.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
Well, we don't even have to go any farther than that, right?
Yeah, this speaks for itself. It's like they're making a fool of themselves.
And I got one too. There's this one about the World Economic Forum talking about owning the science.
We partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. We own the science, and we think that the world should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
Yeah, this is nothing further said. It's ridiculous.
It's a mic drop, dude. Like all this stuff that we have here, like as content, they're all mic drops. It's like, need we say more? Like say less, right? Like we got, this is in the bag, guys. This
is evidence for the Globers, It's like those are the people they are listening to. And when you represent the facts, like just shown and played, it's like, dude, this is what you believe in. And they are telling you this is all bogus.
Yeah, let me put this thing. It's the longer version, the 2-minute version. But this one has Michio Kaku actually contradicting himself. So I'm gonna. I think that's gold. It's gold, right? It's really gold.
That's gold.
So let me play this real quick.
You can put the laws of physics as we know them on a simple sheet of paper. Well, what is science? Science is based on things that are testable, reproducible, and falsifiable. You're not going to
watch this.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Science is about natural law. It's about the laws of nature.
Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Like the Big Bang. You cannot reproduce the Big Bang. You cannot test the Big Bang. It's like a detective story. You can only look at the clues left over from the Big Bang. So to calculate the instant of creation is in some sense outside science because it's not reproducible. You cannot reproduce the Big Bang. But you can then trace the history of what happened afterwards like a murder mystery, and that's where a lot of science is done. And when religious people begin to pontificate about natural law, that's where we get into trouble.
Now, we want a theory of everything, a theory of all forces. We want to create a superforce. And what did this superforce create? The universe itself. It is the driving force of creation. It's the energy of the Big Bang itself, the superforce. It never works.
You cannot reproduce the Big Bang. You cannot test the Big Bang.
All the things that were once considered science fiction are now centerpiece in our understanding of the nature of everything.
That's why religion is based on faith. Science is about natural law. It's about the laws of nature.
Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Thanks, Michio Kaku.
Right.
You've been an asset to us so far.
Asset and literal asset. It It rains down the elements in nothingness.
You could be like, hey, let me just play this clip for all you Globers real quick. It's just like, mic drop. I'm here all week, folks.
Can I play this one video real quick? 21 seconds, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Hold on.
You want me to do it?
I got it.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
That's Bill Nye. That's Bill Nye, the science guy.
Yeah, that being said, it's like, what else goes on? What are you missing? What are you not telling us?
Damn.
Good old Bill Nye right there.
Spitting truth bombs.
You know, I just watched Top Gun for the first time, and they're like trying to get in contact with Tom Cruise as he, you know, goes off. And he's like, hey, come back here. And he's like, hey, I can't. Mach 5. And, you know, he's just pretending. And they're like, oh, yeah, it's static because, you know, the curve of the Earth and all that. It's called a sea bulge.
The sea bulge?
Yeah.
Is that why they watch Top Gun?
It's great, dude. This is like, isn't it weird like how easy your job is, like as a flat earther? Like, it's so easy. Like, you don't really have to.
Yeah, it is. I mean, for us, it's a no-brainer. But for the really stubborn listeners, it's like, dude, they have to get their head around it and make their own research, especially developing their own critical thinking. This is the first place, regardless of this topic alone. Make efforts in some parts of your life.
Let me drop this real quick in the text chat. I want you guys to see this little image. Now, this was actually given to us by a citation from a Glober that Pumpkin had on her server, which is now she's here, so I was going to bring it up because she just reminded me of this guy that I spoke to. I was going to run the 3 points on him, but I didn't get that far, not even past the first question because, you know,
they didn't have the first question.
When it's not this server, it's hard to kind of keep them on point because they have the mute button or they have the escape button or they don't want to say. Well, whatever,
both of them left my server, so.
So for whatever reason, they didn't want to talk about the fact that this. First of all, there's two guys. One guy said that he didn't have any information as to how the Earth's curvature was measured to have curvature, and then the second one gave me a citation to this right here, which is Al Biruni. Now, I'm gonna put the link up in the text also, so you guys can follow along if you want to. There's more about what I'm posting here as well, but that's the link. And that little image that I clipped out is towards the middle of the webpage, and it's interesting because it uses the triangle, right? So when you're trying to triangulate the method of which he was measuring the height from the mountaintop, like he was on, to the distance to the horizon. So M would be the height of the peak of the mountain, O is the base, and of course B is the distance to the horizon, where the horizon is. So as you can see, there's a triangle that needs to be made, right? And a triangle is defined by all the sides having to be straight lines, right? In order for it to be a triangle. You don't have a triangle if they're not all three straight lines. We should all know this. This should be something that everybody understands, right? With triangles, does everybody know that? If you don't know that's the truth, then we need to talk about what is a triangle. Like, do you guys know this?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so when in his discussion, go
30, 45, was it 30, 45, 60, 90?
Yeah, with one angle being 90 degrees, right? You guys know this, right? Triangle. So anyways, with that being said, he presented this and I was like, well, so look at in that image, look at the bottom of that line where it says O, you know, the base of the mountain, and all the way to B at the very point of the horizon. And I asked him, is that a straight line? And guess what? He couldn't answer me. He started to waffle and say, well, it doesn't need to be a straight line. It could be curving. I was like, no. That's not what I'm talking about. Because this is a triangle right there. And it's either a straight line. Go ahead, Pumpkin.
Well, it's just funny to me that at this point we start arguing with the globers that they have to calculate the curve, whereas they think it's fine to have a straight line. It's a little bit of a role reversal.
Yeah. What'd you say, Ripcord?
Yeah, the reason why they are putting G and D and A in is because of reasons they don't want to explain, which are the temperature differences by the observation point that is H from the distance.
Yeah, but what you get though is that the triangle that's being made here to actually cite the distance is having to have 3 straight lines. And so that's most important. And so from O to B, you're going to have a straight line. Would you guys agree? Because like we're bypassing A because A is like we're saying B is the distance to the horizon. So O to B, the line has to be straight. Like there shouldn't be any argument there. However, that wasn't the case with this gentleman. He said that it can be curved. O to B can be curved. And I was like, no, then it's not a triangle. And this wouldn't be applicable. You couldn't use this formula. Not with Al-Biruni. So what do you need to have? 3 straight lines. He's like, well, it could be straight enough. I was like, no. You're not getting away from this. It's got to be 3 straight lines. Not good enough. That's not how this works. If they're not straight lines, it's not a triangle. Like I kept going over that point because it's the most important that we actually lean on this. That's why you have to preface sometimes this discussion with, do you know what a triangle is? As a matter of fact, I have a sound clip that I wanted to play regarding this.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, let me dig into my clips real quick and let me see if I can pull out that clip.
But would you agree?
Specifically,
a triangle has 3 angles that are all 3 angles are greater than 1 degree and measure up to 180 degrees.
Yeah, just let me play this clip, okay? Real quick.
Go ahead.
I think this is why, we do this.
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
What the hell did you just say?
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use...
Doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
Okay, so you also mentioned celestial navigation. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah, it's how high above 90 degrees a star appears, like the angular elevation.
So 90 degrees would be the zenith, and 90 along a baseline to your position, correct?
Yeah.
From second grade Doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees from that position on the Earth to the star is straight up. That's 90 degrees, yes. The idea of celestial navigation on a globe doesn't use right triangles. The position directly under the star is 90 degrees.
Retard! From second grade Doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees, that's 90 degrees, yes. 90 degrees doesn't use right triangles. 90 degrees, that's 90 degrees.
Make your mind up.
The baseline we will be travelling along and are navigating is functionally and mathematically flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So Earth, that would be the Earth. That would be the Earth that we will be navigating is flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, we're navigating on the Earth and functionally it's flat, and we navigate along a flat map, of course.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Matthew. That's correct. From a university-grade mathematician for all of you ladies and gentlemen, that will be trimmed out and posted everywhere. That's a university-grade mathematician telling you, the audience, that Earth is functionally measured and navigated flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Of course, that's why all maps are flat.
What the hell did you just say?
He's so much diss himself. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, can you imagine somebody doing that in chat? That's
to be honest, thank you that you make those recordings, because otherwise
it would just go off into the ether. Nobody would ever know.
Yep.
Nope. Everybody would still be laughing at Flat Earth to this day.
The Globers themselves will be the undoing of the globe, by far.
Damn straight. I'm just here to watch it burn and roast my marshmallows on it. That's it, dude. I'm roasting my marshmallows on this burning globe every day, bro.
I'm just pulling out a lawn chair, having a beer.
Yeah, making s'mores. It's fun because it's like, how can somebody say that it's not how navigation works, and then at the same time it's saying, yeah, that's 90 degrees.
I'm on a dating app, and this girl just messaged me, and she said, name a conspiracy theory you think might be true. And then she put her answer underneath it, but it was hidden until I gave my answer. And I said, the Earth is flat. And her answer was aliens.
That's a lot to
she's
unpack
like, well, the Earth is. She's like, the Earth is flat. So enlighten me. Why do you think the Earth is flat? I'm like, well, it's observably and measurably flat. There is no curvature measured anywhere on Earth. All
no, you know. Here's the best line.
Light uses a flat stationary. Go ahead.
Let me give you a pro tip. Type in the chat or in that where you're texting her. Type in there, space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Yeah.
I love that line.
Yeah.
But I gave her the 3 points. I said, Earth is observably and measurably flat. I was like, nobody has felt or detected any spin anywhere on Earth. You don't feel it. And you can't have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system. It's impossible.
Well, the vacuum of space, according to how they tell us, there's a specific way that they tell us that vacuum is next to the adjacent to the pressure air system, which we have here.
Right. Well, that's why I don't use vacuum. I use high pressure and low pressure because I think that's still functionally sound. It is, but
it's not the actual verbiage. They use the term vacuum of space, so they'll say that. Like if you type I'll do a quick search just to show you. It's still used colloquially. Let's see.
But no, she's like, wow, that actually makes sense. Like it instantly hit her. I was like, cool.
Yeah, man, make a date, dude.
I know, right? I'm determined to marry a flat earther, dude.
I mean, it's so hard to find like-minded people nowadays, you know?
Like Drace is one of the luckiest people. Drace and Carmen are lucky to have each other.
If you let people know in your real life what you really believe, then they'll tell you when they meet people who believe the same thing.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely.
Check this out, Sheepdog. I'll put it in the text chat.
My husband finally, I think he referred to himself as a flat earther yesterday. I didn't want to ask him to repeat it in case he reworded it, but good sign.
See, let's see. I'll give you another. Give you another. So, but no, I'm doing this because it's the referred to way that they actually just to go to here. Let me.
It's so vast that it's central to everything. I guess is what they're trying to say.
Yeah, but
it's not gonna. Go ahead. I think I get what you're trying to say.
Yeah, they use the vacuum of space as how they portray
it. It's funny. It says, in which the pressure is so low that any particles in the space do not affect any processes being carried on there. So it negates any elements that are in it.
Like combustion from the sun? Duh.
Oh man.
You know, and
idiots.
That's a good one. I've seen so many high altitude planes coming down, and everyone's coming down slowly, and they're like, oh yeah, how could they fake, floating around in zero gravity? I'm like, come on, we've all seen it without it being called zero gravity before. Like,
well, zero gravity, all you gotta do is just like go up and then start a downward motion faster than what you would be in a fall. That would be a free fall.
Falling with style.
Yep.
Regarding,
I mean, it's sitting inside of a plane. There's no windows. You don't know you're falling.
Even if you're in the plane and you're reaching a gas layer like argon or helium, the maximum amount that could reach in the atmosphere, and you're taking a downward fall, the elements do apply the same measurement in terms of free flight, right? For you to observe as space and no gravity. It's like, dude, you have to make your research. It doesn't make any matter to this.
It's weird because, like, according to them, if they're in free fall in a decaying orbit, that means that it's like the parabolic plane that does the nosedive whenever you start floating in it. You're just floating in. Yeah, this is the weird part, right? This is like they're free falling onto the Earth for over 20 years plus, and they're doing it at 17,500 miles per hour. Like, we're talking about Roadrunner and Coyote speeds, like just ludicrous cartoon speeds that these guys are flying around the Earth. Well, not flying, they're falling with style, like Buzz Lightyear. But yeah, they're supposedly like a parabolic plane, because like you see in those like videos where they have ISS videos and they got stuff floating around. Technically, it's not like zero gravity. According to them, if they really wanted to get hyper specific, it's not zero gravity. There's some gravity on the ISS, and they would claim it too, but it's the way it seems, just like the parabolic plane, is that whenever they're matching the speed of like the thing that's they're in, then they appear to be floating around. That doesn't make any sense though. Falling over 20 years. Come on, dudes. Like, at some point we gotta just really call the BS on this.
Yeah, you only have basically 30 seconds or less in terms of experiences, free fall, and yeah.
They're falling around the globe for 20 years, bro. Like, this, like, shouldn't make somebody go like, hey, how is that possible? You can't be falling around the Earth for 20, because it was up in like 98, I think, when they started putting this space station together.
Yeah.
And it's still in operation, right? And even like it's just like putting it together, dude. Can you imagine who's got the origin story of the ISS when they? Okay, so you're flying the next part up to the space station and you're barely starting to form it, but you gotta catch up to the piece that was already there at 17,500 miles per hour, so that you can connect the next piece, and then you can connect the next one. Like, you're putting this ISS together at ludicrous speeds. They could barely dock with a damn thing, like when they're showing those docking videos, much less try to put something together at those speeds. There's just a lot of wacky stuff with this like story.
My best friend just like yesterday asked me, she's like, oh, did you hear about the new moon mission? She's like, what do you think about that? Like, do you think they're gonna go? Or I was like, well, I think that they're going to refuel and wait to be picked up. She's like, oh, so it's launch. It says here, launch is scheduled for no earlier than late November 2024. Artemis 3 2025 is the planned first crewed lunar landing. The mission depends on support mission to place a human landing system, HLS, in place of the near rectilinear halo orbit, or NRHO, of the moon prior to the launch of
SLS Orion. Oh, and they got an image. So let me pull up the image. I gotta go to the website. The Artemis program. Where is the stupid image? Here. This right here. Believe if you will. Alright.
I know the whole moon mission belongs in Ripley's Believe It or Not.
There it is.
They are always avoiding a solid structure.
So dumb.
I mean, even their graphs don't make any sense. Why would you put out a graph that pulls out to the side? You know, it's like, dude, are your rockets going straight and up into the atmosphere, into space? Why do they take their angle? Oh, you don't want to talk about this? Okay, yeah, I get it. It's like a common saying when everyone claps around a huge observational event, then Bruce goes bye-bye, you know? It's like it's been proven all over again, regardless of topic.
I'll be back.
And the funny thing is, when they talk about they do not even have the ability anymore to distinguish between simulation and reality in terms of when rocket starts and such happen, it's very mind-boggling. It's, yeah, something to be observed also.
Is it silent or I just can't hear anybody?
It's silence.
I gotta check.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet right now.
I was listening to this 2-minute clip, actually. Let me see if this plays for you guys. It's a 2-minute clip of the Artemis mission. I don't think there's anything wrong if I play this, but
Actually, I got an Artemis clip also. While you're playing that, I'll post it in live stream. I've got a couple of them.
let me see if this actually plays. I don't know if it's going to do it or not.
Introducing the crew of our Artemis 2 moon mission, lighting up an Artemis rocket engine, and a new image of a distant planet. A few of the stories to tell you about this week at NASA.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Artemis 2 crew.
During an April 3rd event near our Johnson Space Center in Houston, we introduced NASA's Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Hammock Cook and the Canadian Space Agency's Jeremy Hansen as the crew for Artemis 2. It will be the first Artemis mission to fly astronauts around the moon and back on our Orion spacecraft to validate the system's capabilities and techniques needed for humans to live and work in deep space.
Together, we will usher in a new era of exploration for a new generation of star sailors and dreamers. To the moon, to Mars, and beyond.
Learn more about Artemis 2 at nasa.gov/Artemis-II. Engineers at our Stennis Space Center conducted a hot fire of an RS-25 rocket engine on April 5th. It was the 5th hot fire of a 12-test series to certify production of new engines. 4 RS-25s will help power our Space Launch System rocket on future Artemis missions to the moon. Our James Webb Space Telescope captured this new image of Uranus that highlights the planet's dramatic rings and bright atmospheric features. The data demonstrate Webb's sensitivity for the distant planet's faintest dusty rings, which have only been imaged by 2 other facilities besides Webb. Our Perseverance rover recently collected and stored the first sample of the mission's newest science campaign. The sample came from a rock the science team calls Berea that is located near the top of Jezero Crater's delta on Mars. That's what's up this week at NASA. For more on these and other stories, follow us on the web at nasa.gov/Twan.
Yeah, that happened 9 days ago, so it's like got 67,000 views on that one video that I just played right now. End the clip.
I posted one 4-minute video. It goes from liftoff to CGI.
Cool, thanks, man. Yeah, I've seen many of these actually.
And it was the Artemis 1 watch. Yeah, we were all watching that. Like I can't tell you how many people I had to tell. I'm like, so you're gonna watch the moon mission? What do you mean? You didn't hear? We're going back to the moon. Like, they don't pay attention. They just watch their TV and they live their I don't know, their blindfolded life. It's kind of sad. But Pumpkin, if I ever meet a woman, if she drops the 3 points on me, I'm marrying her right there on the spot. She's like, oh, I watched this YouTube. This guy, Miggy, he always talks about these 3 points. I'm like, when are we getting married?
That's a great sign. She's a critical thinker, huh? She's not. It's difficult though, man. Like, I guess coming from the Globe side to actually reconcile that information.
It's got to be tough. Like you said, the ego has to die.
Yeah, usually when we see somebody spiral after the 3 points, it's a process of that happening. Like it's like that one that meme where that person hits their floor, like when President Trump got elected for president. No, like that's what you're seeing happening to the mind. Like it's
melting.
It's melting. Oh, what a world!
Yeah, first stage.
Denial.
But like, here's my thing: is like, I want to know how long that lives in their brain after they get kicked out of the server.
You know, when I found out about Flat Earth, there was like this memory that was partially unlocked. I think when I was like 18 or 19, I stumbled upon some sort of Flat Earth thing. and it was like late at night, and my mind was blown, and I passed out and suppressed the memory.
Could be. Like now that I'm, outside of that box of the globe now, like I look back in my memory, and there were so many questions. Like as a kid, like when I would jump up in the air, how come I jump straight up and fall straight back down? Why wouldn't I like move a couple feet? You know what I mean? Little things like that. Like, oh, it's moving too slow for us to even notice. I'm like, but even just looking up at the sky, like the sun moves across the sky pretty fast,
Well, 2 + 2 = 5, so that's just the way it is.
I mean, I've seen it work. I've seen 1 = 0. And that's a lot of one thing people have forgotten. Like I hated proofs when I was in algebra. I hated them with a passion. But now I understand why they're so important as an adult. Because if you make a statement about a mathematical expression, you have to literally walk it through step by step to prove that it does what it does. And
I said that irritated me too. I couldn't figure out what was a proof and what wasn't. I was like, well, the math is just there. It's just there. Look at it. But I was like a sophomore still.
But and then now I'm like, yeah, let's go through the proof.
Right.
It's the best thing ever.
My geometry teacher was like in charge of like the Western Fleet of the United States Navy or Air Force at some point. And so I've always wondered since finding out about flat Earth if he knew about it or not.
Yeah.
I remember him telling us how to calculate Earth curvature or something. I wonder if that wasn't to try to get us to realize.
Maybe. I mean, that's a great way to get people to think. Like, let's calculate Earth's curvature. And just let it stick in their mind. Like, oh yeah, the horizon is 2.78 miles away. Really? How come I can see 19 miles?
Yeah. I wonder if I can track him down. My parents went to his church for a small amount of time.
Well.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe dropping the 3 points.
Yeah, there's a couple things that you could probably edit, like the way it was said there. Like the third one says, is space, or in quotations, a vacuum, not quotations, but the brackets, vacuum of space, is a medium that can be traveled to, or actual place that exists. Could be changed. That first line could be switched around a little bit. Is the vacuum of space, I should put it that way, is the vacuum of space a medium that can be traveled to or actually exists? And if so, how can you establish or verify firsthand that this medium is adjacent to the air that we breathe, gas pressure, without a container, with no preposition or what? Oh, I don't think I added that last part. That was something added by the person. Someone else.
It's too long. I have to edit it slightly.
Yeah, I could edit it. You could, yeah, it's just, in principle, it's just the way you see it there, but you can just edit it.
No, it's not that. Like, I have to make the box a little bit different so I can make it my banner.
I'm going to make a 3-point video, like just a video, and I'm going to have it on my channel. I was just going to talk about the 3 points. And
you did one on Witsits, didn't you?
Not talk about it. Like, I've talked about it many times on the live stream, but not like just a video by itself. I'll make it a little animated or something.
I know what you're saying. You're gonna like make it like you're gonna explain it, what the importance of it.
And then I'll do like 1, 2, and 3, and I'll put them on the side of my video, my face or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, were you at work right now, Mary? Or is just somebody that you know?
No, I'm just a night owl. I actually have a sleep disorder. So I sleep from like 5 in the morning till like 1 in the afternoon.
Those who are awake can't sleep.
That's the time that I get off of work. But
I've been like that my whole life. It's crazy. So I'm not working right now. I'm trying to figure it out because my career always starts at 8 in the morning, and I'll have nights where I'm just getting like 2 or 3 hours of sleep.
Oh, you're just a badass then.
Yeah. So I used to just, I mean, I was younger once, so I used to just pull through, but party it off.
We got Brother Mans just joined the chat. Brother Mans, are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, what brings you by the chat? We're just chatting up, you know.
I've been here for a while. I'm actually not. I'm not new to this. Home run. Let's go, baby.
I think your voice sounds familiar, man. Like I think I know who you are. Like you hang with us sometimes. Usually around this time, huh? Like you get on.
Yep.
Yeah. I heard you speak on it before, so I know who you are. Well, not know you, but I know of you.
Of you.
You're famous.
Thank you.
Yeah, he does side with Flat Earth. However, I've heard him before. He's not like so into it, but he every now and again he likes to come and listen.
I love to listen. Oh, that's another home run. Number 2. That's 2 for 2. Let's go, baby. Big home derby.
You're watching a game?
Yep, I know. I'm playing MLB The Show 22. Man, I love baseball, dude.
Sounds like it.
I can't stomach it unless I'm there in person. Same with all sports.
To be real with you, I don't really like the major leagues. I like the minor leagues because I know more teams in the minor leagues than I do in the major leagues. It's wild. Especially if my hometown team is inside of the minor, so.
Oh yeah, that would do it.
Yeah.
How do baseballs work flying over a globe Earth? Do they calculate Coriolis?
Hey, you hit them high enough to go into orbit.
That's a question as old as the globe.
Or rather, that's what they would ask us, right? How do you throw a baseball on a flat Earth? Like,
yeah. Oh my god.
Hey, I mean, in all honesty, what do you need a net for when you play tennis?
Can't you just hit it over?
Hit it over the curve.
That one guy who asked us why we can't see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth. Like, do you think the vision goes on forever?
I can see that star 33 billion light years away.
Yeah. Yeah, really.
I think I'm going to play a little bit of Lost Ark here for a little bit before I go to bed. Got to update my character.
Lost Ark?
Yeah. I've been a gamer for a while.
But you're a gamer?
Yeah, on and off. I can't.
Nothing wrong with that.
Barely spend like any amount of time on it. But when I do, I just like it's casual stuff.
Yeah. Cool. I do the Assassin's Creed series. I like Assassin's Creed. And
Assassin's Creed?
And I do FIFA. I'm a huge FIFA fan.
Yeah, I got over Assassin's Creed long over ago. It's like boring.
I mean,
y'all know that Baldur's Gate is out again.
Damn, we're losing, dude, by 8 points, dude. Why are we losing this bag? God damn it!
Maybe you guys are off their game right today.
No.
It's 10-2, and they're butting it. If they don't stop butting it, shit's making me mad, bitch. Get out of here.
It's because they're Globers. They're cog discs. They're making themselves.
I think that's why they keep butting it. I mean, dumb.
I'm awesome at pitching on MLB. I suck at batting. I always bunt.
Oh yeah, no, MLB. Dude, that shit makes me mad. When I first started like playing about an hour ago, I wasn't on minor. Dude, tried to hit it, bro. I was striking out every time, bro. I'm like, this shit is hard. That shit is not easy. And that's an out. That's an out. No, it's not. We going for second. No, what the fuck? He's not going for second. I don't get right in. Ah, dude.
My dad says,
"Come on, teammate, hit a home run so you can take us both home, buddy."
My dad says in high school he could pitch at 90 miles an hour.
He pitched at 90 miles per hour.
Yeah,
Hey,
he
so
said
we
he
got-
would have gone to professionally if he hadn't had like family troubles.
Hey, we got Evil or Both join the chat. Evil or Both, are you there? It says on the fence on your tag.
It's a good place to be.
Yeah.
On the fence?
Well, I mean, that's where I started.
Yeah, you get a chap from riding the fence that long.
Yeah.
I mean, most people won't admit to riding the fence, so.
No, like I was on the fence because I didn't have, like, I was sincere about being a flat earther. I just didn't have the flat earth talking points, and that's why they gave me. That's why they gave me on the fence.
Yeah, I don't understand anything unless you guys talk about. I just think it's just common sense with some of the stuff.
It is.
Well, it should be anyway. It's not really for these guys.
The guy didn't want to come off the fence. He left.
Oh yeah, he don't want a good old fashioned fence pushing. Back in my day.
Hey, at least we're not asking him to paint it. Come on.
Come on, hit this bitch out the park. Oh, hit a foul.
Who's blood sticker?
Oh, he keeps throwing fastballs. That's why I'm
Blood sticker.
That's why I'm hitting him.
Blood Sticker's been here for a minute.
You know, it's funny because with the Christian's perspective, we know that bad stuff is marked with the mark of the beast, but it really is true that like bad stuff is marked with a globe.
I see it as like if they were going to keep a lie out there that they could keep a foothold in everybody's mind, that's the lie right there.
Mm-hmm.
They know they can't lie about anything else, but that's the one lie people refuse to let go of.
You have to play the game.
Oh yeah.
I think it's funny that half the population won't support the whole climate control stuff, even if they don't believe in a globe. And even if they do believe in a globe, I mean.
Just tell them to say, hey, do you believe in global warming? And when they say no, just say good, because there's no globe.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Or my favorite is greenhouse. The greenhouse effect only works on a flat Earth.
Right.
Under a dome.
Right.
Yeah, they haven't done the experiment in an enclosure. So yeah.
Dude, I haven't ate too much today, man. My mom's gonna be pissed at me when she gets up and sees that the goddamn.
It sounds like you're munching on chips.
Ago.
Dude, I'd be pissed too if you ran through all my chips. You're gonna get it in the morning.
No, these are my chips. She just don't want to eat them at night.
Yeah, I know. They're your chips now. They're in your belly.
Like a gremlin.
I'll be dead.
Don't feed them after
They're
midnight.
my chips.
My parents would get mad at me when I would buy my own food.
No, fuck. Damn. That makes me mad. Oh, no, I made it back this time. I'm safe. Oh, God. Please.
Very melodramatic.
Fuck, man. I wish you could juke a goddamn MLB. You know, you run like all the way out. Dude, you run like all the way out to the field and then you like hit a sick ass juke, man. I need that dude from the Padres on my team so he can jump over people and shit.
All right, bro.
There's an internet chat troll guy. His name is Bobby Steels. And he came onto my channel. He says, "I like your comedy." He typed it in one of the on the Wig Shop.
We're at the bottom of the ninth. Oh shit. Okay, game is finna end. Game is on the line. Tap in, baby. Tap, baby. Let's go for 2.
Yeah, I don't know about that into the break. Sounds like you had one too many. You're a few sheets to the wind, bro. You're slurring. You're all over the place with your convo. Probably tomorrow I might do it when you're sober up. You're just way too just like you don't know the cues when people are talking. Like I said, I don't mind you being in here, but it's just, bro. I think Sheepdog said he was leaving, didn't he? Oh, yeah. Let me see. 1 second. Yeah, I've seen that one, actually. Resolve. And he was being honest, too, that guy they were speaking to. Which is, like, most people are until you start saying that you're a flat earth and... Then they change their tune. Who do we got in here? Freedom? Hey, Freedom, how's it going?
I'm good, thank you.
Welcome to the chat.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? Freedom.
Right now, I cannot sleep.
No sleep, gang. It's like everybody else in here. We're all up late. Well, most of us are anyway, if you're in the US. But, yeah, so, this chat is kind of like designed for people who want to chat about the Earth and what they think it is. And what do you think the Earth is? Do you think it's flat? Do you think it's a globe?
Flat.
Woo. Cool. Have you been looking into this?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I do think it's flat, though.
How long you been with us?
That Discord?
No, Flat Earth.
Oh, maybe seriously, a year.
Cool.
But
how'd you find out about it? If you don't mind me asking.
No, I don't. Just with research and just the way, for me anyway, the globe didn't make sense.
Well, I just wonder how you came across it since it's been so heavily censored.
The Bible.
Nice.
And I'm actually Canadian, and since Trudeau said that. You probably saw it, since he said that, it was never mentioned in history and all of his lies, and it's, he's using it as an excuse to basically control our internet. If Trudeau say it's a globe, I know for a fact it's flat.
Oh man, you're awesome. I'm with you, sister. Yeah, those are some very good reasons.
Yes. So, yeah, that's it. What are you guys talking about?
Nothing much.
We're waiting for the next person who thinks that the Earth is a globe, so we can have a conversation with them and talk to them about how they think the Earth is a globe.
Conspiracy?
It sounds like you're fairly young, Freedom.
No, I'm 32.
32? Well, you could have fooled me. All right, so since you've been in school, like they taught us, well, they taught everybody about the Earth being a globe.
I left school at
Or
15.
Rather,
School is
they told us. Well, yeah, but like they tell us that the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah.
Supposedly, we should have already. Well, 15, you should already have been knowing that the Earth is a globe a long time.
Yes. Yeah.
They tell us in elementary and that, but there's no way that we can verify that the Earth is a globe other than just like pictures in a book, or they'll show videos, or they say, well, look at your telescope and you'll see a planet. But have you ever looked through a telescope and seen a planet? Or rather, the way they teach us what a planet looks like.
I have a telescope, but like I'm pretty sure what they tell us is bullshit, because if they were so far, we could not see them.
Yeah.
The distances, that they tell us how far away they are.
Yeah.
Millions of.
They just say that they're that big, and that's why we can see them.
No.
Yeah, I agree. Was Flat Earth your first conspiracy?
Absolutely not.
What was the biggest one before that?
I was always into. Oh, that's a good question, actually. But my first one was what's his name? Like I'm obsessed. Now I cannot find it, so I looked dumb. But like, I'm obsessed with all of the movie from. Oh my god, like Eyes Wide Shut, and like I'm pretty sure he filmed the moon landing. What's his name? The guy that wrote Eyes Wide Shut, The Shining.
Oh, Stephen King.
Kubrick,
that's it. Like as soon as you get into Kubrick world, there's a lot of conspiracy. So yeah, Kubrick.
Interesting.
And then like all the pedophilia stuff, like true crime and like
And you went deep down the rabbit hole. That's crazy.
Very deep, yeah.
That is crazy. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
You guys? What was your first conspiracy?
First one? I guess technically it would be fluoride in the water, but soon after, but the first one that was right before Flat Earth that got me rolling was finding out how they are using abortions.
Yes. Yeah.
Shoot, I was looking at Mandela effects online.
Yeah, but that's way later. No?
I stumbled at It was around the same. Well, for me, I was around the same time for me. It was like 2015, 2014.
How old are you? You're young then?
Hell no. 45, man.
Oh, that's good. So I guess you like woke up, quote unquote, later. That's cool.
Yeah,
it was kind of with the movement, It was the whole apocalypse movement, the whole revelations that happened online on 2015 through 17.
Yeah, I was like explosion onto the interweb, for sure.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
So, what did you end up concluding about the Mandela effect? Where are you with it now?
I think
I'm following it.
I think she was asking me. I think.
Oh, sorry.
Did you?
I was asking Mickey, but both of you. I would like to hear Freedom afterward here. Yeah.
That was just a change in perspective. Like, okay, so I'll put it to you this way. Like if there's some videos that you could see on YouTube where you can see these words come out. Like one where Grover's saying the F-bomb. Like, and then, like, if you don't look at what he's saying. Yes, that's exactly what it means. That's what he's saying in the clip. But then if you look at the words, it says, yes, that's effing what it means or something like. Let me just get the clip because I think it's kind of crazy. Like, it still is, even to this day.
I thought the Berenstain Bears one was crazy.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, that was my...
All right, let me...
That was
my mom... When I was a kid, my mom always would correct us and go, it's not the Berenstain Bears.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense that they would have been called the Berenstain. It just doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Mine was a Star Wars. Like, there's just no fucking way.
Star Wars?
Yes.
Hey, like, check this out. You're gonna freak out, guys. But this is what it is. This is all the Mandela effect is. And I use this.
They like me. They really like me. That one.
No, this one right here. Check the video.
Oh, Star Wars. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
No, you gotta click that link quick because I'm gonna erase it because it's got a.
And the mirror on the wall.
Yeah, click the live stream voice text and then click that video. Because I gotta take it down. It's got an F-bomb on it.
There's nothing in the live stream.
And the voice text. It's the text channel right above the voice channel we're in right now.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, I'm slow. Okay.
I'm not reading the sound, so.
Did you click it so I can erase it?
Yes.
Okay. How about you, Pumpkin?
Hold on, let me just copy the URL so I can watch it later because it's not giving me sound.
Yeah, oh, it's not. You have to let it play for a while. The sound comes later. It does have sound. It just you have to wait till the clip comes on. All right, I'm erasing it.
It's not giving me any sound, but that's fine. I already copied it. You know, I started hearing like, you know, the space, you know, NASA's here in Texas, and I started hearing when I started talking about flat Earth, people started talking about how all of that NASA stuff went down, and they said that basically they hired like tons and tons and tons of artists for like supposedly the mock-up, you know, like just whatever, like trials and or whatever for TV. And they like built the whole, like all the sets and stuff. And they're like, okay, we don't need you anymore. And then almost no time at all later, they had the moon landing. They're like, wow, how is that enough time to like set everything up? Like basically they hired artists instead of scientists.
Okay, but you say that, but then, like, how come you don't know about, like, Kubrick?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. Everyone has their different path to the truth. I'm also not great with names.
Fair enough, but, like, you really have to watch 2001 Odyssey and, like...
Wait, write it down in the chat so I can search it properly.
Of course. You will be amazed. Okay.
Yeah.
Did somebody say Mandela effect?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you feel about it?
Oh my gosh, I just learned about it recently, and it was quite the day when that happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the geography, history. I was like freaking out, and then I told my mom about it, and we ended up going to lunch with some of her friends that were like, "Oh yeah, it's like something maybe to do with time travel or something."
Has anyone tried to use the Wayback Machine to see if it really changed or if they just changed the internet?
I mean, they didn't. It's all stems from the lie, basically from the whole idea, you know? It's like they derive from this in general.
What?
What's going on in here? Did I miss something?
Oh my gosh, in 68 about going to the moon and the very next year, the same director. That's hilarious.
Yes.
You know, I've always found that when something huge happens, it's because something huge happened the year before. Like, I went and I found here that they created the Mercator like map, which is like the globe projection of the map. Before which date, by the way, no map was a globe map. And that was like 1452 or something, 1451. And I went on Wikipedia and I looked up year events from the year previous. And you know what I found there?
What?
The creation of the fucking Jesuits.
I'm pretty new with the Jesuit thing. Like, I mean, I never heard Jesuit in my life, but like since a year, I'm starting to like understand.
Did you know that the current Pope is a Jesuit, like openly?
Yes.
Like, people used to, like, I was telling people about Jesuits for the last, 7 years. And people used to not know what Jesuits were at all. And now they're like, oh yeah, they're like good guys. But no, they're like the most evil of all evil people. I can't believe they're still around. And when he became Pope, I just couldn't believe it. And mind you, he became Pope in a way that is totally unprecedented. The previous guy is not even dead.
Did he not step down?
Why should he?
For child charges or whatever, but you know that they've all been guilty of that, so they chose to take him out.
Yeah, they either choose to address it by the current pope or not. So the current pope chose to address it not.
Yeah,
but the previous one did. At least he tried to redeem it, redeem himself.
Well, supposedly.
The good old Catholic Church.
Y'all saw that video of the Dalai Lama like touching tongues with a young boy?
Did you see what they're trying to say? They're trying to say, I read this article today that they're trying to say that suck my tongue, quote unquote, doesn't mean suck my tongue. Like they're trying, oh my god, it's so dumb.
I mean, who cares what it means? It's what he, sorry, it's what he did that matters. Sorry, I've got a vape.
Take your time.
You okay?
Yeah, don't hack a lung out now.
I mean, I don't understand why talking about what he said matters. You don't have to know what language he's speaking even to see what's wrong with this picture.
Yeah, exactly. And why would you even try to defend it?
Yeah. Like, oh no, that's perfectly normal. Like, look guys, it's not normal.
I mean, what I see is physical and spiritually mocking the childhood of children, especially with the transgender agenda, like all go hand in hand.
Agenda, yeah.
We're not going to talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk about what?
That's one of the topics that we...
What topic? I'm trying to be clear here.
He brought up the mixing of genders.
Oh, we can't talk about that here, huh?
Yeah, we've got to try and stay away from it because there's new things on hate speech, and it's so broad that it can be brought up as hate speech even if we talk about them. So
yeah,
we try and stick to flat Earth.
Yeah,
but things come up, so
right.
And listen, there's other channels too, but at the same time, I would just say nowadays it would be better if you just go to another server that you can, if it gets burned down, that you won't have to worry about it. Because this one's like so large and it's a lot of accountability that's left up to the people that are taking care of it. That we have to like kind of police other people in here. So it's just the way it is. The signs of the times, walking on digital eggshells and whatnot.
Yeah, which is ironic given who we are and why we're here.
Yeah, but the thing is, if
sorry,
no,
No, I'm not arguing against you. I was just saying it's all or ironic. I'm not saying it's
well,
wrong.
I know a lot of people say like, well, I just want to say what I am. I'm a truther. I'm like, that's great, man. But because you feel that way, does not going to change the fact that the world we live in is this way right now. So it doesn't change the times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've my channels for this, so sorry about that.
No, you're right, man. Probably didn't know, so yeah.
And I don't think they hold that against you either. Like if you said something, you're like, oh, by the way, you can't talk. It's like when the further kind of like embellishing on the topic, and then people are like, yeah, let's go do that thing, and you're like, start something. Not if it's like, oh, by the way, we can't talk about that here. That
Yeah, no
And
biggie.
the worst thing is that they're allowed to talk about these things on the news, mainstream news, but we actually can't talk about them, on a private. Oh, well, it's not it's a public. But
yeah, heaven forbid the people actually talk about the issues.
yeah. But oh well, if we want to, we all want to keep the server alive and keep the information getting out there, and sometimes we just have to make sacrifices.
Well, exactly, because we can make a server for each of these issues and go talk on each of those, but it's hard to keep just one of those servers alive, so you kind of got to dedicate it to that thing and try not to break it all down.
When, a lot of flat earthers that they want to talk about these things too. I get it because I love talking about everything. Not as much as I like talking about flat Earth, but
You from Australia?
Sure am.
One of my best flat Earth friends is from Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just not many of us.
Right.
Yeah, there's like about 7 altogether. And after they clear out of Australia, we're gonna send about 4 nukes and 1 for posterity. Just to make sure we got everybody.
You know Kevin G? He's one of you, right?
Yeah, we gotta drop the bombs, man.
Oh yeah, what do you guys think about them saying that the moon switches upside down in the southern hemisphere?
That's not. Whoever's saying that is ridiculous.
Well, we see it from a different angle.
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, they don't live down under. The moon's not turning upside down. It's because then they would say that. Wouldn't they say that to us?
How would that even work on a
Well, it doesn't look upside down to us because we're already upside down.
Yeah,
so
already
it's all
upside
good.
down. They're seeing it right side up.
It's like, why would it look on the equator?
But like, how did you guys even nobody ever fought for that? Like, why would you guys be at the bottom of the ball? Why couldn't you be at the top of the ball?
Yeah,
why can't you be at the? Yeah, you're at the top. We're at the bottom.
Well, I don't know. We're the land down under.
Yeah,
we're supposed to be the land down under. Like you guys.
They're clearly the minority, so.
Yeah, we're just a lonely prison island. All our ancestors back there in the homeland in England.
That's probably
I know they didn't even care
that way.
They didn't even care that there were natives there. They're like, hey, we're gonna keep our prisoners on here. Is that cool?
You know what I think is kind of cool though about you guys is that you're using an outdated word that people over here in the U.S. used to use in the 50s. I always hear it, and when I hear you guys saying it, I'm like, damn! I remember people in the 50s in the old West used to use it. The word "reckon." I reckon we're gonna go. I was like, dude, that went out in the 50s. That word. And you guys use it in everyday. I reckon we're gonna go over here.
They use that.
100 times.
Hold on,
Well,
they use
the
it
problem-
in Harry Potter.
The problem is Australia copies the US, but we're like 50 years behind you. That's the problem.
Flying high, man. What's up,
Your
bro?
constitution needs work too.
No, I don't know, man.
I used to laugh when I used to run a security company that looked after a lot of nightclubs, and whenever the US Navy ships had come in and dock, all the Aussie guys would go up and dress like Americans to try and go and get all the chicks.
Oh, that's not. Oh, come on, guy.
Yeah, it's working the accent. You got to.
Yeah.
But it's weird though, because if you guys come over here with your accents, like, I mean, you get all the ladies over here. They'd be like, "Oh,
funny.
look at." There was. Let me just tell this real quick story. We're going to the zoo, and this guy was giving us directions to, like, because we're looking for a parking space. Like, me and my wife and the kids and all that were in the car, and the guy came around, like, we had the windows rolled down. He's like, "Oh, you could park over there on the grass." And then immediately when he spoke in his Australian accent, he's like, "Ooh, who is he?" And I was like, "What?" That guy is just like, it wasn't really much to look at either. It was like just his accent, man. It was like,
it's a cute accent.
The Americans loved our accent, and was it Mexicans in some of the restaurants? The waitresses said they couldn't understand me because my accent was too thick.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Okay, to me, Australian is like, it's like British except Southern, like American Southern. Like, you've got like a Texas twang on a British accent, which is just lovable, I think.
It's a fetish. Women like it. Anyone who
It's
says
fun.
no
They
in America.
sound fun. And you know what? All the Europeans, they say that Americans sound fun. Our accent sounds fun. And that's the same thing we hear in Australian accents.
Nothing beats the French, though. Oui, oui.
Oui. Is that what you guys in Australia look to, like, your guys' like vocal fetish would be the French?
Probably
It's
with
like-
the ladies, not with me.
It's different for everybody. Like in the UK, it's like Scottish. Like a Scottish person sounds like their fetish.
You wouldn't be into a
Isn't that
French
weird?
lady? French ladies are sexy.
I don't know. My wife's Colombian, so if it's going to be anything, it's going to be that. She loves the Aussie accent. She teases it all the time. She like, you know, 'cause it's kind of like she goes, yeah. That's what he said.
Well, my wife's Greek, but she just calls me a dumb Aussie, so I don't think she finds it too attractive.
You fucking Aussie, mate. Fucking Aussie.
Yeah, you fucking dumb Aussie.
I'm not gonna lie, there are some accents that you just sound like unintelligent.
Jimbo would
Like-
have some experience. Jimbo would have some experience with the Greeks in Melbourne.
Biggest Greek population outside of Athens, mate.
Yeah.
Damn, are you serious? Damn.
Yeah.
What did
We
you
got a
over
huge
there?
Greek,
Down under.
huge Italian, Greek and Italian populations here.
I've been trying to embrace my Texan accent somewhat, so I still say words like ain't and y'all and reckon sometimes. Not as often, but I try to.
Back now. You're here.
Yeah, I say howdy to people. They're like, sometimes they're slightly off put. They're like, we don't say that. Like, just
Reckon's
like,
a
I don't know if they
biblical
think I'm. What?
The word reckons in the Bible.
Yeah, well, it's reckoning, yeah. Reaping too.
Do I have an
I use
accent?
reckon
What is
and
my
ain't and all that.
What is my accent?
American.
No.
Easily American.
Basically, yeah, I have a cold, but I'm French.
If
Seriously?
you're French, you have a cold. You can't ask when you have a cold. Come on.
I couldn't tell. Like, you can't tell your accent because of the nasal.
I had a really good mate that was from France here, and his name was Mikhail, but I used to call him Francois. I used to hate me for it. He was actually in the French Foreign Legion. He was a sniper in the French Foreign Legion. Nice to hang so much crap on him.
That's like calling a Spanish person Jose. You're just like,
yeah. Juan.
I used to sing him songs, Francois stole my car, and
Oh, you know Spanish then, huh, Timbo? Because you're talking about Colombian. So.
I can, yeah, most of it. Yeah.
I did not
I'm
know that about you.
I'm a better listener than a speaker, but
You're once again disgracing your countrymen. They're gonna, dude. What are you doing? Talking Spanish? Come on, man. You're not a part of it. You're a
You
real
get
Aussie.
stuck into food, so that's something.
well, that is a benefit because most most of the Aussie women can't cook.
Oh,
Where do you
shit, dude.
Do you
Are
live
you
in
sure you got
Australia?
any listening to you right now? They're gonna come in here. Cancel you. Cancel culture's gonna get you flying out. All right,
Just
you're gonna have
stating
to.
the facts.
You're gonna have to sing 9 timey kangaroo downs for that, for penance.
Rolf
Dude.
Harris.
You wouldn't want it. You wouldn't want that singing, that's for sure.
No way.
Cancel culture is no joke. You know, they're like really spreading cancel culture among like the adolescents and stuff. My brother had a friend who, you know, he was just in his group of friends, and they would all go and do stuff together. They'd go to concerts, whatever. They'd hang out. They'd write music together. And this guy was not super popular with some of the other guys for some reason or another, and they decided to cancel him. They canceled all his parties. No one would talk to him. No one would go to his stuff. And he ended up walking out into traffic. He walked out into traffic in front of his own mother and killed himself.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh hell no, man! Let's
Oh,
talk
my
about
God.
this right here. Now from a message from our sponsor.
I'm not cool enough. I'm not cool enough to have my parties cancelled.
Make more observations.
I know,
It's a
right?
Very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
No one.
Mr. Kako.
No one in his field.
No one.
Not one.
Not one. So what does that tell you about the globe?
It's definitely not science.
That's not science. Like the guy who was in here earlier, dude. He was he went to transistors. Like he was like,
Yeah, that was weird, man. Give us proof of the globe. And he goes, well, I used to read in the library about computers, and that showed me that science was correct with transistors and electronics. You go, is this about the globe or your library dates?
why does it like? I don't know if it's like maybe some not hard. I don't know. People aren't hard of hearing. I think it's like what they're trying to equate science with, and he's trying to rationalize how the globe is science, and so therefore science equates to technology. Technology is like science, so therefore I can say that this, like, I don't know, maybe that's where he was going with it, but it's just like, how is that science?
I think
bro?
it is
Like,
because they just lump science in with everything. So
Yeah.
science exists, therefore
Earth
what
round.
the scientists
Yeah.
say at the globe, then that's true as well.
Well, science has really been hijacked, hasn't it? Because everything apparently is scientific now, from your shampoo to your car tires to the, and everyone hears that word that it's a new scientific formula, and that's the advertising. That's what to get everyone goes, wow, it's scientific. It must make my hair softer, or it must be better. It's not science at all.
Well, I have to point out that whenever someone uses electricity as a proof, I mean the default form of electricity we use, AC, was developed and basically not invented but discovered through Nikola Tesla, who clearly said that the only reason why electricity works at all is because it moves through the ether. Like, it has to have the ether, and if the ether is indeed real, then that means that the Earth is not moving through space, because we did an experiment to see how quickly the Earth was moving through the ether, and it turned out we weren't.
I don't know. I'd have to ask for a citation on that, Pumpkin. I don't know if he did say that or not.
Yeah, I can find it.
Okay.
Cite your sources.
Cite your sources. As a flat earther, you gotta cite your sources, because I've heard it many a time where people say things in here about, what's his face, Newton. He said this, or no, just any other prolific person in the past. They said this, and for sure, and X, Y, and Z. You're like, okay, where, when? Well, they must have somewhere. Like, no, you can't say that. Either they did say it or they didn't.
They had to say it. It was on the internet, and I looked it up.
It had to have been.
So
Somebody
it
said.
had
I
to.
heard somebody say that he said it somewhere. Okay.
I like scholarly articles and things that go into detail.
I messaged the guy from the podcast yesterday, and he got back to me today and said he's got 2 more fight podcasts to do, and then I'm up next.
Cool.
Put them gloves on, flying high.
Ding ding. Round 1. Fight.
I actually spent all of Friday night and Saturday night in a big Bible discussion with Righteous Force.
The guy from FED?
Yeah, I was just sitting around bored and there was no one on any other server, and I thought, I wonder if FED's going, because it was about 1 o'clock in the morning, and it wasn't, but it was him holding a Bible study. And I think I asked some controversial questions, and it ended up going till 5 o'clock in the morning, and then the following night again. So I don't know what he's like. I don't know. They all seem pretty cranky over there when you listen to him, but he seems pretty good at the moment. I don't know if anyone's had dealings.
I think they're just cranky on screen, yeah? And then when they're in the back rooms and stuff like that, they're just normal.
Yeah, Nathan's not normally, like, if you catch him on the other day, he's not normally like that. He'll talk to you normally. But when it's his show, there's a certain decorum that he has to hold up for the rest of the viewing audience. And so I kind of do the same, but I'm that way all the time. Like, mine doesn't turn off. Like, anywhere I am at, that's how I am. Like, I can't change I'm wired this way.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, if anyone's interested, he does a Bible study every Saturday night, his time, at, well, I don't know what time, but in Australia it's 1 a.m. on Saturday.
Yeah, I used to hold those, but it's so hard having that with, like, everybody that's on the internet coming from every different possible camp of Christianity. And everybody has a different view on every single scripture. And it's like, well, that's not what it means to me. And then there you go with the debate. And it's like hard to get through a Bible study when everybody's just like pulling one way or the other. And everybody has an opinion. Everybody wants to say something. So it becomes for lack of better words, a shit show. When it should be just like, somebody learning from the person who's speaking. And I know that that's not like conducive to like a group study, but what it does is like you get just too many chefs, or what's the saying goes?
Yeah, too many chefs ruin the pot.
Yeah, ruin the pot.
Yeah, I don't agree with what he's teaching, like the way that he's teaching, but I still listen to everything and I still study and all that, and I didn't want to take over his show and have those arguments, but then a couple of little questions that I did ask, which I think were relevant because everyone else in the room sort of said, yeah, hey, what's the answer to that? But it did sort of take over the show then, you know what I mean? It all went off onto another tangent when those questions were asked, and it wasn't really my intention. I just wanted to listen in, but yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's always a point of view that I have in my walk, but I can't never, like, from my understanding now, because I used to have or at least attempted to have Bible studies in here when we used to have biblical, and it just got into this real bad arguing, back and forth, bickering, and like factions started to form, and like it was people trying to thwart other people, like trying to get them out of the server, and like it was just backstabbing, and just it became ridiculous. And I just, I'd rather just not do it. And I get invited still to this day by other people that I used to have Bible studies with, and I'm just like, I'd rather not. It's not worth it, man. I want to walk with like telling people the good news, but at the same time, it's like, well, that's your good news, in the same like Christian realm, if you want to call it realm. Like, non-denominational, just basic Bible believing people have varying opinions.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But there is a reason why they say don't. You're at a dinner party, don't talk about religion and politics. It's because no one's going to ever satisfy an answer for you when you believe something else anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of itching ears out there that want to know about the biblical context. But then when you get into it, it's like, well, that's what it means to you, not me. I don't think it means that. Like, well, just for example, like some of these well-known pastors who have like big congregations, they cater to like the people who love to hear that good message, you know, that the wealth, health, and happiness type of message.
Yeah.
Everybody loves that, right? The positive, but nobody wants to hear their wretched, miserable sinners, you know, that are undeserving of grace that had got poured over to them. So once you get to that hard truth, it's like, that's not popular, man. But
I come from this camp, and I know that this is very difficult to reach those people in terms of them making understand that maybe you should reconsider your viewpoint. You know, it's like
But it was a message. I think it was a message out to the people, whether they received it or not. I think there's a hardened heart that receives the message and is like, yeah, that's not what it means to me. I want to dispute on what you're saying now because that's not what it means. And so, you know what I mean? There's always a person who feels like that's not right, but not based on the fact that it's biblically not right. It's more like it's not right because they don't feel like that's what God would want people to be doing. Like their own mind is making that up. It's not like Scripture interpreting Scripture. It's more like, oh, because I don't think that's right. God wouldn't want us to do that. And you're like, yeah, based on you. This isn't based on you. It's based on I hear this, right? This is what I'm saying. With people who do studies, they'll say that's not what it means to me. I'll follow God my way. And it's like, you're not supposed to follow God your way. You're supposed to follow God his way. He gives you the reasons and the know-how and the direction and the roadmap and the guidance. And you're saying that you're going to do it your way. That's not the way. It's his way. Like he lays out the foundation for your walk, not the other way around. You're not supposed to lay the foundation for your walk. You don't know how to walk, you know, in the ways of, anyway, but that's, I talk to a lot of people about this too. It's like, there's a lot of what we have in here called ego death that needs to happen once you get to the point where you realize, look, Scripture's interpreting Scripture. We're not using like, this is thus saith me. This is thus saith the Lord, you know, and so on.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the difference that people do not understand because they all make it about themselves.
Right. Oh, and the arguments that we used to get into with the free will and the predestined debates, you know, that's just even like little iterations of like how we were disagreeing. That isn't even the big pieces of it. But yeah, from when I used to be a non-denominational pastor at a local church. I would have like the small congregation, and we splintered because the pastor, the one who was over that church, he was just all about the free will, and it's like, nah, we can't be saying the things that you're saying on the Sunday. And I'm like, but it's all scriptural. I'm just basically reading. And he's like, yeah, but when you're saying it, you're leaning towards the fact that you're just like going to this message of like, you know, how it's like only God predestined the earth. And I'm like, I mean,
yeah, you don't have to worry about anything. You know, the blood is on him. Basically, he will be judged by his ways.
Yeah, the thing is, like, when it comes to that's the reason why I've seen like a lot of good relationships go sour, because a lot of people feel like, well, we just can't be friends anymore because now you believe this way and I believe this other way. So
yeah,
anyway,
I was never a Christian, but my wife, obviously being Greek, used to go to she used to go to the Baptist church actually. And after a few years, she got me going along. So I actually joined the Bible college to study to be a pastor. Not that I wanted to be a pastor, but I wanted to know what was going on. And yeah, after a few years there, I completely left after seeing all the inner workings, what goes on behind the scenes. Even the Bible college, you know, they weren't. They didn't answer anything scripturally, you know, that if you read the Bible as a whole, of course, there's contradictions, you know, there's places that say you can lose your salvation. There's places that say that you're sealed, you know, so you would have some sort of contradiction to ask them. And instead of going to the scriptures, they'd say, oh, no, that's what the Baptists have always believed. And, you know, that was your answer. And that just wasn't an answer for me.
Yeah, there's once saved, always saved doctrine. There's many different types. From what I've seen, the oneness doctrine, it just varies, dude. Like it goes all over the place, and you can get really caught up in the doctrines and side with one faction and say like, I like what these guys are saying, and then everybody else is saying it wrong. But in reality, it's supposed to be Scripture interpreting itself, not that pastor over there. My favorite pastor got it right. It's
Yeah, I actually got really annoyed when we did church history. So we learnt a lot about the Catholic Church and what happened back in the day, and then we got to go and question the I don't know what he was, the priest or whatever of the Catholic Church. And before I left, I was warned not to ask any controversial questions. So when I got there, I started asking them about all their icons and stuff like that. You know, I got warned about that, and then I went on to about, you know, the marriage thing, and there is rules set out for pastors and that in the Bible, and why don't they follow those rules? And then I was told to not ask any more questions and leave, and I thought, oh, this is absolute rubbish. Like, we just learnt all this stuff, but then we're not allowed to ask those questions. They want us to walk in there and say, oh, look at that beautiful picture, and, you know, that sort of garbage. But we were supposed to be there to learn the Bible and church history. So, yeah, I was out.
Yeah, let me tell you from your understanding and what you did, you're right in what you did. You know, it's like they have to learn for themselves.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, they will be punished in some way or form. I mean, I don't wish it to them, but at least they should make effort in accepting what they are reading. You know, it's like math, basically. You cannot deny what it says.
Know why you believe what you believe and practice what you preach. Have the courage of your own convictions.
That's just the only reason I was mentioning it flying high is because it's difficult in a room such as like filled with people who say, you know, I'm with you on whatever you're saying. I like what you're saying. I think we're let's have a Bible study, and you get all hyped up because this is what happened like in the past. People would get like, yeah, let's do it. Like, we got 2 or 3 people like-minded. We're going to do it up. Bible study. Let's do it Saturday, whatever. And you plot everything out. And then when you get into the study, then the person's like, yeah, but no. You know, and then you're like, wait a minute. I thought we agreed on the fact that, yeah, but we have too many different, and it just gets too splintered up. And like, you know what I mean? Then little factions start to form, and like 3 of your guys who just invited to the Bible study are now disagreeing with you, and it sounds like, well, we got to get rid of Flying because he's a heretic. You know what I mean? Like, it's.
Oh no, I understand.
It turns into that, bro. It's like, it sucks.
I know.
I wish it wasn't that way. I wish it was like everybody could be like, you know, respectful and everything. But
I think all the feelings get involved, and it starts getting too heated.
Yeah, it does. It does really get that way.
I mean, Scripture does tell that we should not be reliant on our own wisdom, but on His wisdom, which is inspired. So where does this inspiration come from? So
the same place
they have to make effort. Yeah, they have to make their heart clean in the first place to receive His knowledge and be receptive for it. So therefore, by being stubborn and making their own mind and causing mischief and such is not the way Yah is.
No, I think Isaiah's approach and the throne room experience in the biblical context was a great way to see like us as people living here on earth. He experienced the throne room, and when he was in the presence of God in His throne room, and He said to him, it was like, I'm a man of unclean lips amongst people of unclean lips, which acknowledges his humanity, right? Like, we live amongst people who speak every foul words that they can, and we do the same. We're not excused from that. We have our faults and our shortcomings and everything that, you know, we do, right? But at the same time, that doesn't mean that we can't strive to be like Yeshua, right? It's not like we can't do that. But the issue that we have is we're in this world with the same faults as they are, but to exclude ourselves to say like holier than thou kind of mentality, that just doesn't work. We have to be who we are, but at the same time understand that's the need for the striving for emulating Yeshua.
Yeah, this would make us the same as the Sadducees and the priests, basically. What was Joshua saying?
I think the verse is, let God be true and every man a liar.
Yeah, and that actually kind of puts everybody outside the grasp of like claiming, to be like an arbiter of like knowledge for the biblical context. That puts everybody like in a way that we're all striving to understand, but together we can come to a clear understanding like via the scripture. So the scripture interprets itself that he gave like audible commands to people who were in past like just like us. And I find it like people say, well, isn't that contradictory to like what he chose like holy men? No, they weren't holy. He made them holy. He sanctified them by his word. So they were just regular people, just like you and me. He uses the broken, clay pots to become the strong vessels for his pronouncing of his faith. So like, the knowledge of who he is, we can only do it the best we can because he gives us that strength to do it. It's like, and when I guess you address the humanity part about it, like it puts into perspective like how we're supposed to go about this. Just like the way you have in your mind flying is like you came at this real, like you want to ask questions, you want to know more, and so people are telling you, no, you can't do this. This is the way to go about it.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know. I long for it.
No, it was just interesting. I just found that Bible study and I jumped in on it. But yeah, it was interesting. At least I was studying. I just look at it at the fact that regardless of whether I agree or not, I'm reading scripture, I'm studying, I'm looking up what's being said, and I probably studied more in the last 2 nights than I have in the last month.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I long for that spiritual discussion.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this server. I'm like, I don't want to debate actually, but a spiritual discussion would be the way to. It's the next step after you learn that the Earth is flat and stationary. Then you go from like drinking the milk of truth to like the meat of truth.
See, that's why I combined my religious and like flat Earth servers together. Like I want to just talk about it all, have it all there.
Yeah, this takes it to the next level because after the fact that we understand physically the Earth is flat and stationary, then you go to the next step, which is understanding spiritually that we were all put here for a reason.
So I did talk to a lot of pastors about flat Earth, and all of them believed that it was in the Bible. None of them denied it. But what they did say is that, back then they didn't have the science we have today. And obviously we understand now that they were wrong and the Earth's a globe. And my question always was, wasn't this scripture inspired by God? Did God not know the shape of his own earth? And you never get an answer. But an interesting question I always ask myself, if as a Christian, that Bible's supposed to be God's word and that's supposed to be our standard, and are you really saved if you're debating the Bible, if you're disagreeing with God's word and saying, no, hang on, that's wrong, the Bible's wrong there, the earth's really round? Well, are you trusting God and God's word? Are you really a Christian? Are you really saved at that point?
I mean, you have to look at the basis of salvation, though, Flying. Like, what is salvation? Like, what is the cause for that salvation to be brought upon you? Like, what? Because it says, and one of the scriptures says, many are called, but few are chosen. And that should be like really an interesting thing to look at. How is it possible that many are called, but few are chosen? That doesn't mean like everyone is called. It says many are called, as in there's many people who are going to come to a knowledge that, there is a creator, but then there's, out of those called, there's going to be a few that actually make it from that. And I don't say like in this room, there'd be like only 2 or 3. I meant like from those who are called to a purpose to know that the creator exists, from then taking it forward to then those who were chosen to endure to the end, then they are saved. But like, so then you get the ones who are called and then the ones who are chosen. So that like it further refines. So like I put it this way, like in all the denominational Abrahamic Christianity, like in all of them, there's a calling. There's a calling, right? So
Abrahamic Christianity.
No, I'm saying in the Abrahamic religions, like the ones who call themselves people who follow after God.
Uh-huh.
Those guys. So, and then on that, it's like this big calling happens. Everybody starts to say like, oh, I know God exists. And then start saying that the creator is in holy text. But then after that, you get the ones who were actually chosen. The ones who he picked, to be a part of his family, his adopted family. So
I suppose my question is more is, yes, your salvation is through your belief in the death, burial, and resurrection, or the faith in that.
It's in Judgment Day.
But do you really have that faith?
To live your life.
Yeah, but do you really have that faith or belief if you're not believing God's word that He left for you for your instructions?
Right. So there's a hallmark to like actually understanding that scripture, because if it doesn't like turn out that like, because everybody has like this idea of their roadmap to God, right? That even in Matthew, it talks about, like, it's in chapter 5, I believe. It says 7, Matthew chapter 7. It says, those who will call out to me in that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name? Did we not cast out demons in your name? And, did we not perform many miracles? And he's going to turn to them and say, I never knew you. Like, and that to me, when I seen that, I was like, this is so profound. Like, how is it possible that those who thought they knew him in a very intimate way never really had any dealings with him? Because it seemed like they had their idea of what they think about salvation, or who they think the person of Yeshua is, or who God is. But it's almost like they were doing things unauthorized, like based on just the knowledge of whom God is, but not an intimate relationship of him. So it's kind of like it's having a head knowledge, but it's not having a spiritual knowledge, like a relationship with him. And having the relationship is the most desired position to have. Those are the people who know the scripture and like adhere to the teachings.
Well,
and that's intimate. Is it when he calls about his father? Those who do the will of my father, I also do recognize. So therefore, this is basically guidance for you to who you are listening to, because he was just a representative of himself, his character.
Yeah, and
so therefore, by saying I believe in Joshua or Jesus Christ, and so to say, and whatever does, but I live my own way, and not listening to him, and it's like this is the relationship that he was talking about.
Those kind of verses used to confuse me a lot more, but after I met the Sunnis, the people that the West know as Muslims, it started to make a lot of sense, because there's like these people who they think they're really close to God, and they go around saying righteous things and trying to do things as righteously as possible. But it's not to be close to God, it's just to be righteous.
Right, but in this instance of the biblical context, there's a relationship, a bond of knowing someone, right? So when you, like in Matthew 7, when it said like, I never knew you, was an acknowledgement of something that he didn't know about the people who claimed to say that they knew him. So there was like a one-way acknowledgement of knowing for the instance of the people who said they knew him. Well, Lord, they were in the text. It almost screams like their confusion. What do you mean I'm not a called chosen one? Like this can't be, Lord. Lord, did we not prophesy in your name? And so like it almost exemplifies the fact that these guys were claiming they knew him, and he said, I never knew you. Yeah. And so that was like it was a time period where this is like future tense basically. So it's prophecy. So in future tense, when it comes time, when judgment happens, there will be people on that day that say, I Lord, and calling out to him, and he's going to be like, I never knew you. And so it's not the fact that it's about the righteousness, but about the relationship. Because if you do, like, listen, everything stems from knowing, right? So when you know the person you have a relationship with, then everything else falls in line. I can put it this way, right? Like, you can love a lot of things, but when it's intimate, like if you love your kids or you love your spouse, then it changes because the love is like you understand them thoroughly. You know what I mean? Like nobody's gonna show up to your door and knock on your door and say, "Hey, I'm a good person, let me in." You're gonna be like, "I don't know who you are, dude." But if it's your cousin or your family member, your wife, or knocking on the door and you open, "Oh, hey, come on in." Like I know you, right? But if it's somebody that says, "I'm a good person, let me in the door," you're like, "No, I'm not gonna let you in because you say you're good." It's not a qualifier. I need to know who you are. That's what qualifies you.
Yeah, and the qualification he defines also in who does what the Father commands him to do, basically. So whoever does what my Father commands you, he is also my brother, my sister, my father. I mean, Father is only him who he died for, basically, for his wish, because he so loved the world that he only sacrificed his begotten son. You know, it's like this should make sense to everyone.
Yeah, the byproduct of that is doing good things, and it's not the other way around. Doing good things is not the access to knowing him. It's knowing him means that the byproduct of knowing him is the act of doing good deeds. So good works without that faith is not any good. So you have to, like, when you have that faith, then you have the good works as the byproduct. You want to do good things. It's like you don't. Okay, so when you don't work,
the works aren't yours.
So when you, like, in the same thing as a relationship, like with your spouse, right? You're not gonna work really hard to earn their affection. You're gonna be loving, and then they affect, like, doing good things for them. Like, here, let me go help you do this and that because you care, because you love, right? Not because you want to earn their love. You're not. That's the wrong way to look at it. Like, working for them to make them happy is not going to be the way. It's because
without expectation.
It's the relationship that's most important. And the byproduct of that becomes that you want to do good things. You want to help, you want to do stuff.
Well, and you need to not just think of it that way, but do it too, because people struggle with that. That they need to welcome good things and forbid evil things. That's the only way to do it.
You have to have a basis for what good and evil is too. So.
We should not turn a blind eye to the evil things around us, because we have to interpret the signs of the times. You know, it's like we have a duty for us to warn others.
Watchmen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are like, I'm saying that these are the, like, truths that I see in the biblical context. When I see it, like, for me, they just ring true. I could tell anybody about this and it makes sense, because it really does. Like, there isn't anything outside of a relationship that we can physically be in, like we know, like in real life, like your family, immediate family. You know, if you have a relationship with them and how you treat them kindly and you're doing things for them, like everything that encumbers a good relationship, you can see it working. So you, in principle, you know how that would work if you would be doing things for the Creator, right? But in a grander way, like, because your breath and life were given to you as a gift. So you know that breath and life that you have is a precious gift. Every day you open your eyes in the morning, because you didn't have to wake up. Something could have happened and your heart could have stopped, or you know, whatever, could have stopped breathing, whatever the case is. But you know that you're there the next day. It was a gift to you to wake up and be there the next day. So it's like, if you know that's the case, then the relationship you should have with your Creator should be even more fruitful. You know, just giving thanks for that one thing.
I heard a really good analogy about, probably going off topic a little bit here, but about being thankful. So if I was to tell you that you could have $5 million tomorrow, would you jump out of bed and be ecstatic, and, you know, you'd have the greatest day you ever had? If I told you I was going to give you whatever, $5 million cash and it's all yours, yeah, you'd be ecstatic, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then what if I said you could have that $5 million cash, but you're going to die the following day? Would you still take the $5 million cash?
You'd want to have more days. You wouldn't want
That's right. So you're so ecstatic about your 5 million cash, yet your life is more important. So why aren't you that happy when you wake up every morning?
Bang!
Perspective. It's perspective, flying. Everybody looks at the world.
Yeah,
everybody looks at the world like a black pill. Like, oh,
I suppose that's a way of changing your mind. I think it's a thing to say, well, yeah, wow, look at that. I would have the best day of my life if I had that money. But then, you know,
That's exactly-
your life's more important. You got to think about that and not getting out of bed and going, oh, what a shit day. Oh,
Yeah,
I got
that's
to
what
go
I'm
to
saying,
work
dude.
again.
Like I'm talking to people on here about the black pills that they always like dropping in here, like everything's so bad, you know, like everything's killing us, and it's like, dude, you're so focused on all the black pills that you're not living every day like you should, as if you were like you had $5 million to do whatever you want. Like you're just, it's like there's no hope. Like if you live life that way, then what's the point, man, of getting out of bed? Like
Focused on stuff they've got no control over, and they can do nothing to change it. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, and so it's like in those truths that we've been talking about so far, like all these are just basic like biblical knowledge of like how we're supposed to be responding to the world. And there's greater, it's like it's simple truth, but at the same time they're so profound that we often don't even realize that we're neglecting them. We're taking them for granted on a daily basis. Like, you know, waking up in the morning, honestly, do you thank the Creator for waking up? Like, just the simple fact that you're just like in your head, you have a thought, thank you for this day or whatever, like, you know, as you move forward or however you do it, you know what I'm saying? But like, it's just like getting up in the morning, you start thinking like, oh man, I got to fix the car today. Like, there's no attitude of gratitude, you know, like you're not really focused on being lighthearted or something, you know, you're focused on the, you know, the mundane things of the world. Anyway, I know it's a bit off topic. I'm just saying in intertwining the Creator and what we talk about in here and just being thankful and having the mindset of somebody who's following the truth. And then it starts to like get involved with like, well, what is that? You know? And so you move from like the physical and material, like I guess Timbo, we're talking about that. You move from the physical material of knowing flat earth to like the spiritual of how your walk is supposed to look like. Or at least emulate, right? Because like we're starting asking the questions like, who is the Creator? Like everybody has different religious ideas and such, but then we start to figure out like from those what is true, because you can hear like the echoings of each religion like saying something, but then you start to focus on like you know, for me anyway, because I've heard many different people say that this is the way, this is the way, this is the way. It's like there has to be just like. It can't be like splintered off into that many factions, because then everybody's walking around. Your truth is your truth. My truth is my truth. That's just not the case. So
I suppose my question out of all of that would be then, yes, it is about your personal relationship with God, but God has left that book for us to learn what He expects from us and what He's done and what He's going to do. And that's a big way of knowing God. So do you really have that personal relationship if you're denying scriptures that state certain things? That's, I think,
obvious. Yeah, I would say obvious truths, right? So in no way, shape, or form are bowing before idols any truth that anybody can actually give anyone, right? Because those wooden things or those things made of stone or plaster or whatever they're made of, right? That it's ceramic. They're never going to do anything for anyone. It's just a immaterial, inanimate thing. So that's the truth, right? And it even says, so do not bow down before these things and, act like they are the creator of everything. So, and I'm paraphrasing here. So that's what the first commandment even talks about. And so it's like, you could see the actual reality in the situation of why that's not beneficial to anyone. Because what are those things going to do for you? But yet people still do it. They still want to see something physical. They want something tangible. And he never said that that's who he is. He did, you know what I mean? Like,
blessed are those who have not seen and yet still believe in me.
Yeah, you got the ones who were walking with Yeshua, right? Who had not, they don't need faith because they've seen him, physically seen him in real. And then the rest of us who have not seen him, but yet still believe like that scripture is applicable. Like, that was even said in that context as well. that So, but that's why people they want to have pictures of Yeshua and like portray him with long hair and like who is that person that they're portraying and why is there an image? Because that's like people trying to grasp at who the creator is and trying to put that in a way that they could relate to seeing something or holding a golden cross and saying that that's where the power of God is or something. You know what I mean? Like that, he's not in something like that.
And I think too that they've really changed the way that people believe and perceive God, because everyone just sees God as a man, and God is definitely not a man.
Agreed.
Yeah, there's an understanding right now that's prevalent throughout the understanding of God. Like they're trying to make him out to be something that's more tangible, to like put him in a picture, let's say, or they want to.
The throne of God is above the heavens and the earth.
God,
that means that as a physical.
Sorry, good bumper. My bad. We overlapped. What were you saying?
What happened?
We accidentally overlapped. I think there was some lag. I talked over her. I didn't hear what she was saying though, and I
was saying that some people say, oh well, because it says that the throne of God is above the heavens and the earth, that means that he's a physical guy, like a butt to the cushion.
Yeah, listen. Like there's a lot of things that people are going to disagree on, like on that aspect. When you say physical guy, meaning like Yeshua claiming that he is the I am, and that's where you're going to disagree with what we're saying. But that's fine. Like you have your way, and I would say let every person who is convicted by what you're saying be convicted. And if somebody's convicted by what we're saying, let them be convicted. Right. But we can't. We can only state what the scriptures say, right? So they would claim that when they took him in the night in secret and tried to say that, who are you? Like who do you claim to be? And he said, before Abraham was, I am. And no one could say that except for the Creator. So once those words were uttered, because that's where Moses was when he went to the burning bush on Mount Sinai, when he was talking to God, and he says, who shall I say sent me unto Pharaoh? And he said, you tell them that I am. And so when Yeshua claimed that, it was automatic instant ripping of the clothes. That's the highest form of blasphemy that you could actually say, is to be either God himself, right, or likeness of God, or born of God. And so that's what they were totally upset with that. They ripped their clothes and they wanted to execute him, but it was a kangaroo court. There was procedures that they had to follow, and they were doing it in the secret at night, and so they knew that they had to carry this out in the daylight, so because they wanted to execute him, and they just couldn't do him, like they couldn't execute him there at night. So anyway, like this is the idea where people are disagreeing on those like particular scriptures in certain religious realms, but like, I mean, in the biblical context, that's who he said he was. He claimed to be the I am.
I think that God is more straightforward than that, but all that aside, we're not going to agree on that tonight. But about the black pill, I did have a verse I wanted to read. It says, "Say the bad and the good are not equal, even though the abundance of the bad may impress you. So be conscious of God, O you who possess intelligence, that you may succeed."
Where's this from? Like what verse?
That's Quran 5:100.
Cool. Gotta cite those sources. Nice. The one thing I was going to say before is the world has this imaginary version of God. I call it the Family Guy God. This cartoon. Yeah. And they got the cartoon Jesus. It's like a hippie that just wants to F off and act stupid. He loves everybody, whatever. Just don't be an ass and you can get into heaven. It's a party. And if you go to hell, whatever. The devil's kind of cool. I can go party there too. It's whatever. Nothing matters.
Yeah, you can go hang out with Satan and Saddam in South Park.
Yeah, it's a horrible imagination, It's like he told us that the place he created to be burned in are for the angels and not for men. So everyone who takes part in the spiritual deprivedness or abomination that comes from their knowledge in terms of deceivement do take part in the same judgment as they do for a reason.
Yeah, it's an erosion of the true understanding. So what Ether's talking about is like when we say creator in here, when we talk about flat Earth, we mean the creator of the ecosystem in which we're in. And imagine how awesome it is in grand scope. So you could take a look at any place on Earth and see how magnificent it is from the from the beautiful places you can go to, waterfalls you can see, to the giant forests that you can be a part of and take nature walks in. Just like awesome forces of nature like hurricanes and blizzards and tornadoes and just different things that have earthquakes. And then you can feel how minuscule we are in like the power and the might of the creator. But at the same time, looking at that awe and beautifulness that he has on the earth, you can see that he made each and every one of us. You know what I mean? Like, we're all like woven into this story. And so we all have a part here. So there's it says the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And so when you start to see the grand scope of like how awesome he is, then it's like you wouldn't dare make him out to be like a Family Guy God, like the way they look in the like the cartoons. They put him in this like really, like they paint him into like this really crazy picture, man. It's very weird, very weird. But I'm saying, like, at the same time, we have to sift ourselves away from that because like there's so much bad out there when it comes to this. Okay, so
I mean, in terms of understanding that he knew us before we were born, basically, and basically following how we develop over time in terms of following him, it's like when you take the term of Marxism in terms of predestination and such, this has no point in this because it's different in a way that only he can see. It's like the people who made the Marxism point overstep the boundary of understanding in terms of making themselves a bigger point of view, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So have we had many Globers in here today?
Not too many. No, at least not any that I came in. There were just people that were on the fence. And
I got so many mates that argue with me, and I try so hard to get them in here, and they just will not come.
They'd be going like a magnet or a moth to a flame to Timbo right away. As soon as they see Timbo in here flying, they'll be like, "Oh, you're another Aussie in here?" For some reason, Timbo's like he's got a target painted on his back or something. They hate him.
They take it personally when he said.
That's funny.
I was in another server last night. I think it's a new one, and man, there was a lot of Aussies in there, but far out. You couldn't listen to it for any more than 5 minutes. The swearing, the yelling, the abuse, it was just full on. Unbelievable.
Okay.
Debate Flat Earth and more.
Oh, Gem Pandas. Oh, my God. Yeah, stay away from that toxic petri dish.
Yeah, there's heaps of Aussie Globers in that one, mate.
Okay.
Yeah, there was one Aussie Flat Earther, and there was about 20 Globers, and they were calling him an F-head and this and that, and it was full on. It was, and then he's saying, "I'll smash yous," and oh man.
Yeah. Internet, come on, mate. You can't say that stuff on the internet, because isn't it? You just look like a dick. Because what are you going to do? Random people on the internet, you're never going to go and find them. So the worst thing you can say is, "Oh, fucking smash you." It's so stupid, isn't it?
Oh, it was. I had it on for about 5 minutes, and my wife goes, "What the hell is going on there?" And I said, "Don't worry, I'm getting off."
Yeah, gives you anxiety, doesn't it?
Oh wow, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where that come from. I think someone sent me an invite, so I thought I'd check it out, and yeah, bam.
You should have been here in the old days, Flying. We had the Flat Earth Arena. You were either a Spartan or a gladiator. Gladiators were the Globers, and the Spartans were the Flat Earthers. It was like 5-on-5. We'd have like Friday night fights. That was another thing we used to do here.
But the arguments were very, very simple. Like there was no substance to anything, even with what they were speaking about. It was just crazy.
Small
So the
talk.
Globers.
You know, I've started saying instead of "What on God's green earth," I'll say "What on God's flat earth." It's quite a riot online.
It's funny what you wake up to every day, you know, like every day it's clearer and clearer.
I know through the looking.
About where we live, you know. Not about where we live, but about the you know, the flatness of it. How silly everything is, like all the cosmology that they give you. How ridiculous it is for them to assume these things without any substance.
I know they don't care how ridiculous it is.
I gotta put some images that I took. Keep forgetting it from my phone to the Discord. I took an image of freaking Bell. Just called me right now, Professor Bell.
He's been messaging me from this morning when we were talking about flights and stuff, and he sent me.
Oh, he was talking about earlier. 1:32 in the morning for me. It's already 3:21 away. He says only the math does work out perfectly. For example, no flat earther can use GPS coordinates to calculate the distance between two places on Earth without spherical geometry. It only works on a globe. Why does this not bother you? Let's see if you don't reject this fact. He's unbanned. He can come back in here if he wants to. So
Yeah, he doesn't want to though. He just DMs everyone. I got this from him earlier. What's the matter with you? How come stars are still on the horizon when the sun goes away? And then he said, stop spinning bullshit, mate. And then he sent me a video and he said, pole to pole circumnavigation of the Earth. There are 18 other occasions documented. By the way, GPS is a thing. So are gyro compasses. I dare you to look up how they work. Utter bullshit. There is never a time in aircraft when the pilot does not know exact GPS coordinates. So how did they fly without GPS? When there wasn't GPS, you fucking moron.
Well, I was driving from my house the other day down to the coast, and I had to go the back way, and it's still a designated road, but I lost GPS for an hour.
Yeah, you see it even when you go through the tunnel. It says estimated GPS location.
this is what I got on my phone with the app that I have. It's called Night Sky. And on that app, it gave me that breaking news. The JUICE, it's on its way to Jupiter. The European Space Agency's JUICE, or Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, JUICE, has begun its space odyssey to the giant planet. The mission start was delayed 24 hours because of the weather conditions at the launch site, but blasted off into a slate gray sky today. It says launch from Europe's spaceport in Kourou, French Guiana. I can't spell these names, man. In South America. Yeah.
Guyana.
The giant spacecraft has successfully separated from Ariane, and it's communicating with Earth 2. Its 8-year cruise with flybys of Earth and Venus to slingshot it into Jupiter is underway.
Slingshot it through its gravity well.
That's stupid.
As seen on TV.
JUICE. It's called JUICE.
Like JEWS.
Stupid names of these things.
No relation, I'm sure.
Sorry, guys, I'm out. I got to go back to work. I got a night shift tonight, putting signs up in the dark. Catch you later.
Later, Flying.
Yeah. Me too. I'll be listening. I've got to go.
Hour.
I'm gonna go make dinner.
Go make your dinner, Tim. I'm gonna head out too, man. I need to get bed.
Yeah, y'all have a good one. Stay
I'll be
blessed and
back
watch out
a
for
bit
the
later.
zombies.
Catcha.
You guys have a good night.
Good night.
Peace out. I'm probably gonna lay down soon. Maybe not. I have to go to a doctor's appointment in a little while. A couple hours. You around? Oh man. Oh gosh. Yeah, Into the Break is still muted.
Can you just leave and come back?
He's server muted, so I think he would stay server muted.
Because I recently server muted someone, and then they left, and I didn't have a way to unserver mute them.
Actually, yeah. Wait, Into the Break. Hop up in the VC check-in real quick. If either way, I might be able to fix it. Just if you, yeah. I don't know. Of course, they can come remute you again if they deem it necessary. But I might be able to undo the server mute, but I can't do it here. I can only do it in the VC check-in. You could try leaving here first and coming back. If you're still muted, then we could try that. If not, I'm sure somebody can hear us talking about it. And if they want to unmute you, they can just do that. I don't know. It's like 4:20 in the 4:20. I'll be right back. I think I sent you. Wait, did I? Yeah. I sent you an invite to a server that I've been building. Well, I started building it a long time ago, and then I'm just now inviting people to it. And I haven't really done much on it. I deleted half the channels.
Sometimes that needs doing.
Yeah.
If everybody kind of still believes, the Mandela effect, then what do y'all think is causing it?
Not sure. I don't really believe in it myself, but I couldn't tell you what would cause it because it would be all just me making stuff up.
Right. I know some people have cited the Hadron Collider.
That's the most common one. People,
Yeah.
Giving people roles on this.
Oh yeah, so I did have something interesting happened in my server. That same guy who I invited Mickey to debate.
Yeah.
This guy is he's a believing Jew, which, as you probably have learned, is exceedingly rare. Right? But the Quran actually tells us to ask them a question. And so I went ahead and asked him, and the question was, how many clear signs has God given you, the Jews? And I mean, I don't know, like, what I would have guessed and what he said were not the same. Like, what would you guess would be the number the Jews think that God has given them of clear signs?
Enough. I don't know.
He literally said 1 with like full certainty.
Should be enough signs.
Yeah. He said receiving the Torah was their only clear sign. Can you believe that? I asked him, what about the parting of the Red Sea? He said, well, the Torah says that an easterly wind came and parted the Red Sea.
I think that Big Root might have been muted for a reason that doesn't really have... Like, if people fall asleep with their hot micing or they leave it on and then they're not present, then they tend to get muted. Big Root just asked why he was muted.
Oh.
He must have just joined in muted. Big Root, try and join into the interview VC. Let me see if I can do something. And I'll get reprimanded if I'm not supposed to do this, but it's only you two guys, and I'm assuming that you're supposed to be unmuted at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back. I'm going to try it on into the break and see if it works. Like I said, they'll remute you if they feel like you're getting out of hand, man. All right. Let's see if that worked. Oh, cool. It did.
Hello. Thank you, sir.
No problem. Don't get
It's a wonderfully beautiful thing that Flat Earth is, because it brings up so many of these topics.
Yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, no, don't get me in trouble. It's like, that's why people think that, oh, you're talking about Flat Earth, you must focus on these other things. And I'm like, no, I'm going to start at Flat Earth, and then I will gauge where you are able to conceptualize and internalize and like comprehend information.
Kind of like you got to get
after you comprehend that. Yeah, I just say Flat
like a
Earth.
placement test. Yeah, you got to have a placement
test. It really
test
is. Because I can be like, hey, I was joking about this, but well, yeah, pay close attention to that, or it's this sort of all-encompassing test that the assessment, There's some psychological term for it, but the litmus test. The litmus test.
I wanted to say something though, like because I know that we can get frustrated with some of these people. It gets annoying. It's tedious. But some of them. All right, I have a theory. I believe that a lot of people, when they determine, oh, I'm grown, I'm mature, that's when they stop growing up. That's it. They stay that age forever mentally. Their minds get stuck. So some of the people we're talking to, we got to put the kid gloves on. They might sound like a full-grown adult. You might sound like you're talking to a man, but that's a child. So we have to talk to them like a child and not make them feel like we're talking to them like a child either. We just break it down for them. Like, hold their hand and go for the walk. Go down those 3 points, then talk. Then use the flat earth as the punchline for the joke. Then flat smack them.
Yeah. Yeah, there is. You have to be very delicate.
It sucks. Because sometimes we got to globe smack them before you flat
because
smack
you
them.
do have to start off be like, because I'm a super sci-fi fan. Obviously, I'm more of a dork than like I'm the equivalent dork that you are. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know
most of
anybody
us
that's
are.
more of a nerd.
Oh shit! I'm surprised
than
you
me.
don't have space herpes. You're admitting that.
And
You're into
yeah,
space.
and I accept the reality that I'm presented with. You know, and I figured it out that it's science fiction. You know, there a long time ago, aliens aren't coming down to save me. You know, we can go to another discussion group, but then wow, that's another discussion. So that's completely separate.
Yeah.
So when you're in this atheist ideology and then you want to say, oh, we're going to go from we're not allowed to talk about theology, we have to go to the secular ideology. Well, it's like, oh, you're trying to equate apples to apples. Like, no, it's the same thing. I want to discuss it as a theology because you have a worldview that is based on a faith-based belief, and I have a disbelief. I'm apostate to the blurf belief system that they have.
The bent earthers, the dir.
Blurf. The blurf.
Yeah.
I don't believe
DUR is Hebrew for ball or sphere or like, and so
ball.
I call them
like
dir earthers, like dir.
Ball isn't you know what I believe in. It's not my faith. Is to say that I have another faith extraneous to the fact that I disbelieve your secular belief. And then you could say, oh, I'm Christian or I'm Muslim or anything after that.
Right.
It's like, that's what I love about all of us coming here.
It is a belief, though, isn't it? Think about it. For them, it's a belief.
It's their secular
They get
ideology.
angry when you question a ball, they get mad. They get mad that you question a ball, and then they'll get pissed off because they love shapes, and they're mad at sound
20
effects.
minutes talking about a basketball, and then they're like, oh, yeah, it's in a blank spheroid. It's a pear shape. Sir? No, you just blurf-derped at me for 20 minutes talking nonsense about geometry. Right? He knows what I'm talking about. You're talking about geometry of a sphere, and then all of a sudden, that's not even what you're even talking about.
Oh, like the sofa.
You should have been talking about it because we're talking about, like, just simply measuring a tabletop.
Hey, Break, check this out in the VC
They do.
text. Now hop in on their surfboard, surfing in on their brain. The derp earthers, sofa surfers.
The sofa surfers?
Yep.
Yo, oh. this one is I love the new. Well, I downloaded the new Discord app or whatever, and so now I can just like click the image and then hit the download and save the image. Where I used to have to take a lot of screenshots to like really get the full image, but the new app is like working really good. It's working so good. I feel like that too, and that's like that's a self critique as much as it is a meme. You know,
Yeah.
That's how I feel. I am that. As much as they are. That's the funny part about it all. You know?
Yeah, well, that's where you came from, you know.
Well, no. The same. You can be so delusional that you're right. You know, we're talking about objective and subjective, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's the same thing, right? But then when you're like, oh, I am creating something. Well, that's cool. You're creating something, but I wake up. The same reason you would want to say there's a down. I woke up. So
Yeah.
somebody said that there's a down, and I said, I woke up. I woke up. You know, QE said that the interference pattern will be there. If you could sit there in a coliseum, in the middle of the coliseum, catch on fire in that computer, but nobody interpreted the information, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, this is why everybody wants to go off into thinking that there's something there that there isn't. No, it is very much objectively real. Like, everybody's there. Everybody's there. But are you witnessing? Are you observing something? If you're not, you're not. You know? The premise of the question is the question, and it is a philosophical question. Everybody is sitting there wondering, where is my objective truth? Where is my empirical, deductive, rational reality? Is it this that I woke up this morning and I had a breakfast of nachos, or was it better that I had an organic breakfast every day? I like to do both. Like, I just like to boom.
Yeah.
You know,
The Quran actually does refer to life as it says, every soul will have a taste of death, and you will receive your recompense on the day of resurrection. Whoever is swayed from the fire and admitted to paradise has won. The life of this world is merely enjoyment of delusion.
Future proves past. Wow. Modern times call for just recognizing patterns. Like, this is the same thing repeated over and over. Is it providence? It must be. Is 2,000 years too long? I think so. You know, but we could discuss, there's a lot of discussions you can have with technology that ancient civilizations have had, and what is your perceived history?
Yeah, well,
those are some crazy discussions we can have somewhere else. But all along the way, it's always been objectively. You see the star go down on your horizon, and you measure it from your horizontal level, and we've always built level. You know, you've seen that in China and in Japan, the rice paddy fields, right? I'm just talking because these are locks, and then we have the lock of the Panama Canal, and this is level water. This is Pascal's principle of water seeking its level and filling its container. It's very simple, very easy. There's at no point in any of this is there any divergence of plumb not being plumb. At no point is plumb ever measured to be a slope. At no point in objective reality. You will never find, hey, look, from this spot, you can see 5 different states. At no point does it say, hey, this is where 180 degrees is more than a triangle, like, or that a triangle equals more than 180 degrees at this point. At no point will you ever find these measurements. Those are just hypothesized in people's heads, their imagination. Like, this is why I remind these Gloobers. You can measure what is actual. I could measure me driving 50 miles an hour down the 50 mile stretch of road. But what I will never measure is what's imaginary. That I was going 1,000 miles an hour down 1,000 miles an hour stretch of nothing. So you can measure what's real, and you can calculate what's imaginary. Okay? Boom. Mic drop. Mic drop moment right there. I picked the microphone up, I said a mic drop moment, and then I dropped it. Except I'm not dropping the microphone. I'm here to answer questions. Because I'm still holding the microphone. That's me. I am the Force. Gloobers, get on my level. McToon's texted me. McToon's deep in my DMs. He's telling me about Cartesian coordinates.
Tell him to come in here and chat.
He's so petrified. He will not come into here. We have to go there. I have to go there. He didn't even offer it to me. He snuck into my DMs over some. I was being very benign, very kind on a thing and helping another friend out, and then he just snuck into my DMs and said, "Look at how dumb you are. The latitude and longitude isn't Cartesian coordinates." And I was like, well, here's a Cartesian coordinate like map of latitude and longitude. Like, is this not Cartesian coordinate? Like, if I were to take the cartoon away from the backdrop, would that then be a Cartesian coordinate? Because I mean, I posted it up earlier in what I said to him, and yeah, I just destroyed him, just like Flatzoid destroyed FTFE, thinking globe is a map. No, I'm sorry, we don't chart or plot on a glob. Like a globe is never needed for anything in your objective reality life, in your waking life. Hey, I woke up today.
I've heard the argument before coming from somebody like that some random weirdo was telling flat earthers need to stop using globe earth technology. And I'm like, you freaking retard. Absolutely.
This is what I love.
Earth. And like to prove that, you know how damn, where did I put that? All right, you know how they have to convert everything and wrap it around a globe map. Like, it is Photoshop because it has to be. Absolutely everything related to technology was created with a flat Earth plane and had to be wrapped around a globe model. All of it. There's not a single bit of technology that was actually invented based off of any
It's much worse than that.
Because nobody's ever done any experiments related to something where it has a pull from the top and bottom and while it's floating in the middle of nowhere.
You know why they do you have the phone in your hands and you should think modern science, right? They don't know what the hell they're talking about. And so yeah, the printing press is the presupposition. Is the what's that? I got the steak. I don't need to know there's a cow. What's that argument? Well, you know, I got the steak. I need to know it came from a cow.
Like, yeah, you don't need to know the cow to know that it came from a cow. Like, you don't have to show. Somebody doesn't have to show you the cow.
It's something simple. Yeah, what is that? Anyway, but it's the same thing. So, the printing press begat the Turing machine, which begat the modern transistor, which begat the computational device, which begat the computer, and then now you have a laptop and cell phone in your hand. Yeah. So you have to thank the Bible for it. You have to thank the Bible because that was the first book they were.
That's
Why else
true.
would you invent a printing press?
Every book ever came from that original point.
Came
like
from the
modern
Bible
modern
technology.
printing way books are, yeah.
And that made the Turing machine, which made the,
There were
in your
printing
computer,
methods, though.
transferring information. Well, of course, there were stamps and stuff. And guess what they were predominantly
remember-
doing?
I don't remember
Transferring
which one it
the
was.
books of the Bible, right?
somebody
That's
was-
what the whole technology was there to transfer knowledge.
You know how to find tablets, though, right? Like these big tablets, stone tablet. And
Oh, yeah.
He's going to carve a shitload of stone tablets. So someone made a good point. They were using that to copy. They put like a piece of parchment or papyrus or some shit on there.
Well, yeah,
And
that's what they were used
Yeah,
for.
and you can make easy copies. Just you make it one time and then use the stone to copy.
I'm pretty certain that they had the records. You could put sound onto a clay tablet
Maybe.
or a clay disc. I mean, maybe. I mean, for
can't
sure we can
speculate
do it
on
in
that,
modern
but
time.
that would be cool.
I mean, you have your fresh stuff. Like they can do that. They could have done that very simply if they had known that, right? About the obviously they created the letters, the sound script, or the Sanskrit literally came from sound script, right?
Yeah,
so
that's
it was
it,
like
yeah. I
them
don't know.
making the vowel sounds, and that's why it looks so wavy, because it was just that was the middle of the, because you see the whole of flower, right? The whole thing, but it's like, oh, here's the predominant letter that comes out of that. Yeah, the sound wave, and that's where the script comes from. And it's been changed over time. But even our English language has a lot of that. I've been looking at a lot of language stuff. I've been moving a lot. I've been very busy recently, moving money, fucking taking care of dogs and running all over the place. So I haven't been very active, but I always appreciate that you guys accept me, and because the only time I'm going to be talking to you is when I got time to.
Yeah, I hear you.
I love it. This whole thing, all of this, it's just giddy excitement every day. Just, let me tune into my friends. I've been tuned into them. Okay, I got a little time. Cool. And it's like, I thought I was like talking, QE wasn't even talking. And then boom, he was like, is that into the break? I'm going to shut him down real quick. I was like, oh shit, dude. Thank you for shutting me down. Like, I appreciate it, sir. I love it. But, with everything else that's going on, I got a lot of respect for everybody. It's like we all may disagree, even with globe earthers or whatever may disagree or whatever, but we're all here having a good conversation, having a good time. So, respect to y'all.
Been working on something. It's kind of like caricature fan art based off the profile pics that my friends have. I already made one for Helio. It was kind of funny. I'll share that one. See if I can find the right one.
You gotta do one of me playing with Chi,
I just need some kind of
yo-yo
caricature
or
to
something.
work with. Either somebody's real picture, like a picture of their face to work with, or some kind of image, like something more abstract, like a cartoon. It doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, I'll send you one of those.
I'll do this. I'll go ahead and show you.
I'll send you the meme. The meme of me.
Here's what I'm working on so far. Have you seen Jedi Chris' profile pic? Like the new one that he has? He got a new one that has a lion with dreads.
No, I haven't seen it. No. Really? He's not here right now, so no, I don't see it.
See if I got it.
Yeah, this is so entertaining. Like, you're such a talented artist. And then there's like that talented musician that was in here. He had some of the dopest music I've heard in like the longest time.
Dude, I want to make music with those guys.
I always asked these boobers, I was like, why don't you have a cool art movement like associated like with your and then I'm like, oh yeah,
I shared that.
I forget they got like Lady Gaga and shit as groovers, dude. Their art movement is fucking Lady Gaga and shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, why don't you have a cool like fucking art movement? And then it's like, we worship the devil. Like they fucking, oh my god, oh my god, fucking creeps, dude. Fucking Gloobers are creeps, man. That is so sick. It's epic, dude. That's me.
I didn't make that. I didn't make that. That's his profile pic.
No, I gotta have mine with fucking. I gotta be like more militant, like I'm a soldier boy. Because, man, what a clown world. But I wish I could have dreadlocks, but the face structure is pretty much my face structure. So, the same meme will work for me. Just trim up the hair a little bit, trim it up military style. That'll be me.
Yeah.
Except I got long hair too. It's just I'll put this shit in a faux hawk. I'll put it in the whole meme guy stuff. Whatever the meme is, I'll just put it up in that.
So that's the image I decided to take and turn into another, like a piece of artwork of my own. So that was my starter image that I started to work with. And I'm about to send you what I've got so far.
Your art is impeccable. Like that's beautiful.
You'll see. Hold on 1 second, because I make weird stuff.
I remember one time it was you like unmuted your mic and you were just like, this is not art. This is so terrible. You might as well just throw it in the garbage. You were like telling somebody about art. It was like completely unscripted. And I was like, I love this motherfucker. This motherfucker, you have a lot to learn from this dude. No, I told myself that. I wasn't telling you. Obviously.
Here we go. So that's his profile pic. And then here's what I got. I've been working.
Are you sending it to my DM or on the live?
Working on this all day. Well, half the day. A couple hours. Next time I see him. And I consider this a work in progress. I'm not even done.
Yeah, I'm in this. I'm in this.
Hello. Baby's eating cream.
He wasn't eating it.
He's sucking the cream out of it. I can see cream in
You're hot, Mike and Big Root. Yeah, Big Root, you're hot, Mike and Bud.
That's what I'm about to be in that.
And I can make art, like different profile, like enhanced profile.
You know what I want is I want something like a GIF, like where I'm carrying the firmament, like the real Atlas. That's what I'm like, because Atlas is always depicted as like carrying some ball. And it's like, no, that's not what Atlas did. Atlas was holding up the world, holding the firmament, not like carrying the world from some place to some other place.
Oh
Like,
man, that reminds me. I'm gonna use the wheelchair emoji and make the Earth rolling, so it's like a rolling wheelchair.
Oh, you posted this brain one when I did
when they were
something
talking about the mind virus
brainy the other
earlier,
day?
I was listening and I just started making this, and then I realized
that was
I can
so
animate the
good.
freaking mind virus, so I made it glow.
That's so cool. I love that you did that to me. You know, because I come one, come all. Like I'm glad you guys welcome me in to have a
I
discussion.
understand all right, I'm defensive against people who come in here trying to start some shit or try and waste our time. But I'm mostly, what'll trigger me is if somebody's disrespectful to somebody who I know is passive and peaceful, like somebody who I respect, who's intelligent, and they keep their calm words. And then I know that that person, they'll also lose their cool if they're pushed for it, but I don't want them to have to. I can be the asshole. I don't care. If somebody comes in and
that's why
disrespects
you
somebody
just
like
do
Timbo,
better.
I'm going to stand up and be like, bro, no.
Ooh, no.
Yeah,
Not
like
happening.
it's not going to happen as long as I'm around. I will unmute my mic and talk some shit to somebody who comes.
The same way. Especially even Helio.
Yeah,
Helio is
Helio's awesome. I'm not going to let anybody pick on him.
mean, you know, he's my big internet brother. You know what I mean? Like
there's anytime that anything happens, it's all internal, and any outside perspective they don't understand. That's all I can say. And
that's
he's
why
a big brother.
I get like, hey, all we talk about here is just flat Earth.
Yeah, we're chilling, we're hanging out with our family and our friends.
And I think that's first and foremost, and I think we should keep talking about it because we can talk about anything else, and then you go wherever else you want to talk about. So I'm talking about how the Earth is flat, and maybe I'll come and I'll go, like I'll be here next week or something like that. Maybe I will go to another thing, and I'll talk to other people about another thing, and then I'll be back here talking about flat Earth. And very simple, very easy. No one needs to be upset or disturbed, or there's no confusion that should be had in people's minds. All I'm talking about is objective reality. QE tried to put a stop to that. I don't know what his whole deal was. I'm glad that he taught me about objective reality too, because it is like, what is objective reality? Very good.
Check out the live stream.
I mean, that was, dude, I didn't expect that, bro. I got my money's worth.
Break. Check out the voice text, man.
I love it. I love that so much.
He's got the wrench that symbolizes the YouTube thing, because you get a wrench when you get. So
it's like a wrench.
He's got a blue pill for you. He's got a patch. He knows about the Black Swan. He's got a lightsaber. He got the lightsaber in the background, so you know he's a Jedi. He knows how to use the Force. This right here, the Illuminati thing, there was a triangle already on there, so I just kind of took it.
Yeah, it's like just put the correct Illuminati symbol on there, and we're all good.
And so the circle went with the AE map. That was some kind of patch, so I just threw that patch on there. If you look close, it says 404. That was already there. So I added in my text, says curve not found. It was like 404 file not found.
Yeah, that's like central too.
Yeah.
Dude.
And obviously the dome patch over here on the side.
The dome on the shoulder. No, like the way the Black Swan is wrapped around there with the dome shit, and then fucking our fucking lore,
finagle the image a little bit to make it wrap around.
You know, our king of this temple, Helio.
He's the he's the keeper.
If Righteous Force were here,
chronicler,
he would have the right.
He is the chronicler.
He would be.
He is the one keeping the chronicles of this place.
New king of Solomon.
Think about it.
He's the new
chronicler.
king of.
You know what a chronicler is?
Yeah.
So they keep track of things. They record the chronicles of something. He's the chronicler of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. He's the steward of the YouTube channel and the chronicler.
It's hilarious. Oh man, that's alive. I can come up with a better story for them. You know, it's like, hey Disney, I got a better Star Wars story for you. Listen and take notes. And then at the same time, like Neil deGrasse Tyson sitting there raping women, and then
gosh.
oh whoops, and then saying he got me too, you know, and then not really. And then we got Elon Musk telling us that Twitter is free, but I'm still blocked on Twitter. They're not letting my account back on there for some reason. I don't know why. And everybody thinks they're going to space sometime real soon. Real quick. With the quickness. Just to prove you flat earthers are dumb. They're going to the spaceman land.
You remember the conversation about the refracting chin guy?
Yeah.
From earlier.
That's like
the chin man with the refraction.
That's why Miggy blocked me.
I'm working on
I was like,
picture.
hey,
This is
no.
a work in progress.
Miggy, that was why I think I was blocked.
Let me upload this. Holy crap, it's 4 megabyte image.
Yeah, you got to reduce it.
Okay, so I'm uploading a 4 megabyte image. Just give me a minute.
Because it's like, you put like 100 5 milligram pills into one base pill. So,
well,
the troops can't handle it. The troops can't handle it.
Lower the resolution and share that usually. Oh, I have a picture I was working on one time. It got up to 28 megabytes. That was for one picture that I was working on. 28 megabytes. I definitely had to. Had to narrow down that one. It's way too big.
Well, those are some of the cool things where you can just like zoom in, keep zooming in. Yeah. That's the digital art, what digital art is capable of. But you better have a processor capable. And GIFs don't work because I try to do a couple of these gravity sort of GIFs, and they don't really run right on the Discord for display on the YouTube.
And now,
they did when
back to the adventures of the refracting chin and his constant companion, the Sophist Surfer. Make a cartoon about it. It's just go on.
Dude,
it's just it's like it's a superhero. It's an anti-hero show. And they just come in. They're constantly harassing flat earthers. Like that's their whole purpose.
The heroes like, hey, I got my 401k into this. We're gonna make sure everything's settled. And I was like, are you sure about that? Are you really gonna do that? Like, like the anti-hero, there's a flat earther. He did the life of Walt or something like that. And he did a sort of the same concept where it was just like, I got a bagel from the local bagel shop, and they gave me cream cheese. It was really nice. Kind of anticlimactic, but that was the climax because it was like kind of wonderful in an insane world. Like the mundane and simple is amazing. Like, oh wow, you like made it up to get a bagel today. Like, good for you. Like, we were told to like stay indoors, you know, because this was a few years ago, you know, during the whole thing. But it was just like simple comic. And Jim Bob too. Like that's the main person who's probably people know. But I'm talking about it wasn't Wilfred. I don't even know his name. He got blocked or something, or erased. But I appreciated that style, Anyway, you're a graphic artist, so what you're doing is much more than that.
Do you know Sputnik? Remember the Sputnik thing?
Is that like a fucking potato?
So they
like a
they sent a potato up in his face, and they turn it. They shoot a rocket and it transits to a cartoon, and we have this thing on his face. You see that dot? You tune your radio, you hear a signal. It goes beep beep beep. Look at the potato.
That's one of those Sonic. What are the potato?
That's GLaDOS from Portal 2. GLaDOS is put into a potato, so I combine that image with Sputnik.
I mean, it is.
Sputnik. I'm gonna animate it by making a little white glow on it. That'll be cool.
This animation, and then along with the if you have some Bruce Lee with a nunchuck, playing nunchuck with it. You know how Bruce Lee played whatever it was, over where the ball had to fall over. Because I've heard this thing, like, you wouldn't have to have, on a flat earth, you wouldn't have volleyball. You wouldn't have ping pong. And I said, ding dong, you're wrong.
Oh God, are you talking about when people make up weird things like, how would this work? How would you cook? How could I cook ramen on a flat Earth? I want to ship pizza, but they just make up random crap.
Me think like really deep.
Yeah, they make up dumb crap that they think will be smart.
But it's like, and I'll just answer them super quickly. But those things, those simple, like a simple thing like that, like obviously I'm still thinking about it, like because there's something.
Everything works the way it works.
Something more to it. Like why would they say something so stupid like that?
What I hate is when they'll ask you how would it work without gravity, and then it's like, we don't need a indication of a word.
Why just say what is that? Why don't I don't even justify them with that word. I'm like, you keep saying this thing called gravity.
Like they couldn't tell you any of it.
Will you please tell me what gravity is? I don't know what it is.
History of it.
And then they're like, "Oh, I'm smarter than you," and then 15 comments of them saying they're smarter than me.
The lore, the background, the history of it, the various theories of gravity, like they don't know. They just invoke gravity.
Oh, they have no clue
that there's just one kind of gravity. There's not many.
We're the only ones that really know
they have
what
no
it
idea.
is.
Yeah, or at least what is said about it.
Yeah, there's nobody that you will ever encounter, and I know this because 18 years, 8 years, I'm sorry, I don't know why I said 18, like that was just a slip of the mind, but 8 years, like literally on here, hardcore, talking to people every single day, doctors, lawyers,
I'm just downloading it.
Rocket scientists, and none of them are able to rebut anything. The best that a lawyer has to proffer is that I don't get it, or the best that a doctor has to proffer is I don't get it, or the best that they have is appeal to their own incredulity because they don't get it. They have no clue
assume that because
what they believe in.
Know. Because they don't know.
Just that's why I say, Miggy, your 3 questions. Can you prove curvature? Can you prove rotation? Can you prove I don't know what the third one is.
Container
or whatever.
For gas.
Yeah, the gas pressure. Boom.
I'm gonna make 3 cards in the card game. I'm working on a card game too, and I'm gonna have Miggy's 3-point takedown. So Miggy's already got 3 cards. I need to get a good image for him though for the thing.
Simple. They Yeah, that's what I tell a lot of people
Duh,
too,
like,
because I mean, we come across a lot of people that are very closed off to like knowledge, and we come across a lot of people that are like open to knowledge. And you know, for the ones that are open, it's like, hey, you know, here's this is it, you know, and it's like, well, I identify with these three questions, right? I do, and these other people do, and I've been amazed since this whole thing happened. Like, I'm amazed that because information is really hard to get to now.
Yeah.
So it's kind of an amazing thing. That's why I got kind of condemned when I said, "Hey, you're a Fed." You said that Skiba and Sergeant were your beginnings, and it's like, are you really coming from 2023? Because it's just odd to me. You know, there's some odd things, and I'll just say
I
stuff
try not
like
to
that.
judge people too much back because I don't know where they're coming from. So
Yeah, and I
found a
shouldn't
video
have called him
anywhere.
a Fed like that, but I had a real question, and it was like, oh, it got misconstrued. That's what the whole point of what I'm got a real question. If you're coming into this new, only a couple years, because I've heard it, because this whole thing that happened to people past year or so ago made people click something in people's head. And so I'm having to deal with a lot of people talking, and they're unloading on me, like like I'm their psychologist, and I tell them, hey, yeah, I will help you. And what I tell them is to accept objective reality. You woke up today and tomorrow and every day, and that is real. And there's nothing that will ever change that. And if something changes that you don't wake up and tomorrow isn't real, then that's a whole other issue we got to deal with. So let's first focus on being focused on and centered on now. And people love that. People love to hear that. They really do. It's subjective reality. Objective, that's real. It's not an emotional appeal. It's not your feelings. It's not subjective. It is, you woke up today. I woke up today. We subjectively chose to go onto this forum and to where we made ourselves feel better maybe, right? That's subjective, right? How you feel after this interaction, or how you feel when you came to have an interaction like this. Like you and I, we feel great. We feel great. We love it. But some people subjectively come here and then they subjectively feel very bad. But objectively, we all woke up at different times, maybe, but we all woke up. And we all are talking the same place. Somebody got shouted out. I didn't hear it. Those are all feelings after that, but what objectively happened. There's no escape from that. If there's no escape that a wave function didn't collapse or it did collapse, there's no escape from that. It happened. We had that conversation.
Yeah.
And Freedom, come into the chat. I'm sorry, I can't read what you're doing, what you're saying, but Ethergrass was doing these sick memes, and I was just responding to some people on Instagram. Some goobers on Instagram. Yeah. Oh, damn me. The life of an acceptor of objective reality. It's not an easy life, but it's a life. It is a life. And you don't have to choose it, just like you don't have to like it. Nobody cares. Nobody asked you. I chose it. Or it chose me. Whichever you choose to believe.
Do what it do.
And do what it do. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't know what freedom is. Is pretty cool. And whoever I was giving banter for them.
Had to upgrade the picture. I needed to fix something. I realized that I could change something, make it look even cooler.
Yeah, I can't believe it, dude. Like, I came in here and Quantum Eraser was here just to shut me down. I love that.
Did he erase that shit on a quantum level?
Dude, he erasered that shit.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna make a quantum eraser. I'm gonna find a symbol that symbolizes quantum whatever, and then get one of those little red erasers that we had back in like school. Put it and then put the logo on it so it looks like a quantum eraser and make it floating. So it's all yes.
What is you got to do the quintessential symbol for the equation?
No, dude, I have like 5.
You got to put the equation.
More.
You know how they
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
eraser.
15.
They're like, quantum mechanics is does or doesn't exist, and it's like, oh my god.
I'm working on 15 different projects.
You hear? I talked to my I heard saying that, and my dog was like, "Oh, why are you talking about a cat?" Like, hey, buddy.
Okay. Brightness and contrast. I'm making a black pill.
Dude, the black pill. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? It used to be like, yo, take the red pill, take the blue pill. And then it's like,
somebody would come in all doomer like, and we'll be like, man, this dude's black pilled, and they're just talking about evil. Like, you know, there's a SpongeBob episode where they're messing around with Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, and every time that SpongeBob and Patrick say the word evil, Mermaid Man just starts screaming, like freaking out, evil, 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 and he's like freaking, and that's about it.
Like,
it's black pilled. Don't bring up evil. Freaking trip.
That's me. That's why I like that my roles are I'm mod abused. Hey, it puts me on a level playing ground with the common folk. You know what I mean? Everybody's abused by something.
Oh, and I accidentally made a white pill for a second.
Yeah, that would be better. The white pill that is a black pill is that if it's a white pill that's like imploding and then black on the outside, oof, we got trouble. That's the pill that needs to be exposed. Like, I'm like, I just don't like government approved boxes. I'm sorry, I don't want to. Please don't talk to me about any of that stuff. The Earth is flat. Actually, have you ever thought about how flat the Earth is?
It's flat and level. Now grab a shovel.
Yeah, get on my level. Don't be 6 feet under. My
Start
level.
digging.
My level, right?
You ever seen
Get
that
on my
movie
level.
about Disney, Holes? It was based off a book.
Or I'll say, yeah.
And then the song on it's like, you've got to go dig those
What is that
holes.
song with
Dig it up on diggity. Dig it up.
No, it's Shia LaBeouf is the whole guy playing that. They're playing that song like as he's rolling up,
Oh yeah, they start rapping.
and it ends up being like some crazy shit because it was like, they're trying to get dig up treasure.
But that's the point. The treasure
And
is the information. We do have to grab a
and the
shovel and start
person-
digging. It's the only way.
Yup. Well, that's what they find out.
Nobody's gonna do your digging for you. Like, you have to do it. Kind of a study to show yourself approved type thing. As so many people that come in here, they beg for all the questions, their questions to be answered, and usually won't listen to any of the answers. They just
Well,
kinda
if they're
ask everybody-
super young, it's good to have a good resource to give them.
Yeah.
Because, I used to be able to just go search for simple things, be like, Sandy Hook,
legit ones,
and I would be able to find out all the information. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's
And
annoying
so
when you explain
it
everything,
is.
they don't
It is
listen.
tough for like the younger kids. You know what I mean? Like the 20 in 20 range, right? And it's like I get it. Like, I'm a little bit older, and I've had information for longer than you have. But they started censoring that stuff. I mean, pretty much 2016 they did, but before then they started just doing it with just promoting their nonsense.
The weirdness.
Yeah, the sort of weirdness to try to take people into the YouTube life. And so it's like a lot of early adopter people. So it's even like older 20s. It's like you can't go look for good stuff though on the YouTube anymore. Like, I find a lot of good stuff on there. I have an established presence of which I have, and I've been blocked a couple of years ago, during that whole thing. I got destroyed and I had to make a new one. And I build it up, and still, like, the algorithm's fine for me, but I know what it has for me. But anybody is like, hey, I want to find this sort of information, I'm just like, hey, go look on Rumble. Easy. Just go search for whatever you want. Go search for it. If you got a question about like celestial navigation, I just use Dingbot. I'm like, I'm arguing flat Earth with people all day on Instagram. I use Bingbot. Somebody has a question I don't know the correct phrasing for or whatever, I'll just go put something in Bingbot. Boom, boom, boom. Bingbot gives me an answer, and it's a flat Earth answer. Because it's just like I'm just giving them facts of reality, and it's related in truth. Like, the Bing bot will relate it all ultimately back to a gloob, but all the answers of the objective truths and stuff, anything that you want to know, you can easily find. And I just use the Bing bot, and I ask it the questions, and it gives me the answers really quickly and cohesively, concisely. Better than I could do asking, a friend and stuff like that. There's still certain questions, obviously, but
yeah,
I just am in full support of what it's capable of doing. What it's not capable of doing is telling you how to live your life, or any sort of philosophical questions. Anything like, hey, what's the internet say about this dumb shit? It'll give you the best answer. Better than like paying for GPT or GPT 4.5 or whatever it is. Bingbot is good. But you've probably done you're a graphic design artist, so you've probably done some of the art stuff. So I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about purely just rational reasoning and how does it help with, instead of like, that's what I'm saying, instead of me searching something benign into Google search and then having their scripted answers, I just get the scripted answers given to me in a cohesive answer, like, hey, what is the first note? God. And it'll give me a cohesive answer that it understands, and then you can ask more. And so it gave me the wrong answer, said Illumium, and then I was like, well, who is Illumium's father? And then it said Enos and Bus, and I said, well,
the black pill.
You're a puss. Yes, that needs to be on. That needs to be the in the meme thing, dude. Look at this. Yeah, look at like this. My black pill is this big. Oh my gosh, dude! What an artist! That is all that's needed. I can't wait until Helio sees this. He's gonna be psyched. Yeah, I haven't been posting anything in the memes. I gotta go collect my memes and put them together to drop. Like, I have like some meme collections. I drop them sometimes, but I gotta go like situate my meme situation. My meme situation, right? I've been moving, and now I got this new goal of setting my meme situation right. I love it, dude. We're constantly building in this community,
Yeah.
Is this not a community? Is this
always
not like
adding to?
Yeah, is this not a community? This is the best community ever. Or we're just all like bantering between one of each other, like, oh, what do you believe? Oh, cool. You believe in space. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, cool.
Order.
Tell us about
I think that looks better.
the faraway sun. Tell us about that. Where does the sun get its energy from? Ooh, wow. Ooh, tell us more stories. These fucking Gloober clowns, man, they're so funny. You gotta love them. Like Matthew learned, like I tried to friend him, and after I convinced him to go on to Nathan Oakley's thing, I messaged him after, and I was like, "Hey, is everything okay, buddy?" No response, and he didn't accept my friend request. So, Gloober buddy, hey, if you're listening, or one of his students is listening, tell him Matthew learned. I appreciate him more than anybody. Thank you very much, sir. Seriously. I wish he would talk to me more, because it's like, hey, if anybody is gonna knock me out of this sleep that is flat Earth, it'll be you. Like, I have faith in you. You'll do it for me. Like, so I got personal interest in it. So make sure you let Matthew learn to know. I appreciate it very much, because almost, but not quite, not quite. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. I wish it went better. I don't want to be like this. Matthew, I don't want to do this anymore, man. You were
Final version. I added a gradient border around it and touched it up. Because on that other version, it had some dots and speckles, didn't look smooth. So final version.
Oh wow.
There we go. The other one was the work in progress. Oh, now I need to make another one.
I need to be able to react with this.
Oh yeah, I should add that to my server. I'll have a black pill emoji.
Well, you saw I just joined. I mean, I'll be in there during the day or something. I'm always trying to come here. You should just a simultaneous stream here. Because, I mean, spreading it so thin, you know what I mean? You don't want to spread it so thin. You don't want to spread it so thin. Keep it here. Keep it here. This is where we need to be. Because, I mean, I guess people need to have other outlets and stuff, but where we need to be when we talk about objective reality and flat Earth, we need to be here. We should be here. And it's like, oh, okay. Oh, well, you have a history question, or you have we'd like to cover science here. But it's like history questions, theology questions. I mean, pretty much that, I guess. I mean, what else is there? I mean, there should just be another place for those things. Like, oh, you want to get into theology or history? Boom, here's these other things. But if you accept that the Earth is flat and you want to talk about that, or if you don't, like, we would like to hear your little Blur fairy tale story. And we'll break it down for you, and we'll dismantle your whole reality for you, real quick and real easy. Not even hard. It's very simple to dismantle the blur.
Except you're welcome. They need it. They need to be questioned.
Well, that's what I think that a little bit of excitement is to excite the mind, to make the mind start to think a little bit. It should be encouraged. That's what. So it's like, hey, I say flat, but then you go and you see like how really excited people's minds are now. That was like a boomer endeavor. It was like a Zoom. What would you call between boomers and Zoomers? Like that would be me. Like where I didn't have the internet growing up, and then I like realized the internet was coming up 2005 and have been encompassed in the internet since then. So that would be like, I would say a Zoomer, but then Zoomers are something else. So maybe Zoomer, Boomer, Millennial. I mean, they give Millennials 30 years. Maybe born within 30 years and you're a Millennial. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. Like, and that's why I guess we have another platform to go speak under. If you want to talk about Tartaria or whatever, fake history. But for me, like, people bring up the Bible all the time, and they bring up all these things. It's like a theology is a different discussion. If you want, I wouldn't be having a theology discussion with you. You don't even know what the geometry isn't subject to the scientific method. So why would I be trying to have a theological conversation with you, clown? I have to say this repeatedly to a lot of people because they'll just like all of a sudden come up, hey, you believe in the Bible? And I'm like, first of all, like, I don't know why you're upset about the Bible. Second of all, nobody said anything about it. But first of all, I just
People get so triggered by that codex, and they don't understand what it is. So it's a freaking codex. It's not just one book. They'd be like, "That's a book, and it was written by a man." I'm like, you have no idea what the heck it is at all.
Oh yeah, well, exactly. I'm not trying to have a theological conversation. Like,
then
there's
they'll try
many
to argue
Greek
about
manuscripts, and it's like there's locations, and there's
it's the same.
Like, it's a historical document. It's like this is a whole theology is a whole thing.
There's a
whole other
book
thing
in it.
I'm not
It's a lot of different
debating you on theology, bro. Like, you don't even know that geometry isn't subject to science. So you think I want to have a theological conversation with you, clown? No, I just want to dismantle your belief about the globe. And you can say blue, 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 blue.
Well,
I'm going to fuck your mind up.
I don't mind having a theological discussion with people if that's what they want. They don't want to have one with me. With
They don't want that. Well, if they're trying to come to me with a geometry question of the geometry of Earth, and then they're going to say, "Oh, hey, actually, it's a theological question," and I'm going to bring up the Bible and then start saying lies about the Bible. It's like, no.
They don't know. Well,
You
I
need
don't
to
want to
stick
talk about
to
the Bible
one.
too much.
You're only revealing.
I was actually going to get to something else because that's what I was talking about. It's being a codex. There's more to it. For one, there's stuff missing from the original canon, but also the contemporaries of the peoples who existed at the same time in which it was written and kept down. There's other people who kept track, other chroniclers who kept track of what happened here on this plane. So to ignore the chronicles of old is a bit
about theology.
It's like belligerent ignorance. It's willfully belligerent ignorance.
Mm-hmm. Because there's a lot of different ways you could take that theology. And it's like, actually, you as a Blurf believer, you actually believe in part of this theology that you even
thing. It's
hate, like that you believe in the Masonic theology, right? But again, we're not talking. It's not a theological question, but just like all the time, every time, these atheists want to bring it up all the time, and I'm like, no. I'm like, why am I going to talk to you about theology? I'm just talking about geometry of Earth. The way the Earth is measured. It's simple. Latitude and longitude is measured. Two celestials.
That's one reason I don't like. I won't talk about the Bible with a lot of people though. Like if the initial reaction, the way that it feels like when we're talking to them, is if they're just mocking it. They're about to build a straw man out of it. I'm like, no, you don't even know what you're looking at. I won't dignify this conversation with a response.
Yup.
Like
that's it.
Nah.
That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. Precisely. That's all they can do is appeal to
they'll appeal to their own ignorance, authority, and bandwagons.
They'll appeal to my empathy.
Or that, they'll try and get you to feel sorry for them.
Because that's all the Blurfer can do. Is I can appeal to their empathy. And they will say that in all smugness. And you know what I would shoot? I just figured this out a couple of days ago. Talking to these fucking clowns. And that's the best. It's like I'm like putting like mathematical arguments out and stuff, like full blown logic, and they're just like in rebuttal, and it's like, that's all it is. It's just they have a faith based belief. They don't have to look at anything. They have a faith based belief.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hey, how's it going?
Good man. I just there's better than gold is in the chat with no rolls. Maybe we'll see if open up their mic.
Well, I'm here. I'm humble. Hey, Timbo, good to hear from you, sir.
How's it
Yeah,
going?
man.
Better than gold?
Better than gold. Do you have control of your mic? Just press unmute and chat.
Hey, sir. We're just talking about objective reality.
Better than gold?
It's better than gold. It is accepting objective reality, your everyday waking
He
life,
said it's flat.
is better than
What's up, Timbo?
gold.
Hey, big root.
I'm not being rude. I'm sorry.
G'day, mate.
No, he was saying Big Root.
Nah,
The
no,
guy's
saying a
name's
load of
Big
big
Root.
root.
Okay, thank you. Timbo, you're my homie, bro.
Can I just ask,
I'll live and die.
guys? Can I just get a mic check?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Can I just get a mic check? But I
Yeah.
put my headphones through the washing
hear you.
machine, and they've not been working. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I hear you,
alright.
sir. Sounds fine.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
Sounds fine.
What brand
on
are
my
those?
mind.
What brand are those earphones? Because I'll have to get some of them if you put them through a washing machine and they're still alive.
Mm-hmm.
Just the AirPods, the Pro AirPods.
Wow, they probably sound better to you. No, actually, because you.
Well, they weren't. They went through the wash about 3 weeks ago, and they haven't been working for about 2 weeks. And all of a sudden, they seem to be working again. Happy days.
Cool.
I had that happen with a charging a MagSafe charging adapter charger or whatever 350 milliamps and it just stopped, and then I was like, it was same cord and everything. I just took it off for a day and then plugged it back in, and then it started working again. It's just weird. But because of their sort of knowledge of where I'm using the power sources at, I was like, well, they know where I'm using this power, so it's in their best interest that I'm not able to like speak, even though they silence me and they do all these things. I come here and I chat, and you actually obfuscate me from making more posts on Instagram. So I think they're in a rock and a hard place sort of situation. Follow me at Dark Side Danger is my little bullshit. And maybe like you have to DM me and I'll accept you, because it's not even a an open base. Like it's not even an open thing, and I still get throttled. I get throttled depending on like where the information is coming from, or who I'm doing a little post from. But I can do one post from something, and it'd be like flagged on Instagram. So then there's no posts coming from it whatsoever. And so then I get 0 views completely. It's very strange phenomenon. If people don't think that people are getting shadow banned or whatever that whole thing is, then I don't know. People aren't living in reality. Like, hello, I just wake up in reality. It's very weird stuff that they do with the internet, though. I live in objective reality, and then people do weird stuff, subjective stuff with the internet. Very weird.
You know, I reckon that I've heard you say objective reality about 30 times today.
I want to keep saying it. I want to keep doing it.
We should change your name to objective reality.
Hey, put that in my roles. I accept objective reality. Put that in my roles. That'll be sick.
Only the mods can do that.
Plus, there's a different role for that anyway. I think the direct realist.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, I mean, what is objective? I mean, that's what me and QE were talking about, right? What is objective reality? It's like, what is
I just put it down to I have a real life, and what I experience throughout the day in my life is objective reality.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
That's
need
what I
to,
think.
like, I heard you guys talking about it before, and it got really complicated. I was like, fuck. I don't even know what they're talking about now.
Well, it got into if you were here listening earlier, when
Yeah, I was
if
listening.
I was here with Quantum Eraser, and then it got into
the banana
quantum.
split experiment.
Yeah, that's why I was like telling the other person, like, hold on, no, just let me. You know, he was addressing me because I was saying this something about objective reality, and still, you know.
It was actually an interesting conversation.
It was good. I mean, I'm privileged. I mean, light. The subject of light specifically, I had so many questions probably 3 or 4 years ago about light, transfer, information, technology, right? These questions and quantum Eraser was like, no, I don't do it. That's why Humble. I don't know if you ever heard Humble on talking to Quantum Eraser or whoever in FUD, but it was very. I told Humble, I was like, you're very privileged because nobody's been able to be talking about light until now. So you're opening it up. It's a very good thing. And so maybe that's why he was open. He was like, he saw that it was me. I don't want to try to hide myself. And you know, he helped me out, and he helped me out with some of my questions. But I mean, still, it's very convoluted sort of discussion because still,
some of these guys that are in this server, I'm in awe. Sometimes I just go, oh,
I mean, AI,
I just go, mate, you guys are so intelligent, so smart,
dude. Absolutely. Like, I'm just trying to be somewhere on that level. That's why I say, how am I the best on Instagram? I am QE on Instagram. There's nobody beats me. I am QE on Instagram, and I don't even know what the fuck, like 1/10 of what QE knows. You know, I have a couple ZERPs, and I can just handle it and handle it. You know what I mean? It's like, this man's a very great man. Like in Nathan Oakley, right? He wouldn't have like your secular knowledge that was there taught, but boom, doesn't matter. Like it's easy stuff to learn. Easy stuff to learn. Take down the globe lie is the end of the day situation. Like, these are great men. These are great men, and like they teach you, and I'm sure that to Quantum Eraser, he's like, I can't believe these dummies, like, because like there's this person that's so much, you know, and he has much respect for something else, and there comes a point where you can't put all that weight on your own shoulders, and so you just have to have a good respect. You have to respect where you came from, where you're going, what you're looking for. Those things are ever encompassing. You just have to respect them. And if without respect, you have disrespect, and you have chaos. You have absurdity.
Ain't no respect.
You have retardations. You have crazy stuff going on. But you get, you know, You,
Bruh.
Ethergrass, you know what I'm talking about. Like, you have to have a certain amount of respect for what has come before you. You know, Miggy does it great. He shows that. I think he's a little bit power hungry when he just blocks me for no reason. Says, "Oh, you sound drunk." Like, bro, I'm not even drinking.
It wasn't that, man. It was he was trying to explain
I know.
a story, and then I think you started talking middle of when he was trying to get that point out.
Well, he was doing he was trying to do ether, a pull for gravity, and I was saying like I had a pumice stone at the bottom of the ocean. That's why I got blocked. But it's fine. It doesn't even matter. We don't have to discuss these things, but because we're on the same page, and no foul, no harm, no foul. But it was kind of fucked up. I'm just mentioning it because thank you.
Sometimes it happens, man. I've been muted a few times.
Yeah. Dude.
I think we all have.
Yeah. I hope we all have, because, like,
it's just
we're all
I can unmute myself, so it's not that bad.
Well, yeah, that's why I was like, I went to go unmute myself, and then I was like, what the fuck? But he really fucking did it. He did it. It's just funny. I love it. I love this. I love all of this.
This this server, I don't know what I'd do without this server.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, we do lots of things without the server, but
yeah, I know, but it's
like it's so good.
It's like a place for me, like it's somewhere I can hang out with like-minded people that want to have conversations about things and that I enjoy talking about.
Yeah, you can get so bitter with like politics and all those sort of things that bring you down. The stuff we can't talk about, right?
Yeah, I don't even
talking about
look at it anymore.
Yeah, why? Like, it was like, oh, you see any of it? I see any of it. I'm like,
there's nothing. Nothing ever comes of it.
Like, obviously, the Earth is flat as fuck. Anytime I see any of it, like, and it's like that's why I love to come here to have this conversation still since 2014, 2016, 2019, 20. To 2023, having the same conversation how flat the Earth is, and that there's nothing any Gloober can do about it because the geometry is set in stone, and we have observation, perceiving the world.
Just how far the arguments come as well.
Further, that's why.
Yeah.
Well, it's Speculation Sunday, so today is the day that you get to come out and say, it's a bigger globe! It's a bigger globe!
Well, I'm in Monday.
Gloobers, we all win because it's a bigger globe.
I'm way off Sunday.
And then,
Monday night.
Yeah, I don't even know what day it is.
I think for you guys, it's early Monday morning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dude, yeah. No, it's Monday for you, huh? It's Sunday for me. Or I guess it is Sunday morning.
5:58.
What is it, Tuesday for you?
No, it's 8 p.m. on Monday night.
Okay, you're not that far off.
Yeah, I think it's 16 hours, isn't it? Or 14
You only, yeah. Because it's 6 o'clock here, and so you said it's 8 o'clock. Like, I live in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, so we just changed our clocks back to winter time, so.
Oh, shit. When do we do that? Did you? Wow. You guys are trying to hide your time zones there, huh? Because you have the same landmass expanse, but only 2 time zones. But then we have
3. We have 3
we
time
have
zones. But
500 kilometers less, but we have 4 time zones.
I think the US is wider than Australia.
Well, yeah, 500 by 500 kilometers,
Yeah.
something like that.
So what's this will be a
Very
teller.
little.
What's the flight time
So the
from
middle time zone
LA
that
to
you
New
have
York?
there, LA to New York is 4 hours.
Okay, so it's the same. So it's 4 hours from Sydney and Melbourne to Perth.
From Sydney and Melbourne. Wow. Yeah.
No. So either of those two to Perth. So East Coast to West Coast.
Well, you have the middle. You have
4
the
hours.
middle time zone. So you have 3 time zones there, right? But the middle time zone is only a half-hour time zone.
Yeah, it's a half hour.
Only half hour.
Yeah.
See, we have
So it goes from a half hour to
full hours.
3 hours. So it goes. You got Eastern time, Australian Eastern Seaboard time, and then it goes to Adelaide's half an hour, which is 8-hour drive west, and then it jumps to 3-hour time zone.
So 8 hours, and then it's a 3 hours.
No, so
Or
that's
then
an
it's a
8-hour
30
drive.
minutes.
But if you want an 8-hour drive, is a 30-minute time zone. So that's 800 kilometers away. And then
That's
Perth
a glob
is
debunk. Bro.
Perth is 3,500, 4,000 kilometers away. So. And that's
That
3
is
hours.
pretty wild.
It's a 3-hour time zone. 3-hour
Because
difference from Eastern.
I got 2 2-hour time zones in between. So if you were to drive from Boston, Massachusetts to Oakland, it's going to take you 20 hours plus there's 2-hour time differences that you travel in between the country, plus another 2 hours you have at the end of it.
Yeah.
Like the time zones are real is what really ends it, because it's the same as we're at 33rd. We're at the 30 degrees. You're at the 30 degrees. Continent size minusculely more small, but you only have the half-hour time zone difference, and we have 2 full hour time zone differences, and then the hour time zone differences of the edges. We have 4 time zones, full hours. And that's the Greenwich. That's the Greenwich Meanwich time. Meanwich time. That's the decay of the cesium atom. And then you out there on the south, same width, only a half-hour time difference in between your time. The time difference. That ends it.
Yeah.
That ends the
Half
globe.
hour and 3 hour. Yeah. But
I mean, that's
there is a reason for
do
that.
more.
So
Look at
in between the half hour and the 3-hour time zone difference, no one lives there.
Oh shit!
Yeah. So what they do
Now
is
we're
they
talking about population.
They make the 3-hour time zone as Perth's time zone, but Western Australia, the state where Perth is almost half of the country, but only maybe 20% of the population. So
damn. So even half of the people in Australia live on the south side of Australia.
east, but it's more than that.
East, yeah. Or east. I'm sorry. East.
So you think there's 25 million people in Australia?
Wow.
And you say 12 million of those live in Melbourne and Sydney together.
That's crazy.
Think about that.
That's odd. That's wild. I don't know. It's just wild when you start to think about these time zones and like the south and the north, and then the east. And then we're not even talking about magnetic declination over here.
Oh yeah,
yeah, you know. And because here our magnets are fine, but down there you got to use a different magnet.
Yeah. Oh no, it's the same magnet, but you've got to adjust. So you've got to find out what the declination is, and you've got to adjust to that east.
That's weird to me.
Some of the spots are 9. Some of the spots are 90 degrees. 90 degrees correction. That's fucking weird, man. So when people tell you, I had an argument with a global once. He was going, I said, so how do you find north and south in the south? How do you find north in the south? He goes, what do you mean? You just point a compass. I said, what about magnetic declination? He goes, you find a latitude line, and you just follow it. I go, are you serious, man? You're going to find a line on a map on the Earth and follow a line on a map on the Earth? How are you going to do that? With a compass. I said, mate, you're not getting it. Compasses don't point perfectly north and south in the south. You're not going to be heading in the right direction, because if we were talking about dead
reckoning
north. Yeah, geographical north. And I said, how do you get there? With a compass. And I go, no, it's magnetic north. He just didn't get it. He couldn't get it. He just thought that because we live on a map. He thinks we live on a map. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
you just go to this place,
that's
and then you point in this direction on the map, and you just follow this line. Okay, these lines are non-existent, mate. What are you not getting? You're not understanding. You can't follow a line.
That's what's so odd.
The only way to navigate. The only way to navigate in the south is with a compass. That's it.
AE map. The AE map is why. I mean, why the AE map was even like developed to be utilized was because the Mercator obviously didn't work right. So here's the AE map, where the navigation over oceans.
Even that, none of these maps are right.
Because they're just yeah, none of them are, but they're just tic-tacking off of the coast. Because nobody's flying over the open ocean. Nobody's doing that. If they're doing that, it's a very special case, and it's very documented, special. They know that they're gonna not have instruments for a time.
How's it going? 1410. Oh well.
What's that, mate?
Left. Somebody named 1410 joined in, but they left.
Oh, did they?
They're probably upset about what we're talking about now, about how of the north hemisphere at 33 degrees, we have 4 time zones, and at the south we only have 2.5 time zones. Like that's a big thing to kind of talk about. On a flat earth thing, especially when people are asking where the sun goes and stuff, Yeah, we're talking about like, yeah,
Well,
why?
then you gotta,
Why is it?
then you got to say, well, what is the fun? What is the sun? Is it physical?
Mhm.
Where is it? Is it in the place where you see it, or is it somewhere else? You know, like there's so many questions that they can't just say, I can follow the path of the sun, and then I know where it is on Earth. Yeah, you can't do that because you don't even know
I
what the
mean,
sun is.
yeah,
You don't know where
precisely.
it is. You don't know what if it's reflecting through something. You don't know. You got no idea what it is. So how can you even say, "Oh, well, the sun is here, so therefore, well, is
I
the
can
sun there?"
prove that it isn't a helium gas ball. I can prove that. I can prove. I can debunk and disprove, but I cannot prove that the sun is a transformer of energy. I can't prove that. I mean, although it just is blatantly obviously the truth, I can't do anything to prove that
Wait,
because people
I'll ask you a
have some other
question.
story.
You said you can disprove that it's a helium gas ball. How do you do that?
Well, because there's no such thing as fission, nuclear fission, and so that would have to be special pleading, and so it would have
Yeah,
to
I
be
know.
an appeal to future fallacy that there is such a thing as nuclear fission. But as it is, the claim that is presented, it doesn't exist. So nuclear
Yeah, but
fission,
when you say you can
glob,
prove it,
sun debunked. But yeah,
you know what I mean?
well,
Like,
they thought that
I think we have to be
it was
careful when we
coal.
say
It was burning coal before it became, this industrialized revolution. When it was the technology of the day, they also believed that it was coal, a big old coal thing burning in the sky. I mean, so it'll change perpetually based on people's faith-based beliefs,
Did you
but
hear
that's
what
not what we're
Tinder was
talking
saying, though,
about.
man?
I did. It is the case. It is what it is.
Yeah, we've got to
Sorry,
be careful.
sorry.
No, you're right. We've got to be careful saying, I can prove this, because you're making a claim, yeah? So
Well, I like to
what you
make
got to
those
do is
claims.
you got to come up with a
Well, I made a
citation or something,
claim.
you know?
Do you have something to prove that nuclear fission exists and that you can hypothesize that that's the sun?
So here we
Well,
go.
that's why I like to make that claim. I made that claim that is
wasn't my
debunked.
claim, though. This is where it ends
Oh,
up.
well,
You go,
okay.
I didn't make a
Well,
claim.
you can have
You
whatever
made a
claim
claim.
you want to have about the sun. I know I made that claim, and I'll stand by it. Like I have no ashamed. Like I said it.
No, that's not what I'm
And I'll
saying,
say it
though.
again.
So now I'm going to say, I'm being a glober. So do you have a citation that proves that you said you can prove that the sun is not a gas ball of helium? Yeah. So you go, okay. So have you got a citation that says that?
Well, I guess I can disprove nuclear fission, but
So you can give.
I guess I cannot presuppose that debunking of nuclear fission is presupposed onto the globe. But I can definitively state that your presupposition of this plotty science that isn't science is debunked, and there is no nuclear fission capable on the globe. You haven't proved that nuclear fission is even capable of being
But I didn't claim it
comprehended
was
on
nuclear
a.
fusion. I claim it was plasma.
Well, then that's if you want to go do that. I mean, that's a whole other story. You have to back up, right? I mean, but the modern day story. That's why I said it used to be coal, and now it's nuclear fission, and it's debunked. It's done. There's not enough coal in the world to do what the sun does. There's not enough nuclear fission proven to prove that there's such thing as nuclear fission. Everybody uses nuclear fusion, but no one uses nuclear fission because that would debunk the second law of thermodynamics, which there is and the second law is a funny thing. Happened on the way to the moon. We have a lot of steam power that we do have, but we're not talking about that right now. What we're talking about is an assertion of what the sun is, and it's debunked. So don't tell me that the sun is a fission reactor. I could say it's a transistor because it's transforming
Then you'd need
with 0 point energy.
And you'd need to give evidence for that.
The energy is coming from somewhere. So that's why there is this presupposition of nuclear fission, because there is some energy expenditure. Like we cook meat with the sun. Like the sun is obviously giving us energy. Presuppositional? No, I wouldn't say so. I would say that this is just objective reality. I will get my ass burned. What is that? I don't know. But I'll tell you what it isn't. It's not nuclear fission. It's not a gas ball.
Shit.
There's no gravity. There's no force holding gases to make a fission ball. That's not happening. I can tell you what it isn't. I don't want to begin to tell you what it is. Because, everybody's worshiping the sun. Like, everybody's got a story of the sun, for the sun, of the sun, what they want the sun to be. I just don't want that shit to burn my ass. That's what I don't want. And that's a want, and that's a need for me. You get what I mean? Like, what is it? Is it like that's why I say a transistor? You want to argue with me about it being a transistor, or do you want to say that it is transforming gas ball energy, and it's like burning and heating up the earth? Is that your conclusion? I don't think it is. That's what Gloopers believe. Tell me what that shit is. Tell me what that fucking shit is, dude. That shit's burning.
It's a life-giving force. I'm not going to say force. It's a life-giving light in the sky. That's what I can say it is.
Yeah. It'll give you life. It'll give you death. All at the same time. All at the same time. That's some majesty right there. That's some majesty.
Without the sun, we don't eat. We have no air, no oxygen. We don't have anything.
You know, I was
you can understand why they worship the sun, yeah?
You know, if somebody up on a mountain would pray for the sun to come. You know, we have weather formations that come, and the sun will come and save them. You know, the sun comes and heats up the land. Like if you're capable of life, you don't live above a certain latitude, or you don't live above a certain elevation. About 1,200 feet is what Colorado's at, and that's pretty much the peak of of where there's a civilization, where there's a city built. About 1,200 feet. And then most people are located very close down to sea level.
1,200 feet?
Yeah, where Colorado's at. That's a mile high, so it's about 1,000, 1,200.
Okay.
They call it the Mile High City, Colorado.
Yeah. We've got other places, yeah, like.
But it's good we remember and we talk about these things, right? It's like, I mean, like, who's going to remember it's called the Mile High City unless now I brought it up into your mind? I didn't even remember that. It just came up into my head. Right? Like, this is why we're here discussing these things.
Bogota, Colombia is 3,000 feet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm sure
got all
there's
those
more.
places
I'm sure there's more elevated.
Bolivia.
Yeah.
I think Bolivia's one of the highest countries. Of course, you got, Nepal and places in India and Pakistan, around Kashmir and places like that in there.
Yeah, and that's strange that the sun would seem so close to them, right? Like they're up 1,000 more feet, but it's like not really that much higher. Like everybody is sort of like at this median height, and it's like there's a couple outliers like Colorado. What you said, this place at 3,000 feet. But I mean, that's 3,000 feet to whatever. So I mean, they're not.
You were about to make a claim how high the sun was.
Navigate. Yeah, I was about to say 33, just because I like that number or whatever. But I was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. But you got me.
God, yeah. I knew where your brain was going. I was like, oh, he's going to do it.
It's interesting. It's interesting. No, I didn't do it though. You forced me. You forced my hand, bro. You totally black-pilled it, dude.
Well, there's been a lot of them.
Yeah, that's interesting because I mean you're probably around 500 elevation. You know what I mean? Like you're in a major city, you get closer, you drop a 500.
No, we're on the coast.
You're on the coast. Oof,
yeah, we got
beautiful. Beautiful.
Coast. We've got a big bay, so. Bay.
This is one of these things that I find amazing about living here on the East Coast by the Appalachian Mountains, some of the oldest mountain ranges in the Glover world. Is you drive why